Now look at the first topic. Now I need not say one simple issue at marathon sessions. Now there are 5 chapters in SM. There will be no question on that in CA Enter for the rest of your life. Now please move quickly to the chapter number 1. Right, before starting chapter number 1 concepts, first let us explain my intended approach in this marathon session. Whatever material you are holding right now, whether it is regular material, if you are good with regular material, please follow it. It's a fantastic material as far as SM is concerned. As far as SM is concerned, you can rely on that material. That's my assurance. If you are not good with that regular material, some people might have you might have been delivered some other material marathon version. Is there any simplified version? Now I'm following some soft copy on the screen right now, right? Even if anybody has the ability to take that Xerox copy of that one, hard copy of this material is also sufficient to answer at least 30 to 35 marks from SM. Whatever concepts we are going to deal right now on the screen with the help of this soft copy, this material is quite enough to score at least to answer at least 35 marks. I'm using the cautious word called answering 35 marks. Right? There's a big difference between answering the marks and getting the marks. Have you understood the difference now? So with the explanations covered in marathon sessions, let us say 10.5 approximately, you might be able to answer at least 35 marks out of 50. Very little portion, that too, as far as my little knowledge is concerned, by God's grace, I have skipped some concepts from this marathon session which won't be asked in 95% of the cases. I have skipped only those concepts in SM which won't be asked very regularly. So you can be better assured of this concepts covered in marathon session. Have you understood the first approach, intention behind this approach? Now please move to the first chapter now. As usual, the first chapter is titled as so and so thing. There won't be questions on that. Now please very quickly come to this topic. First one, the strategy definition. Right, there are so many definitions in the regular material as per board material. Half a dozen definitions would be there. If he wants to raise an MCQ, I hope these are the best definitions he will focus on. Look at that first definition. Right, before going to the definition of strategy, as per our approach, we have to start with which definition? Some regular students might remember the sequence also. We have to start with the SM definition. Now please move to that first question. If you follow this sequence, it will be very easy for you to understand. So what is the first question we are taking up? Topic number 1 is the definition of SM. Right. Now shall we start this topic now? Right. Now look at that first one. It refers to the which process? SM refers to the managerial process. Now you have to quickly understand. I'll explain almost all the topics without industry examples. Only difference between the marathon session and regular session from my viewpoint is absence of industry examples. That's it. I will explain every concept in a logically understandable manner, but without any informing industry examples, right? Now look at that first definition, SM. What is the first keyword you have to define this SM? It is called managerial process. Process means multiple activities you have to carry out. What do you mean? In what situations we have to use the word process? Whenever you are going to perform 2 or more activities, then we have to use which keyword? Process. That process will be used by whom? Managers. Now you have to raise one simple question. Sir, how many types of managers would be there? Means I'm explaining you very briefly. Corporate level manager will be there. Business level manager will be there. And finally, functional level managers would be there. We'll discuss all these details in depth in a concept called strategic levels. For the time being, please remind this little concept called as managers. How many types of managers would be there? 3 types of managers would be there. What do you mean by managerial process? Whatever the activities we are going to refer right now, like this, these are the activities which have to perform under the SM process or managerial process. How many types of managers will use this process? 3 types of managers will use this process. Who are they? For the name's sake, corporate level managers, business level and functional level managers will use a process called, that process is called as a managerial process. Now you have to raise one little question. Sir, what are the activities which are covered under this managerial process? Now look at that first activity. What is the first activity in this managerial process? Means SM asks every business organization to prepare first a vision statement. If any business organization wants to use the subject called SM, what did I say? If any business organization wants to use the subject called SM, what is the first task the business organization has to perform. It asks every business organization to prepare which document now? A vision statement. The second document they have to prepare is after vision is a mission statement and so on. Now we have to understand very clearly what do you mean by vision statement. So far we are trying to explain the introductory topics of SM. Right, I'll try to explain hopefully to the extent possible in a logical manner only, but the only difference between regular and this class is words, the speed of the delivery of words will be a bit quick, but I'll maintain a reasonable speed so that you can understand every concept. So how will you define SM? How will you define SM now? It's a managerial process. Why we are using the word called process? Because it contains multiple activities. Who will use this process? Managers. How many types of managers would be there? 3 in all. Who are they? Corporate level, business level and functional level. SM asked every business organization to perform certain activities. That activities are nothing but process. What is the first activity in that managerial process? Vision statement. Now to continue our discussion, we have to explain now vision concept. Now please move to the vision concept. After completing vision statement, we'll come back to this concept. Now please find that page number or topic number. Right, did you find that topic now? What is the topic we are referring right now? Vision. What is the another name for vision means? Please listen very quickly. Since this concept is present in strategic management, the other name for vision is strategic vision. Now with common sense, you can guess what is the other name for mission statement also. Strategic mission. Same common sense is applicable for objectives also. Strategic objectives. So don't get confused whenever you find a word called in question paper, strategic vision. Have you understood this little common sense explanation? So what do you mean by vision means? Very quickly, if any organization, if any business organization wants to achieve a certain position, let us say after 20 years. After 20 years, they want to achieve some huge target. That huge target can be referred to as a strategic vision or vision. Means you can understand the first keyword you have to represent in exam is the company's direction. In which direction the company has to move, in which direction the company has to move in the next 20 years will be represented by which concept? Vision statement. Have you understood this little concept now? So what is the first keyword to define strategic vision now? It gives company a direction. It gives company a direction or a strategic direction regarding what aspects will be present in that strategic direction means he is talking about 4 aspects now. These 4 aspects can be referred to as CPMT. Since we are talking about 20 years, vision can't be achieved in short spans of time. It will be around 5 years, 10 years, 20, 25, 38 years. So since we can't achieve the vision statement in short span of time, we are talking about which future? Near future or distant future? Distant future. So this is the word you have to remember to define the vision statement logically. CPMT at distant future. I'll explain quickly what do you mean by CPMT at distant future. Which type of customer? I have changed the wavelengths also. Whenever the logic is present there, I'll talk in a very slow manner. What do you mean by CPMT? Which type of customer needs are you going to satisfy in the next 20 years? You are not talking about the present tense right now. The same language will apply to the alphabet called P. Which type of products do you want to deliver in the next 20 years? Next one, which type of markets? Markets means geographic places or locations. How many countries do you want to cover? How many countries do you want to expand your business into in the next 20 years? This is told by the fact called markets. And the last one, what type of technology would you like to use in the next 20 years to achieve that ambitious target called vision? Have you understood this little explanation now? So what are the first 2 keywords you have to use to define strategic vision? First one, vision provides a direction to the business organization. Example, next 20 years, what to do? What to do means there are 4 aspects you have to carry out. First one, what type of customers you are focusing, what type of customer needs you are trying to satisfy with the help of P factor called products, what type of countries are you going to cover, and the last one, what type of latest technologies would you like to use to achieve that greatest vision in the next 20 years. Now, can you remember that keyword now? CPMT at what? CPMT at distant future. From this little explanation, you might have understood that vision always talks about present tense or future tense. In specific, does it talk about near future or distant future? Distant future. If you take Google example, for example, from 1998 to 2038, they have 40 years. They have kept aside 40 years to achieve their vision statement. What is the vision statement example means? Look at this quick explanation. They want to provide they want to provide permission, access for a user like us. They want to provide access to which information? Any information present on the planet Earth. To which person? To any person living on the planet Earth. Means they have mentioned the service they want to provide. They have mentioned the number of countries they are going to cover. With what technology? Means they have used one beautiful word, in just one click. Whatever new technology comes into the industry, they will use it because they want to achieve that beautiful target called, they want to provide user information in just one click. Sir, what do you mean by in just one click? Means in the minimum search time possible. It could be 2 seconds, it could be half a second. Any user, if they want to search some information from Google search engine, minimum time should be there. Minimum waiting time should be there for a customer. For that, you have to use any amount of technology. Have understood this little explanation of vision now? Google statement. What is the keywords present in Google vision statement? They have to provide access to which information? To world's information. To which person? To any person living on the planet Earth. With what technology? They are not naming the name of technology in vision statement. With the help of advanced technology, what benefits you are going to deliver to the customer? That is being expressed with a phrase called in just one click. Have understood those two keywords now? Why we are referring to vision statement now? Since it is present in managerial process. What is SM? SM is a manager. What is the first activity in that managerial process? You have to prepare, every business has to prepare a strategic vision, right? Then we came to the which concept now? Strategic vision. What is the first keyword you have to remember? Direction. Vision provides a direction to the company. What do you mean by direction? There are 4 aspects included in the strategic direction of a company. What are those 4 aspects in an acronym manner? CPMT at distant future, where C stands for. Are you talking about present day customer or future customer? Are you talking about present day product or future product? So all the 4 alphabets in CPMT talks about distant future targets. Have understood this little concept now? Now, if you want to explain this vision statement in another manner, there are 3 levels of management would be there, right? From BCom perspective, you have to use 3 levels of management like this: top level, and middle level, thereafter bottom level or lower level. But in SM subject, as far as CA and SM syllabus is concerned, we'll use the words called corporate level manager, business level manager, and functional level manager. First, we have to understand the nature of relationship between these 2 vocabularies. In certain places of CA and SM material, in 2 or 3 places only, board material will use this top management word. The first place itself is vision definition. In the next 20 years, company is going to achieve some target, right? Company is going to achieve some ambitious target, right? Right? Means with the help of vision statement, please listen to it very cautiously. It is the significant statement in vision statement, right? The top management is trying to express their future ambitions to their stakeholders with the help of which document? Vision. That's it. What they are going to achieve in the next 20 years, they are trying to express their future ambitions with the help of which document? With the help of a vision statement. That's why they have used this beautiful word called panoramic view. A lighter explanation of vision is being given with the help of this document. So please highlight this word, top management. Here the word management means top management. Sir, what do you mean by top management? Means from BCom perspective, it includes 2 managements. Have you written these keywords now? Top management, middle management, and bottom level. Whereas in SM, which one will you? Which words we have to use? Corporate level, business level, and functional level. The first 2 levels in CA and SM, known as corporate level people plus business level people, are included in BCom perspective top management. The word top management includes 2 levels of managers in SM. Those 2 managers are called as corporate level managers and business level managers. Now, if you look at the rest of the diagram, functional level people, middle level managers and bottom level managers, they are nothing but functional level managers in CA and SM. Have you understood this relationship first now? How many types of managers would be there from BCom perspective? 3 types. Top level, middle level, and thereafter bottom level. From CA and SM viewpoint, how many types of managers would be there? 3 in all. Corporate level, business level, functional level. Then what is the sort of relationship between these 2 vocabularies? Means from BCom perspective, top management means corporate level plus business level. Have you understood this word now? What do you mean by functional level managers? It includes 2 parties from BCom perspective. Who are they? Middle level managers and bottom level people. Have understood this relationship now? After understanding this, you will interpret this word in a beautiful manner. Top management aspirations for the business. Vision statement expresses the management's intentions for the next 20 years. They are giving a slight explanation of what they are going to do in the next 20 years. That's why they have used a word called a panoramic view. Panoramic view means in normal English language, it is called as bird's eye view. Just a slightest explanation of what you are going to perform in the next 20 years. So what is the next keyword you have to remember? Vision is nothing but a panoramic view of what they are going to do in the next 20 years. Vision statement is prepared by whom? As per this context, management. Here the word management implies top management. Sir, what do you mean by top management? It includes two types of managers from SM viewpoint. One is corporate level and the second one is business level. Have understood the third way of explaining vision statement so far? What are the words we have covered? First one, vision means direction. It provides a direction to whom? Business organization. What are the contents of direction? CPMT at distant future. What is the third point you have to present in exam? Vision is nothing but it is a top management expressing their aspirations in a which manner? In a slighter manner called panoramic view. Have you understood that concept now? Right. To whom they are expressing their ambitions means to stakeholders. Lot of parties are there in stakeholders, starting with equity shareholders, customers, suppliers, etc., etc. Government authorities. Have understood this concept now? Now let us think about this statement now. If anybody wants to visualize what is going to happen to our company after 20 years, you should have some creative thinking, right? So preparing vision statement is not an ordinary person's task at all. A highly intelligent persons who are well aware of changes which are going to happen in business environment. What kind of technology will come into the industry after 20 years? Those intelligents can only prepare vision statement. It's not the ordinary job. It's not the job of an ordinary person. Have you understood this one? After listening to this statement, what did I say right now? Vision statement, a good vision statement cannot be prepared by an ordinary person. Means a vision statement, a good vision statement can be prepared by a person who possesses some good qualities. Those qualities in your material are called as essentials of a strategic vision. The next little concept of vision statement. So if anybody wants to prepare a very good vision statement, how many requirements are there? You have to possess 4 different qualities. Those 4 different qualities in our classes, we use the acronym called DICE, D-I-C-E. First of all, I said that what is this first statement I have delivered? Vision statement can be prepared by any person who is roaming on the 4th street of Brodipet right now. It's not possible. It can be prepared by certain professionals only. What are the 4 qualities they are supposed to possess now? DICE, out of which the first one stands for direction. Please highlight this word. The best worded vision statement should give a clear direction to the company as to what to perform in the next 20 years. What does I stand for? It is a test of preparing vision statement is a test of top management's intelligence. Have you understood that second alphabet called I? Now move to the third one called as C. You should possess some creative thoughts like a movie director. Have you understood the third one? Right. What is the last one? Whenever an employee reads the vision statement for the first time or on a daily basis, he should not get a drowsiness. He should be inspired. He should get motivated to excel at work. That is the last one. It should create enthusiasm among the respective spouses. No, it should create enthusiasm among the employees of the organization. Even though it is a marathon, there will be little things like this. It's my weakness. Right. Now, have you understood that one? English medium jokes. What did I say right now? English medium jokes. Now, where are we actually? Because without that smile or laughter in the session, I can't run a session actually like this. Right. Now come to our topic now. What is the first topic we have covered right now? Vision. It is also known as strategic vision. What is the first keyword you have to use to define vision? It provides a direction to whom? It provides a direction to whom? To the company. What to do in the next 20 years? Have you understood that one? Can you remind me CPMT distant future? What does it stand for? Customer focus, technology focus, market focus, product focus. Can you remember all those things? Right. Whose aspirations are present in the vision statement? Husband's aspirations? No. Top management aspirations regarding the future of the company. They are expressing their ambitions to whom? Their respective spouses? No. To the stakeholders. Can you understand this marathon jokes? I'm trying to crack jokes, but with some speed, like a T20 match. Had it been a regular batch, I can go into the in-depth analysis of jokes also. Time is there, right? Due to some restrictions, I have to wrap up the jokes like this, like this. Have you understood that one? No. Now come to the last one. What are the 4 qualities required to prepare a strategic vision? E for whatever I ask, she will say only direction. Right. Even in future, if you get married, if her spouse asks her the first beautiful question after marriage, what is your name? Direction. That is what I have learned in Swarup sir class. Now come to the next part now. Right. What is the second element present in managerial process? What is the second element present in managerial process? Mission statement. Sir, how will you define mission statement? Means we should not complicate this topic at all. It's a very easy topic. The list of coachings or services offered by this organization as on today. Have you understood the definition of mission? It's very simple actually. The list of coachings or services offered by this organization as on today. Have you understood that one? If you, for example, if you take a hotel, for example, if you medium-sized restaurant, then the list of items they are providing right now as on today. Monday, which breakfast, Tuesday, there is a schedule. It is nothing but their, hopefully it must be their mission statement. Right. You won't change, I won't change. That is the summary. Now come to the next little concept called as a mission statement. So what is the, you have to raise 2 questions. I forget to say one question since it's a marathon, right? Please note this question. If you ask this question towards an organization, where we are to go, please highlight that keyword in the line where panoramic view is present. There is a question tag, right? Have you found that question tag? Where we are to go in the next 20 years. It represents direction, right? If you pose this question upon an organization, what is the answer you are going to get? It's nothing but a strategic vision. Please highlight that question. We have left it. Now come to the mission statement now. What is the general explanation of the mission statement? It is the list of products and services offered by any organization. To know the mission statement of any organization, in other words, if you want to extract the mission statement from an organization, you have to raise 2 questions. What are those couple of questions means? What are those couple of questions means? Who we are and what we do. Please highlight it. I can't do it. What are the couple of questions you have to raise up in an organization? Who we are and what we do. Who we are means it suggests the name of the industry you are right now, coaching industry. What we do nowadays means +2, MEC, CEC, MEC Pro, MEC Pro, thereafter CMA Foundation, CA Foundation, CA Inter, CMA Inter, exam study hours revisions. That's all as far as I know. Now, as far as I know, it is a marathon. It is one-sided discussion. Please assist me. Right. So what are the couple of questions you have to remember to know the mission statement of an organization? Who we are, and what we do. Please highlight those couple of questions, which you can do, I can't. Right. Have understood the essence of mission statement now. Now look at the other way of explaining it. Please remember this acronym called OPC. OPC stands for Organizations Present Capabilities. Organizations present capabilities. What is the OPC of Masterminds right now? MEC. Yeah, no, you know, right. It's a hybrid version called Pro, etc., etc. Have understood that little definition? So what is the first keyword you have to remember to define mission statement? OPC. OPC stands for Organizations Present Capabilities. Please highlight that word OPC. If anybody asks any owner of any business organization, For what purpose you are running this organization? That answer is nothing but mission statement. For what purpose you are running this organization? For what purpose you are running this organization? Whatever the answer is, that answer is called mission statement. Right. Now come to the next keyword to define mission statement. Justification. For what purpose you are running this business organization means to make money. It's not a good word actually. They won't use it. Any business organization owner won't use it. Instead of that, they will use this beautiful statement called, I want to spread my knowledge to the next generations of professionals. I am born here only for you. Right. It is a justification of it is a justification of firm's existence. Have you understood that next keyword now? So what are the keywords? What are the keywords I have introduced right now to describe mission statement? First one. What are the couple of questions? Who we are and what we do. What do you mean by OPC there? Organization's future, right? No, mission statement talks about present capabilities. What are the couple of questions? Who we are and what we do. Have you understood that one? Fine. Now, another way of explaining mission statement is purpose. Highlight this word. What purpose? What do you want to achieve means they will say that I'm not getting sleep right now. I want to generate the past percentage like this. For what purpose they are running the organization? Now, if you ask any business organization owner, it is not a crime at all. Their natural tendency is like that actually. We have to understand their psychology. Every business organization wants to promote their organization in a unique manner. I can give you a very easy to down to earth example. Every organization is nowadays trying to say that we have generated so much results. Our material is quite different. Our classrooms are quite different. Our faculty are directly the son or daughter of Saraswati Devi. They are using these statements to enhance sales right now. Means indirectly they are trying to promote that they are quite different people. What they are? They are quite different people. This is represented by a beautiful keyword called its own special identity. Its own special identity. Please highlight that word present in 5th point. Have I highlighted all the keywords which I can't do? Right. Now, what is the essence of mission statement now? The list of products and services offered by any organization. So far, I have explained very quickly, of course, two concepts called as a vision statement and a mission statement. What is the keyword to define SM process? Manageable. What is the first activity you have to perform there? You have to prepare vision statement. If you want to recall the keywords present in vision statement, it is the list of keywords. Direction, CPMT, distant future. Thereafter, it's a panoramic view of top management aspirations expressing towards whom? Towards stakeholders. You need 4 beautiful qualities to prepare a vision statement called as DICE. D stands for direction. I for it's a test of intelligence of entrepreneur. C for creativity. And the last one, E for it should create some enthusiasm. Have you understood those words now? Thereafter, what are the keywords you have to use to define mission statement? 2 questions, please. Who we are and what we do nowadays. For what purpose you are running a business organization means that purpose is nothing but mission statement. What is the another way of explaining purpose? Justification for your existence on planet Earth. Why you are running this organization? Mission statement is a justification. Mission statement is a purpose. Every business organization is trying to deliver one statement that they are quite different. I won't change. People won't change. Now come to the next one. If an organization delivers, right, are you following class? But I'm explaining, but in a very T20 manner. Right. Why an organization should prepare a mission statement means there are certain reasons. Every business organization, if you take any business organization, for example, there will be so many departments like R&D, manufacturing. In short, I am writing manufacturing, accounting department, etc. Every employee in every department, if you ask every employee in any department of Apple Corporation or Tesla Motors, they won't say this dirty statement called, I am working for the sake of salary. They won't use these statements. Since I have to pay, so I have committed to so many EMIs, I'm working here. They won't use these statements. Any kind of employee, whatever level he is working, he will use only one statement. I am working for a purpose. Means Apple organization injects one single purpose into every employee of any department of Apple organization. So what is the first benefit of having vision statement? Means to maintain the same thought process in every mind of every employee in the organization. You can't say that I am working for the sake of money. Have understood that first reason why an organization should prepare a mission statement? To ensure UP, to ensure unanimity of purpose. What do you mean by unanimity of purpose? Every employee in every department should work with the same purpose. That purpose is nothing but OPC. If Apple organization wants to launch innovative version of 18th version of iPhone, manufacturing department, be it manufacturing department employee or R&D department employee, they will give the only same answer. We are trying to manufacture an innovative version called 18th version. They can't say that I want to excel in my R&D department. It won't be the language of R&D employees. They will use only one statement called we are trying for only one purpose. So what is the first reason now? Why an organization should prepare mission statement? To ensure, to maintain unanimity of purpose. Now look at the second and third points clubbed together. You are talking about resources here. There are two definitions for resources. One is a known definition from BCom perspective called 5 M's. There are, how many definitions are there for the word resources? Because this word will be repeated again in second and third chapter at some concepts. So we have to learn these definitions. How many definitions are there for the word resources? Two definitions. What is the first one? 5 M's. What do you mean by 5 M's? Means for manufacturing finished good, you require some direct material or raw material. Thereafter, you need some employees. The employees has to put that raw material in a plant and machinery called machinery. First of all, you should develop a formula as to how to manufacture a finished good. That fourth M is called as a method of manufacturing, an intangible thing, AS26. Method of manufacturing. Have understood 4 M's now? For all these M's, you need a beautiful M called. Have you understood that M, fifth M now? So what is the first definition of resources now? 5 M's. What is the first one in a logical order? Material, machinery, men. Thereafter, method of manufacturing. And last one, for all these 4 M's, we need a powerful vitamin called M. This is the first definition of which word? Resources. If you come to CASM point of view, inter-SM point of view, it's nothing but total assets. How many assets do you have? Means collection of tangible. Tangible means material, machinery, etc., etc. Intangible means method of manufacturing. So what is the other way of defining resources word now? It's a collection of, it is a collection of tangible and intangible assets. So far we have explained only the definition of resources. Actually, we are talking about which topic right now? Why an organization should prepare mission statement, out of which what is the first reason? To develop or to maintain unanimity of purpose among all the employees in every department. Now look at the second and third reasons now. If you don't know your capacity, if you don't know your present day capacity, how can you invest your time and money? If you are not sure that whether you are going to clear CA or not, will you come after this course? If you have slightest belief, then only you will appear into this course. People who believe that if I work so hard, if I work a little bit hard, I have the chance to clear CA examinations. If you have that belief only, you will get enrolled into this course. Means that is your OPC once upon a time before joining foundation. If you don't have that OPC or belief concept, you won't sit in the class, CA enter classroom. Have you understood this one? If I don't believe that I can teach SM or costing or some other subject, how can I be present in this chair? So if I want to use my resources, if I want to use my experience, it depends on my OPC. Why I have selected this profession as a part-time hobby or profession means because I believe that I can manage this profession. Depending on my present capabilities, I am engaged into this profession. Have you understood that statement now? If you don't know your OPC, how can you use your resources? Have you understood this one? What is the first definition of resources? Easiest one. 5 M's. What is the second way of defining it? Total assets. So if you know your capacities, then you can use your assets. It could be men, it could be time, it could be cash, etc., etc. Have you understood this one? So what is the second purpose? If you have clarity regarding OPC or mission, then only you can allocate the resources. Have you understood this one? After allocation, you have to use the resources in a proper manner. How to use resources in optimum manner means that subject deals with FM subject if you talk about finances. So what is the second purpose? Why an organization should prepare mission statement now? If you don't have clarity regarding mission or OPC statement, you cannot allocate resources. Have you understood this one? I'll give you a down-to-earth example very quickly, of course. Masterminds wants to run a CA Inter regular batch or a marathon batch like this. That is their capacity. They have announced it to the entire world, state of Andhra Pradesh, that we are going to run CA Inter regular batch. Means they have expressed their intention to the outside world, right? Means they have announced their capability. To realize that, to use that OPC concept, they have to hire so many faculty who is good at which subject. Means Devi Swarup coming to teach SM at Masterminds means allocation of resources. Why Masterminds has allocated a resource called Devi Swarup to this subject means because they have OPC, they have announced an OPC called they want to deliver a regular course. Have you understood this one? If they remove their intention or OPC called CA Inter regular batch from their OPC, I won't be present here right now in this classroom. Have you understood this one? Once they appointed me to teach so and so subjects, they are using me right now to teach the subject on a daily basis by providing some schedules. That's why I've been present here from 2:30 p.m. right now. Means if I am teaching you right now SM marathon means it is called usage of resources. Before usage, it has to be allocated. If you want to allocate the resources, you should have clarity regarding OPC. Have you understood second and third reasons now? So, in all, three reasons we have explained right now. Why an organization should prepare a mission statement to ensure unanimity of purpose. Second and third club together. Resources, allocation, resources, usage will be done perfectly after having clarity only over your mission statement. Have you understood this one? Now come to the fourth point called as a focal point. Let us take a small example of Apple organization right now. If they want to launch innovative products, which type of skilled employee do you need? You will understand only after identifying your OPCs. If you want to launch an innovative product, you cannot take a mediocre intelligent employee. You need a very highly specially skilled employees only. Right? Which employees should work in our organization? Which employees should not work in our organization? It depends on our OPC. If you want to enhance pass percentage, you can recruit some sort of faculties. If you want to generate AIR means faculty team has to be quite different team. Have you understood those two approaches now? If your intention is to enhance pass percentage means you can use a set of faculty. If you are very sure to crack all India rank in every attempt means hopefully you might be using very different set of faculties who can deliver the ranks in every possible batch. Have you understood this one? This is the example why an organization should have mission statement means you based on your OPCs, you can identify to which employees you can offer job and which employees can be rejected by you. Have you understood that fourth reason now? So far we have finished off some discussion regarding which concept? Mission statement. Why we have been discussing vision and mission? Because these two words are the first two activities in a managerial process called SM. Have understood the story up to this point of time now. Now please quickly move to the next little concept regarding mission statement. What are the four elements required? What are the four requirements to prepare a very good vision statement? Just now we have delivered an acronym called DICE, where D stands for I for and C for and the last one E for. In the similar manner, if you are going to prepare a vision statement, you have to keep four things in your mind. Means you have to be very aware of these four facts. So the points or the facts that you should keep in mind, that you should consider while preparing a very good mission statement. Even though it is a very underrated question, it might be asked by ICA. Who knows? Now look at those 4 points now. First one, out of which some points are there. You cannot use any word directly or indirectly which is related to profit generation. You cannot use these words like these words. For example, I want to have a profit after tax of 4 crores in the next financial year. It is totally absurd. It is not professional. So you cannot use words that are directly or indirectly related to which concept? Profit generation. Instead, you can use these words called sharing knowledge. Which concept are we in actually? The factors you have to keep in mind while preparing a mission statement, out of which the last one is you cannot use any word which is directly or indirectly related to the word called profit. Next one, it is a known fact to you. While discussing the concept of mission, we have delivered this word. Every organization wants to prove that they are quite different from their competitors. If you can't do that, how can you attract customers? So please keep this point in your mind. Try to create your own special identity. Don't use any words which directly or indirectly talks about profit. And the second easiest one is, mission statement is nothing but who we are and what we do, right? Do you remember those couple of questions? What is the logical, easiest way of explaining mission? The list of products and service offered by an organization. What do you mean by product? Means it is nothing but you are trying to satisfy certain customer needs, right? If you are selling a product means, what is the indirect way of explaining it? You are trying to satisfy some customer needs. Please keep this fact in your mind while preparing mission statement. What type of customer needs are you going to satisfy? Please keep this fact in your mind while preparing a very good mission statement. Have you understood these 3 points now? So how many points you have to keep in mind as far this material is concerned? Means 3 in all. What is the first one? Try to create your own special identity. In what activity you are very good at? In which activity you are very good at? Please express that to the market. That is called trying to create your own special identity. And the second point while preparing mission statement is, what type of customer needs are you going to satisfy? Please express that fact also. Which type of customers are being satisfied by your products or services? What customer needs and which is the customer group you are trying to satisfy? Try to mention these aspects in your mission statement. Have you understood this little concept now? Right. So far, we have discussed all the concepts related to vision and mission. Can you remember all those things now? CPMT, distant future, panoramic view, where we are to go, top management aspirations to stakeholders. Here the word top management includes both corporate level and business level in the context of vision statement. 4 essential qualities to prepare a very good strategic vision statement called DICE, no need to revise. Thereafter we move to a statement called mission statement. What is one magnificent word to define it? OPC. OPC stands for organization's present capability. Whenever you hear the word direction, it means vision. Whenever you hear the word direction, it means vision. Whenever you hear the word purpose, it means mission statement. What is the another synonym for purpose? Means justification for the firm's presence. Why you are running this business organization? Have understood these keywords now? What are the couple of questions you have to ask the organization to get the mission statement? Who we are and what we do. Have you understood all these things now? Why an organization should prepare a mission statement? First one, to ensure unanimity of purpose. Second and third reasons. If you don't have clarity or OPC, how can you allocate resources? How can you use your resources? Have understood this one? And the last one is, it stands as a focal point. Which employee should be hired? Which one should be sent out of the organization? It depends on your OPC. What are the 3 things you have to keep in mind while preparing a very good mission statement? First one, don't talk about profit in an expressed manner. Second one, what type of customer you are targeting? What type of customer needs you are trying to satisfy? Please mention that fact. How you are quite different from your competitors. Try to create your own special identity. Have understood all these topics now? Thereafter, in the managerial process, first we have to prepare vision statement, followed by mission statement. Thereafter, you have to prepare these objectives and goals. As far as CA and SM syllabus is concerned, these 2 terms are used in a synonymous nature. Both are treated equal in meaning, even though there is a slight difference between objectives and goals. Right. Now, shall we discuss the concept called goals versus objectives now? Right. What is the first difference between goals and objectives? Means time limit. If your target doesn't have any predetermined time limit, then it is called as a goal. If you mention time limits in your targets, it is called as a objective. So what is the main difference between goals and objectives now? Time limit. If you propose time limit, then it is called as a objective. If you don't mention time limit, it is called as a goals. Now let's have a quick explanation of the first point now. Every organization, if they want to use SM, they have to prepare first which document? As we already discussed, vision. Since it is a huge target, you have to break down that vision statement into a mini targets such as goals. Then you have to add some time limits like this to every goal. Then goals will be renamed as objectives like this. Have understood this basic equation? So can I say like this? A group of objectives can be called as vision statement. Is it true? Yes. Next, a set of goals is also called as a vision statement. Whatever objective you frame for your organization, it came from vision statement only. Every objective is a subset of vision. Every goal is a subset of vision. Means after understanding this logic, please read yours by yourself the first point. First point under topic number 15. Business organizations, they are trying to translate their vision into goals and objectives. Why mission statement word has been inserted in that line means, I'll give you a very brief explanation of this word. If you want to achieve a vision statement, after, let us say after 20 years, first you have to start your journey right now. Right now you have to start some efforts, right? That is nothing but mission statement, OPC. Identify your OPC, start your journey. In 20 years time, hopefully achieve that vision statement. So what is the starting point in your journey towards achievement of vision statement? Mission statement. Translate vision into goals, add some time limits, you'll be having objectives. To achieve every objective, you have to formulate a strategy. We'll discuss about strategy at later point of time. Why we are studying about objectives and goals? Have you understood some logic there? Right? So what is the main difference between goals and objectives? Time limit is the only difference. Now look at the explanation of this concept called objectives and goals. These are the other names for objectives and goals. What is the other name? First one, goals are, since they are not having any time limit, they are called open-ended attributes. What is the other name for goal? They are called open-ended attributes. Why it is called open-ended? Because there is no time presence at all. On the other hand, since objectives has some predefined time limits, they are called as close-ended attributes. As far as your SM syllabus is concerned, they are treated equally by ICA. They are used interchangeably. Whenever you find the word goal or objective, it means the same in question paper. Have you understood up to this point of time now? Right. What is the main difference between goals and objectives? Time limit. What is the other name for goal? Open-ended. What is the other name for objectives? Close-ended attributes. Now look at the meaning of objectives now. What is the acronym we have used to define mission statement? What is the acronym we have used? OPC. In the similar manner, OPT. To define objectives, we have to use the acronym called organizations. What do you want to achieve in the next 6 months? What do you want to achieve in the next 4 months? It is nothing but your objective, right? Objective is defined by which acronym now? OPT. OPT stands for organizations performance targets. Now to understand that objective, first we have to understand the characteristics of objectives. Afterwards, we will move to the rest of the points in under objectives. For example, take a small example, increase in EPS. If any organization wants to increase the earnings per share when compared to the previous year, it can be termed as an objective. By what percentage you want to increase your EPS means, let us assume that 8%. In the next year, you want to increase 8%, which quantity? Earnings per share. It can be termed as an example for objectives. The easiest possible example for objective is in having new branch in the next year, additional number of branches, establishing additional number of branches. Have understood this example now? Right. Now listen to this statement very cautiously. If any organization delivers an English statement like this, what did I say? If any organization delivered an English statement and they are claiming that this is our objective, then people like us will question that what is the evidence that I can believe that that statement is objective. That English statement has to possess certain characteristics. If any organization uses an English statement and they are saying that this English statement is nothing but our targets or objectives, what is the proof? How can you say that that English statement is an objective? Means it should possess certain qualities or characteristics. Those characteristics are nothing but there are 8 in number. We have to remember as SMART plus triple C. If that English statement possesses all the 8 characteristics, then that English statement can be called in SM as objective. Have understood that equation first? Now I have to explain what are the examples for these things now. Increase in EPS. We are not saying that let's improve this organization to a higher level. It is a very general statement. Let's work hard by a CA interest. It's a very normal statement. Right? Instead of that, let's work for 12 hours. Let's finish off income taxation, total syllabus, revision of income taxation syllabus in 65 hours. It's a specific statement. Have understood the difference between these two things now? What is the first one? A general statement cannot be considered as an objective. You have to talk in a very specific manner. I cannot say that I want to improve this organization. It is a general statement. Instead of that, I want to increase EPS. It's a specific statement. On the other hand, easiest possible example, I want to increase sales. It is very specific statement. You can call it as an objective. If you want to increase sales by 18% per annum in the next 2 years, 18 number, you are adding number to it, it is called as a measurable. If you don't add number to your targets, how can you compare actuals with standards? It's not possible. Comparison is not possible. Means from your costing point of view, variance analysis is impossible. So what is the second characteristic of objective now? M stands for it should be measurable. Try to quantify your target. Add some number to your objectives. What does S stand for? It means it should be specific. You cannot talk in a general manner. M stands for it should be measurable. Means add some number to your objective. Look at the last one, easiest one. I want to increase my sales by 18% in the next 2 years. 2 years is the time limit. Objectives will be having time limits as we have already explained. So T stands for time bound. I've understood 3 characteristics now. How many characteristics are there in all? In all, for to say that a statement is an objective. 8 in all. What is the acronym you have to use there? SMART plus triple C. S stands for specific. M stands for measurable. And last one, T stands for. Right. Have you understood up to this point of time now? Now look at the other aspects in this acronym called A stands for attainable. Attainable means practically possible, feasible, pragmatic. These are the keywords ICA uses in an examination. Practically possible targets. For example, let us assume that you have been suffering losses from the past 8 years. You don't have the ability to touch break-even also. You don't have the ability to touch break-even also. Then how can you talk about a 4 crores of profit after tax in the next year? It is not attainable. You may achieve 4 crores profit after tax next 2 years, after 2 or 3 years. We don't know. But right now, try to touch BEP first. Talk in a practical manner. Have I understood the alphabet called A now? A stands for attainable. So what are the 4 characteristics just now introduced now? S for specific, M for, and A for, and last one T for. If you are trying to clear CA inter SM, even though you love the subject costing, SM or some other paper, you are not supposed to read CMA board material. It's irrelevant. If you want to clear CA inter exams in January 2026, you should not refer CMA inter board materials. That's out of our syllabus. It is called irrelevant. So be relevant. While preparing targets, be relevant, stay relevant. Don't stay foolish. Have understood that explanation now? So R stands for relevant. Even though you are fond of a cost accounting paper, you cannot refer so many author books which are present on planet Earth. Time is limited. Try to understand every concept present in board material first. That is the expectation of ICA. Have understood all the 5 characteristics now? What is the acronym we have used there? SMART. S stands for M for, A for, R for, T stands for. In addition to these 5 characteristics, there are additionally 3 are there. What is the acronym we are going to use? Like your strike of this one. Can anybody remind me triple C? Had it been a regular class, we must have discussed triple C also here. Right. So what is what are the last 3 characteristics of objectives now? Triple C, out of which first C stands for constraints. Means if you don't have enough money, how can you conduct R&D? If you don't have enough resources, how can you defeat Apple Corporation? Apple spends over 20,000 crores per annum for R&D purpose only. You have only 200 crores. You are staying in state of Andhra Pradesh. How can you defeat Apple Corporation? Have you understood this example? So watch the availability of resources before setting your targets. That is nothing but, please, objective should be set within what? Within your limiting factors called as constraints. What do you mean by the word called constraint now? Watch the availability of your resources. Depending on the availability of resources, accordingly plan your targets. Have understood that first concept? First C stands for constraint. Second one. What are the first 5 characteristics? SMART, out of which A stands for. What is the logic behind capital A? Attainable. Practically possible targets. At the same time, he is adding extra condition that don't set lazy targets. Don't set very easy targets. You have to set some difficult targets. Means if you club these two characteristics, what is the natural meaning? Means neither impossible nor easy. Have understood the meaning of A and another C now? Neither impossible nor easy. If a student has the ability to clear both groups in a grand manner, let us say 480 by 600 is his or her capability. That student, if he sets a target like this, 302, just crossing the border, means he set a lazy target for himself. Have understood the impact of 302, whereas his original capacity is 480 plus. Have understood that one? So what is the first C stand for now? What does first C stand for? Watch the availability of resources called constraint. Then only you have to set your objectives. What does second C stand for? Second C, it should be difficult. At the same time, they should be attainable. And the last C is every business organization will be having multiple departments, right? Every business organization will be having multiple departments like every department will be having multiple departments like this, right? Right. Every department will be having some objectives or targets, right? Teaching department is there. I have an objective right now to finish off the 80% of the syllabus in limited time, whereas the other department is working in this manner. There is no correlation at all. Have you understood this one? This is a timely example by God's grace. Have you understood that this one? Can we satisfy the consumer with this? No, without correlation here. Have you understood this one? Stay calm. Listen to the next point. Right. So have you understood the last C now? A timely example is available by God's grace. So what are the characteristics of objectives now? Smart plus triple C. S for M for A for R for last one T for triple C. First C, second C, third C. There is no correlation between two departments. How can we satisfy consumers? Have you understood that one? It's a live example, live industry example. Now please move to the next little concept called as everything will happen in SM class only. Have you understood that magic? So that I can take live examples. Which examples? Live examples. Now come to the next little topic called as values. Have you understood whatever I said in a T20 style now? Right. In next 5 minutes, my lunch will be digested in full. Right. Now come to the next little topic called as values. Will you take any bribery in future? If any client asks you, let us assume that your salary is 2L per month, 2 lakhs. You are about to submit an audit report. Then the company or the corresponding client came to you and said that please modify the report to my favor. He offered just 8 lakhs. It is your 4 months salary. 150 into 4, 600 hours. If a qualified chartered accountant works for 600 hours, he might get this amount called 8 lakhs. Then an offer came to you. Will you accept it? People who accept it, their value is negative sense. They are having unwanted values. On the other hand, there will be some genuine chartered accountants like this. They might not accept this 8 lakhs. So the values concept talks about the nature, the way of thinking of an employee. Now look at the first beautiful keyword to define values. How people. Here the word people means employees. How employees in an organization will think and behave. Behavior means method of work. Please note this word. Whenever you face the word behavior in SM means the way of work, method of manufacturing, etc. Some people like to work hard in a very honest manner. On the other hand, some people will collect revenue, huge revenue from customers, and they might not offer a qualitative product or qualitative service. It happens everywhere nowadays on the planet Earth. These are two different types of cultures present on planet Earth. So what is the most beautiful way to define a concept called values now? How employees think and behave, especially in situations of a dilemma. Have you understood that one? Right. Did anybody understand that example? Any student who have understood it, it's my blessings from by God's grace. You have to clear CA Inter very soon in January. Don't waste your time. Have parties only after January. Now, there are half a dozen examples for values. Even though we have more than half a dozen students here, but there are only half a dozen examples for values. If a classroom contains, for example, let us say 200 students, means at least 180 different values would be there. Because every student is born in different star or nakshatra. Every person will be having beautiful different qualities. No one will think in the same manner. You are going to occupy some magnificent positions in future in the MNCs. So your thinking and behavior will be quite different from other employees. Have you understood the values definition now? So what is the beautiful way to define values now? How people think and behave, especially in what situations? Everybody appears to be a Lord Rama whenever there is a CC camera. Have you understood this nature of human beings? Human being is the most dangerous animal on planet Earth. When compared to lion or wild animals also, in front of CC camera, everybody appears to be. I have used that cautiously, that word. Everybody appears to be. Actually, he is not. Our true character will be identified and monitored when we are in isolated manner. When we are alone, the beast will come out. Have you understood this explanation? Right. So many are there now, beasts in this beautiful classroom. So there are half a dozen examples for values. Please remember this half a dozen as a first. H stands for. Some people have extreme levels of patience, like a typical Indian housewife. Whatever husband scolds, she will survive because he is my God. Have you understood this one? This is a finest example of extreme level of patience. In SM, it is called as not housewife, humility. It's not housewife. H for housewife, humility. Can you remember that H1? H for humility. A for account. Since they are paying the employee certain amount of salary, if the boss asks certain questions, he is forced to answer that question. That is called accountability. Have understood that second alphabet called A now? How many examples are there for values now? 6 in all, half a dozen in all, right? H stands for A for D for. Some organization owners, they will offer jobs in their organization to the same caste or religion people only. There is discrimination. There is partiality in some people's behavior. If that discrimination is not present means, that is called as a diversity. We will recruit any employee based on skill only, not based on skin tone or religion or status, etc., etc. Have understood the D factor now? How many examples did I introduce right now? Had. H for, A for, D for. Means you can accept any employee irrespective of their caste or etc., etc. And the last one is some people are unnecessarily born on planet Earth with this nasty quality called honesty. Integrity. I stands for integrity. But honest people will have long-term benefits like brand image. Right. Now, second I stands for, if you take the case study of Apple Corporation, they will launch only innovative products. They are not copycats like other organizations. They are not copycats like other organizations. They always launch innovative products only. Have understood that second I? T for self-explanatory. Trust. Generate trust in the mind of a consumer. Right. Some people lose trust in the mind of a consumer. They will give a chance to that organization for one time and they won't refer that organization again. Now, what are the 6 examples for values now? H for. Are you following class? Right. H for. A for. D for. D for. Diversity. First I for. What is that? Second I for. Last one, T for. I'll give us 2 small situations, very easy situations. Employer. That is my artistic skills, that's all. If you need another gender, have this. Right. Like this. Normally they will prefer only these employees for safety reasons. Right. Let us assume that this girl is a very honest person, employer, whereas she hates honesty. The employee hates honesty. Will there be any matching of wavelength between these two people now? Right? An honest person can't work under a dishonest person. Have you understood this one? Let us assume that on the other hand, this person, boss is a dishonest fellow. Can he attract most talented and honest employees towards his organization? He can't attract most meritorious employees to this organization. Means if you don't have proper positive values, you cannot attract the talented employees to your organization. If you don't have talented employees, you can't launch innovative products, you can't get competitive advantage. Have understood the first situation now? On the other hand, let's take another situation right now. Here is an employer, here is a customer. He is a dishonest fellow, he is an honest fellow. Will he purchase his products? No way. Sales will come down. So I have explained very quickly two situations in which there will be a mismatch of wavelengths regarding values or thought process between two parties called employer in the first case, employer and employee in the second situation, the mismatch of values between employer values and customer values. What is the negative consequence of second situation? If there is a mismatch of wavelength means sales will come down. What is the negative consequence of first situation? You cannot attract talented employees to your organization. That's why values are most significant for the growth of an organization. Have understood that little concept now? So far we have covered which topics under managerial process. First one, vision, thereafter followed by mission concept, why an organization should prepare mission statement, etc., etc. 3 or 4 things you have to keep in mind while preparing mission statement, profit wala, etc., customer needs. Thereafter we move to objectives. Objectives, how many characteristics are there for the word objectives? Smart plus triple C. Triple C, first C stands for, second C for, and the third C for. Afterwards we move to a little concept called values, how people think and behave not in ordinary life, especially in situations of dilemma. Can we take that 8 lakhs or not? Can we do the wrong things if there is no CC camera? That is called situations of dilemma. Have you understood this one? Half a dozen examples of values. Acronym please. Had IIT, H for, A for, and D for, 2 eyes, and the last one T stands for. There are 2 situations you have to remember in which there will be mismatch of wavelengths between values of employer and values of customer or employee. Have you understood these concepts now? Now please come back to our meaning of objectives paragraph. What is the first acronym we have to use to define the objectives? OPT. Where did we use the word called OPC? Mission statement. OPT stands for organization, performance, target. He said that it is an unending process. We have already explained it in a very quick manner. There will be a vision for every organization. There will be a vision. It will be broken down into, and adding time limits will get objectives 1, 2, 3. If you achieve all the objectives, if you want to achieve one objective, you have to formulate one strategy. We'll explain about strategy at later point of time. Let us assume that you have achieved all the objectives. Then what is the implication of that point now? You might have achieved all the goals. Final version is you might have achieved the entire vision. After achievement of first vision statement for the next 20 years, you have to, will you liquidate the organization? No way. You have to set a second vision statement for the next 15 years. Second vision statement will also be broken down into goals, objectives. Again, you have to achieve every objective. Means as long as the company enjoys an assumption called going concern concept, this achievement of objectives is an unending process. Have understood that relationship with going concern concept now? Right. What is the first keyword used to define objectives now? OPT. How can you explain the characteristic or nature of objectives? It is an unending process. Depending on your target. If your target is CA Inter, you have to read the relevant sources of materials only. Means your resources will be allocated depending on your targets only. Your resources will be allocated based on your target only. If your target is to clear CA Inter, you have to refer certain sources of materials. You have to work for so and so hours per day. Have understood these logics now? So please remember 3 points while defining the concept of objectives. First one, OPT. Second one, unending process. Third one, depending on your target, you have to allocate your resources. Have understood these 3 points now? Now look at the other names of objectives. Another name for objective is, please highlight this beautiful word, 4th point, benchmarks. For comparing actuals with targets. If you don't have target, how can you compare actuals with targets? So what is the other name for objectives now? Benchmarks. Have understood this concept of objectives now? Right. This is a very remote possibility of asking this question. There are 7 areas in which you have to set long-term objectives. How many areas are there? There are 7 areas in which you have to set long-term objectives. First, I'll give you very quickly the acronym CT, E square, and thereafter P cube. In these 7 aspects, listen cautiously, he might pose a question on this aspect because he has never asked a question regarding this topic for the last 8 examinations. It is a highly underrated question. You might have observed September 2025 paper also. SWOT analysis in 3rd chapter is a highly underrated topic. He asked it. After watching the paper, I had not predicted, but I have watched the exam. After examination, I have this habit to present all the SM topics in an Excel sheet. I'll give some separate colors to separate concepts. SWOT analysis has been asked in November 2007. Afterwards, September 2025. Look at the gap he is maintaining. We can't predict ICA paper in an exact manner. So don't skip any concept to the extent possible, Then the nature of the next concept is in the same manner. In how many areas you have to set long-term objectives? There are 7 areas in which you can't set short-term targets. It takes time. If you want to clear CA, it takes time. If you want to clear BCom, you need 1 hour for exam. And just one material will be shared by half a dozen people in hostel. That is the logic to clear BCom exams. That's not the case with CA Inter. It takes time. So how many areas are there in which you have to set only long-term objectives? 7 areas are there. What is the acronym we are going to use there? CT, E square, P cube. And first one, C stands for competitive position. If you want to achieve the top 5 ranks in terms of sales, if you want to occupy top 5 ranks in terms of sales in the industry, it will take time. It can't happen by next Friday. Have understood this one? So what does first C stand for? Competitive position. If you want to become number 1 in the usage of advanced technology, it takes time. If you want to become number 1 regarding the usage of any technology, it will take time. Then you have to raise one question. Sir, what do you mean by it takes time? 2 to 5 years. What do you mean by long term as per this concept? Minimum 2 years. If you set a target for less than 2 years, it is called as a short term objectives. Have understood that logic now? So what do you mean by long term now? It means not less than 2 years. Range is 2 to 5 years. How many areas are there in which you have to set only long-term objectives? 7 are there. What's the acronym? CT, E square followed by P cube. C stands for, if you want to achieve rank number 3, it takes time. If you want to become number 1 in latest technology, it takes time. E square. If you want to maintain a very healthy relationship with talented employees, organization owners have to take time. You can't understand the psychology of a talented employee in 3 months or 6 months. It takes time. So many organization owners are so weak in this aspect. They cannot estimate the character or understanding of a meritorious employee. That's why some meritorious employees leave the organization all of a sudden. So if you want to run a business organization, you have to be good with your plans and you have to be very good with your employees. Have you understood this logic now? So what does the next concept mean? If you want to maintain a very healthy relationship with your employees, E stands for, out of E square, first E stands for, what does first E stands for? If you want to maintain a healthy relationship with your best or talented employees, it takes time. Second one, if you want to promote your talented employees, it even takes time. You can't promote employees just in a 1 week or a 1 month. You have to observe their capabilities before giving away extra work to them. A faculty who is trying to teach cost accounting, suddenly if you offer him audit paper, he may or may not excel. Have understood this one? Before giving that extra responsibility, you have to watch and weight the capacities of that employee. Employees normally will say that I am capable to teach anything, I can do anything for the sake of salary. But it is the boss responsibility who has to observe it cautiously. Because brand image depends on that allocation of work. Have you understood that logic now? So what does E square stands for now? First E stands for, if you want to maintain a healthy relations with employees, takes time, 2 to 5 years. If you want to promote your employees to the higher level of works, it takes time. Have you understood E square now? And the last 3 are called as a P cube. First P stands for, if you want to increase production when compared to the last year, if you want to increase the output, let us assume that last year you have manufactured 80,000 cars. This year you want to manufacture 1 lakh cars. You have to increase the plant and machinery capacity. Purchasing plant machinery is not a short-term decision at all. It takes time. You have to increase the factory machinery capacity. Have understood this logic now? So what does first P stands for? Productivity. If you want to increase the profits, it takes time. It can't happen in 1 year or 6 months. Profitability. First P stands for productivity. Second one, profitability. And the last one, if you want to care about the society as a whole, means your section number 135 CSR. If you want to do some good things towards the welfare of the society, it takes time. I've understood all these 7 aspects now. So how many areas are there? How many areas are there in which you have to set long-term objectives only? 7 are there. What is the first one? Sorry, what is the acronym now? CT, E square and P cube. C stands for competitive position, technological leadership, and the next one, E square. If you want to maintain healthy relationship, if you want to promote employees to the higher level, takes time. If you want to increase productivity, if you want to increase production, if you want to increase profits, last one, if you want to care about the welfare of the society, it takes time. Normally, long term here in this point of time means 2 to 5 years. Can you remember those 2 magical numbers called 2 and 5? Right. Have you understood this long term? 7 areas? Fine. Now come to the next little topic known as right. Have you understood all these topics in a row now? Right. What are the topics we have covered now? Vision followed by mission, thereafter objectives and goals, thereafter characteristics, etc. Values. What is the way you have to define values? How people think and behave, especially in situations of dilemma. Half a dozen examples. There are 2 situations in which there will be mismatching of wavelengths. 2 parties will be there. Have understood all those things now? Now, next little concept which is almost self-explanatory to your level is strategic intent. What is the intention of a company? If anybody asks that, what you are going to do means there are 4 elements in strategic intent, which is almost self-explanatory to you right now. The first element, how many elements are there in strategic intent now? 4 in all. What is the first element? Vision. Second one, mission. Third one, 2 words clubbed together. Goals and objectives clubbed together. And the last one is how people think and behave, especially in situations of dilemma. Values. So how many elements are there in strategic intent now? 4. As far as my knowledge is concerned, by God's grace, the strategic intent concept won't be asked in January 2026. My guess. Right? So how many elements are there in strategic intent now? 4. What is the first one? VMGO, goals and objectives. Last one, another we called as values. Now please refer that strategic intent concept, topic number 10. It's self-explanatory. Please try to remember these 2 questions. That is enough for your standards. Rest of the things you can drop the summary of vision, mission. You need not refer all these things. What they want to do and why. Please remember these 2 question tags. That is enough. If ICA wants to pose an MCQ or case scenario, he will use these couple of questions. Rest of the things is known to you actually. Have understood this? Another MCQ might be posed in this concept. Please cautiously look at these things. If anybody wants to prepare vision statement, if anybody wants to prepare mission statement, these 2 statements are nothing but examples of strategic intent. Examples of a strategic intent at what level? At corporate level. If anybody asks that, where is the strategic intent in an organization, means if you find a vision and mission statement, finding a vision and mission statement is an evidence of strategic intent at what level? At corporate level. In the same manner, if you ask any business organization, do you have any strategic intent at business level, means then they will release this document called a business model. This has a huge chance to be asked for MCQs actually in January or May. He hasn't asked this concept at all. It's a very cute topic. So what is the first evidence of presence of strategic intent now? What is the first evidence of presence of strategic intent at corporate level? Vision and mission. If any organization doesn't have vision and mission, they don't have strategic intent at corporate level. If any organization doesn't have business model, they are not having strategic intent at what level? Business level. Then I have to explain one meaning. What do you mean by business model? In how many ways can you generate revenue? With the help of regular course, with the help of fast track, with the help of crash course, with the help of study hours revisions, with the help of marathon, with the help of pen drives. These are different methods of generating revenue, right? These are called business models. Have understood this little concept now? So, what are the two evidences for the presence of strategic intent? If any organization prepares a vision and mission, means strategic intent is present at what level? Is present at corporate level. What is the evidence that an organization is having strategic intent at business level? Find a document called business model. What is the definition of business model? Different methods of generating revenue. How will you generate revenue? What is your formula? Have understood? Remember, for MCQ part, in the concept called strategic intent, first one is what they want to do, why they want to do. Second one, business level, strategic intent, business model. Corporate level, presence of strategic intent means preparation of vision and mission. Have understood this little concept now? With this, we have to move to the other part of chapter 1. Have you understood up to this point of time now? Right. Now come to the strategic levels, which is a very easy topic actually. How many strategic levels are there in CA and SM? Means 3 strategic levels are there. One is called as corporate level, business level, and functional level. Straight away, how many persons would be present at corporate level? Means 4 in number. Please highlight these 4 persons' names: CEO, board of directors, corporate staff, and senior executives. Maybe a remote chance for MCQ. So what are the examples of people present at corporate level? There are 4 in number. Corporate level: CEO, board of directors, senior executives, and corporate staff. What is the role of corporate staff? Means they will assist only CEO in decision making. They won't assist any other person in the organization. What do you mean by executive? Means a person who has the ability to take decisions on his own. It is called as executive. So how many people are present in corporate level now? 4 in number. Who are they? CEO, board of directors, thereafter senior executive and corporate staff. Hopefully an MCQ might fall. Now look at the responsibilities of these 4 people. This question would be very easy for us now, because we have discussed all the elements of strategic intent. First one, please remember in an acronymical manner like this. Corporate level people will prepare all these 4 things. VMGO. So what is the first responsibility of corporate level people? VMGO. Please remember it in a short form. VMGO. What does VMGO stands for? Vision, mission, goals, and objectives. Now, what business we have to commence in the near future? It is the decision of corporate level people. If you want to start a new business, these people will decide that. Next one. For existing business, how much capital should we allot to the existing businesses? Providing capital to the existing business is officially called as allocating resources. So point number B and C talks about 2 types of businesses. Business to be started by you and existing businesses. Which business has to be commenced by me? Means it's the decision of which person? Corporate level people. How much capital should we introduce to the existing business? It is called allocation of resources. Again, corporate level people. Have understood those 4 points now? So what are the responsibilities of corporate level people now? VMGO in short. Second one, which business to enter? Next one, how much capital should be allocated? What is the first definition of resources? 5 M's. How much capital should we introduce to an individual business in our organization? Last one, what type of leadership should we use for running the organization? There are 2 types of leadership which will come under 5th chapter actually. The first one, in short, an inspiring leader called transformational leadership style. Please note that word in full form. There are 2 approaches to leadership style. First one is called as a transformational leadership style. Means one line meaning of that concept is inspiring leader. Means he will always go for innovative products only. He is not a copycat at all. Have you understood that one? How many types of leadership approaches would be there? 2 in all. What is the first one? Transformational. What is one line meaning of transformational leadership style? He is inspiring person. On the other hand, we have another leader called as a transactional approach. He depends on schedules. He depends on time limits. He is not innovative at all in his lifetime. Have you understood this slang? Right. How many approaches to leadership style are there? Have you observed the slang, the tempo in statements? He is a very inspiring person. Who is the inspiring person? Transformational. On the other hand, there is one person called transactional leader who doesn't innovate anything in his lifetime. He will focus on time limits, the activities to be completed within a certain point of time. Have understood the responsibilities now? How many responsibilities are there for corporate level people now? VMGO, which business to enter? Thereafter, allocation of resources. And the last one is which type of leadership should we incorporate into our organization? What is the role of Corporate level people means they have to protect the money of equity shareholders. That's why corporate level people are also called as guardians of shareholder welfare. They have to announce maximum dividend. They have to increase the market share price of a company by taking proper corporate level strategies. Have understood the other name for other responsibilities for corporate level people? This paragraph has a chance to be asked for case scenario actually. Corporate level people, especially CEO, has to protect the shareholders' wealth. Have understood that corporate level people responsibilities now, right? After finishing business level, functional level, we'll take a break, right? For continuity purpose. So how many strategic levels are there? How many strategic levels are there? 3 in number. What is the first one? Corporate level. How many people would be present in corporate level? 4 in all. Leave them aside. What are the responsibilities of corporate level people? VMGO, which business to enter? What is that next one? Allocation of resources, selecting the appropriate leadership. How many approaches are there? 2. First T stands for inspiring leader. Second one, procedural like school principal. Have understood all those things. Now come to the business level now. Second strategic level, business level managers. This is the definition of business. Every business will be having its own departments like R&D, manufacturing. Every business of Tata organization will be having its own R&D department, its own manufacturing department. In that sense, he has used a word called, every business is called as an independent division. Have understood that first word? Maybe MCQ, who knows? Very easy, but a strange question. Right, now come to the next topic called as who leads each business. There are 3 other names for him. First one, easy to guess, business level manager. Second name for him is principal general manager at the business level. Last easiest word is head of the division. How many names are there for this job position? Business level manager. First one, business level manager, head of the division, and principal general manager. Now, look at the next phrase used here. Beautiful word, competitive advantage. What is the main purpose of formulating business level strategies? They have to create a competitive advantage. Then you have to raise one simple question, sir, what do you mean by competitive advantage? Means earning above average profits. Your profit should be more when compared to your competitors' profits. That situation is called as a competitive advantage. When will you get competitive advantage? Means not by formulation of corporate level strategies, not with the help of functional level strategies. Which strategy is responsible for creating competitive advantage? Only business level strategies. How many business level strategies are there in number? Means 3 in number. Cost leadership, differentiation and focus strategies we'll discuss at later point of time. So which strategies will provide business organization a competitive advantage? Business level strategies will provide competitive advantage. Have you understood that first line now? What do you mean by competitive advantage? Our profits should be more when compared to the average profits of all the competitors in the industry in a previous year. Have you understood that logic now? Now come to the, in extreme situations, business has got another name called SBU. We will refer that in chapter 5. What is the other name for business? First one, easy one, division. Extreme situations, SBU. Business is also called as SBU. We'll talk about SBU in which chapter? Chapter number 5. Now look at the easiest responsibility of business level manager. Please remember this beautiful word, translation. He has to do some translation work. I'll give you a very quick example. Let us assume that 1,000 crores has been allotted by Tata organization's CEO to Tata Consultancy Services, a software company. While allocating 1,000 crores to this business called software company TCS, they are expecting 12% per annum return on capital employed. Means they are giving away 1,000 crores to the one such business. They have some expectations called 12% return on capital employed. How to generate 12% per annum return on capital employed means it is not the duty of corporate level people. It is the duty of a business level manager. Means he has to prepare a very detailed strategy as to how to generate 12% profit. That detailed strategy as per your material is called as concrete strategies. Whereas corporate level people have issued only one statement like your father or mother, clear CA enter. How to clear? It is your job. Every faculty nowadays on the road, when they meet you, they will say that please work hard. How to generate results? Nobody is telling right now. It's your job. You have to translate those general statements released by your parents into a specific statements or plans called concrete strategies. How many hours per day, how many chapters you have to be very good at in audit paper to score more. It is your responsibility. Have understood this logic now? So what is the only responsibility of business level people now? Translate. What they are translating right now? They are translating the general statements released by whom? Released by corporate level people into what strategies? Into a specific detailed strategy called as concrete strategies. What is the other name for business level strategies? Concrete strategies. Have understood that logic now? Right. Now look at the last part in this session. Functional level people. What is the next part? Functional level people. Here function means department. Production department, R&D department. Every department in SM is called as a function. Every department will be having its own manager called as a functional level manager. Every department will be having its own manager called as a functional manager. What is his responsibility means? He has to prepare a strategy for his department only. He should not get involved in the formulation of strategies for other departments. Have understood that little common sense point? It is called as a mind your own business language. Have understood the logical explanation of this functional level manager? So what is his responsibility? He has to develop that strategy for his department only. Now, look at the keywords now. He is concerned about specific departments. Production department manager will formulate strategy regarding production department only. Why a functional level manager is preparing functional level strategies means to achieve the targets set by the top people called as business level people and corporate level people. That is the essence of point number 2. Have understood the essence of point number 2? Now coming to the third one. What is the only responsibility of a business level manager? Translation job is there. What he is translating actually? He is translating general statements of corporate level people into concrete strategies, the other name for business level strategies. With the help of which strategies you will get competitive advantage? Only business level strategies. Have understood that point? There are 2 responsibilities for each department manager called as functional manager. How many responsibilities are there? There are 2 responsibilities. Whereas the only responsibility of business level person is translation job. On the other hand, functional level manager or department manager has how many responsibilities? 2 responsibilities are there. Hopefully MCQ might appear on this little concept. No straightforward question will be given on functional level managers at all. But case scenario or MCQ possibility is there. What are those 2 responsibilities means? First one, implementation. He has to implement the strategies. The basic job of functional level manager is he has to implement the strategies. What is the additional responsibility of functional level manager? If he finds any issues regarding customer, he has to submit that information or customer feedback to the business level people so that business level strategies will be practical in nature in future. Have you understood that one? So if you want to formulate if business level people wants to formulate practically possible, realistic and achievable strategies, who has to submit some valid information? Functional people have to submit some valid information regarding customers to the top level. Top level means corporate plus business level. Have understood 2 responsibilities of functional level people now? Right. What are the 2 responsibilities now? First one, basic responsibility, strategy implementation. Second responsibility is providing valuable information to whom? To top level people. What do you mean by top level people? Corporate plus business level. Have you understood this information now? So far we have covered off all the 3 strategic levels. Look at the summary chart now. This will be the end of this last point for this session before break. Which business to start? Who will decide it? One of the corporate level responsibilities that is present in a question tag. Where to compete? Which industry? Second one, how to achieve competitive advantage? How to occupy top spots in sales? How to compete? Business level strategy. How to implement strategies? Functional level people will take care of that one. So please try to remember those 3 question tags, hopefully for MCQ viewpoint. Have you understood 3 strategic levels now? What was the series of topics covered in the first session, Andy? First one we started with SM definition, manager process. Then we moved to vision statement, DICE concept. Thereafter, why an organization should have mission statement, unanimity of purpose, etc. Thereafter, we moved to objectives and goals. What is the main difference between objective and goals? Time limit. What are the 8 characteristics of objectives? SMART plus triple C, out of which first C stands for? Third C stands for? How many areas are there in which you have to set long-term objectives? 7 CTE square P cube, out of which C for T for. What is the keyword you have to use to define objectives? O, OP, OPT stands for. Where will you use the keyword called OPC? When did you hear the word called panoramic view? If you hear the word direction, what do you mean by it? If you hear the word purpose or justification, how many examples are there for values? What are they? Out of which H stands for housewife's patience, humility. Can you remember that one? Beautiful. Thereafter, we move to a little bit easy concept called strategic intent. How many elements are there in strategic intent actually? I can't deviate your brain. There are only 4. First one, last one, second one, third one. How many papers are there in CA Inter Group 2? Right. New syllabus 2025. Right. Fine. How many strategic levels are there in a business organization? 3. What is the first one? Corporate level. How many marriages would you like to have? Next second half of the class. You will continue with that magical slang called 5. Right. God bless you. 14 kids then. You can maintain a team of cricketers actually. You can establish your own franchisee like 5. What is that franchisee name called? 5. Fine. Come to the serious discussion now. You have to use 3 questions. You have to use 3 questions to represent 3 strategic levels. What is the question tag you have to use to define corporate level people? Where to compete and how to compete talks about business level. Third one, how to implement strategies will be the question of which level? Functional level. What is the only responsibility of business level manager? Translation job, general into concrete studies. What are the 2 responsibilities of functional level manager? He has to implement the studies, and if possible, he has to provide the valuable information to his spouse. No, to the top level people. Have understood that one? Thereafter, my guess, I cannot exactly predict the question paper, but to the extent possible, based on my little experience, I have a strong guess regarding this question. Network of relationships for January 2026. If you have belief in my words, please write the answer, find the question number. If you don't have belief, watch the question paper first. There are 2 options. Life depends on only the element called faith. So what is the next topic called as? I am just praying my goddess also to give this question for this batch of students. So please write with confidence. I don't know the just question number. Hopefully it must be some second question part B. If it appears as second question part B means it will be an 8th or 18th wonder, right? Let's hope so. What is the expected question for January 2026 now? Network of relationships. Now look at this first beautiful word called as culture. Please highlight that word in the question itself. What do you mean by culture means? We have to explain it in chapter number 5. For the time being, culture includes so many things. The first one being values. Like honesty. There are so many definitions for the corporate culture. What is the first keyword to define that? Corporate culture includes so many things. Apart in it, among them, what is the first term? It includes values. Second one, beliefs. So what are the 2 keywords to define corporate culture? It is the value. Any business organization will run their activities based on the mindset and beliefs of the top management. If Masterminds works in this manner means it is nothing but the image of their thought process. Whatever they believe, they will implement in the form of schedules, etc., etc., etc. Have you understood that, etc.? Right. What are the keywords that are included in corporate culture now? It includes values and beliefs. Now, depending on your culture, based on your culture, you have to select any one of the 3 following network of relationships. If you want to implement any strategy, you have to select any one of the following network of relationships, depending on which thing? Depending on your culture. Have you understood that first meaning now? Look at the 3 possible network of relationships here. The first one being functional and divisional. How many network of relationships are there? There are 3 networks of relationships are there. The first one is called as a functional and divisional. Very easy one. Now look at this explanation now. Manufacturing department will be there in some organization. That department will be having a manager called as a functional level manager for that department. If he wants, he can decide the production schedule. What do you mean by production schedule in quick form means how many units of finished good should we manufacture in 48 hours of a particular week. From Monday to Saturday, 8 hours a day, 6 days a week, 48 hours, how many units of finished good should we manufacture? This target will be set by whom? That department manager only. He has that freedom. If he wants, he can manufacture 480 units of finished good in a particular week. If he doesn't want, he can go with 200 units of finished good also, depending on the situation. So, can I say this statement now? Is he having any freedom regarding the preparation of production schedule? Have you understood this example now? He has a fullest possible freedom to decide how many units of finished good should he manufacture in 48-hour week. Now look at this cautious statement. If top management, this is the core idea in this concept. If the top management has this culture or values or beliefs that they will give freedom to their subordinates called functional level managers. What is the value and what is the culture of top management in one organization? They are willing to give away some freedom of thinking. They will allow the subordinates to take their own decisions. If you have that values and beliefs, then you have to follow this FD relationship. Some organization owners might not give this freedom to their subordinates. They will ask their branch managers also to follow their rules only. Then you cannot use this type of relationship. Have you understood that logic now? If the top management has which culture? If they have values and beliefs, what is the nature of culture? They have their willingness to give away freedom to their subordinates. What is the example of subordinate here? Department manager, functional level manager. Please think on your own. Give me the best results. That's it they have used. Have you understood this culture? If top management has this type of thought process, then they can use this first type of relationship called functional and divisional. So far, I have explained half of the logic of the first paragraph. The next half is how many business level strategies are there means 3 in all. Cost leadership, which we will study in chapter number 3. And the last one is called as focus strategies. In the previous session itself, we have described that which strategies will give us competitive advantage. Business level strategy. How many business level strategies are there? 3 in number. Every business will be having its own manager called as business level manager or head of the division. Have you understood that one? Just now we have explained that there are 3 names for that job position. Have you understood that one? That business manager, if that business level manager has the freedom to select any one of these 3 strategies. If top management allows their business level manager some freedom regarding which aspect, you can select any business level strategy you want. I'll give you freedom. But my requirement as a top level, corporate level people is, I will give you 1,000 crores. I need 12% per annum return. You can select either cost leadership or you can go after differentiation strategy. If you don't like these 2 things, you can even select focus strategy also. That's your freedom. I don't interfere in your decision making skills. If this is the culture of top management, then they have to pick first kind of relationship called functional division. Have you understood this logic now? That's why they have used a beautiful word in the question itself. Which network of relationship suits which culture? Have you understood that logic now? If top management has this habit of giving away freedom to their subordinates, you have to select first network of relationship called as functional and divisional. If top management is not willing to give freedom to their business level and functional level managers, then don't use this first network of relationship. Have understood this explanation now? Please move to the second network of relationship called as horizontal. The other name for horizontal relationship is flat structure. The name itself suggests the logic of this concept. What do you mean by flat structure means? Even the lowest possible employee in the organization gives a huge idea regarding the next innovative product. They will accept that idea. There is no ego issues at all in this organization. Normally, superior position people will give magnificent ideas. Even if the subordinates give magnificent ideas also, this management, what is the culture of this management? They will accept ideas. They are not worried about the position of the employee. They are worried about the nature of the idea because they want to excel in the industry. There is no ego issues at all in this culture. If you maintain this culture in your organization, this is the best network of relationship for you called as a horizontal relationship. Horizontal relationship is also called as a flat structure. They will maintain transparency in their work culture. If a small kid in a family gives a beautiful idea to his parents, father will accept it without any ego. And the father will intimate this fact in a straight, honest manner to their relatives that my kid has given me this idea. This is called transparency in work culture. Have understood that parallel example now? If you have this culture, please go after which relationship? Horizontal. It is also known as flat structure. You are maintaining transparency in work culture. You are accepting ideas from any person. You are open-minded person. Have understood this one? This structure is generally preferred by which organizations? Means startups, because they want to touch break-even as early as possible. Who gives me idea? It doesn't bother me at all. I need better ideas. I want to touch break-even. It is apt for which organizations? Startups. Have understood the logic of first two things? The core word you have to remember to answer this case scenario question for January 26 is culture. Depending on your culture, you have to select the type of relationships. Have understood this essence now? Matrix structure will be dealt by us in chapter number 5. Have understood the essence of this January 2026 question? If I talk like that in a frequent manner, it will appear. That's my belief. Now come to the next topic now. What is the leftover topic now? Come to the partly proactive, partly reactive concept. So far we have covered which topics actually in a T20 manner? First one, SM wala managerial process. Thereafter, vision, mission. Under mission we have dealt what concepts? Concept regarding mission, why an organization should prepare mission statement, followed by objectives. Points to be kept in mind while preparing mission statement. 2 to 3 points are there: profit related or not related, etc., customer needs, etc. Right. Thereafter, objectives. What is other name for objectives? Close-ended, other name for goals. What are the characteristics of objectives? SMART plus, triple C. How many areas are there in which you can set only short-term objectives? There is no such concept in the syllabus. You can set only long-term objectives in 7 areas. What is the acronym? Thereafter, I'll give you the answer. You give me the question. How people think and behave, especially in situations of had a AT values. How many elements are there in strategic intent? 4. How many strategic levels are there? 3 in number. What is the first one? Corporate level, responsibilities, VMGO, which business to enter, providing the type of leadership, etc., allocation of resources. Then only job of business level manager is translation job. There are 2 responsibilities of functional level manager called as implementation and providing valuable information to the topmost authorities for the preparation of realistic strategies for future. Can you remember all those things now? Thereafter, we move to, depending on the culture you maintain in the organization, you have to select any one of the following network of relationships. Assume that you have a thought process like this. You are willing to give freedom to your subordinates. Then please follow functional divisional relationship. Under this concept, 2 people are enjoying freedom. Who are they? Means the department manager called as functional manager. He can prepare production schedule on his own. Second party being every division will be headed by a general manager. Business level manager is also enjoying freedom here. Have understood this one? What is the second one called as? Horizontal relationship, also known as a flat structure, suitable for which organizations? Startups, because they want to touch break even in 4 years as soon as possible. Open-minded, they maintain transparency in their culture. Have understood all these things? Now next little topic is strategy is partly proactive and partly reactive. Shall we go after this little topic now? Right. First one, if you want to if any company is preparing a strategy, means let us assume it as a finished good, for example. Every finished good will be having numerous spare parts, right? You have to take a decision regarding each spare part. Which spare part has to be inserted into that final finished good. Let us assume that there are 4 spare parts now in a finished good. You have to take 4 decisions, right? Out of which 1 decision might be proactive. The other 3 decisions might be reactive. In this sense, he is framing a question called a strategy of a company is partly proactive and partly reactive. Have understood that initial logic in a quick form? There will be numerous spare parts in a finished good. Regarding every individual spare part, you have to take a decision. That decision might be of two types, either proactive or reactive. If you want to launch any feature, for example, we use this example in regular class also. If Apple organization decides to launch touchscreen facility for the first time in so and so year, the decision, look at this statement cautiously. The decision to launch the touchscreen facility, one of the spare part in so and so version of iPhone, smartphone, the decision to launch touchscreen for the first time on planet Earth is a classic example of a proactive strategy. Look at the second version now. They are very successful at the time of launching touchscreen in the year so and so year 2007, etc. Forget the year number. Since it is so successful, which facility has become so successful? Introduction of touchscreen in the first version of iPhone. They have decided, Apple Corporation have decided to continue the touchscreen facility in the second version of iPhone in 2008 also. Means they have decided in the next year to continue that feature in the next version of iPhone. Now, please absorb these two examples. This is the essence of half of this concept. Proactive strategy has two elements. The term proactive strategy will be having how many elements? Two elements will be there. Out of which, watch this diagram. The first one is called as new initiatives. The decision to launch any spare part for the first time. New initiatives. This is the first element of proactive strategy. Now look at the second element of proactive strategy called as current strategy. Ongoing strategy means current strategy. What is an example of current strategy? Decision to continue touchscreen facility is an example of ongoing strategy. Since it was successful in the first edition, they have decided to continued from prior periods. So how many elements are there in proactive strategy now? Only two. What is the first one? You have to represent these keywords. First one is called as a new initiative. You can write Maggi noodles example or whatever example you want. If anybody launches any food item for the first time in Indian market, it's an example of proactive strategy. Some people have launched this fast track batch, for example, in North India 18 years back for the first time in 2002 or 3 or so. Unfortunately, he is not a rich person, that qualified chartered accountant. Every other academy has earned some lakhs and crores of it due to that process. Somebody has invented for the first time fast track batch in 2002-3 financial year, a Punjabi qualified chartered accountant. He did not earn much money at all. The other people have earned it. Have you understood this example? So who followed proactive strategy means that Punjabi qualified chartered accountant has followed proactive strategy. The other rich people are following reactive strategy. They are purely CC fellows. Means, right. Have you understood this example? So which concept are we trying right now? Strategy of a company is partly proactive and partly reactive. How many elements are there in proactive strategy? Two in all. What is the first one? New initiatives. What is the second one? Ongoing strategy continued from prior periods. These are the two elements of proactive strategy. Maggi noodles, for example, I'm explaining examples very quickly. First time, 1982, Nestle company. Proactive strategy. After watching the success of Maggi noodles in Indian market, 1996, Sunfeast brand, ITC company, Sunfeast brand, Yippee noodles. Reactive strategy. I've understood these examples very quickly now. And how many of you are favorites of Maggi noodles now? How many of you hate that concept called noodles? Right. It is not present in SM syllabus. Come to the next topic. Right. The next one is called as a reactive strategy. What is an example of reactive strategy? Yippee noodles. Rest of the CA academies introducing fast track batches. Have understood these two examples now? Right. Recently, I'll give you a very recent live example. Recently, after this new syllabus or COVID, number of admissions or students for crash courses, especially in South India, was very, very, very low. That's why some academies have almost abandoned crash batches. Because we can't maintain crash batches for 6 students or 12 students. Because we have to pay huge remuneration to the faculty. If the building is not owned by you, you have to pay rent also. So it is not profitable at all. So they have abandoned. They have abandoned crash courses. It's an example of abandoned strategy elements. Are you listening to any political news? This is an example of abandoned strategy elements. Have you understood this logic? All of us are listening to this point as if I am the news reader and you are the audience. Right. Have you understood the essence of this diagram now? So all these things clubbed together is called as a company's actual strategy. How many things we have explained right now? How many elements are there in proactive strategy? 2 elements. What is the first one? What is the second one? Ongoing strategy continued from prior periods. What is the other type of strategy? Reactive strategy. What is the extreme strategy? Abandoned strategy elements. I will give you an industry example. The decision to remove any spare part from the previous version of the iPhone. It's called abandoned strategy. The decision to remove any unwanted faculty from our team is called as abandoned strategy elements. The decision to remove any unwanted faculty from a team of from so and so team is an example of have you understood that one? Right. So all these put together is called as a company's actual strategy. Now come to the keywords part. Now it's very easy. What is the other name for proactive strategy? Means planned strategy. Please highlight that keyword. What is the other name for proactive strategy? Planned strategy. Reactive strategy is also known as adaptive or reactive strategy. Now I have to introduce you to you all very quickly some fundamental aspects regarding business environment. Surrounding every business organization there will be a campus wall, security guard, generator. No, there surrounding every business organization there will be business environment. That business environment is of how many types? 2 types. The first one is called as internal environment and external environment. Now that external environment is again divided into 2 types. Don't worry about these designs on the screen. External environment is again divided into how many types? 2 types. The first one is called as micro and the second one is called as macro. I am trying to introduce the basics of second chapter right now at this point of time. Surrounding every business, what will be there? Business environment. Environment is of how many types? 2 types. What are they? Internal and external. External is again subclassified into 2 types known as micro and macro environment. Have you understood up to this point of chart wise? Now look at the explanations. Under micro, we have half a dozen elements, acronym called COMEX, out of which first T stands for you, customers, you. As soon as customer requirements change, you have to change the features in your product or food item or sambar idli, whatever it is. Have you understood that example? Whenever there is a change in customer requirements, you have to change the ingredients in your product. Have understood this simple logic now? So what is the essence behind it actually? What is the essence behind it? Whenever there is a change in micro, you have to change the strategy. Same is the case with macro also. What are the elements of macro means? There are 8 elements are there, for the first 6 being pestle. What do you mean by pestle? First T stands for technology. Whenever there is a change in technology, you have to change the method of manufacturing also. You have to replace old machines with new machines. So what is the essence of this environment and business relationship means? Whenever there is a change in micro, whenever there is a change in macro, you have to change the strategy. Have understood that first relationship now? What is the sort of relationship between business organization and environment? Whenever there is a change in micro or whenever there is a change in macro, you have to adjust your strategy. Have understood this little concept now? Now come to this discussion now. I will give you 3 practical options now to understand the rest of the topic, right? Some business people called as innovative people. They will estimate using their intelligence, they will estimate what type of customer needs would be there after 5 years. What is the customer requirement after 5 years? They will predict that today itself. They have that intelligence. If you have that sort of intelligence, then please go after proactive strategy. If you can expect the future requirements, customer requirements in future, then please go after which strategy? Proactive strategy. On the other hand, if any business person doesn't have the ability to predict the future customer requirements, then you have to go after which strategy? Reactive strategy. Have understood these essential statements now? If you have the ability to predict the future customer requirements, then you have to prepare which strategy? Proactive strategy. If you don't have that ability, you have to go after which strategy? Reactive strategy. Have understood reasons when we have to go after proactive strategy? This is said in your keywords. Look at these keywords now in point number 2. Please highlight these keywords. if you have the capacity to analyze all possible means future environmental development means changes regarding consumer changes or technology changes. If you have the ability to estimate these future changes, please prepare which strategy? Proactive strategy. If you don't have that ability, please go after reactive strategy. Have understood the difference between proactive and reactive now? Now come to the other option now. Look at this point number B now. Significant deviations. Some people, they feel that some organizations, some intelligent business people, they feel that they have this ability to predict the future customer requirements. In fact, they cannot correctly estimate that future requirement. In that case, they have predicted what is the future requirement of a customer. In practice, they are not successful. If that is the case, you have to go after again reactive strategy. Have understood the third combination? Now can I sum up all the three combinations now? First one, if you have the ability to predict the future changes in environment, go after proactive strategy. If you don't have the ability to predict future changes in environment, if you don't have that ability, go after reactive strategy. You think that you have the ability to predict the future environmental changes, but in reality, you don't have that ability. Then there is a deviation between what was expected by you and what actually happened. That is called significant deviation as per your material keywords. If there is a significant deviation from what you have visualized and what actually happened, then please go after reactive strategy. I've understood these three practical possibilities now. This is the essence of entire big concept called strategy of a company is partly proactive and partly reactive. Proactive, other names is planned strategy. Planned strategy. What is the other name for reactive strategy? Adaptive strategy. There are three practical situations in which you have to go after proactive or reactive. When will you go after proactive strategy? If you have the ability to estimate future changes in environment. If you don't have that ability, go after reactive. You think that you have the ability, but there was significant deviation between what was visualized and what actually happened. Even then, you have to go after reactive strategy. Have understood this one? In addition to this, there is second name for proactive strategy called as intended strategy. So in all, there are two other names for proactive strategy. One is planned strategy and the second one is intended strategy. You have to club these two strategies together, then it will be called as stitching together. You have to combine, join these two elements called proactive decisions and reactive decisions. Then we'll get this beautiful concept called latest version or company's actual strategy. That is the last box present in diagram. Latest version of company's strategy or actual strategy. Have you understood the essence of this huge topic now? So what is strategy then? It's a simple decision. It can be of partly, it is of proactive or it can be of reactive. Have you understood all three practical combinations now, including the significant deviations via logic? Have you understood all these three things now? Now please move to the little definitions, hopefully in MCQ version. First one. Organizations decide image. Organizations decide image, what you want to become in next 20 years. Organizations direction and organizations destination. Comically, all these three keywords represent only one concept called vision. How will you achieve your vision statement? If you prepare a blueprint as on today, that long range blueprint is called as a strategy. Have understood that keyword now? Because vision is divided into goals, added time limits, you will have objectives. To achieve objectives, you have to prepare strategy. Then he has linked these two keywords in a poetic form. If you want to achieve vision, you have to prepare some series of strategies. That is the language he is using in first definition. Long term means 20-year wala target. So how will you define strategy now? It is a long range blueprint of organization's vision statement. How many synonyms are there for vision in this statement? Desired image, destination, and the known word to you, direction. How will you achieve vision after 20 years? What is your strategy? Because if you don't formulate strategy, you can't achieve objectives, you can't achieve goals, finally you can't achieve vision. Have understood that poetic version? Now come to the next one. If you want to achieve a market position, if you want people to remember you as a famous CA academy or as famous smartphone manufacturer, that term is called as market position. How will the consumers remember your organization? That is called market position. For that, you have to prepare strategy. So it is a game plan used by the management to establish a market position. How people should remember your organization in their brain. Have you understood the term called market position now? So what are the two easiest possible definitions of strategy? First one, it's a long range blueprint as to how to achieve your vision statement. Second one, it's a management's game plan as to how to create a market position. What is the meaning of the word market position? How people will remember your organization in their brain. For example, Mercedes-Benz, a luxurious car maker. Rolls-Royce, a super luxurious car maker for heavy billionaires. Have you understood this market position? When you hear this organization name, a Commerce Wala coaching center. This is the market position they have been generating since 20 odd years. What is the first intention of any business person, including these business people, means if you hear a brand name means you have to recollect some things in your brain. That is called taking market position. Have understood this keyword now? Now please refer to the last part, easiest part of chapter 1 called as benefits of SM. Come to the SM definition very quickly. Where we have started, please come back to that concept called definition of SM, managerial process. Then we have covered up all the topics possible, vision, mission, goals and objectives. After setting objectives, you have to develop strategies. What is the link between objectives and strategies? To achieve objectives, you have to formulate strategies. To achieve objectives, companies have to formulate strategies. After preparing strategy, you have to implement the strategy. After strategy implementation, you have to check very quickly that whether you have achieved your objectives or not. The process of checking whether you have achieved objectives or not is called as evaluating. Let us assume an unfortunate situation that you have not achieved your objectives. Then you have to think about some corrective adjustments like rectification of errors. Why you can't achieve objectives, you have to analyze the reasons. This is called as taking corrective adjustments whenever necessary. So what are the keywords present in managerial process right now to finish off this little concept? It is a managerial process of creating vision, mission, goals and objectives. To achieve objectives, you have to prepare a strategy. After preparation of strategy, you have to implement strategy. After implementation, you have to ensure that whether you have achieved that objective or not. If you are unable to achieve your objectives, please do some research, corrective adjustments. This process will never end. It happens in a cyclic manner because of going concern concept. After achievement of vision 1, you have to go after vision number 2. I've understood the entire SM definition now. Now look at these important concept from MCQ's point of view. There are two objectives of this entire subject called SM. There are two purposes. There are two objectives of this entire paper called SM. We are not talking about the objectives of business organization. What are the objectives of SM? There are two. Every SM subject will try to create a competitive advantage for every business organization. If you understand and implement SM properly, you will get competitive advantage in the market. What do you mean by competitive advantage? Means earning above average profits when compared to your competitors' profits. This is possible with the help of some SM techniques. Look at the second one. Whenever there is a change in micro or whenever there is a change in macro, you have to adjust your strategy. That adjustment of strategies will be done by SM subject. That is the meaning of the second objective called SM will guide the company whenever there is a change in micro or macro. That guidance will be in a successful manner. So what are the two objectives of SM now? What are the two objectives of SM now? It will create competitive advantage and it will guide the company whenever there is a change in micro or macro in a successful manner. Have you understood two objectives of SM? What are the 8 characteristics of objectives of an organization? Have you identified the difference? Just now we have concluded a little topic called objectives of SM. In the previous session we have discussed about objectives of organization. Have you identified the difference between these two concepts? Now please move to the last couple of concepts, easy ones. If any organization uses SM, there are 7 benefits. If any organization uses SM subject, there are 7 benefits. Before going to that, please remember this called 24/7. This 2 represents objectives of SM subject. 2 represents objectives of SM subject. 4 is the limitations of SM. Problems occurring even after the usage of SM. I'll explain it. How many benefits are there due to SM? 7 benefits are there. So please remember this funny acronym 24/7. 2 represents. Is it the objectives of organization or objectives of SM? Objectives of SM. 4 represents demerits of using SM and advantages or benefits of SM. Now come to the 7 benefits. Now first one. SM asked business organization first to prepare vision. It's a known factors. It's a known factors. If you have the ability to predict the future changes, you have to prepare which strategy? To the extent possible, SM will guide every business organization to go after proactive strategies only. No business leader will use SM subject for the preparation of reactive strategies. To the extent possible, you are forced to prepare which strategy? Proactive strategy. That is the second benefit. What is 24/7? 2 represents objectives of organization or objectives of SM? Objectives, first one being creating competitive advantage and guiding the company successfully whenever there is a change in so and so environment. What does 4 mean here? 4 limitations are there. Even if you use SM also, there will be certain problems to your organization. How many benefits are there due to SM? 7, out of which easiest one, SM gives a direction to the company called vision. Second one, SM wants every organization leader to prepare only which strategies? To the extent possible, proactive strategies only. Have you understood 2 benefits now? Come to the third benefit. SM provides a framework. Framework means it's a set of guidelines or rules to be followed. If you want to perform an activity, if you want to take a decision, there has to be certain guidelines, right? So that set of guidelines is referred to as which one? Framework. In what decisions SM provides a framework means, look at the first easiest one, 4 chapter wala topic, investment decisions. How much capital should we invest in which business? This is a crucial factor for multiple or conglomerate of organizations like Tata Group, Reliance Industries. How many crores of capital should be invested in which business? They have to take a decision, right? If you want to take a successful decision regarding investments, you have to use a framework called portfolio analysis, which we refer in chapter number 4. There are 4 methods of portfolio analysis. I've understood one quick aspect now. So what is the third benefit due to SM? Third benefit, it provides framework. In what aspect it provides framework? It provides framework while taking certain decisions. What is an example of one such decision? Investment decisions. What technique which we have to use to take such decisions? Portfolio analysis. How many methods of portfolio analysis are there means we will cover them in 4th chapter. I'm just giving you the names right now. First one, BCG matrix, and even the first one is Eiger-Ansoff matrix and the GE model followed by ADL matrix. Have you understood the third benefit due to SM? What is the first benefit? Provides a direction. What is the second one? Helps to prepare proactive strategy instead of being reactive. SM always provides framework for certain decision making. 4th one, what is the one line meaning of this beautiful word called opportunities? Means situation where we can generate more profit. Identifying the situation in which we can generate more sales and profits is the general definition of the word opportunities. When some students belonging to certain profession, you take the difficult professions, for example, CA, etc. So many students has that element of fear in their brain just because of least possible pass percentage. If more number of students has that fear element means more opportunities there for certain academies. Have you understood this simple logic? This industry runs on this element of fear only. Have you understood this one? At least it is applicable to certain students, if not all the students. So there is an opportunity to run these courses. Have you understood this one? So many parents at school age, they feel that cracking IIT exam is a huge thing for their kids. That's why IIT coaching centers are there. There is an opportunity to earn some money. Have you understood this one? This will be done by doing macro analysis with the help of which framework? Pestle framework. What are the situations in which we can generate a more amount of revenue or profit? You have to do which framework? You have to use environmental scanning model called as a Pestle framework. So what is the 4th benefit due to SM? It helps business organizations. To identify the available opportunities for your organization. Have understood that 4th benefit now? What are the 4 benefits now? First one, provides a direction. Second one, helps to prepare proactive strategies to the extent possible. Third one, it provides you a framework to take such decisions. 4th one, it helps to identify the opportunities available to you. And look at that 5th one, it acts as a CDM. If any organization is about to take a dangerous and incorrect decisions, SM will protect that organization from committing to such wrong decisions. That is called as serves as a CDM, corporate protection, corporate defense mechanism. SM will help every business organization to avoid which mistakes? A huge mistakes, costly mistakes. I've understood that 5th benefit. So far, how many benefits did we introduce right now? Out of 7. 5. First one, direction. Second one, be proactive. Third one, framework. Fourth one, find the opportunities. Fifth one, it acts as a CDM. Seventh one, it helps the organization to survive in the long run, let us say 40, 50 years. You cannot survive just on luck basis only. It enhances the useful life or longevity of the business. Have understood that sixth benefit? We'll refer these definitions under third chapter, CC plus CA. Have understood all the benefits due to SM now? CC stands for core competencies. We have to refer that in chapter number 3. How many benefits are there now due to SM? What is the funny acronym we are trying to remember here? 24/7. 2 represents objectives of SM. What is the first objective of SM? Creating competitive advantage. What is the second objective of SM? Guides the company successfully whenever there is a change in, etc., etc. How many benefits are there due to SM? 7. Please, one word, please, for every benefit. Direction, be proactive, framework, opportunity, CDM, enhances the longevity, to be referred later, CC plus CA. Now come to the easiest part now, limitations, 4 limitations of SM. Even though business organizations use SM nowadays, there are 4 situations in which you may have to suffer from losses. Even SM can't help business organizations in these 4 situations, out of which the first one is when COVID will come again, no business leader can identify it. This is an extreme situation happening in the business environment. We cannot predict when it will come again. Even though you are intelligent, even though you have AAR1 in CFNL, you can't predict it. You can't say that I am good at SM. Have you understood this one? So what is the first limitation of SM? Environment is highly complex and it is ever changing. Turbulent, sudden changes is called as a turbulency. You cannot expect what type of customer needs will be there after 4 years. Some people are worried nowadays that in any industry, especially in service industry, just now recent Sunday, on the last Sunday, we have some meeting with some well-wishers in our childhood gang circle. Some people are saying that nowadays investors are there. In Hyderabad, for example, there is a large pool of investors who is about to invest lots of money in terms of C. Let us say 1C, 5C, 10C. They are searching for valid business ideas actually. What we have found out on the Sunday brief discussion means, nowadays the investors are not preferring these sectors now. There are huge changes in the customer expectations nowadays. They are not preferring to make investments in service sector. They are preferring only manufacturing sector. Because service sectors nowadays can't give a exact number how much returns will be there. Have you understood this vulnerability or weakness in service sector nowadays? There is no guarantee that if you put 1 crore, how much profit will you earn in service sector nowadays? Because so many factors keeps on changing in the business environment. That's why we say that first limitation is environment is highly complex and it is constantly changing in a sudden manner. It is turbulent because you have 6 elements called comics in micro, and you have another 8 elements in macro called as pestle plus demographic plus global factors. If all these 14 elements change on a single day, we can't understand the impact of those 14 elements on our profits. It is very difficult for a business person to interpret the impact of 14 changes on our profits. That's why we say that understanding business environment is highly difficult. Have understood that first limitation? Second and third reasons are very easy. Look at that second one. Time consuming, because let us assume that you have 95 departments in one organization. You have to prepare 95 functional level strategies, then you have to prepare one business level strategy followed by corporate level strategy. Time consuming. And whoever prepares these strategies, they demand more remuneration. It's a costly process. It is not applicable for small and medium organizations. An MCQ point lies here. It is not possible. SM is not possible to be used by small and medium organizations. I've understood the 3 limitations. Now, what is the first one? Understanding business environment is highly complex and turbulent. We cannot predict exactly what will happen in future. Second and third, easiest limitations. Time consuming and costly affair. It's not suitable for which organizations? Small and medium scale organizations. Now, look at the last limitation. There is one business organization. They are using SM, right? They have applied, let us say 12% discount on so and so products. They have released this announcement. What is the strategy issued by business organization number 1? They have offered how much percent discount? 12%. They cannot exactly predict what the competitor, how much discount the competitor is going to offer after their strategy is announced. So let us assume that they are going to announce 16%. Can you predict that they will go for 16% exactly? We don't actually. They may come up with only 12 or 13, or they may go for 20% discount. In extreme cases like Reliance Jio launch, they will offer services for free for the next 6 months. Who can guess? Because they are also using SM. If you feel that you are good at SM, they are also using SM. So you can't predict the competitive response of your competitor, because both parties are using equally SM subject. Have you understood this one? What is the keyword you have to remember for the sake of exam? Means competitive response. Please highlight that word. Competitive response. In the margin, please write that word. Competitive response. It is difficult to estimate the strategy, future strategy of your competitor, because he is also using SM. Have you understood this last limitation now? So how many limitations are there due to SM? How many limitations are there due to SM? 4. What is the first one? Environment is highly complex and turbulent. Second and third ones, time consuming and costly. Last one is we cannot exactly predict the future strategy of your competitor, because your competitor is also using SM subject. Have understood? This is the essence of chapter number 1, hopefully in a quick manner to the extent possible. Now shall we move to the second chapter now? Please refer the contents of chapter 1 we have covered in T20 format. Right. Shall we start second chapter now? Why we are trying to cover every possible topic in chapter 1 means it is the fundamental topics to understand 2 and 3. Without proper understanding of chapter 1, you can't by heart easily the chapter number 2 and 3 questions. Have you understood that thought now? Now please move to the second chapter. First we'll have a roadmap of the second chapter. It is about strategic analysis of environmental analysis. Environment is of how many types? Environment is of 2 types. How many types are there? 2 types. What is the first one? Internal environment. What is the second one? External environment. This is the analysis of external environment. Why you are going after environmental analysis means if you want to formulate strategies, you have to do environmental analysis. Have understood that first logic now? If you want to formulate strategies, you have to perform which analysis? Environmental analysis. Environmental analysis is also called as a strategic analysis. Have you understood that first word? If you want to formulate strategies which you have to perform, environmental analysis has to be carried out by you. What is the other name for environmental analysis? Strategic analysis. Why you are formulating strategies? To achieve your objectives. Are you good with that fundamental equation? Now look at these topics now. External environment is classified into how many types? Covered in chapter 1. First one, micro. Second one, macro. What are the elements of micro? Comics. First C stands for customers. O for organization. How many parties will be there in the organization means owners. Owners will be there. Thereafter, board of directors or managers. And the last party is employees. Please note that extra meaning because it is useful for SWOT analysis in chapter 3. How many groups of people will be present in a word called organization? The O factor in comics. The second element in micro called as O. O stands for organization. How many groups of people will be there? First group of people is called as owners. Second one in the case of public company, BOD or managers. And the last group of people is called as employees. Have you noted 3 party names now? These 3 groups of people will be present in which element now? Under the factor called O. M is known to you, markets. I is for intermediaries, wholesalers, distributors, etc. And the next C stands for competitors. Second C stands for competitors. First C for consumers, you know. And the last one is S for suppliers. These terms are known to you from foundation stuff itself. Have identified all the parties in micro now? How many elements are there in micro now? Half a dozen. What is the acronym we have to use there? Comics. First C stands for consumers. O for organization. How many people are there? Owners, board of directors or managers. And the last one is employees. M for physical places in which you are running the business. Markets. I for intermediaries like wholesaler, distributors, etc. Next C for competitors, you have to beat them to get that competitive advantage with the help of business level studies. And the last one, S stands for suppliers. Now come to the other side. Now macro environment has 8 elements, out of which the first 6 are called as a pestle plus demographic plus global. How many elements are there in macro now? 8 elements. What are they? Pestle plus demographic factors plus global factors. Right. Can I ask one simple question now very quickly? Assume that there is a change. Assume that there is a change in consumer requirements. Will you alter the product ingredients or not? If you don't respond to the changes in environment, will you survive in the industry? You can't survive. Means there has to be a healthy relationship between business and environment. What is the summary statement means? Businesses can't exist in isolation. Have you understood that first concept? Businesses can't be operated in a vacuum, in an empty space. You have to interact with business environment. Whenever there is a change in consumer expectations, you have to change the food item and ingredients also. Have you understood the essence of this first question? So surrounding every business, there will be business organization or environment is of, surrounding every business organization, there will be business environment. Environment is of how many types? 2 types. The first one is internal, second one external, micro, macro. Do you want to maintain healthy relationship with environment or not? For your long-term survival, you have to interact with the micro and macro. Have understood that concept now? Now look at the next one. Look at this beautiful diagram. This concept is called as strategic analysis, a highly underrated question which might be appeared in the main exam. I'll give you a small example. So it is somewhat related to SWOT analysis of 3rd chapter. I'll give you a very easy example which we use in regular class also. Let us assume that there is a CA Academy number 1 and there is another academy called 2. There are 2 CA academies without naming anyone, and this academy is maintaining a team of faculty called F1, and this academy parallelly will maintain a team of faculty, for example employees F2. Let us assume that there is a controlling body called ICI, which defines our syllabus, which defines the exam dates, articleship, tenure, etc., etc. Whatever the rules provided by ICA, these CA academies have to follow them. Have you understood this one? Now, visualize yourself as the owner of CA Academy, right? If you are running a CA Academy, for your business, there will be business environment, right? Assume that you are the owner of a CA Academy. It's a business organization. For your business, there will be a business environment. Right? That business environment will be divided into how many types, as we have said earlier? Internal, external, under external, micro, macro, under macro. 8 elements are there. Pestle, demographic plus global. Under pestle, there is an alphabet called L, stands for legal factors. ICA is a perfect example of legal factors for a CA Academy owner or business. Have understood that link now? Means we are observing the changes being brought by ICA if you are the owner of CA Academy. Have you understood this logic now? Because businesses have to interact with business environment. We know that from first concept itself. So look at this example, easiest example. ICA changes CA syllabus once in 4, 5, 6 years. Whenever there is a change in syllabus, assume that a new syllabus has been incorporated. We have to change materials as the owners of CA Academy. Have you understood that one? This team of faculty, F1, not represented by F1, are reasonably good people, but they made so much delay in introducing the materials for the new batch under new syllabus. On the other hand, the team of faculty working for 2nd Academy are reasonably intelligent. They are very quick in launching new materials for the new course. So which academy will have the first opportunity to launch new batch under new course? 2nd Academy. Have you understood this one? Why is it possible for the 2nd Academy to launch a new batch, new course? Because they are reasonably quick. Possessing F2 group of people, employees, is a strength for that organization. Since Academy number 2 is having a strength called possessing which team of employees? F2, they had an opportunity to launch batch under new course. Have you understood that link now? If any organization has strength, what I am saying right now, if any organization has strength, sir, what do you mean by strength, sir? Having intelligent team members. It is a strength for your organization. If you have strength means then whatever transaction made by ICA, what is the example of transaction made by ICA? They have changed the syllabus. This is the change happened in macro in terms of legal factors. Whenever there is a change in legal factors, if any CA academy has strength means you can exploit that opportunity. Change of syllabus by ICA appears to be an opportunity for second CA academy. Have you understood that line? Change of syllabus. That is a transaction happened in macro, legal factors. Change of syllabus by ICA, which is in our macro environment, seems to be an opportunity for second CA academy. What is the reason behind it? Because they have an excellent team of faculty. On the other hand, now you can guess the example, rest of the example. Since they are possessing certain weakness here, F1 team, for example, academy number 1, they are not ready with the new materials for the new batch. They cannot catch this opportunity. Since they are delaying the things, means possessing this team of faculty called F1 seems to be a weakness for first organization. If any organization has weakness means the change of syllabus, transaction made by ICA appears to be a threat. We can't exploit sales. Have you understood this logic now? This is the quickest way of explaining SWOT analysis or environmental scanning. I have explained you now the only factor called L factor, legal factors. In the same way, in regular class, we can analyze all the factors also. Have you understood the essence of this example? Now, can I ask one beautiful question now? If any business organization, be it CA Academy or any other business, if you want to identify the list of strengths, you are a business person, if you want to identify the list of strengths and weaknesses for your organization, you have to analyze which environment, micro or macro? Micro. How can you justify that line means having intelligent employees is a strength. Having not so intelligent employees is a weakness. Employees is the third party present in organization. Organization definition has 3 people. Owners, board of directors or managers, and the last group is called as employees. If the employees are intelligent enough means it is a strength for you. If the employees are not so intelligent means it means weakness to you. If you have strength means any change happening in the macro seems to be an opportunity to you. If you have weakness means any changes happening in the macro seems to be a threat to you. So if you want to identify opportunities and threats, please analyze macro. If you want to identify strengths and weaknesses, please analyze micro. So analyze 2 environments called micro, macro. You will have 4 lists now. List of strengths, list of weaknesses, list of opportunities, list of threats. Keeping these 4 lists in your mind, you have to formulate a strategy. Have you understood the essence of this concept? This entire concept we have explained right now quickly is strategic analysis represented with that beautiful diagram. Watch the diagram now. Topic number 2. If you want, you can write that academy level example also very quickly. Here in this diagram, external analysis means macro analysis. Internal means micro. If you scan macro, what is the end result? You can identify opportunities and threats. ICA wala example, change of syllabus. If you want to identify strengths and weakness of your organization, you have to scan your internal or micro. If you do these couple of things, it is called as a strategic analysis. Have understood the essence of this diagram very quickly? Right. What is the end result of strategic analysis? You can formulate strategies. Why you are formulating strategies? To achieve objectives. Have understood the link between objective, strategy and strategic analysis now? This is the essence of which topic? Topic number 2. What is the essence of topic number 1 in chapter 1? Businesses cannot operate in an isolated position or in vacuum. You have to interact with changes in the micro or macro. Thereafter, we move to which concept? What do you mean by strategic analysis? What do you mean by strategic analysis? Formulation of strategy after performing environmental scanning. What do you mean by environmental scanning? Scanning micro, scanning macro. What is the end result of scanning micro? You can identify the strengths and weakness. What is the purpose of scanning macro environment? You can identify the opportunities and threats. If you have intelligent faculty, you can launch the batch. If you have a very good chef in your hotel, you can deliver delicious items. People want delicious items in the market. That's an opportunity for a hotel. If you have an experienced chef, use his skill to prepare the delicious items. You can exploit more sales. Have understood the link between strength and opportunity? So matching your strengths with opportunities is one way of formulating strategies. What is the another example I have delivered very quickly? You have a experienced chef. On the other hand, people in the market, they expect delicious items. Increase your sales with the help of chef. Have understood that matching exercise between your strengths and the opportunities available in the industry. This is the essence of which concept? This is the essence of strategic analysis. Have understood this little concept now? Right. Now please move to the. Right. Please highlight this word. What is the benefit? What is the benefit of having interactions with the environment? Very easy concept, but ask twice under the new syllabus. Because people are not reading these little questions because they are not A category questions. So what is the next concept? What is the benefit of a business for a business organization after interacting with the business environment? Have you understood the question now? Let's look at the brief explanation. There are in all 4 to 5 benefits. If a business organization tries to understand the business environment, there are 4 to 5 benefits. The first one, we are eligible to understand those keywords right now. Right. If you scan macro environment, which items can you identify now? Opportunities and threats. First one. Easiest one. So what is the first benefit for a business organization due to interaction with business environment? You can easily identify opportunities and threats. After scanning, which environment can you identify opportunities and threats? Macro. The first benefit. If people need delicious items, have a strength called experienced chef to exploit that opportunity. Now look at the second benefit. You can expand. If you have strength, you can expand. You can have additional number of branches also if you have some strengths. So how many benefits are there due to interaction with environment? 4 to 5 benefits are there. What is the first one? You can you can identify the opportunities and threats available to your organization. It is easy for you to expand, to have additional number of branches, right? What is the third benefit? Whenever there is a change in technology, you have to update your knowledge. Third one is called as continuous learning is possible. Have you understood the third one now? What concept are we studying right now? 5 benefits for due to which concept? Due to the interaction of business with its environment. How many benefits are there? 5 in all. What is the first one? You can easily identify opportunities and threats available to your business organization. It is easy for you to expand. When you identify the opportunity, you can expand the business. Have you observed the second benefit? Look at the third benefit. Whenever there is a change in technology, you have to update your knowledge. So what is the third benefit of interaction? Continuous learning is there. Now look at that fourth benefit. This has been asked so many times by ICAS, MCQ, image building. I'll explain the concept behind it very quickly, of course. Look at the example given in the board material itself. Assume that you are a manufacturer. There are frequent power cuts. If there is a power cut, means your production will be suspended temporarily. If your production is suspended temporarily, you will be running out of stock. When you are not posting any stock, it will degrade your brand image in the industry. So to avoid this situation, you have to establish captive power plants, a separate transformer for your organization, a separate facility. This is technically called as a captive power plants. For what purpose you are putting some capital expenditure on captive power plants means to avoid this problem called shortage of power, so that your production will be continuous in nature. No shortage of stock will be there. Have understood this example? Then you can enhance your brand image from customer's viewpoint. Whenever you ask stock, it will be available. Have understood this beautiful question now? How many benefits did we introduce right now? 4 or 5 was there. 4 or 5 in all. What is the first one? You can easily identify opportunities and threats. Second one, it is easy to expand. When you find opportunities, you know how to expand the organization. Third one, whenever there is a change in technology, please update your knowledge. Continuous learning is possible. Fourth one, please remember this example for this cute point. MCQ possibility is very, very frequent. Frequently is asking this fourth benefit, image building, captive power plants, shortage of power, you can enhance brand image. 3 keywords. Now look at the last benefit, easy things. You can analyze your competitive strategies. Finally, you can create a competitive advantage. What is the essence of fifth benefit? Competitive advantage. It is also the first objective of SM. Have understood these 5 benefits now? Right. How many benefits are there? Who will enjoy these benefits? Business organization. From what aspect? By interaction with the environment. First one. Identify. Easy to identify. So and so things. Second one. Expansion is possible. Third one. Continuous learning is possible. Fourth one, with example. Captive power plant, shortage of power, enhancing brand image. Last one, you can have competitive advantage. Have understood these things now? Now please quickly move to this question now. These are the elements which you can refer. For MCQ part, please identify these keywords. These are the two other names for micro environment. Task and immediate environment. Maybe MCQ, remote chance. What are the other names for objectives now? Other names for objectives. Close-ended attributes, yardsticks, benchmarks, etc. See, in the similar manner, what are the other names for micro environment? Task environment or immediate environment. How will you define micro environment? Means whenever there is a change in customer requirement, you have to respond very quickly. You cannot ignore student feedback when it is not in a favorable to the organization. Have understood this one? So you have to respond immediately without any delay whenever there is a change in micro environment. What are the elements of micro? Comics. Whenever you get negative feedback, you have to respond very quickly, because if you ignore that, you can't survive in the long run. Have understood this simple example now? That's why he used a beautiful word called immediate periphery. What is the logical meaning behind that word immediate periphery? Means whenever there is a change in micro, please observe it, respond to it. That's why it is called as a task environment or immediate environment. Have understood that explanation of micro? Maximum possibility is MCQ. Now look at the elements of macro already introduced. How many elements are there in macro? Pestle plus demographic plus global environment. Right. Now look at that first explanation, demographic environment. How many elements are there in macro now? 8 elements in all. What are the first 6 elements? Pestle plus demographic plus global. As far as my knowledge is concerned, there might not be a question on the first element, 6 elements called pestle analysis. It's not a worthy topic to be asked at CA inter level. Remote chances are there 1 to 2%. Hopefully their questions will start from which area? Demographic plus globalization, and afterwards in chapter 2. Right. Now come to the first factor, easiest factor, called demographic environment. What do you mean by demographic? Means the first keyword to identify is it is the study of business organizations have started examining the population characteristics like age factor. There are so many examples for characteristics of population. The famous example is age factor, and they have to observe the income levels of Indian population. If the income level is very high, Mercedes-Benz car showroom will be present in that city. If the income level is very low in a particular place, means Mercedes-Benz company won't open a showroom out there. Based on income level of the population, whether to open a showroom or not, they will decide. Have you understood this one? The income is an example of characteristics of population in that area. Have you understood this logic now? Depending on the income levels of residents in certain area, whether to open a showroom or not, it will be decided by a luxury car manufacturer called Mercedes. Have you understood the demographic environment now? How will you define demographic now? It is the study of the characteristics of population. What is one example of characteristics of population? Income levels. Analyze the income level of Indians in general. Analyze the age factor of Indians. Have you understood this one now? Now look at the example now. Example, two countries are often being compared nowadays, India and China. In India, young people, the domination is youth will dominate the Indian population. On the other hand, number of senior citizens are more in China. Organizations which manufacture senior citizens products, they will have more demand in China when compared to India. So if any organization is trying to manufacture finished goods relating to senior citizens, they have more sales opportunities in India or China. India will have some opportunities, but more opportunities will be present in China. How will you identify that? By observing the age factor. Age is an example of characteristics of population. Have understood these two examples now? So how will you define demographics now? Study of characteristics of population. What is one example of characteristics? Age factor. Second one, income levels. Have you understood this one? Now please move to these two questions, couple of questions. What is the question we have referred to under vision statement? Under vision statement, we have used a question tag. Where we are to go. What are the couple of questions in mission statement? Who we are and what we do. Similarly, we have used 3 questions under after strategic levels concept. Can you remind me? Where to compete, how to compete, and how to implement. Have we referred those questions at the end of strategic levels concept before starting network of relationships? Can you remember all those things? In the similar manner, here you have to remember 2 questions for the sake of case scenario questions. The first one being demographic. If you do demographic analysis, you can identify the market size of the industry. Sir, what do you mean by market size? Means number of consumers. If you want to sell your product, first you have to identify, you have to do an exercise called demand forecasting from foundation stuff, demand forecasting or sales forecasting. It is called as a market size. You can identify the market size of the industry by doing demographics. If the market size is more, means you will have opportunity. If the market size is limited, means it is a threat to you. Have you understood? Have you highlighted those keywords now? Right. Take for example, very quick example in marathon session, China. Which products will have more opportunity in China? Products related to senior citizens. Means there is a market size is more in China for senior citizen products. Means there is more, China is possessing more opportunities when compared to which country? India. Have you understood that logic now? So what is the first question you have to remember? If you do demographic analysis, you can determine the market size of the industry. Second one. You can easily identify the opportunities or threats. Now, can I pose a very simple question now? Just now I have explained to you, of course, very quickly. What is the purpose of analyzing microenvironment? To identify the strengths and weakness of your organization. Similarly, what is the purpose of analyzing macro? To identify the opportunities and threats. It is a very basic concept now. How many elements are there in macro? 6 plus 2. What is the 7th one as per our order? Demographic. Why you are analyzing demographic factors? Same logic, to identify the opportunities and threats. Have you understood that simple logic now? Have you understood this little concept? Straightforward question may not be there on demographic, but case scenario possibility is there. Especially case scenario. Else MCQ based on one keyword, study of the characteristics of population, else identifying the market size. These are 2 keywords, possibilities for MCQ option in this concept. Have understood that little concept now? Right. Now, look at this. This is the framework which we may not expect this question at CA interlevel for 35 marks descriptive. Pestle analysis. What is the main purpose of doing pestle analysis? To identify, please highlight 2 words here. To identify opportunities or threats. To identify opportunities or threats. What does pestle stand for? Means look at the summarized explanation now. The first P stands for, when will you use pestle framework? To analyze a macro. Have understood the first line now? Now look at these explanations. It is a very quick explanation. It's not more important for exam point of view. Look at that first factor called as political factors. I'll give you a very quick example. Take the country called Iran. They will not allow McDonald's to sell junk food in their country because the government of Iran is worried about the public health. India doesn't care that. That's why McDonald's has huge opportunity in India. It doesn't have opportunity at all in Iran. Means Iran country is a big threat for McDonald's business. Whereas India gives opportunity to every business. We are great people with generous hearts. Have you understood this expression? This rule is laid out by Iran government, right? So, if McDonald's analyzes the Iran government policies, political factors, Iran seems to be a threat for McDonald's, whereas India seems to be an opportunity. What is the purpose of analyzing political factors here? Whether that country is an opportunity or threat. Same old logic. Have understood this logic now? This is the essence of P factor called political factors. Now come to the next one called as economic factors. This is somewhat related to your FM. Let us assume that the cost of capital. The cost of capital referred as WACC. Have you heard that word? Weighted average cost of capital. Right? You'll have so many sources of capital like KE, etc., etc. Let us assume that the rate of interest in any country is very high. The cost of capital is very high. as a business person, analyze as a business person, if the rate of interest is very high in some countries like India, for example, will you borrow more capital or less capital? So Indian economy with respect to high rate of interest, is it an opportunity or threat for your business organization? It's a threat. On the other hand, if the rate of capital is very low in a specific country, you can borrow more money over there. You can set up branches also in that country. Then it seems to be an opportunity. This is the essence of economic factors. Have understood E factor now? Why we are using this pestle framework now? Same old logic. To identify whether political factor is an opportunity or threat, to identify whether a particular economic factor is an opportunity or threat. Have you identified this one? Now come to the quick explanation of social factors now. Which question are we studying right now? Pestle framework. Why we are using pestle framework? To analyze macro. What is the purpose of analyzing macro? To identify opportunities and threats. What is the example we have discussed for political factors? Iran, India, McDonald's. What is the example for economic factors? High or low rate of interest, whether it is an opportunity or a threat. Now come to the social factors. Same old example. I'm continuing very quickly, of course. They have delivered only non-veg items during their first visit to India, McDonald's. It was a very big flop show for them. Then they have realized that American food items cannot be successful in Indian market. Then in their second visit to India, McDonald's have changed their menu, introducing for the first time vegetarian items, chicken items. They have removed beef items because Indians don't like that item. Have you understood this one? This is called as studying the socio-cultural factors of Indians. If you don't understand the traditions of Indians, you can't be successful in India. Have you understood this one? So selling non-veg items, selling only non-veg items may not be fruitful in India because there are so many vegetarians also. This was released by McDonald's, a huge organization, in their second visit to India. With the help of which framework? With the help of pestle framework, especially social factors. You can't sell a coconut in front of a church, right? You won't have sales. Have you understood this down to earth beautiful example? Have you understood this little example now? Right. Now, so far class has been going on in a very steady manner. A single example has erupted. Right. Now, what is a down to earth example of social factors? You can't try to sell more coconuts in front of a. In the same manner, we can establish any number of examples. Have you understood this one? Right. Now, come to the next one. What factors we have identified right now? In pestle framework, P stands for, what is the quick example we have delivered? E stands for, why you are doing pestle analysis? With what purpose? To identify whether political factor, whether economic factor, whether social factor is an opportunity or threat to whom? To your spouse, not to your business organization. Have understood that logic? Now come to the fourth one called as, in the same way you have to analyze these three factors also. I have already discussed an example for legal factors called ICA. Have you understood the essence of pestle framework now? Right. Why you are identifying opportunities and threats? Because if I can't identify opportunities and threats and strengths and weakness on two sides, you can't formulate a strategy. I am doing strategic analysis. Why you are formulating strategies means to achieve objectives. Have you understood that sequential logic now? Have you understood the essence of pestle framework? Right. Now come to the valid, beautiful topics in chapter number 2 now. What is the next topic? Global factors, also known as internationalization of business. So far we have covered which topics? Shall we have a quick recap of titles at least? Chapter 1, SM, definition, thereafter vision, thereafter DICE concept, mission, couple of questions. Why an organization should prepare a mission statement. Thereafter, objectives and goals. 8 characteristics of objectives followed by OPT wala definition. Right? There are 7 areas in which you can set only long-term objectives. What is the acronym we have used there? CT, E square and PQ. Thereafter, we move to a beautiful concept called values. How people think and behave, especially in situations of dilemma. Half a dozen examples. Thereafter, we move to a big topic called strategic intent. I have asked you to remember two questions there. What do you want to do? Why you want to do? Two questions are there in the opening line of strategic intent. How many elements are there in strategic intent? 4 in all. What is the first one? Vision. Second one, mission. Third one, goals and objectives. Fourth one, values. Thereafter, we move to which concept? Strategic levels. How many are there in number? 3. What is the only responsibility of business level managers? What are the 2 responsibilities of functional level people? Implementation and providing valuable information. There are 4 to 5 responsibilities of corporate level people. Thereafter, we move to a chart called strategic levels, where to compete, how to compete, and how to implement. Thereafter, we move to network of relationships called as giving freedom to subordinates, functional, divisional. Thereafter, flat structure, suitable for startups. Can you remember all those things? Matrix structure will be referred at chapter number 5. After network of relationships, we move to strategy partly proactive, partly reactive. Proactive is also known as planned strategy or intended strategy. Reactive is also known as adaptive strategy. We have discussed 3 practical combinations out there. If you have the ability to estimate future changes, go after proactive. If you don't have the ability, go after reactive. If you feel that you have the ability, it doesn't happen what was visualized by you, please go after reactive strategy. Can you remember the essence of partly proactive, reactive? If you club all these studies together, it will be called as company's actual strategy. Thereafter, we move to 24/7 concept. 2 objectives of SM, 4 limitations of SM, 7 benefits. Can you give me the first benefit? Direction. Second one, be proactive, framework, pathfinder for opportunities. It acts as a CDM. 6th one is it enhances the longevity. 7th one, to be discussed later, called CC plus CA. 4 limitations of SM called as first one, environment is highly complex and turbulent. Thereafter, time consuming, costly process. It is not so easy to estimate the competitor response. 4th limitation. Then we move to chapter number 2, strategic analysis of which environment? External environment. Environment is of 2 types. Internal, external. External is of how many types? 2 types. Micro, macro. Elements of micro. Comics, elements of macro, pestle plus demographic plus global. What is the purpose of scanning micro? To identify strengths and weakness. What is the purpose of analyzing macro? To identify opportunities and threats. Just now we have finished off the analysis of demographic factors. What is the keyword used to define demographic? Study of characteristics of population. Can you give me 1 or 2 examples? Age, income, market size, opportunities, threats, or the keywords present in your material. Thereafter, we move to the list of pestle factors like political factor. Is it an opportunity or threat? Economic, socio-cultural factors, technological. You are finding in every case whether it is an opportunity or threat to our business or nation. After identifying opportunities and threats, you have to match opportunities with strengths to formulate strategies to achieve objectives. Is this the story we have discussed right now? Of course, in a T20 format. The next factor is called as global factors. Come to the next topic called as global factors. Right. What is the next concept? Global factors, also known as internationalization of business. Any company, Indian company moving outside India is called as going global. Have you understood that simple meaning? There are 4 purposes for which companies move outside India, especially Indian companies. Please highlight those purposes. First one, to increase revenue. We have to move outside India. To increase revenue, we have to move outside India. To reduce expenses, we have to move outside India. So what are the 2 silly purposes for globalization? First one, to increase revenue, to reduce expenses. What is the third purpose of internationalization? To achieve greater economies of scale. For that, to understand that concept, please quickly move within 4 seconds experience curve. Search that concept since we are in marathon. You can't take 4 days to search that topic. Gaining competitive advantage. It is referred to as meeting competition. So how many benefits are there after interacting with business environment? 5 in all. What is the first one? You can identify opportunities and threats. Second one, expansion will be very easy. Third one, continuous learning is possible. Captive power plant wala example is called image building, and the last one, you can achieve competitive advantage referred to as meeting competition. How many elements are there in macro? Pestle plus demographic plus global. Why do you analyze elements of macro? To identify opportunities and threats. You have to identify whether so and so political factor, political policy is an opportunity or threat to you. In the same manner, we have to analyze all the elements of pestle. Thereafter, we move to which concept? Demographic factors. What is the keyword to define demographics? Study of characteristics of population, examples, age and income, India, China. You can identify the market size present in an economy. You can identify opportunities or threats. That was the essence of demographic. Thereafter, we tried to move to global factors, also known as internationalization. Any company moving away from their original country outside India is called as globalization or internationalization. What are the four purposes for which a company becomes a global company? Means there are four purposes. The first two are very easy in nature: trading account credit side and trading account debit side. Any organization wants to increase the credit side items called revenue, and any business organization wants to reduce their expenses from debit side. So what are the first two purposes of globalization? Increasing revenue, decreasing expenses. These are two purposes. Now come to the third valid purpose. We have to focus on this beautiful concept: to achieve greater economies of scale. This is the third purpose. This is the third purpose for which a company becomes a global company. Have understood that one? To understand that phrase called achieving greater economies of scale, we have to discuss which concept? Experience curve. First point, it was asked in September 2025. Hopefully there would be no question on January 2026. Hopefully 95%. We don't know exactly. He may repeat that question also. We don't know. He's a very, very mad person. Now, who is mad person? Right. He's also called as a failed students will call him as person of unsound mind. And successful students call him as a very great person. It changes. Right. So what is the other name for experience curve? Means learning curve. Highlight that word. What is the other name for ICA? No. What with respect to successful student? It's a very good regulating body. Now, what is the other name for experience curve now? Learning curve. Now, look at this concept called as learning curve. Very easy concept, right? I'll give you a very quick example. Let us assume that rate per hour is equal to 300. We will tackle this example in a very decent form in regular class. Now, I'm delivering this example in quick form because without example, we can't remember those keywords. What is the rate per hour? Standard rate. SR is called 300 rupees per hour for a factory worker. What is the ST? Standard time. Standard time means the time allowed by the management to manufacture 1 unit of finished good. A reasonable, intelligent employee has to manufacture 1 unit of finished good in a standard time called 60 minutes. What is the standard rate they are allowing us to factory employees? 300 rupees per hour. Let us take a qualified employee but doesn't have work experience. He was given a job in factory. If you allow a fresh worker to work at a factory site, let us assume that the actual time taken by that inexperienced worker, it appears to be 90 minutes. Then if you visualize, if you want to prepare a cost sheet, for example, for 1 unit of finished good on an imaginary basis, let us assume it as direct material, 1000 rupees, imaginary numbers. Direct labor or direct employee cost, what is his actual time? 90 minutes. What is rate per hour? 300. What is the direct labor or wages here? 450. Assume other direct expenses as 200. What is the prime cost here? 1650. Let us further assume extend this example after 4 months. The same old employee, after 4 months, the same employee has reduced his actual time to 60 minutes. Then what will be the difference here? 1000 will be the same, other things being constant, right? 450 will come to 300. Let us assume 200 as constant. What is the prime cost now? It is 1500. Look at the beauty of this example now. Same employee, same finished good, same quality is maintained, but prime cost will differ as the worker increases his efficiency. As the worker increases his efficiency, the same quality finished good, cost per unit will be low. Have you understood this phenomenon here? So if the worker has more experience, means cost per unit will come down. This is the only reason why business organizations prefer experienced employees. Have understood this advantage now? Now, if your prime cost goes on decreasing, let us assume the same worker after 1 year, without disturbing, without spoiling the quality of finished good, let us further assume that he took just 45 minutes to manufacture a fantastic finished good. What will be the direct wages number then? Will it be less than 300 or not? What would be that number now for 45 minutes? It will be 225 for 45 minutes. So as the worker gains experience, he has achieved which one? An increase in efficiency. Increase in efficiency by an employee decreases the cost per unit. Have you understood this logic? This is the keywords present in definition of experience curve. Now shall we watch the keywords out there now? Now look at the experience curve definition with this little understanding now. Look at the point number C straight away. The concept of experience curve is based on which activity? The activity we took as an example is called, it is based on a common experience called as average cost per unit will come down as the firm accumulates or gains experience in terms of volume of production. Have you highlighted those keywords now? As the volume of production increases, what is he saying actually? Average cost per unit will come down. Now look at that point number B now. It explains, this is the definition we have explained with the help of example right now. What is experience curve means? It is efficiency increase. Our example is applicable to point number B actually. It is called efficiency increase gained by whom? Gained by workers through what activity? Through a repetitive, experienced, productive work. That example is apt for point number B. What is the other name for experience curve? It is called as a learning curve. Now I'll give a small example from your foundation stuff regarding point number 1C. Variable cost per unit. Variable cost per unit. Assume that all the other factors are remaining same. Will it be constant as the volume of production increases? As you increase the volume of production, variable cost per unit will remain same. Total variable cost will increase. You know that simple logic from foundation stuff. Come to the other side now. If you express fixed cost in terms of unit, per unit, then as you increase the volume of production, fixed cost per unit will come down. Watch these two numbers in a cumulative form. Variable cost per unit will be constant as you increase the volume of production, whereas fixed cost per unit will come down. If you club these two impacts, what is the cumulative impact means? Total cost per unit will come down. He said that average cost per unit will come down in your material. Have you understood that point number B definition of experience curve now? So there are two definitions of experience curve now. First one with our cost sheet example. Whenever there is an increase in efficiency on the part of employee, you will have experience curve advantage. What do you mean by experience curve advantage? When compared to competitors' cost per unit, our cost per unit should be very low. Have you understood that logic? When you can say that a business organization enjoys experience curve advantage, our cost per unit should be very low when compared to the cost per unit of our competitor. That's why business organizations prefer to give jobs to experienced employees. They can decrease cost per unit. Have you understood this beautiful logic now? So far we have introduced just three things regarding experience curve. First one, very simple issue. What is the other name for? Experience curve, learning curve. How many definitions are there for the concept called experience curve? Two definitions. What is the essence of point number B now? Efficiency increase on the part of employees. What is the reason behind that? Due to repetitive production work. Have you understood that first one? What is the essence of point number C there? As the volume of production increases, foundation stuff, the total cost per unit will come down. When the total cost per unit for your organization is very low in the industry, you are experiencing which advantage? Experience curve is in the nature of benefit to the organization. Have understood that summary? Experience curve is in the nature of benefit to the organization. Have understood these two definitions? Now come to this benefit will be applicable to which organizations in the industry? Very silly logic. To larger organizations, because they will produce more goods. So experience curve advantage will be enjoyed by which organizations? Please underline the keyword present in point number 2. Point number 2 called as larger firms. Who will enjoy the experience curve advantage? Small scale organizations or large scale organizations? Larger firms. If you have any advantage regarding cost, please listen to it very cautiously. Hopefully MCQ might fall on this or case scenario. Look at this fantastic keyword called competitive cost advantage. our cost per unit is very low when compared to the cost per unit of our competitors. Is it not beneficial to our organization? That benefit technically called as a competitive cost advantage. Our cost per unit is very low when compared to whom? When compared to our competitors, cost per unit. That benefit has a technical name in your syllabus called as a competitive cost advantage. This competitive cost advantage will be accrued to which organization? Larger or smaller organizations? Only large organizations will enjoy this benefit. Have understood the essence of point number 2 now. If any organization wants to achieve experience advantage, there are 4 reasons for it. If you have any one reason, you can enjoy experience advantage. What are the 4 reasons means? Look at these 4 reasons. We use this funny acronym here called PELT. P stands for please redesign your product, cost per unit will come down. With the latest technology available, please redesign the product, your cost per unit will come down. So what does P stand for here? P for product design. If you redesign your product, which will come down? Cost per unit will come down, then you will enjoy which advantage? Experience advantage. Look at the second one, no need to explain. Increase the volume of production, total cost per unit will come down. Economies of scale. Have understood 2 alphabets now. How many reasons are there to enjoy experience advantage? 4 reasons are there. What is the acronym we are going to use here? PELT. P stands for redesign the product, cost per unit will come down. Increase the volume of production, average cost per unit will come down. Look at the L factor now. If you have experienced worker, cost per unit will come down. Cost sheet example. Third one, L for learning effects. Have understood 3 alphabets now. What's the last one? T stands for use the latest technology, cost per unit will come down. Technological improvements. Have understood 4 reasons now. So what would be the question on this aspect means? What are the 4 factors which gives an organization an experience advantage? What is the acronym? PELT. P stands for product redesign, E for economies of scale, L for employee efficiency, learning effects. Last one, use the latest technology, technological improvements in product manufacturing. Have understood this one? Let us assume that this is the last easiest point under experience curve. Let us assume that you are running a business organization. You are enjoying which advantage now? Experience curve advantage. Then cost per unit will be low when compared to whose cost per unit? Then your sales will be more. Consumers will purchase your product because you will charge least MRP. Have understood this logic now? When your cost per unit itself is very low, you can charge least MRP. People will buy your items only when compared to your competitors' products. Is it not an advantage? Is it not an advantage to you? That is referred to as you can discourage your competitors. If you have the advantage called experience curve, you can defeat your competitors. Defeating your competitors with this advantage is referred to as discouraging competition. This is called usefulness of experience advantage. Relevance means how it is useful to business organization. What is the second use I have introduced right now? You can discourage competition since you are enjoying which advantage? Experience advantage. Look at the next easiest one. If anybody wants to start the same business, the business which we are doing right now, if any new entrant wants to come to the industry, we can block him because the new entrant doesn't have experience. He doesn't know how to reduce cost per unit. We can block the new entrant also. So what are the 2 benefits of having experience advantage? We can kill the existing competitors. We can block the future competitors. Have understood the 2 relevant factors now? Please identify these 2 keywords. It acts as a barrier for new organizations who wants to start the same business as we. Second one, you can discourage the existing competitors. Have understood this beautiful concept now? Why we are studying experience curve concept means because we are following a sequence now. We have actually started which concept? Internationalization of business, for which there are 4 purposes, out of which the third purpose is to achieve greater economies of scale. To understand economies of scale, we move to which concept? Experience curve. What is the other name for experience curve? Learning curve. How many definitions are there for experience curve? 2 are there. The first one, increase in efficiency gained by employees during repetitive production work. What is the second definition? Foundation economics wala. As the volume of production increases, average cost per unit will decline. How many factors are responsible for this advantage? 4. What is the funny acronym? PELT. P stands for product redesign, E for economies of scale, L for learning effects, employer, T for latest technology. relevance. Under relevance paragraph, you have two important issues. You can kill the existing competitors, you can block the new entrants. I've understood this little concept now. Now, please go back to the original concept called internationalization, fourth purpose. Right. What was the fourth purpose for becoming a global company? What is the fourth purpose? Have you watched that phrase now? What is the fourth purpose? If you want to extend the lifespan of a product, you have to go after globalization or internationalization. To understand this concept, we have to move to a concept called PLC. Now, please watch the question PLC called as product life cycle. Now, shall we refer this last concept for this beautiful session? Right. What is the concept we are going to deal right now? PLC. PLC stands for, if any student right now in this classroom is going to clear CMA final also, there is one huge topic in SCM called Strategic Cost Management, Product Life Cycle Accounting. SM will stay with you forever until final. No worries at all. So there are a lot of benefits in understanding SM subject. You can crack that SCM paper at CMA final also, which would be very easy for you, hopefully. Right. So look at this concept now. Is it PLC or PLC accounting? PLC. PLC stands for product life cycle. Like human beings, every product will be having its own journey. What did I say right now? Like every human being, every product will be having its own journey. In that journey, there will be 4 stages. So what are the names of those 4 stages? Means look at the next page diagram. The first stage is called as introduction stage. Any product which was recently launched into the market, any product which was recently launched into the market, there is a little bit of sales, no big sales was there for that launched product, then that stage is called as introduction. How can you say that? How can you say that a product is right now is present in introduction stage? There should be some characteristics, right? So look at the list of characteristics now. The first one is competition should be almost negligible. Little competition should be there. What is the first evidence that you can say that whatever product you are manufacturing and selling right now is present in introduction stage of PLC? Means what is the first evidence? Competition should be almost negligible. This is the first characteristic. Second one, you have to charge more prices. Look at this beautiful word used here. Prices are not high. ICA won't give marks if you write only high prices. Prices are relatively high. Sir, what do you mean by relatively in that context? Means let us assume that there is an electric vehicle right now which is having a very little sales. Competition is almost negligible. You are charging for, let us say for example, 1,40,000 for so and so model of electric vehicle. In future, the same product, electric vehicle, the same model EV bike will be shifted to second stage over a period of time. When the same product enters into its second stage called as growth stage, then you will charge MRP, which is of course it would be less than 1,40,000, let us say 95,000. There are so many reasons for it. I'll explain it. At present I'm trying to explain what phrase now. Why the prices are relatively high when your product is present in which stage? First stage. What is the first stage named as? Introduction stage. What is the second evidence you are going to study now? Prices should be relatively high. Sir, what do you mean by relatively? You are not comparing the MRP of EV product with some other product. You are comparing the MRP of the same product when it comes to the second stage. Have I understood that logic now? That is the meaning of this phrase called the prices of EV are relatively high when compared to the same product's MRP when it reaches second or third stage. So what are the first 2 evidences that you can say that your product is in introduction stage? Competition should be almost negligible. You can take EV example right now in the industry. Second one, MRP should be high or relatively high? Relatively high. Have understood the significance of the word relatively there. And the last one, in limited number of places you are going to sell EVs. You cannot expand your business straight away because people are unaware of the features in the EV bikes. Lack of knowledge is the reason. When the people are not sure about what is going to happen with battery life of EVs, means they are still purchasing. 92% of the people are still purchasing petrol bikes only. But we talk a lot about electric vehicles. We don't purchase it. We have some suspicions regarding infrastructure, charging stations, battery life. Have you understood this one? So due to lack of knowledge on the part of customers, sales will grow for EV vehicles, but at what rate? At a lower rate. Sales will grow even if even if your product is in first stage, sales will grow, but at what rate? At a very lower rate. What is the reason behind it? Because people doesn't have any understanding regarding the operation of electric vehicles. I've understood these characteristics now. Which stage are we in right now? PLC stage number 1, called as introduction stage. What are the characteristics of stage 1? The competition should be almost negligible, the prices should be relatively high, and the last one, sales will grow, but at what rate? At a lower rate. What is the reason behind it? Because they don't have any knowledge or awareness regarding the usage of the product. Have understood this one. Now look at this second stage now. After some time, this EV product will move. After 5 years or 8 years in Indian market, this electric vehicle products will be promoted to which stage? Second stage. Right now, let us assume that any most selling products called as smartphones, for example, these products right now are present in which stage? Second stage. They are enjoying huge sales. How can you say that so-and-so product right now as on today is present in second stage of PLC? Means look at the characteristics now. I'll explain in a logical manner. Right, first one. This is the first one you have to remember. The some other characteristics will follow this logic. Be cautious with while remembering this logic only. The demand expands. Why the demand expands means customer has some knowledge regarding the product. Have you identified the logical explanation now? Why it is enjoying great sales in second stage of PLC means customers have acquired some knowledge regarding the maintenance of electric vehicles now. Since they have some knowledge regarding the products, demand will expand. Look at the continuity of logic. Since demand is more, so many competitors will enter into the same business. So competition increases. When the competitors are more in the industry, to enhance your sales, you have to reduce your MRP. Have you understood the stretch of logics now? Shall we repeat again? How can you say that your product falls under second stage now? First one, people have more awareness. When people have more awareness, demand will be more. When demand will be more, so many competitors will come to the industry. So you have to reduce MRPs. Have you understood this one? And the last one is, since demand is more, you have to sell the products in more geographic locations. Market expands. Have you identified all the characteristics now? Right. So far we have introduced how many stages now? 2 stages of which concept? PLC concept. PLC stands for product life cycle. What is the first stage name? Introduction. What about the nature of competition in stage 1? Is almost negligible. What about MRPs in stage 1? They are relatively high. What about markets in stage 1? They will be limited. What about the nature of markets in second stage? Market expands. What about the awareness of customers in second stage? It increases. When awareness is more, demand will be more, competition will be more. You have to reduce prices. You will expand the number of locations also. Market also expands. These are the evidences of a second stage product. Now easily you can guess the third one called as a maturity stage. Now can I ask one simple question? Sales, whether they will increase in stage 1 or not? Sales, whether sales will increase or decrease in stage 1. They will increase, but a very, very slow rate. What about the second stage? They will increase in a rapid manner because there is a huge rise in demand. Have understood the difference now? If you watch very cautiously the journey of that product in third stage, for majority part of the third stage, sales will increase. It will reach a peak position called saturated position. In the climax phase of third stage, sales will dip a bit. It will start to decline. Have understood that curve over there in third stage? Sales will reach its top position in what stage now? In third stage only. In the climax last phase of third stage, sales will try to decrease. In the fourth stage, they will fall very sharply. Have understood that graph now? Now look at the keywords. How can you say that a product is present in maturity stage or third stage of PLC means? First one, competition gets to a maximum point, gets tough. Now if you revise all the nature of competitions in the first 2 stages means nature of competition is almost negligible, demand increases, competition increases. Now it becomes very, very tough. You cannot get additional customer nowadays. You have to protect your own existing customers. Have you understood that one? Due to this, you cannot expand your business to new places. Market gets stabilized, competition gets tough. Because of this competition, your profits will come down. Have you understood 3 characteristics of third stage now? What is first one? Competition gets tough. You cannot expand to new places. Market gets stabilized. Due to this, profits will come down. Have you understood 3 characteristics now? Now look at the fourth stage now. in the previous question paper, they have used a case scenario. They have used exactly these keywords. ICA can't escape from these keywords, especially in SM. You can be very assured about these keywords. Sales and profits will fall down very sharply. Then you have to identify whenever the sales and profits of a so-and-so product falls down, what is the reason behind it? Some new product have been launched into the market. Why landline sales have been demoted very drastically means feature phone came into the market, landline sales got decreased. With the invention of smartphone, landline sales almost came to zero now. Have you understood this one? So with the introduction of smartphones, feature phone sales were down. Means if a new product was launched into the market, your product will enter into which stage now? Fourth stage. Please highlight this beautiful reason here. New product is replacing the existing product. ICA have to use this word if you want to raise a case scenario question regarding fourth stage. Have you understood the essence of 4 stages now? Now to sum up this chapter, I have explained in one dimension now why we have to use PLC concept means PLC concept. Why we are discussing this concept right now in our sequence now? Because our fourth purpose of globalization is how to extend the lifespan of the product. Now look at this simple example. I'm dealing with the example very in a quick form. Let us assume that there are soft drinks, right? Like Coke. I'll take a very simple 2-minute example. Coke is a product, right? Let us assume the manufacturer of Coke in US market. They might have launched that Coke product in US market some years ago. Means Coke was present in the first stage in US market. After some years, it might be shifted to second stage in US market. After that, Coke product might be shifted to third stage in which market? In US market. Because some other replacement drinks are being launched into the US market. Then look at the intelligence of these business people. Coke was then introduced. While the Coke was present in third stage in US market, because it is going to decline in the fourth stage, sales will be down now. They have invented a route called globalization. Let's introduce Coke into Indian market. It will be in second stage or first stage. They are extending the lifespan of Coke. Have you understood this beautiful example? This was the fourth purpose of globalization. Have you understood this logic now? So what is the fourth purpose of internationalization? How to extend the lifespan of Coke? Please introduce the Coke into Indian market. It will be placed in first or second stage. In US market, you can't increase the sales of Coke right now. Have you understood that logic? Right. So far, have you understood PLC concept now? And one more little statement. MCQ wala. It is an S-shaped curve. Even though it is not S, it is almost S. Right. Can I ask one little question before ending this session? What is one of the responsibilities of corporate level people we have discussed? Providing the type of leadership. How many approaches are there for leadership style? 2 are there. We'll discuss that chapter in depth in chapter 5 actually. What are the names for the time being? Inspiring leader, procedural leader called transactional leader. Now look at this paragraph now. Let us assume that whatever product you are manufacturing and selling right now, if it falls under stage 1, please think as a business person using common sense. Will you invite transactional leader or transformation leader? We need inspiring person to generate more sales. Same is the case with stage 4. If your product right now is in stage 4, you need again inspiring leader called transformational leadership style. Have you understood these logics now? Let us assume that your product falls under stage 2 and stage 3. Fortunately, you are enjoying great sales now. You need a procedural brain to run the company. Then if your product falls under stage 2 or stage 3, which leadership you need actually? Transactional leadership style. Have understood the link between leadership approaches and PLC concept now? One more link is there to end this concept. How many strategies are there? Corporate level, business level, functional level, right? What is the another use of PLC concept means? Let us assume that your product falls in first stage right now. Now I am explaining PLC concept with what dimension? With corporate level viewpoint. Let us assume that your product right now is in which stage? Introduction stage. There are 4 corporate level studies I'm introducing for the first time in the marathon session. First one is called as a stability strategy. You might have heard these terms. There are 4 corporate level strategies: stability strategy, expansion strategy, retrenchment strategy, and combination of strategies. You have to understand the link between PLC concept and corporate level strategy selections. When will you select stability strategy? When will you select expansion strategies? There is some sort of relationship with the PLC concept. Have you understood the situation now? Now I'll deliver one little statement now. If your product falls under first stage, will you expand or will you remain over there? You should not go after stability strategy. How long will you stay as a startup? How long will you stay as a loss-making company? You have to touch break even. Means you have to expand. So stage 1, if your product falls under stage 1, which strategy is suitable to you? Expansion. If your product falls under stage 2, you have to still select expansion. If your product reaches the saturated point, please don't try to increase customers, at least protect your existing customers. So third stage means stability strategy, and fourth stage, I need not explain this silly concept, you have to select retrenchment strategies. Have you understood this link now? That's why you will find a very beautiful word called appropriate strategy. Can you find that word in your material under PLC concept? Appropriate strategies must be chosen. Now, what was the last concept we have been discussing? Actually, we are in chapter number. Do you remember all those things? Do you remember CPMT at distant future? Do you still remember DICE? OPC? Are you listening to the question actually? Because you are giving only one answer. Yes, sir. Are you married? Right. Will you write January 2026 exam? Will you clear at least one group in January 2026 CA inter exam? I said at least. I said at least one group. At least one includes 2 groups. Right. Fine. How many of you would like to have multiple marriages? Second half of the class. Right. How many chapters are there in SM? How many marriages would you like to have? Right. Now, this is called setting tempo for the batch actually. Some people think that this is a fun session. No. Now, come to the last concept, PLC. How many stages are there in PLC? What is the first stage name? Second one. What is the nature of competition in stage 1? Competition is almost negligible. With the help of PLC, with the help of a PLC technique, can we select appropriate leadership approach? If your product falls under stage 1 or stage 4, which type of leadership? Somebody is saying that very clever students. Trans, after that no word is coming at all. Trans, then I have to fill in the blank actually. Right. So you can do that. Somebody is saying that you can do that. My responsibility is just 50% of the answer. Now, what is the third stage name? Third stage name. Second stage name. Nature of competition in second stage. Nature of competition in second stage. It will be very high. Demand rises. Competition will be high. Competition gets tough in what stage? With the help of PLC, can we select appropriate corporate level strategy? If your product falls under stage 3, what is the corporate level strategy? You have to select. Is it stability? If your product falls under stage 1, will you go for stability? Will you prefer loss-making organizations for the rest of your life? Right. If you're, got it, Tali. Somebody is saying that, no, sir, as if it is a frustrated question. Right. What is the fourth stage name? What is the fourth stage name? How many elements are there in a strategic vision? You have to shift your gear to another chapter. What is the acronym we have used there? Mission talks about distant future. Correct or incorrect? Are you sure? Now come to the next little concept called as reasons for globalization. Now, how many reasons are there for globalization? Means there are so many reasons. Who cares about those reasons? Now come to the first one, the need to grow, a self-explanatory reason. Now please focus on the second reason, which is significant from MCQ viewpoint also, right? Nowadays, due to advances in technology, faster communication is possible. Due to speedier communication and speedier transportation, you can establish your offices or factories outside India. This is one of the reasons for globalization. So you have to remember this subheading first. What is the subheading called as? Rapid shrinking of time and distance due to advancements in some forms of technology. Now look at the third reason in your material. Domestic markets are no longer adequate enough. I'll explain the logic in a very quick form. Let us assume a country like this. It's a country number 1. It's a country number 2. Right? Let us assume that you are a domestic to this, with respect to this country number 1. You have manufactured a lot of finished goods. Right? You have tough competition. You have tough competition in country number 1. Right? Now you got an idea that why can't we export our finished goods to another country where the competition is not so great? This is one of the reason for globalization. Have understood this reason now? The tough competition becomes very tough in country number 1. How to beat that competition? It's a very hard job actually. The better job would be how to export our goods to another country where the competition is not so great. This is the reason. Third reason, domestic markets are no longer adequate enough. Even if you produce more quantities of finished goods also, more closing stock will be with you. You have to export that closing stock to some other countries where demand is high. Have understood these two explanations now? What concept have we started right now? Some of the reasons for going global, reasons for internationalization, also known as reasons for globalization. First one, self-explanatory. Every business person wants to grow. Leave that. Second one, rapid shrinking of time and distance among the countries. Third reason, where the domestic markets are no longer adequate enough. What is the point you have to remember? And third reason, the level of competition in a foreign country is very low when compared to the level of competition in a domestic country. That's the main reason why we export our goods to another country. Now look at that fourth point. You have to remember the first two elements of prime cost: direct material and direct employer, direct labor cost. When you get employees at a very least possible salary in India for software companies, I'm talking about software companies. Why so many software companies are coming to India means the fresh BTech student here expects least amount of salary at the age of 21, 22, 23. Whereas if you want to hire a US BTech student, an American graduate who has completed BTech in US country, he will demand more salary. So in which country you will get a BTech student for least possible salaries? In Indian market. That's why software companies are coming to India. What is the reason in your material? Means cheap labor. Let us assume that the second element of prime cost, first element is called as a direct material. Let us assume that raw material is very cheap in South Africa. You have to manufacture over there. It is a very simple reason. When compared to Indian raw material prices, let us assume that South African raw material prices are very low. Please put up a factory in South Africa. Have understood that fourth reason now? So two reasons. Under fourth point, we have explained 2 points. What is the first one? Direct material is very cheap in some other country. Direct labor is very low in some other country. So please go for globalization. How to remember these 2 points means these are the first two elements of prime cost. Everybody knows first two elements of prime cost. It is no harsh job at all. So what are the first 4 reasons I have introduced right now? For what purpose? Reasons for globalization. First one, self-explanatory. Need to grow, common sense. Second one, rapid shrinking of time and distance due to some advancements in technology. Third reason, you can export goods whenever there is a level of competition in foreign countries very low when compared to competition in domestic country. Fourth reason, the first two elements of prime cost. Wherever they are low, please go and set up a factory in that country. Have understood that fourth reason. Fifth reason, damn easy reason. Fifth one, like Rajnikant said to you right now. Have observed him? Fine, you have observatory power. Now, let us assume that your factory is in this country. You are selling goods in this country. This is the transportation cost. Reduce the transportation cost. Please put up a factory in this country so that transportation cost will be reduced. This is the essence of fifth reason. To reduce what costs? To reduce high transportation cost. Have you heard this word high? How many limitations are there for SM? 24/7 wala. 4 limitations are there. What is the first limitation? Environment is not complex. It is highly complex. ICA watches those words also very closely. If you don't write high there means he won't award any marks. We have no right to skip the content of the subject. Have you understood that one? So what is the fifth reason here? It is not to reduce transportation cost. You are trying to reduce a high transportation cost. Sixth one, self-explanatory. You can leave that for exam purposes. Nowadays, service sector is rising when compared to the manufacturing sector. That's why we are collecting, Indian government is collecting so many crores of revenue from GST. Is that clear? So since there is a rise in service sector, there is a need for globalization to put up our offices in other countries. Have you understood this reason? So seventh reason is a rise in service sector. Nirmala Sitharaman, if she decides to reduce the export duties, customs duties, so many companies will come to India. So many Indian companies will go abroad. Have you understood that one? So lowering of trade tariffs and custom barriers. And the last one is, please highlight this word, we'll discuss in chapter number 4 called, it is one of the corporate level strategy. Strategic alliances. Try to remember at least 5 to 6 reasons. In regular class, we'll say that, remember all the 9. Since it's a marathon abridged version, at least 5 or 6. So what are the reasons now? Can you remind me? First one, self-explanatory. Sixth one, easiest one. Come focus on second one, rapid shrinking of time and distance. Third one, what is the logic behind? What is the logic behind third point? Competition in foreign countries very low when compared to competition in domestic countries. So please do some exports. Fourth reason, first two elements of prime cost. Fifth reason, dotted value diagram to reduce high transportation cost. She's there. Sixth reason, self-explanatory. Seventh one, rise in service sector. Eighth one, if she reduces tax duties, import and customs duty, another reason for globalization. Last one, not explained it. It is one of the corporate level strategies. Have you understood this one? Right. Now, can I ask one simple question now from the understanding of previous sessions? If you want to formulate strategy, why you are formulating strategies? To achieve objective. Before formulation of strategies, you have to do one activity called environmental scanning, also known as strategic analysis. Means you have to analyze micro and macro. Under macro, you have to use a framework called PESTEL framework to identify whether political factor is an opportunity or not to our business organization. Let us take that logic somewhat to some other extent now. Let us assume that you are not a domestic company or a multinational company right now. Then you have to use PESTEL framework in multiple countries. If you are operating only in India, you have to use PESTEL framework in Indian subcontinent. Let us assume that you are a global company. You have to use the same SM subject multiple times. Means you have to use PESTEL framework in 95 times if you are operating in 95 countries. Have understood this simple logic? That is the essence of next topic. Assessment or analysis of international environment. Since you are a global company, look at these 3 easiest words. First, multinational, different countries, PESTEL framework. Within India, PESTEL framework. Within state of Andhra Pradesh, you can use PESTEL framework. If the Andhra Pradesh customers' requirements are quite different, you have to use PESTEL framework in state of Andhra Pradesh also. So at how many levels you have to do environmental scanning? 3 levels if you are a global company. What is the first level? International, also known as multinational, national and regional. I hope you can remember this, a brand name in state of Andhra Pradesh. That's it. Now come to the another topic now. Have understood reasons for globalization. Thereafter, at how many levels you have to use conduct environmental scanning? 3 levels. What is the funny acronym I have developed here? It's a easy thing. An acronym is not required actually. CMR. C stands for country level, multinational level, and thereafter R stands for regional level. Now, this is the most frequently asked question under new syllabus actually. Even though it is a very easy question, students skip this question because it seems to be easy. But you have to reproduce certain keywords to get that 5 out of 5. Now look at this easiest concept, have a chance. It is a probable question for the next 2 exams as far as my knowledge is concerned. So what do you mean by product? Means product includes 3 things. Product includes how many things? 3 things. First one, good. Second one, service. And third one, experience. Have you observed it? That is a good. That's a good. It's a service. And you are having some experience right now in this classroom. So product includes how many things now? Product includes how many things now? Good, it's going away. Good, service will be present up to 1, right? You are having experience up to 1 o'clock. Can you remember this funny definition? Right, we are learning SM or fun? Both things. Right, now come to the next one. How can you say that so and so thing is a product? Means that product must be having how many characteristics? If you want to call any male student in this classroom as almost like a Rama, Lord Rama, he has to possess 16 characteristics, out of which, as far as my limited knowledge is concerned, by God's grace, in this Kali Yugam, 15 are impossible. If you want to become a perfect male human being, you have to possess those 16 characteristics as per some Indian sciences, ancient cultures, out of which, out of my little experience in this life, 15 are almost difficult. If you are a matured person, means you can achieve 5 or 6. Score is less than 8 means we will fail. Aggregate, we cannot touch even 8 also. Early morning itself, while having breakfast, some student came to my house, asked that, sir, how to become a very good person? I am trying still. I do puja every day in the early morning. I am still trying. I need to cross that 50 marks at least. I am trying to touch 8 by 16. Where are you now? Please analyze your balance sheet. Go away. He will be -2 actually. He would be already committing 2 murders yesterday. Who knows? Right. So look at these things. Why I have explained this fun means there are 16 tests you have to pass if you want to gain at least 5 to 10 C of dowry, the second half of the class. Somebody sitting in this CA inter classrooms, they would be imagining that I will get 10 C after my qualification. Who will give you, Babu? Your rating is just 1. This is a good news for the first half of the class. Right, leave that. Now come to in the similar manner, is it a marathon or regular class? Thanks for reminding me. Come to the next concept. Well, product includes how many things? 3 things. First one, goods, service, and experience. If you want to call anything as a product, it has to maintain 5 characteristics. Easiest ones is, first one is products are either tangible or intangible. Tangible means that is floating in the sky, right? Tangible. Intangible means the lecture I am delivering right now. It's an easy concept. Second one, every product will be having an MRP, like you have fees for regular course. How can you forget this second characteristics since you have paid some fees or assets to the organization? Right. Every product. What is the first characteristic of product now? It is either tangible or intangible. Every product will be having MRP. MRPs will depend on the forces of demand and supply. Since you can't control in 100% manner, you can't control in full the MRPs to be fixed by you. Right. It depends on the forces of demand and supply in the environment. That's why what you can do is you can control the costs with the help of standard costing or variance analysis. Try to control direct material cost, try to control direct employee cost, try to control, if possible, variable and fixed overheads. So why we are reading standard costing or variance analysis means we can't control MRPs in full, so we can control to some extent our expenditures. So to maintain large amount of profits, since you can't control the price, you can control your cost. That's why this is one of the reasons for using which technique? Standard costing or variance analysis. Now come to the third one. When customers will purchase a single branded product, whenever they get some satisfaction from that product or service or experience, right? So every product, if you want to call anything as a product, that thing should possess certain features which should deliver some ultimate satisfaction to whom? To consumer or customer. This is the third most significant characteristic of a product. What is the first one? Tangible or intangible? Second one, every product will be having price. Since you can't control price, you can control to some extent your costs. That's why we are using standard costing or variance analysis. What is the third characteristic now? Every product must contain certain features in that product. Those features should deliver some extreme satisfaction to the consumer. If there is no satisfaction to the consumer, means even though a business organization manufactures a product, according to SM, we can't call that product as a product. There has to be satisfaction. If a faculty teaches a class, means if no student understands that class, means it cannot be called as a service as per SM. Have you understood this definition now? Come to the fourth one. Product is very central for business. If you don't confirm what type of product you are going to manufacture, you can't carry out any activity in any department. If you have no clarity regarding the product to be manufactured by you, how can you start your R&D? How can you start your manufacturing? How can you start your sales? Have you understood this one? So product is the central driving force for all the business departments. Please highlight that word, pivotal. Fifth one, We have bonus point here. I need not explain it. Every product will be having a useful life. Because useful life doesn't mean here expiry period, use by date. Landline is still operating in a very good manner, but we don't like it. So because landline falls into which stage right now? 4th stage. It is still working. It is in proper condition. We are not talking about the expiry date or use by date of a product. Have you understood this one? So every product will be having a useful life. Means 4 stages will be there for every product. Have you understood these 5 characteristics now? Which concept have been introduced right now? Product meaning. How many things are there? Product definition. It includes goods, service or experience. How many characteristics will be there for product? 5. First one, easiest one, tangible or intangible. Second one, price wala. Third one, it should contain some features. They must deliver some satisfaction to the end consumer. Fourth one, it is the central driving force for all the business activities. And the last one, every product will be having only 4 stages in its life. Every product will be having a useful life. Whenever a product is about to enter into 4th stage, you have to launch new product. Have you understood that one? We have discussed in the earlier sessions. Right. Now come to the next little concept. Find the next concept. This is a huge topic in chapter number 2 called as value chain analysis. If everything goes in your favor, this question might appear in your exam. It's my guess, probable guess. I cannot exactly predict your question paper, but this has a high probability. A case scenario might be posed on any one of the primary activities or supporting activities or a straightforward question on this value chain analysis. Now, shall we start this huge topic now? Right. What do you mean by value? Means the level of consumer satisfaction. You write in full. What do you mean by the term called value? The level of consumer satisfaction. Now, with your common sense, can you guess the attitude of every business organization nowadays? They want to deliver more satisfaction to every consumer to the extent possible, right? How to deliver maximum amount of satisfaction to our consumers. If you want to deliver maximum amount of satisfaction to our consumers, you have to use this technique called VCA, value chain analysis. Have you understood the background of this question? If you don't want to satisfy your consumer, value chain analysis can be left as a choice. Have you understood this one? So what is the main purpose of value chain analysis? How to deliver maximum amount of satisfaction to our consumers. What is the definition of the term value? The level of consumer satisfaction. For that you have to identify how many activities are you conducting generally in a business organization. Means look at the next topic. First we'll explain this one. In general, there will be 5 plus 4 activities. Please remember in this manner only. 5 plus 4 is equal to 9. We know that. But for memory enhancement, please remember this arithmetical equation. In general, every business organization will be carrying out how many activities? 5 plus 4 activities. Some organizations might be conducting 12 activities also. As a general rule, as your syllabus is very limited, they're expressing only 5 plus 4 activities. The first 5 are called as primary activities and the second 4 is called as supporting activities. Which concept are we in right now? Value chain analysis. Why you are analyzing the value chain of your business organization? How to deliver maximum satisfaction to our consumer? How many activities are there? How many activities are there in value chain? 5 plus 4. 5 are called and the 4 is called as supporting. Now look at that first primary activity now, inbound logistics. I'll explain first the general logic behind all the 5 plus 4 activities. Do every activity with extreme caution. Please write this word so that you have to enhance the level of consumer satisfaction. Be cautious while performing all the 5 plus 4 activities. If you excel at the 5 plus 4 activities, you can deliver maximum amount of satisfaction. Have you noted that word now? You have to perform all the 5 plus 4 activities with extreme caution. If you are not cautious in performing these 5 plus 4 means consumer won't get much satisfaction. Your brand image will be degraded. Have identified the background meaning of this entire VCA or value chain analysis. Now look at that first primary activity. Be cautious. As we have already announced a phrase called extreme caution, right? Be extra cautious while receiving the raw materials. Supplier will deliver raw materials to your factory location. You have to receive that raw material called unloading process. Be cautious. right? If raw material gets spoiled, who will be dissatisfied? Customer will be dissatisfied. So please put some extra caution while receiving which thing? While receiving inputs. What is one example of inputs? Means your direct material or raw material. There are a lot of examples. One such example is direct material or raw material. Now look at that one. After receiving the raw material, you have to store with extreme caution in your godown. You have to preserve or protect the quality of raw materials. For that, in costing, you will incur this formula called EOQ is equal to economic order quantity is equal to square root of 2AO by C, where capital C stands for carrying cost per unit per annum. For what purpose you are incurring capital C cost? You have to protect the quality of raw materials. Have you understood that link now? So take extra caution while storing the raw material. And look at the last one called as D for distributing. What do you mean by distributing activity? In this context means from factory. If a factory person asks for raw materials, he'll put up a request. Then the warehouse manager, stores manager has to deliver those goods, raw materials to the factory site. That is called as the process of transferring raw materials from warehouse to the factory site is called as distributing. To remember these keywords, we have developed an imaginative acronym called an imaginative brother of MS Dhoni, MSD, RSD. Strike off M, put R over there. Even MSD doesn't know that he has an imaginative brother in Brodipet. Right. Now, please write that acronym, funny acronym. How to remember that inbound logistics activity. RSD regarding inputs. How many activities you have to perform now regarding inputs? 3 activities. Which primary activity are we discussing right now? Inbound logistics. What is the acronym we are going to use here? RSD. RSD regarding inputs or finished goods. One finest example is inventory control techniques. That is nothing but EOQ. EOQ includes capital C. Did I explain to you the purpose of incurring capital C expenditure? So what is one of the finest examples of inventory control techniques? Means EOQ, maximum stock level, minimum stock level, etc., etc. Have understood that first primary activity? What is the backbone? What is the main logic behind value chain analysis? How to deliver maximum satisfaction to the customer. For that purpose, you have to perform all these 5+4 activities with extreme caution. So what is the first primary now? Inbound logistics. What is the acronym we have used there? RSD, regarding inputs or finished goods. What is one example you have to remember for exam's sake? Stock control techniques, example, EOQ. Now please move to the second self-explanatory primary activity called operations. Once upon a time, the second activity is called as a production. If you watch CMA inter syllabus or CMA final syllabus, there was one subject called operations management. Once upon a time, it is called production management. Why the name has been modified to operations management means production includes only goods sector, whereas the word operations includes both goods and service sector. Since service sector is rising, they have renamed the subject. Have understood this logic now? So what is the second primary activity in value chain analysis now? Operations. I need not explain this meaning to you all. It's conversion of inputs into outputs. Please remember 3 examples like profit after tax, PAT. At least remember 3 examples for operations. P stands for take extra caution while packing the goods. You have to satisfy the consumer. Do the assembling activity. Combine all the spare parts. It is called as assembling. Do it with extreme caution. And the last one, before delivering goods to the consumer, before launching faculty to the batches, please test his knowledge. Please watch his delivery skills. This is the industry's relevant example. So do adequate number of tests before delivering the customer to the end consumer. Have you understood this one? So please remember 3 examples. We don't know ICA can ask any one example also as MCQ. We don't know. He can create case scenario also on single example from any corner of your material. That's why we are forced to read preferably all the keywords or topics. So what are the first 2 primary now? Acronym please. Regarding which input? Regarding which inventory? Inputs. What is one example of inbound logistics? What is the second primary activity? Operations. Operations includes how many sectors? 2 sectors. What do you mean by operations? Conversion of inputs into finished goods. Can you give me 3 examples of operations? PAT. P stands for packing, assembling, and thereafter testing the product before delivering to the end consumer. Now move to the third one called as outbound logistics. Name is exactly opposite to the first primary activity. Inbound versus outbound logistics. What do you mean by outbound logistics? Means another imaginative brother of MSD called as CST. Now how many imaginative brothers are there for MSD now? First one. The second one, CSD. C stands for after the conversion of inputs into finished goods, those finished goods will be transferred from factory to the finished goods warehouse. Then finished goods warehouse manager will be there. He has to collect with caution those finished goods without spoiling them. Then he has to store them with extreme caution in his godown. There will be separate warehouse for finished goods, right? Now, and the last one, whenever an order has been received, you have to distribute that finished good to the wholesalers, distributors or retailers, etc., right? This is the meaning of the third word called distributing. How will you remember these three activities now? CSD regarding finished goods, RSD is regarding input, CSD is regarding what is the third primary activity? Outbound logistics. What is the main logic behind value chain analysis? How to deliver maximum satisfaction to the consumer. Do 5+4 activities with extreme caution. Now, please remember this example. This has a probability for MCQ part. In the case of services, if I want to teach SM, for example, if I want to teach SM, I'll take around 70 hours for regular batch. If all the students in this classroom request me, sir, please teach SM at my house. Let us assume that I have the capacity of teaching straight 10 hours per day. 5 in the morning, 5 after lunch. Right? If I want to finish off one SM at one student's house, I'll take how many days? 7 days. If I want to teach 100 students, it will take how many days? Can you give me the answer? I have the capacity to teach 10 hours a day. If I want to teach entire SM subject consuming 70 hours, how many days I have to spend at one student's house? 7 days, right? If I have 100 students made a request to me. I have to visit 100 different houses now. How many days in all I will consume? Are you sure? Are you sure? If there is 200 students, how many days will we consume? You can use Calci also. I hope you didn't get Calci for SM marathons. How many days will I consume? I'll give a small example. For one student, it is 7 days. For one student, how many days will I consume? 7 days. 7 days means 1 week. How many weeks would be there in a year? 52. In a year, how many students can I cover? Is it 52 or 700? Have you understood the equation? How many students can I cover in 1 year time? Is it 52 or 700? Don't multiply any two quantities present in the question paper. Have you understood this simple maths? Right? How many students can I cover in 1 year? If I want to cover 520 students, covering 2 batches right now in this organization, how many years will I take? That's why organizations are requesting every student to come to the classroom. Have you understood that one? Since I'm a lazy fellow, you have been requested to attend here. Have you understood the simple logic? This is the essence of an example regarding in the case of services. Please read by yourself very quickly. Under third primary activity, I have explained the logic of example regarding services. How many primary we have introduced right now? 3. What's the first one? Acronym please. Third primary. Acronym please. CST regarding inputs or finished goods? Finished goods. What is the second primary activity? Operations. Conversion of. What are the 3 examples for operations? Fourth primary activity. Marketing and sales. At this point of time, both terms are used synonymously. Whether marketing or sales, they both have the same meaning as per your syllabus. Now, what is the purpose of this fourth primary activity means? How to enhance the awareness of the product you are manufacturing and selling right now. How to increase the awareness, right? Which type of advertisement should we deliver? Whether through TV9 or some other print media or through social media. How to enhance the awareness of our product. Product includes how many things? Product includes service also, good service or experience. How to increase the awareness? If you create awareness for 10,000 students, then 800 students will get enrolled into CA Foundation, maximum. Rest of the people will join some other courses. If you can't increase the awareness, the classroom strength will be very, very low. Have you understood this one? So what is the first purpose of marketing and sales department? How to enhance awareness regarding our best products. Product includes three things. Have you understood that first purpose? And please fix a reasonable MRP so that customers would be willing to purchase that. You can't charge 4 lakhs for CA and regular batch for 9 months. Please put up some reasonable fee. What is reasonable? It depends on the place in which organization is running. It depends on so many factors. It depends on the average income level of the students' parents. Have you understood this one? Now come to the last primary activity called as services. How many primary activities did I introduce right now? 4. What is the third one? What would be the first one? Second one? The fourth one? 3 examples of second primary activity. Only one vital example for primary inbound logistics. Only one example we have discussed. Stock control techniques. What is one example for stock control techniques? What is the fourth primary activity? How many purposes are there for fourth primary activity? 2. What is the first purpose? To enhance awareness and fix a reasonable MRP for your product. What is the first characteristic of product? Then what is the second one? Please fix a reasonable price. Please fix a reasonable price. Have you understood that second purpose linked with second characteristic now? Right. Now come to the last primary activity called as services. Right. I'll give a very quick example. Assume that you are maintaining a laptop, for example. Right. 8 GB RAM card is there. It became defective. You are replacing old 8 GB RAM with new 8 GB RAM. Are you trying to increase the RAM capacity of your laptop? No, you are recovering the lost capacity. This is the meaning of the word called maintaining. You are not increasing additional memory capacity at all for your devices. So have you understood the meaning of the word maintaining the value? Customer won't get more satisfaction. He will get satisfaction as if it is an 8 GB RAM card. Have you understood this simple example? On the other hand, you have replaced old defective 8 GB with 16 GB RAM card. Now you are enhancing the capacity. Have you understood 2 keywords now? So what are the 2 keywords you have to represent in exam regarding services? Fifth primary activity. Either maintain the value of a product, or enhance the value of a product. Don't forget that the term value has which meaning? The level of consumer satisfaction. Either maintain the satisfaction or enhance the satisfaction is the logical interpretation. Have you understood all the 5 primary activities? What is the base logic or backbone of this value chain analysis? Do all these 5 plus 4 activities with extreme caution. Be cautious. You have to impress the consumer while preparing materials, while delivering classes, while providing other facilities like classrooms, etc., etc. Be cautious. Have you understood this logic now? Now come to the supporting activities. How many supporting are there? Right. As the name itself suggests, if all the primary activities, how many primary are there? 5 in all. If all the primary activities need any assistance in the form of resource inputs, please highlight this word. If any one of the primary activities need any assistance regarding their resource inputs, who will provide that? Procurement department. Have you highlighted that one keyword now? Which activity are we reading right now? First supporting activity. What is the first supporting activity? Procurement. What is the main job of procurement department? They will provide assistance regarding which aspect? Regarding marriage? No. Regarding resource inputs which are required by all the primary activities. One example is if you want to receive raw materials, for example, look back at the first primary activity called inbound logistics. What do you mean by RSD? R stands for, if you want to receive inputs, you have to purchase inputs from a specified supplier. Then who will select the specified supplier? Procurement department. Who will do price negotiations with the supplier? Procurement department. Have you understood the assistance provided by procurement department towards inbound logistics? I have explained only one. Have you understood this logic now? So what is the keyword you have to remember regarding first supporting activity? Providing resource inputs to which primary activity? To all the primary activity. Kindly mention that extra word called all the primary activities. If they don't support, can we perform our activity, RSD activity under inbound logistics? If the supplier is not confirmed, if the price is not finalized, we can't perform RSD activities. Do you know that? Right. Now come to the second supporting activity called as technology development. Here the word technology means software, hardware. It's not like that. Technology means simple word called know-how and intangible assets in any form. It could be in the nature of copyrights or patent rights or whatever form it can take. So what is the keyword to define technology? It's called know-how. As far as your syllabus is concerned, there are only 3 examples in your board material regarding technology development or know-how. One is, you can remember very easily in a very logical manner also. If you want to satisfy consumer, the quality of raw material should be very good. So please do some R&D regarding how to enhance the quality of raw materials. This is the first know-how called as raw material improvements R&D. R&D is the keyword. Regarding what aspect? How to enhance the quality of raw materials. If quality is very good, who will be satisfied ultimately? End consumer. That is the main purpose of value chain analysis. So what is the first example of know-how? Do some R&D regarding how to enhance the quality of raw materials. Now after that, please follow a logical order. The method of manufacture should be very good to satisfy the customer. So do some R&D regarding 4th M under the definition of resources 5M. What is 4th M? Method of manufacture. Do some R&D regarding how to manufacture a product, how to deliver CA coaching in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Have you understood that one? If you do more R&D regarding method of manufacturing or method of rendering service, you will definitely satisfy the consumer. Have you understood 2 examples now? And the third easiest example is, please do R&D in the R&D department regarding product design. How the 18th version of iPhone should look like. What should be the ingredients in 18th version of iPhone? Do some R&D. You have to satisfy the next generation of customers. Have you identified 3 examples now? In which activity are we in right now? Is it first or second supporting activity? Second. What is the first supporting activity? Procurement. What is the keyword you have to remember? Resource inputs to all the primary activities. What is the second supporting now? Technology means only one word. Know-how is 26 wala, hopefully. Right? Intangible assets. How many know-hows we have taken as examples? Please follow logical order, not material order. R&D regarding raw material improvement, R&D regarding method of manufacturing, R&D regarding product design. Can you remember all those 3 things now? Please quickly move to the third supporting activity. If any department, if all the primary activities need some intelligent employees, right? If you want to perform every activity with extreme caution, if you want to deliver satisfaction to consumer, every department, all the primary activities need some employees, right? Skilled employees. Who will provide them? HR department. To the other supporting departments also, we need skilled employees. Other supporting, all the 3 other supporting departments need skilled employees too, right? Who will provide them? HR people. That's why it is called as a supporting activity. Please highlight these words. First one, they will hire the employees. Means first they will call the employees to attend an interview called as recruitment. Afterwards, they will select the required candidate for the organization. So recruitment plus selection is called as a hiring. So what is the first job HR people will do as a supporting department? They will hire the employees. Hiring includes how many topics now? Recruitment plus selection. What is the second activity? Preferably, I'll explain in a logical manner now. What do you mean by training means? What do you mean by training means? He is a qualified person, skilled person, but he has no work experience at all. A freshly qualified graduate in any course. He doesn't have factory experience. Please provide some training. What do you mean by developing means? He is an experienced employee, but you are allocating additional job to him. So, enhancing the skills of an employee is called as developing. Have you understood the difference between 2 keywords now? What do you mean by training now? No experience, but have some theoretical knowledge. Offer him training. He experienced worker, but you are giving him additional responsibilities. So if you want to enhance the skills of an existing employee, please provide him development programs. Have understood 3 keywords now? If there is any issue, between 2 employees, HR department will solve it. This is called managing. Because every employee's brought up is quite different. Every employee's family background is quite different. So no person will talk in the same manner. There will be certainly issues, whether it is a hostel mate or classmate or employees. There will be some issues between 2 persons. When you enter into MNC, this will be the most significant problem. Subject is not an issue at all. You will easily solve any technical issues at all. The most significant issue will be personal issues only, because of a big thing called ego. HR department will reduce that bad cholesterol actually at MNCs. They're expert people in reducing the bad cholesterol of employees. Have you understood this funny explanation now? These are the activities. Which department will perform all these activities? HR department. And the last supporting activity is called as infrastructure. We have a few definitions for infrastructure. Look at that first definition. Infrastructure means, first one, who will check the quality of finished good? Infrastructure, before delivering to the customer, right? If you want to issue equity shares, who will take the decision? Infrastructure department in value chain. Issue of equity shares, issue of preference, issue of debentures, redemption of debentures. Who will take care of all these activities? Infrastructure department. What are the two definitions for infrastructure now? First one, quality control activity. Second one, whether to issue equity shares or preference or debentures, when to redeem debentures. All these decisions will be taken by infrastructure department. Normally in an office, there will be superior followed by his subordinates. Who will allocate work to subordinates? Superior. Who will monitor the performance of superiors? Means is a software called planning systems. I've identified the first definition of infrastructure. So far I have delivered 3 definitions of infrastructure. The first one, planning systems. What is the main purpose of planning systems? It will monitor the performance of managers or superiors. Second one, whether to go for issue of equity shares or not. Financing activities from cash flow statement. All the decisions regarding financial activities will be taken by which department? Infrastructure. Third one, who will test the quality of finished good? Infrastructure. And the last one, who will manage the information? Means databases. Who will maintain the databases to store huge volumes of business data? Infrastructure department. Have we identified 4 definitions now? Right. How many activities are there now in value chain? What is the main purpose of value chain analysis? How to deliver maximum satisfaction to our consumer. Have you understood this concept now? With this understanding, now please move to the previous question. This is the definition of value chain analysis. Hopefully an MCQ might appear on this paragraph. How do you define value chain analysis? We have learned the concept of value chain analysis. How will you define this concept in examination? Means it is a method of, it's a means of, it's a method of. You have to explain 5 plus 4 activities in a detailed manner. Every minute activity, how will you perform? You have to explain on a document. It is a method of describing. In-depth explanation should be there. How you will deliver classes, with what sort of material, which faculty will you allocate to teach which paper. You have to have clear-cut explanation. Have you understood this one? So value chain analysis definition goes like this. It's a method of describing 2 activities are there. What are they? Primary and supporting. How will you define in English language? Primary means activities within the organization, represents primary. Activities around the organization means supporting activities. Have understood the first starting point of value chain analysis definition? What is it called as? It is a method of in detailed explanation of activities within the organization and activities around the organization. Why you are trying to describe all these 5 plus 4 activities? What is your ultimate purpose? Because customer is paying some money for the product. Product includes 3 things. You know that customer is paying some money for the product. You have to provide some satisfaction to that customer. Do you have that ability? Do organization has the ability? Do you have the ability to provide more satisfaction to the customer for the money paid by him? That concept, that organization's ability to provide more satisfaction for the money paid by customer is technically called as CS, competitive strength. You are trying to estimate the competitive strength of your organization. Do you have that ability to deliver more satisfaction for the money paid by him? Have you understood the technical word? So if he asks a definition, you have to represent 3 to 4 keywords in value chain analysis. What is the first one? It's a method of describing activities within and activities around within an organization. For what purpose? You are trying to estimate the CS of an organization. What do you mean by CS here? Competitive strength. Sir, how will you define competitive strength? Organization's ability to provide more value for the money paid by them. Have understood this concept now? How will you implement value chain analysis in a practical manner? Means there are 2 steps. It's present in your second point. 2 steps. Hopefully an MCQ might appear. It is called, acronym is nothing but, please remember, swap these alphabets. It's not A, IA. How many steps are there to implement value chain analysis? It's not AI, it is called IA. I stands for, please identify 5 plus 4 activities you are performing right now. Thereafter, after identification of 5 plus 4 activities, try to estimate the level of satisfaction you are generating from each of those 5 plus 4 activities. This is technically called as assessing, like your assessment here, estimating the satisfaction added from each of the 5 plus 4 activities. Who proposed this theory? Who proposed this theory? Your father or my father? No. It's called, please remember this in a funny acronym. We have delivered it in regular class also. It is called MP. Don't attach any Raju or Rani here. It is called just MP. It is just called MP. Have you understood that funny acronym? This acronym will be remembered by every MM student. That's why I'm using this acronym. If I teach SM subject in another academy, I'll use another's name. I'll bring some other person into the story. Right. For the time being, who invented this value chain analysis? It's not the full name. It's the shortcut. MP. Can you remember that? Right. How will you forget his name? He's so cute. Right. Right. Now, have you understood the essence of value chain analysis meaning now? Right. Thereafter, how many practical steps are there to implement value chain analysis? Is it AI or IA? I stands for identify the spouse, assess the amount of dowry receivable by you. No. Identify. Somebody is saying yes, sir, as if he had gone through engagement on this morning. Hopefully Sunday will be the marriage day. Will he invite every classmate here? No, it will be expensive. Right. Now, how many steps are there practically to implement value chain analysis? 2 steps. Is it IA or AI? I stands for identifying whom? Identifying the 5 plus 4 activities. What does A stand for? Assess. Who invented it? Your favorite cute faculty called? That's it. Right. Don't add any. Right. Now come to the next beautiful topic called as 5 forces model. Now shall we start 5 forces model? Right. You will enjoy this concept in a maximum manner because the same old person has invented this also. The same cute fellow. Who is that cute faculty right now in this campus? If he watches it, he will send a huge gift to me actually, because for the first time in his life, other than his spouse, I have used a word called cute person. Right, he owe me actually a huge gift. Right, I'm expecting it in the Sunday. Right, so who invented value chain analysis? Which Raju invented? Will it be understood by normal South Indian students if I use this acronym? They won't understand it. They will think that MP stands for Member of Parliament. Foolishness. Come to the concept now. Who invented value chain analysis? MP. Who invented again 5 forces model? The same cute faculty. Have you understood? Right. Now, how many forces are there in 5 force model? It's a very dangerous question actually. Right? How many colors are there in the rainbow? You don't have to pay 1 lakh for this. How many forces will be there in 5 forces model? 5. Got it. Now look at those names now. First one, as you know, competitors. We have to kill them to survive in the industry. If possible, don't allow competitors in the neighborhood of our organization, in the premises, in the vicinities, or hopefully in this city. So this is the purpose. First party name is rivalry. The second one is who purchases our products, called as buyers. Who supplies inputs to our manufacturing organization, suppliers. I'm introducing just names now. So what are the 3 names I have introduced right now? Which concept have we started right now? Who is that cute person who has invented it? It's called MP. How many forces are there in 5 forces model? Is he really cute? Thank you. Please send that message to him. He'll be satisfied. Right. Now, what are the 3 parties in 5 forces model? First one, rivalry. Second one, buyers. Third one, supplier of inputs. Fourth one, organizations offering substitute products. Like you learned coffee, tea, etc. from foundation stuff. Organizations supplying substitute products, they are also our enemies. And the last one, some people are planning to enter into the same business in the near future. They are called as potential new entrants. They are not existing competitors, but they will surely start this business, any business. Right? Have you understood 5 forces now? 5 names. What are those 5 now? rivals, competitors. On the other side, buyers, suppliers, substitute products. And the last one is called as potential new entrants. Now look at the explanation now. First we'll cover off the next topic called 17. Now, have you learned this little topic from foundation itself? Right? Very easy statement. An industry is called a group of competitors, group of firms from foundation stuff. Right? Since we are studying the nature of competitors right now in this model called five forces model, look at the central word. What is that word? Rivalry means competitors. Group of competitors are present in an industry, right? Means, look at this cautious statement now. Five forces model in the previous two exams before, hopefully in May 2026, there was an MCQ regarding this concept. Right? Rivalry. Sorry, May 2025. Rivalry. Right? Five forces model. He asked in a very sensitive manner, can you call five forces model technique, the technique of five forces model, as a tool for analyzing industry? That statement might not be present in your material in an express manner, but we have to understand the subject. Industry is a group of competitors. We are doing some competitor analysis here. Out of five forces, one force is called as rivalry. Definitely, five forces model is a technique for which thing? For industry analysis. If you want to analyze the industry, you have to use which technique? Industry analysis. That's why even in marathon material also, I have placed this little concept so that you can recognize my five force model belongs to which analysis? Industry analysis. Have you understood this one? Industry is a group of firms. Have you connected to that logic now? Right. Now come to the explanation of a five forces model. Afterwards, we'll finish off with the definition of five forces model. Now look at that next concept called concept number 17. Right. Now listen to this word very cautiously. The other name for force is called competitive pressure. What is the other name for force? Competitive pressure. Then we have to identify, sir, what do you mean by this force or competitive pressure? Right. Now listen to this single easy statement now. Any individual, please listen to this very cautiously. These are interpreted words. They will not be present in your material, right? Since it's a management subject. Any individual or an organization, who has the ability, assume that we are the manufacturer here. Any individual or any organization has the ability to reduce our profits. Then that individual or organization is called as a force or competitive pressure. Have you understood the intention of Michael Porter or MP now? Acute person. Have you understood this definition? So what is the definition of force or competitive pressure now? If any individual or any entity has the capability to reduce our business profits, then that individual or organization can be termed as a competitive pressure in this context. Have you understood that meaning? In this manner, how many competitive pressures were identified by Michael Porter now? 5. Five forces model is a technique to analyze which one? Industry analysis. It's not organizational analysis. Have you understood that little concept? Now please come to we'll start with easiest force now. Come to the second one called as a bargaining power of buyers. We're trying to explain which concept now, which competitive pressure right now. Bargaining power of buyers. In this context, buyers are divided into two types. Buyers are of how many types? As per this force, buyers are classified into two types. One is called as big buyers and the second one is called as retail buyers, like us. How many types of buyers would be there now? Two types of buyers are there. First one is called as big buyers and the second one is called as retail buyers. To understand the concept of big buyers, I'm giving you a very easy, quick example. Reliance Jio and Airtel. If you take telecommunication industry, if Airtel wants to operate that business or if Jio wants to operate that business, they have to pay a huge amount of license fee to the central government. Any person who wants to run a business in the telecommunication industry, they want to pay a huge amount of license to whom? To central government. Have you understood this line now? Since central government is willing to charge a huge amount of license, let us say 450, an imaginative number per annum. Every business organization has to pay 450 crores for next 12 months to use the element of nature called as a spectrum space in the sky. If you want to use that spectrum space, you have to pay an imaginary number, let us say 450 crores. Each organization has to pay 450. Since the capital expenditure in this telecommunication industry, if you want to operate a business in this industry, capital expenditure is very high. You have to install throughout India the towers. It's a huge capital expenditure is there. So these people, even though they are competitors, even though they are purely competitors, for the time being, in a temporary manner, for few days, they have joined hands with each other. They have become friends. That friendship is called in economics also cartels or groups. Even though they are competitors, for the time being, to achieve one advantage, they have joined hands with each other, and that technical word is called as a cartels, which is present in your material. For what purpose they have formed one cartel means to put some pressure on the central government. How gutsy are these people means because there are limited number of businesses in the telecommunication industry. If they suspend these business activities, there is no other player in the industry at all to run those business. If Airtel suspends the activities, there will be a huge problem to normal customers. Have you understood the necessity of these limited players in that industry? That is their advantage. Due to that advantage, they forced the central government to drop down the license fee. They said that we will pay only 200. Central government said that it's not possible, at least pay 400. Then they said that we'll liquidate the organization. How can you liquidate the organization? So many wants to use WhatsApp throughout the night. Have you understood this logic? So many people will be affected. Have you understood this funny logic now? So you can't suspend your activities. So I'll try to reduce this. Let's make it 250 final. Means who is asking discount here? Airtel and Jio, the buyers of spectrum space. Are they putting some pressure on the seller called central government in this context? Have you understood this example? This is called as, now in this example, big buyers are Airtel and Jio because they are paying huge money. Have you understood this one? This is the essence of a first type of buyer called as a big buyer concept. Now please look at the keywords present in your material right now. Under the bargaining power of buyers, it's the second force. When Airtel or Jio will demand more discount, it depends on the possibilities of them forming a cartel. If they don't join hands together, they can't bargain more discount. Have you understood this one? This is the keyword. You have to reproduce this keyword in ICA exam also. This force will become heavier, means bargaining. They can ask huge discount only when there is a possibility of forming a cartel. If they can't join hands together, you can't ask maximum discount against the central government. Have you understood the simple logic now? So how many types of buyers are there now? Two types of buyers. What is the first one? Big buyers. We have explained that concept with a little quick example. Have you understood that one? Usually, this big buyers concept is not applicable to every industry. It applies to certain specific industries called as industrial products. Please highlight this word. It might appear in a case scenario actually. It is not a bargaining power of big buyers concept is not activated in every industry. It is applicable only to certain specific industries. Those will be referred to as industrial products like telecommunication, aviation industry, etc. Have understood this one? Cartels can be formed in either in a formal manner with public announcement, or behind the screen, even informally. Have understood the concept of big buyers now? How many types of buyers are there? Two. The second one is very easy. Retail buyers. We are perfect examples for retail buyers who purchases some products at some store. Now, in what situations? There are 4 situations. Please remember this number. What is 24/7 actually? 4 limitations are there. How many corporate level strategies are there? 4 in number. Can you remember all those things now? There are 4 situations in which buyers can exercise more bargaining power. Means they can ask more discount. First one. Second one, it's a known concept as big buyers. They will always go for big discounts. Have understood that second situation? The first other point that they are talking about retail buyers like us. Have understood that clarity now? How many situations? This is one of the frequently asked questions from ICA viewpoint. 4 situations, bargaining power of buyers. How many situations are there? 4. Regarding which force? Bargaining power of buyers. What is the second point out there? Regarding big buyers, already explained. Now, what is the first point? Buyers has full knowledge regarding where the product is available, how many academies are offering CA coaching. He is well aware of that facilities. He has inquired every possible South Indian CA academy. Then he approached one CA academy. He will definitely ask discount. If you can't give me discount, I'll go to another academy. Have understood the gutsy nature of customers right now. If the buyers have full knowledge regarding the sources of the same product, where the same product is available, and he is also aware of the substitutes availability also. If not this product, I'll go after substitute product. If the buyer has full knowledge regarding two things, what is the first thing? Regarding main product and regarding substitute product, definitely he'll go for big discount. Have understood that first situation. Third one is very easy. When the buyer himself doesn't require that good, seller is forcing to buy that good, he will go for a discount. Have you understood this feature? Third situation applies to retail buyers. I don't want your good. He is forcing us to purchase the good. Give me discount. If he says 100, we'll ask for 20. Sir, my cost itself is 75. There is one rule in AS2, cost or NRV, whichever is low, please sell it for NRV. That will be your logic. Have you understood this one? It's a poor selling item. Nobody will purchase it. He's trying to sell that good to us. Have you understood that third point now? The product is not so useful to the buyer. He will go for a big discount. Now come to the fourth one. Buyers are less in number when compared to the number of suppliers. Definitely maximum discount will be there. Please write that in arithmetical form. How many situations are there in which you can get married? Arranged marriage, etc., etc. Likewise, how many situations are there in which buyers can exercise maximum bargaining power? There are 4 situations, out of which first one is. Second one relating to big buyers. Third one just now expressed. The product is not so crucial to the buyer. What is the fourth one? Number of buyers are limited in number when compared to the number of suppliers. Have you understood all the 4 situations? Now please quickly move to the next possible force in 5 forces model. Who invented 5 force model? Ask this for relaxation purpose actually. Who invented this? Who invented value chain analysis? The same person, the same cute person also invented business level strategies. Can you remember how intelligent that cute fellow is nowadays? Have you understood that statement? He has invented 3 big topics in 50 marks subject itself. If we allow that cute person, he will invent 7 topics in 100 marks paper. Have you understood that joke? That is not next force actually. Come to the next force. Right? There are 3 situations in which suppliers can exercise bargaining power. How many situations are there? There are 3 situations in which suppliers can exercise their bargaining power. What do you mean by bargaining power with respect to suppliers? He is not willing to decrease the price. Have you understood the bargaining power definition with respect to suppliers? He is not willing to decrease the MRP below certain MRP level. Let us say MRP stands as 200. He will sell that product for max 182 only. But the buyer is asking for 160. He said with confidence, I won't sell it below 182. That is the bargaining power of a supplier. Have understood the meaning of bargaining power with respect to whom? What is the bargaining power definition with respect to customer? He will pull down the MRP and he will push up the MRP supplier. Have you understood the 2 forces now? Now, how many situations are there in which suppliers can exercise bargaining power now? There are 3 situations in all. The third one is very, very easy. Suppliers are less than buyers. This is happening right now. Suppliers are less in number when compared to the number of buyers. Are you following SM? Since it's a boring, dirty theory paper, that too in marathon. Right. So how many situations are there in which suppliers can exercise their BP? I forgot this joke actually. BP. BP stands for, nowadays 2 people have this cute disease called BP. Buyers and suppliers have BP. BP stands for bargaining power. How many situations are there in which suppliers can exercise BP now? 3 situations. What is the first situation? Last one. Who is low in number? Limited in suppliers are limited in number when compared to the number of buyers. Now look at that first one. Product is so crucial to the customer. Coaching is very much required for the student. Charge more. Have you understood that first easy situation? So how many situations are there in which supplier can exercise BP now? 3. What is the first one? Right. What is the first situation? Right. Product is so useful to the buyer, you can charge more. What is the third situation? Suppliers are low in number when compared to the buyer. Now you can remember very logical also, even it is a theory paper. What do you mean by the word called more concentrated? Low in number. When the number of buyers is low in number, they will have BP. When the number of suppliers is low in number, they will enjoy BP. I've understood the theorem behind that. Two phrases now. Now come to the third one or second one as per your material order, called as when the suppliers are trying to create a high amount of switching cost. Please listen to this industry example. We need this example at some other context also, under the threat of new entrants in the same concept. Now listen to this industry example very quickly. You are running a business organization. Volume of transactions for your business is very high. Means you have to maintain high volumes of data. If you want to store high volumes of data, you need huge storage space, but you can't invest lakhs of rupees as capital expenditure for acquiring storage space. Means you have to take storage space on rent or lease basis. Have you understood the story now? We are running a business organization. Transactions are voluminous in nature. Means we have to maintain high volumes of data. If you want to maintain high volumes of data, we need a high amount of storage space. But we can't afford for such high amount of storage space because we can't spend huge amount of capital expenditure. There is a liquidity problem. Have you understood this one? If that is the case, then there lies a company called as AWS, called as Amazon Web Services, who provides storage space on lease basis. Amazon Web Service company, they offer one service called cloud computing. Under cloud computing, one service is called as providing storage space on lease or rental basis. Let us assume that you can take any imaginary number. I'm taking imaginary number. Let us assume that 1 lakh or 2 lakhs, whatever the number is, 2 lakhs is the annual rent amount, lease amount. What is the tenure for that contract? Means let us assume an imaginary number as 5 years. They have put up an additional clause in their contract called as you can't break this, you can't terminate this contract up to the 5 years. Means 5 years logically is a lock-in period. These are some of the clauses in that contract between them. Have you understood this example up to this point of time? After 2 years. 2 years have been elapsed now. At the end of second year, a competitor has entered into the industry. Namely, it is called as a real industry example, Azure. Microsoft company's subsidiary company, Azure, is there. They are trying to provide the same storage space services, rental basis. Now, they have, those marketing people have approached our business organization and offered us, we'll charge only 1 lakh per annum rental as rent amount. Please switch to us. They have asked us to switch the supplier. What are the provisions we have made up in the earlier contract now? You can't terminate it before 5 years. If anybody wants to terminate this 5-year contract, they put up additional clause called I will charge 8 lakhs as penalty, for example. I've understood that additional clause Amazon people have put into the agreement. Right. Why you have accepted 8 lakhs at that point of time means there was no competitor for AWS. It's a monopoly market. Since no other organization is available, since you are not willing to break down the contract, terminate the contract, you can accept any amount of penalty. Have you understood this example now? Right. Now, if you want to switch your supplier, please note this point. If you want to switch the supplier from AWS to Azure company, how much penalty you want to pay now, right now? You are forced to pay 8 lakhs. What is the savings in lease amount now? For the next 3 years, you have to pay 6 lakhs to AWS. For the next 3 years, you have to pay 3 lakhs to the Azure company. What is the savings in lease amount now? Just 3 lakhs, but penalty is more when compared to savings in lease amount. You can't switch the supplier now. Means 8 lakhs is the example of high switching cost set out by our supplier called AWS. I've understood this example. How many situations are there in bargaining power of suppliers now? 3 in all. Now, as per your material order, first one, product is very, very significant for the buyer. Second one, complicated point. Suppliers are creating high switching cost. Third one, who is more concentrated? Suppliers are more concentrated when compared to the number of buyers. Have understood these situations now. Quickly move to the next force called as rivalry. How many forces are there in 5 forces model now? 5. Who invented it funnily? Michael Porter or simply MP. How many situations are there in which buyers can exercise bargaining power? 4. How many situations are there in which suppliers can exercise their BP? 3. What is the first one? What is the first situation of under suppliers? What is the second one? If they generate high switching costs, you can't switch the supplier. What's the last one? Who is more concentrated? Suppliers are more concentrated. Now come to the next force called as rivalry or competitors. If the competitors are more in number, our profits will come down. So this is called as neck to neck competition, technically called as cutthroat competition. When the competition gets tough, have you heard this word under PLC? In which stage? Is it 1 or 2 or 3? Third stage, competition gets tough. It is also called as neck to neck competition or cutthroat competition. When the competition is very tough, then our profits will come down. Our profits will come down. How many situations are there in which our profits will come down? Means there are 5 to 6 situations are there. Which force are we in right now? Rivalry. Our profits will come down when the intensity of rivalry is very high. Cutthroat competition. Look at that first situation. Take an example. Industry examples will be very easy to remember this 4 to 5 points. First one, oil industries. You can't add additional flavors to petrol. It's not possible like your fast foods. Have you understood this one? So first situation is applicable to which industry now? Oil and gas industry. You have little opportunity to bring some additional flavors to petrol. There are only two versions of petrol right now, normal and speed petrol. That's it. You can't have third one. Have you understood this one? When you can't provide unique features in your products, your profits will come down. Every other competitor will provide the same quality of petrol. Have you understood that first situation? Now come to the second one. This is called as a telecommunication industry example. In 1 year, Airtel will occupy the number 1 spot. In the next coming year, Zio will take the number 1 spot. Industry has no clear leader at all. You can't enjoy maximum amount of profits. Profits will be shared equally by both the competitors. So what is the second situation? Industry has no clear leader. What is the first one? You have no opportunity or little opportunity to bring uniqueness in your offerings. What is the another name for offerings? It's nothing but product. Product includes how many things? 3. Goods. It's a very silly point. Third one. Number of competitors are more in number. Profits will come down. Self-explanatory. Look at that next one. Fifth one. High exit barriers. Let us assume that you take any aviation company, aeroplane operating services company, if it goes bankrupt, if any organization goes into bankruptcy situation, nobody will save us actually. But if you take the case of aviation industry, central government will provide assistance to that company. In terms of 1,000 crores or 2,000 crores, they will overnight, they will transfer that amount to that to be liquidated company. Now, if one of our competitor is going to be liquidated, means it's a good news for us. But our good news is spoiled by whom? Central government's assistance. Central government is not allowing one of our competitor to move out of the industry. So if he doesn't move out of the industry, it will be bad news for existing players. That is called as exit barriers. There will be high exit barriers in which industry? Aviation industry. Our profits will come down if he stays in the industry. I've understood this point now. So far I've explained 4 points. Under which force? Rivalry. What's the first one? Little opportunity to offer uniqueness in your products. Second one, when the industry has no clear leader. Third one, now silly point. Number of competitors are more in number. Last one, certain industries are having high exit barriers. Then it's a bad news for existing players. Your profits will come down. And look at that fourth one. Point number D, when our competitor is having high amount of fixed cost, then BEP will be more, BEP in units will be more. Means our competitor is having high fixed cost. We're not talking about our fixed cost. Our competitor is having high amount of fixed cost. If the fixed cost is high enough, means break-even quantity will be more. To achieve that break-even quantity, you have to increase your sales. Let us assume in this example, the number of total consumers in the market is constant. If our competitor takes away more number of consumers from the market, our consumers will come down, our sales will come down. Have understood the assumption behind this situation now? Let us assume that total number of consumers in the market is fixed in number. If he takes away more number of consumers because his BEP is more, our sales will come down a bit. This is another situation. Competitors are operating with a high fixed cost. Have understood all these 4 to 5 situations now? So far we have covered very quickly. Of course, how many forces now? 3 in all. What's the first one? BP of buyers. Second one, BP of suppliers. Buyers, how many situations? 4. Suppliers, how many situations? 3 in number. Thereafter we move to rivalry. There are 4 to 5 in this marathon material, for example. Right? What is the first one? Please remember industry names. Oil and gas. Second one, telecommunication industry. Third one, easiest one, leave that. Fourth one, marginal costing wala logic. BEP wala logic. Fifth one, aviation industry. Can you remember all those things now? Now please move to the next little force called as substitutes. Famous foundation example. If all of a sudden from tomorrow onwards coffee prices comes down, who will enjoy sales? Tea. Tea sales will go up. These are perfect examples, classical examples for which product? Substitute products. What is the definition given in your board material at CA interlevel for substitute? Means two products which have the ability to give similar satisfaction to the consumer. Two or more products which can provide same or similar satisfaction to the end consumer can be termed as substitute products. This line was present in board material, asked as an MCQ 3 attempts back. I hope students of your standards can guess easily the answer as MCQs. Two or more products offering same or similar satisfaction to the end consumer can be referred to as substitutes. Now, look at this beautiful word, hidden. Hidden means not visible but present. Latent source of count. They are present in the industry but not directly visible to us. That is the meaning of the word hidden source or latent source of competition. What are the two advantages to an organization selling substitute products? Means please remember these two advantages as 2P. Organizations which are offering substitute products have two advantages. You have to remember for exam sake with what acronym? With 2P symbol. What does first P stands for? Their prices will be low. First advantage, price advantage. They will say that, they will claim in the advertisement that you have more satisfaction if you consume tea when compared to that nasty product called coffee. They will claim that performance will be more. Have I understood 2P logic now? 2P advantages will accrue to whom actually? Will belong to whom? Organizations offering main products or substitute products? Substitute products. Have I understood this explanation now? This is the fourth little force, right? As far as my memory is concerned, a case scenario question related to threat of substitutes is present in the past 2 to 3 attempts RTPs. At any time, it may appear into your question paper. Try to examine all the 3 past or 4 or 5 attempts, RTPs, MTPs of the entire new syllabus papers. Some questions will be dumped into your paper. You have to scan all those RTPs, MTPs. If possible, try to read that observer's documents released by ICA after every result is announced. Some questions were poorly answered by some past students. Those questions will be repeated. On an average, if an Indian student is unable to answer a certain question, means that question will be highlighted by the ICA in their website actually. In the name of observer comments, that question will be repeated in the next 2, 3, 4 attempts. So ICA is giving certain clues to us in the form of RTPs, MTPs, previous exam papers and observer comments. If you refer all these things, means at least 12 to 18 marks paper will be known to every student actually. If you can score 15 out of 18, means it's a huge advantage to a CA student. That is the value of ICA sources. Now come to the last leftover force in this model called as a threat to new entrants. The first one. How many forces are there in 5 force model now? 5 in all. What are the 4 we have covered now? In the same order. Bargaining power of buyers followed by suppliers 3 situations, followed by rivals 5 situations, threat of substitutes with an acronym called 2P. Now come to the first one, threat of new entrants. If any person wants to start the same business as we are doing right now, our profits will come down if he enters into the industry. It's a simple logic. Then as an existing player, if I want to maintain the same amount of profits, we have to block the new entrants from entering into the industry. So there are 7 ways to block the new entrants. This is also one of the frequently asked questions from ICA viewpoint. Either bargaining power of buyers or how to block the new entrants. These are the repeated questions as far as descriptive part is concerned. Have understood the importance of this concept now. How many ways are there to block the new entrants now? 7 in all. We'll use a funny acronym called known to so many now who have attended regular class. You are showing some amount of earnings per share after qualification to your father. This is my second source of income. Right. What is the funny acronym you have to remember here? C under Hindi BAP means father. C BAP EPS. Now first C stands for easy concepts. Now some industries, they demand heavy capital expenditure, right? 2 industries are known to us actually in this session itself. One is telecommunication industry and the second one is aviation industry. If anybody wants to enter into aviation industry, existing players won't block us. initial capital expenditure will inject some fear into our brain. Can you spend that amount of crores? So who is the blocking factor here? Not the existing player. Initial capital itself will block us. Will block us means new entrants. Have understood that first logic? How many ways are there to block the new entrants now? How many ways are there to block the new entrants? 7 in all. What's the funny acronym we have to apply? C BAP EPS. C stands for, under capital C, who is blocking new entrant actually? Existing player or high capital expenditure? Right. Now come to the next one. Under BAP, B stands for, the brand image itself of existing players will kill the new entrants. Not an appropriate example. B stands for brand image. Brand image of the existing players will kill the new entrants. Now come to the next one called as A stands for. Please find that alphabet. A stands for access to distribution channels. If any person invents a detergent powder or a detergent or a soap for the first time, even if the quality of the product is very good when compared to the products of existing players will block the distribution channels to him. He won't be allowed to distribute the product in the industry at all. That is the influence of existing players. Even though it is ethical or unethical, that's a different matter. Existing players will block the new entrants. One that is expressed with alphabet A called, they will deny unavailability. They will make the distribution channels unavailable to the new entrant. Then he can't sell the products. I've understood this version now. How many ways are there to block the new entrants? 7. Acronym please. C stands for, under capital C, existing players is blocking or capital expenditure? Maximum capital expenditure. Under BAP, B stands for, brand image itself will kill the new entrants, right? A stands for, deny the access of distribution channels to the new entrants. They can't enter into the industry. You can enjoy more profits. And P stands for, you have to link this concept with experience curve advantage. Is experience curve an advantage or a disadvantage to the organization? Definitely an advantage, because average cost per unit is coming down due to increase in efficiency gained by the workers, etc. is there. Can you remember all those things? Let us assume that you are running a business organization called B. Let us assume that one of your competitors is C. Your price is around 70-30, right? Since he is a new entrant, he'll use latest technology. Straight away, his cost per unit will be very, very low, like this. Then he will offer the same amount of margin and he will sell away the goods for 92. Have understood the first situation? This is the first round of battle between these two players now. Now look at the second round now. Then he will watch this MRP 92. He'll make it 90. Second round of battle. Then he will respond to it like this. 18, 80. Then he will respond to it like this. 70 plus 9, 79. Third round of battle. Then ultimate battle would be from new entrant point of view. From new entrant point of view, 62 plus 1, 63. Then he will reveal his secret. He is actually a cost leader in the industry. He is telling lies to every other person on planet Earth. His cost per unit is not 70. He is telling lies actually. His cost per unit actually 52. Now he will use that experience advantage now. He will put up like this. He is literally throwing this new entrant out of the industry. He will maintain this MRP 53 for the next 6 months. Then the new entrant will be forced to make a call to the existing player that please purchase my business. Then he will acquire this business. Then he will occupy the normal spot now. What is his actual cost now due to experience advantage? 52. What was the original MRP charged by him? 100. Now he will charge 63 and he is almost a monopoly in this area. I mean in that area. Have understood this round? This is called as taking serious revenge. Possibility of aggressive retaliation. Retaliation means revenge. Have I understood this battle now? For which alphabet I have delivered this story now? P under BAP. How many ways are there to block the new entrants? 7. Acronym please. It's a marathon. I have this weakness to revise a concept multiple times, whether it is regular or marathon. C for, B for, A for access, denying access, right. Under BAP, P stands for You have to take a severe revenge on the new entrants. Have understood that beautiful example? And the last one, EPS. EPS stands for, E stands for, I need not explain. Economies of scale, experience advantage. You can learn that easily. P stands for, please bring some unique features into your product so that new entrant is unable to offer that unique features. Have you understood that one? This is called as product differentiation, logically equal to one of the business level strategy called differentiation strategy. Have understood EPS now? E stands for enjoy that benefit, improve the production, average cost per unit will come down. Have that advantage. New entrant doesn't have that advantage because new entrant, demand for new entrant product will be very low in the initial stages in the industry. So he won't increase production. Existing players will increase production. So he will have that benefit called economies of scale. Have you understood that one? And the last one, S stands for switching cost. If anybody asks, a student might be committed to a single organization called brand. He is addicted to some branded products or services. If a new entrant comes into the industry, if you ask that student who is addicted to one such brand, if you ask him, he will have some fear in his mind that they may teach well or not. What about the quality of services offered there? What about the quality of food offered in their hostels? We don't know anything. Have you understood the element of fears in the consumer brain now? Due to these fear elements, he won't shift the organization. These fear elements are called as psychological costs. These fear elements in the mind of consumer are called as a psychological cost. So as per your material or syllabus, there are two examples of customer switching cost. One, they may charge more amount from you. If the student switches the organization, they may charge more fees. And there is a fear element in the consumer mind that you might not get qualitative services like in the past organization. Have you understood this example? So how many switching costs are there now? Regarding consumer, there are two switching cost examples are there regarding consumer. First one is financial cost and the second one is psychological cost. Due to the presence of these two switching costs, customers won't switch very quickly to the new entrants. Have you understood these 7 long topics now? So we have finished by God's grace. The 5 forces model invented by whom? Who invented value chain analysis? How many activities are there in value chain analysis now? How many activities are there in value chain analysis? How many forces are there in 5 forces model now? How many situations are there in which bargaining power can be accessed by suppliers, by buyers? How many situations are there in which there will be cutthroat competition? Our profits will be low. 4 to 5 situations are there. Industry related examples. Where did you hear the word called 2P? Threat of substitutes. When did you use the word called CBAP EPS? Under EPS, E stands for. Now come to the next valid topic in this lengthy chapter called chapter number 2. To the next little topic called as KSFs. KSF stands for key success factors, right? This topic also belongs to which analysis? Means industry analysis. 5 forces model belongs to which analysis? Industry analysis. Same is the case with KSFs. You are trying to analyze the KSFs of a particular industry. As the name itself suggests, KSF stands for key success factors. If you want to enjoy competitive advantage in any industry, first you have to prepare the list of KSFs for that industry. Sir, what do you mean by KSFs means? I'll give you a very, very down-to-earth example. If you want to enhance pass percentage in this industry called CA coaching industry, the faculty should teach in a very good form. The material should be fantastic. It should fetch you great marks actually. Normally, so many academies will miss on this third point actually. They will finish off the syllabus, but there will be no much time left for the faculty or students to have doubts clarification sessions. Some people are very cautiously doing these things. That's why some academies or any academy can generate all India ranks actually. All India ranks doesn't depend only on classes only. They will focus on doubts clarification session. If any student has even one doubt in any one chapter, means if that topic was posed in the main examination, that all India ranker would lose 1 or 5 marks. Every mark is very crucial if you are aspiring to touch all India ranks. It's not an easy task. So doubts clarification is a mandatory if you want to focus on generating all India ranks, especially at CA entrance, CA final exams. CMA thing is quite different actually. We are not talking about it right now. So first one, teaching should be good. The sources of preparation called your material should be fantastic. Material thing. Doubts clarification is mandatory. Even if you want to enhance pass percentage of normal students also, doubts clarification is mandatory. No student can absorb, can grasp the command or subject in a single stretch in the class. Every student listens to the concept for his lifetime only once in the classroom. Student should possess a high levels of concentration if they want to absorb the logic behind that concepts. It's not easy for every student on a daily basis. One student will concentrate much more on Monday, he may not on Tuesday. There are a lot of differences or there issues will be there. So doubts clarification is mandatory if you want to generate either AIR or if you want to enhance pass percentage. For that, you have to support the student till the last examination. Normally, academies will leave 2 to 3 months for mock test revisions, right? Grand revisions would be there before ICA exam. In that 2 to 3 months revision, pure revision periods also, some academies are allocating the junior faculties or supporting faculties for every 20 students. 20 students will be considered as single batch. If any student gets a doubt in any subject, he will solve that. Look at the caution some people are taking right now to generate AIRs. Have you understood these logics now? These 4 things which we have discussed right now are nothing but the key success factors of CA training industry. Have you understood these logics now? So if you want to have competitive advantage in any industry, you have to prepare the list of KSFs first. Have you understood the concept of KSFs now? Without KSFs, if you can't excel at KSFs, you can't achieve competitive advantage. It's not possible. If not 4, if not all or 4, at least you have to excel in 1 or 2. At least teaching should be good. If not materials, at least, if not doubt clarification, any 1 or 2 must be very good. Then only you can achieve great results. Have understood the essence of KSFs now? Coming to the examination viewpoint now, how will you define KSFs in your answer paper means? Look at that easy procedural definition. KSFs, we have identified some KSFs for this industry right now, right? These are examples for this beautiful couple of words called those things. You have to represent those 2 letters also. KSFs are those things which have a huge impact on your ability. Industry members means firms ability or organization's ability to generate profits in the marketplace. Marketplace is another word for industry. So how many techniques are we learning in this marathon session to analyze your industry? First one, the big concept called 5 forces model, and the second one right now, it is called KSFs. So KSF he is using a technical word called, look at this keyword, you have to represent it in exam also. They are the prerequisites. Without identifying KSFs, you can't excel in the industry. It's not possible for you to achieve a competitive advantage. Now you have to raise one question now. Sir, how can we define KSFs in the exam? Means those things which has a huge impact on your ability to generate profits in the industry. KSF is mandatory for every business organization. The technical definition of KSF is, we have already defined those words. How many definitions are there for the word resources now? 2 in all. What is the first one? BCom Wala definition. 5 M's. What is the CA interest definition? List of tangible and intangible assets. KSF includes resources. Apple is one of the KSFs for Apple Corporation is 2,45,000 crores for R&D. Surplus money is there with them. They can spend at any point of time. That's why they are leading that industry, smartphone industry. If you want to defeat Apple organization, you must be having at least 3/4 of that budget for R&D department only. This is a finest example, industry example of having huge amount of resources. KSF includes resources called 5 M's. In other way it is called as tangible and intangible assets. Have you understood this one? Now look at the second one called as competencies. Competencies means skills. Some people might be having huge amount of money or resources. Even then they will go for liquidation. Some business people don't know how to use their resources to generate profits. That ability to use resources to generate profits is nothing but competencies or skills or competitive capabilities. These are the 3 words which ICA will use in your question paper. What is the definition of competencies? It's the organization's ability to use their resources to generate adequate amount of profits. If you don't have that intelligence, classical example is Anil Ambani. If you have those skills, Mukesh Ambani. Have understood this quick industry example now? So we don't need only resources. We should possess competencies. Your father has put up some resources on you to finish off this course called CA, but you should have some competencies also. Long working hours, consistent hard working routine, Clear of this voluminous course. Spark in natural intelligence is not only the sufficient, not only the required thing to clear this course. You should be a very, very consistent, hardworking person, because syllabus is voluminous in nature. Pure intelligence, you can crack some MCQ exams, 100 full MCQ exams, or there some entrance exams, or there at international level like USCMA, etc., etc. Intelligence can crack those exams very easily, but this is on a different scale altogether. There is a descriptive part, 70% is for descriptive part. So what is the competencies you are supposed to possess now? Long working hours, 12 hours a day, Indian average to see clear CA intro or CA final, Indian equation, average equation, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, 9 months. 6 months for learning, 3 months for revision. If anybody is short of these hours, means 4 months. That's it. You need not spend much time on this equation at all. It is already proved. If any person is extraordinary intelligent, means he may get result with 11 hours. That's it. Have you understood the requirement of this course? It's not because we are not so intelligent. Since syllabus is voluminous in nature, it demands this culture from every CA intro or final student. Have you understood this expression now? These are the competencies of a CA intro student to clear this exam. Now come to our discussion now. KSF includes first one, resources and ability to use resources to generate profits, called as competencies. What are the other two names for competencies now? Core competencies or competitive capabilities or skills. Have understood two definitions of KSFs now. I need not explain this one. The qualities that should be present in the product, because you have to ultimately satisfy the consumer. Attributes means qualities. Can anybody remind me very quickly, of course, even though it's a marathon, how many characteristics are there for the term product? 5. Can you give me the third one? Every product will be having certain features that should ultimately satisfy whom? We are talking about product attributes. What's your qualities, ingredients in the product? That is another example of KSF. And the last one is, and the favorable, if you possess all these things, you will achieve this. You can ignore this also for exam purposes very quickly. So KSF includes how many things right now? Very quickly. Resources, intelligence wala thing, resources, competencies, thereafter the product attributes. Now, is KSF mandatory for any business organization to excel in industry? That's why he has used the word called prerequisites. How many types of success will be there? Means as per your syllabus, according to this concept, financial success, success in terms of competition. Some organizations, even though they are suffering from losses for first few years, they are trying to increase the number of customers. Its classic example is Swiggy wala example. Even though Swiggy suffered losses for the first 7 years, they continued their business. The only purpose of Swiggy top management is how to convert Zomato customers into our customers. We will enjoy profits in future. Don't worry about the profits. First, withstand in the business. Try to stay in the business for some years. Convert the other competitor customers to your customers, then you will generate profits. Nowadays, Swiggy is enjoying profits. Have you understood this one? So what is the first aim of Swiggy in the initial years? They want to beat the competition. Second stage, they want to be financially strong. Have you understood two examples now? How many types of success are there now in this point of time? 2. Financially and competition wise. Now this is a famous example from your board material. Apparel means accessory manufacturing. The 2 KSFs are, hopefully he might generate a case study on this. He will use board material examples to generate case scenarios at some times. Now look at this one. What are the list of KSFs in apparel manufacturing or accessories? Means first one, attractive design should be there. Please attract the customer with colorful designs and color combinations. 2 keywords, 2 KSFs. Third one, if possible, have the experience curve advantage. Try to reduce your cost per unit so that you can charge least MRP. You can attract the customers. So board material has prescribed 3 KSFs. For which industry? For apparel manufacturing industry. Be cautious with board material examples. Have understood that example now? Which big topic are we studying right now? This is the last big topic, preferably in chapter 2. What is that concept called as? KSF. KSF means those things that can have huge impact on your profitability. KSF includes 3 things very quickly. Resources, competencies, and thereafter product attributes. Is KSF mandatory to excel in the industry? Yes, they are called as prerequisites. One board material example containing 3 KSFs. Right. You have to prepare strategies keeping in view the KSFs of that industry. Your strategy while formulating strategies, you should watch the KSFs for that industry. Train your strategy based on KSFs. Use your resources. Use your resources. Energies means 5 M's. Use the intelligence of your employees to excel in KSFs. Have you understood how to use KSFs now? KSFs will guide our strategy formulation. Have understood the essence of fourth point now? KSFs will change from one industry to another industry. KSFs will change from one industry to another industry, and the extra point is they will change within the same industry. Within the same industry, they might change from one period of time to another point of time. Have understood this expression now? So what is the essence of next point now? KSFs will be different from one industry to another industry. Extended point is in the same industry, KSFs will vary from 2024 to 2026 year. Have understood that logic? Last one, how many KSFs should we list out? If anybody asks us as SM person to prepare the list of KSFs for a business organization, should we go for 18 KSFs or 95 KSFs? Means there is a ceiling limit for KSFs. You cannot prepare any number of KSFs. The limit is maximum. In rare situations, please watch this vocabulary very cautiously. In very rare situations, you can have more than 3 or 4 KSFs. Means 7 is allowed, 14 is allowed, 25 is also allowed, but not an ordinary basis. In rare situations. Have you observed that wording there? Normally, what is the opposite way of explaining it? Normally, KSF should not exceed 3 or 4. Normally, KSF should not exceed 3 or 4, but in very rare situations, if the industry demands, you can have more than 3 or 4 KSFs. Out of those 3 or 4, if you want to have competitive advantage in the industry, try to excel at least 1 or 2 is enough to occupy the top 5 spots in the industry. Either teaching or metal, anything else, anything is required. Just 2 is required to excel in the industry. Have understood that example now? Right. Have understood this concept called KSF? Then you have to ask one related question to KSF. Sir, how to prepare? What is the actual process? What is the actual process of identifying KSF? Means you have to raise 3 questions against the organization. If you want to prepare the list of KSFs, you have to raise 3 questions. The first one is, please ask the customer, on what basis so-and-so customer is preferring so-and-so organization products. There might be some reasons for on behalf of customer. Those reasons are nothing but a list of KSFs. Why you have joined this organization is the KSF for this organization. Have understood that first route now? How many ways are there to identify KSFs now? There are 3 ways now. What is the first one? 3 ways means 3 different questions. First question is will be posed against whom? Against customer. What is on what basis did they prefer so and so organization? Now look at the second and third questions. Second and third questions will be raised against the organization. Second and third questions will be raised against whom? Against the organization. If they are honest enough, you can ask them questions. On the basis of what resources, on the basis of what intelligence have you excelled in the industry? If they are honest, they will release the answers. Normally, they won't. They will say that it is our trade secret. What is the language? It is our trade secret. Have you understood that second question now? Come to the last question. Again, a question for business organization, which we have to refer this concept in chapter number 3. For the time being, leave it. So how many questions you have raised to prepare the list of KSFs now? In all, 3. Have you understood this one? Right. What is the first question? Question against consumer. Second and third questions against business organization if they are honest enough. What is the content of second question? On the basis of what resources or on the basis of what competencies have you occupied the top 5 spots in the industry? Third one, not discussed yet, will refer after CC concept. Have you underlined any acronym like this, CC plus CA, somewhere else? Under which concept? Under chapter 1. Is it under benefits due to SM? 7 benefits are there, 24 by 7 wala. What is the 7th benefit? CC plus CA. Can I ask the third benefit? Is it framework? Very good. First one, everybody will say that. Direction. What is the 4th one? Pathfinder to identify opportunities. 5th one. 6th one, enhances the longevity. How many stages are there in PLC? Right. How many techniques we have discussed in marathon sessions to analyze the industry? 2. First one, MP wala technique. MP wala technique. 5 forces model. The second one, KSF. Here there is no MP here. Don't attach him to every question. Right. Now coming to the next little concept, maybe an MCQ or a theory question regarding industry's attractiveness. Nobody will study all these questions in regular batches also. What is attractiveness? How you can analyze the attractiveness of industry? Attractiveness means opportunity to generate more profits. Opportunity to generate more profits is called as industry attractiveness. And just giving the essence of this little question. Using how many techniques did we discuss for analyzing the industry? One is 5 forces model. Another one is list of preparing the list of KSFs. If you use any of these techniques, you will analyze whether the industry is attractive or not. Sir, what do you mean by industry attractiveness? Means, is there any opportunity for us to have more profits in the industry? If you have that option, it is attractive. If you don't have that option, industry is not so attractive. Now, what we have to do as a business person when the industry proves to be attractive? This is one of the probable question for your exam. Highly underrated question. Nobody will read these questions. Highly underrated questions. Not C category, Z category questions. I say we'll ask those Z category also once in a while. So, if industry proves to be attractive, what are the responses you have to show? Means, first one, common sense wala point. Expand sales since it is a favorable to you. Have more branches. If number of admissions increase, have additional branches. Industry seems to be attractive to you. Second one, purchase the additional plant and machinery if you are a manufacturer. Use capital budgeting technique. If you are good at FM, try to strengthen your long-term competitive position. Where did you hear this CTE square P cube? There are 7 areas in which you have to set long-term objectives, out of which C stands for try to strengthen that position in the long run. Have you understood 3 responses you have to show when the industry proves to be attractive? Now come to the next one. If the industry unfortunately proves to be so unattractive, then please be cautious while putting extra money. While putting additional branches, be cautious. Invest cautiously. When the industry is not so attractive, this is the famous strategies of Warren Buffett also. When the industry is not so attractive, he will purchase one of the firms in that poorly performing industry for least purchase consideration. Since he is a billionaire, he doesn't want any money tomorrow. He will purchase any loss-making company in an unattractive industry when the purchase consideration is very low, and he will hold the company for so many years. He will sell the same company after 10 years for a huge profit. This is one of the big strategies of Warren Buffett. That is our second point. Acquire smaller firms if the price is very low. Have understood that second point now? Third one is purely based on common sense. If the industry is so unattractive, why are you staying here? Please move to the another industry. If you don't like CA, get into the entertainment industry for your sake. Have you understood this logic now? So what is the third option available when the industry proves to be unattractive? Diversification means entering into new industry. And the last one, self-explanatory. Try to protect your standpoint. Don't try to increase your competitive position. Try to protect the existing customers at least. Have understood this little question now? Right. How many ways are there practically to implement value chain analysis? Is it AI or IA? Right. Now come to the little topic. It is known to you from foundation stuff, customer analysis. What do you mean by customer analysis? I'll quickly wrap it off in 2 minutes. Identify the targeted customers. Identify the target customers. Determine their requirements. And you have to convince the customer how your product will satisfy their wants. This is the job of which department? Sales and marketing people will do this in a best manner. If anybody wants to earn huge money, then CA is a probable option. They'll try to convince possible students. So what are 3 activities you have to perform in customer analysis? First one, identify the targeted customer, determine his requirements, prove that, convince the customer that your product will satisfy that customer wants or needs. Right. How many types of customers are there? Means existing customers means foundation students, future customers +2 passed out students or 10th passed outs. That's it. How many types of customers are there now? 2 types. Existing, who have already entered into CA course, who are about to enter into CA course, prospective or future customers. Have understood types of customers now? Can I ask one simple question? How many types of buyers are there? Where did we study that one? Under which model? Under bargaining power of buyers. Under which technique? Industry analysis technique. 5 forces model. Who is that cute person who invented it? MP. Can you remember him? Right. Now, come to the next little concept. Hopefully it must be self-explanatory to you. Customer behavior. How a customer chooses a branded product, what is his thought process. Identifying the customer's thought process is called as a customer behavior. Highlight that one. Identification of customers. First point, identify the customers. Second one, try to study what is the thought process in the mind of consumer, how they are purchasing products. What is the reason behind their purchase? How they are purchasing products means, are they purchasing online or offline? That is not our sense here. Why they are purchasing products? Please identify their thought process. Then you can excel in business. Right. Now, there are 4 factors which can have huge impact on customer behavior. This is the newly added topic under new syllabus, not yet asked at least for one time. All the other newly added topics were already asked in the new syllabus. At any time, this question might appear. I've been guessing this question for the last 2 attempts actually. And I was not successful. Let's hope this time. So there are how many factors are there which can impact your consumer behavior? There are 4 factors. First one, external influences. A customer might watch a fantastic advertisements, then he may enroll into CA course. Simple example. Advertisements. How can you join CA course after watching Naptol? Right. Somebody has spelled out as Naptol. Right. Do you have CA Academy advertisements in Naptol nowadays? Please join CA course. Only 3 seats are limited. Actual price is 1,20,000. We are offering for 5 rupees. You can't find that advertisements. It's very cheap. Right. It degrades the prestige of this profession. Naptol is the wrong answer, Babu. Right. How many? Right. Finally, I got an opportunity to use one little Telugu word here. How many factors can show huge impact on customer behavior? First one. Can you understand my pressure in marathon? I have to quickly wrap up the syllabus. I have a habit to crack jokes actually. I have to crack jokes very quickly. That is a huge pressure actually. Had it been a regular batch, we would have spent at least 20 to 30 minutes. Have you understood the faculty difficulty? Right. My 100% breakfast had already been digested during the break time itself. I'm waiting for lunch as you do on a daily basis. Right. Now come to the topic now. There will be certain Atmas who wants to speak something in marathon sessions in English actually. Right. Now come to the topic now seriously. How many factors will have great impact on customer behavior? 4 in all. What is the first one? External influences. What is the famous example for external? Advertisement. Somebody will join CA course based on one simple silly reason called, my friend has referred this to me. My cousin has referred this to me. That a friend or cousin in SM is called as a peer recommendations. Have you identified 2 funny examples in this beautiful subject? Right. What is the first one? External influences. Now come to the second one. Internal influences. Some people by birth or at the end of 5th class, without any valid reason, they have fixed in their mind that if I want to do a professional certification course, this is a CA. They will explain this statement to 5th classmates also. This is their fixed nature in their psychology called as psychological factors. Have you understood the example for internal influences now? Right. How many factors will have impact on customer behavior? First one, external. What is the first funny example? Advertisements, peer recommendations. What is the next factor? Internal influences. One keyword, psychological factors. Some people have a fixed attitude towards branded products. If they want to purchase smartphone, it should be Apple product only. Have you understood that one? Now come to the third one. Decision making. Come to the third one. Decision making. What are the stages of decision making means? Look at the easiest one now. Identify the problem. Identify the requirements of the customer. Search the alternative CA academies present in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Search for desirable alternatives. List them on a sheet of paper. If possible, it's not possible. If possible, try to identify the positives and negatives of each academy. If possible, then do the cost benefit analysis. Which is the appropriate academy? Go and join there. Have breakfast like sambar idli. Make a final choice. Right. Now, have you understood this the stages of decision making? And last step would be very relative, easiest one. After joining, you will be having two alternatives. Either you can become a very happy person or a dissatisfied person. If you are happy, you will send next generation from your family to only CA course. On the other hand, if any student is dissatisfied, means he won't send any single person from his entire state to the so and so organization. This is called dissatisfied customer influences. Have you understood this post decision processes now? Please put a cautious tick mark over this question. This might appear hopefully, because we have been waiting for this question. Right. Now, how many business level strategies are there? 3 in number. How many strategic levels are there? 3 in number. Corporate level, business level, functional. With the help of business level strategies only, we can achieve a competitive advantage. Next one, look at this next little concept. Competitive strategy means it is another name for business level strategy. With the help of business level strategy, we can achieve a competitive advantage. So what is the other name for business level strategy? Concrete strategies. We have studied somewhere concrete strategies. Thereafter, second other name called as a competitive strategy. How to compete? Have you heard this question tag? As soon as we finished off strategic levels, we found a chart in your chapter 1 material where to compete and how can you achieve competitive advantage? With the help of business level strategies. How many business level strategies are there? 3 in number. We'll study in chapter 3, cost leadership, differentiation and focus strategies. Right? If you want to create competitive advantage, first analyze the industry. This is a very cute point, very vital point for MCQs actually, or case scenario. Please put a tick mark over this. You have to use a model called industry analysis model called 5 forces model. Is very useful for business organizations to generate a beautiful business level strategy to achieve competitive advantage. Please watch this point for case scenarios or MCQs. You have to identify the competitive pressures in the industry. You have to beat all the 5 people to achieve competitive advantage. There is a link between 5 forces model and competitive strategy. Have you understood this one? Right. Now, look at, by God's grace, the last topic possible in this lengthiest chapter called chapter number 2, competitive landscape. Competitive landscape. Analyze the competitors. You have to analyze the competitors if you want to get a competitive advantage. Sir, how to analyze the competitors means we use a technique called a competitive landscape. How many types of competitors are there? Means since it's a marathon, I'm just giving you names: direct competitors and indirect competitors. Competitors are of 2 types: direct and indirect competitors. What is the activity you are going to perform under competitive landscape? Means analyze the every possible aspect of your competitor. Sir, what do you mean by that? Try to understand the competitor's vision statement. Try to identify the OPCs of competitor, organization present capabilities of not your organization. Identify the mission statement of your competitors. Then only you can beat them, right? Identify the values of competitors. Identify the strengths, weakness, etc. This, if you acquire all these knowledge, that knowledge is referred to as technically competitive intelligence. This is the word they will use in case scenarios if they want to pose a question on this topic. There has been never a descriptive question on this topic at all up to last examination. Possibly case scenario might be given. So what is the word you have to remember? You are trying to acquire which intelligence? Competitor intelligence. Sir, what do you mean by competitor intelligence? Understand their vision, mission, goals, objectives, values, strengths, weakness of competitors. Have understood that line now? So how to conduct this, how to use this technique means there are so many steps now. We'll remember it as 4+1 steps. When did we hear this word called 5+4? Under which concept? Value chain analysis. Now we are using separate arithmetical equation called 4+1. How many steps are there to conduct competitive landscape technique? 4+1. First one, identify the competitor. Who are the competitors? Either direct or indirect. A funny acronym is IC. Prepare the list of direct and indirect competitors. Second easiest one, try to understand them. First somebody will watch you, then you are forced to watch them. IC, UC, their trouble starts actually. Either happiness or headaches. That is the essence of life. That's why we say that H2. Be cautious with H2 formula. Either health, either happiness or headaches. It depends on our estimate. It depends on our ability to estimate the other person's character, which is not easy at all, as per the sayings of Lord Krishna. Right. Now, how many steps are there? The H2 is not the step actually. How many steps are there in competitive landscape? 4 plus 1. What are the two first funny steps now? You have to, they have to, then H2 is possible. I see, you see. What do you mean by understanding competitors means? Identify the list of products they are offering. You can grab these details from their official website. It's an easy task. Now look at the third and fourth step. Determine the strengths of your competitors. Is that person exploiting this person? Identify the strengths. Some people will manipulate with other person's thoughts. They are very dangerous people. Actually, they should be called as terrorists actually, but they are living in the society along with us. So identify the strengths of the competitors, because a human being is the most dangerous animal on planet Earth. We are not afraid of lion or any wild animal because they are going to attack. We know that, but we don't know when human being will attack. Have you understood this comical statement? So determine the strengths of competitors, observe their balance sheet. If possible, try to identify the future strategies. This is a valid point for case scenario and MCQ. Please check whether any one of your competitors is already enjoying price advantage, means experience curve advantage. You have to check whether any one of your competitors is already enjoying today which advantage? Experience curve advantage. What do you mean by experience curve advantage? Known definition. Which one will come down? Average cost will come down. How strong is the distribution network? Please identify this fact. And how many intelligent people are working in that organization? Please capture them to your organization by providing more salary or remuneration. Have you understood this one? Right. Now come to the fourth one called as determine the weakness of competitors. How many activities are there in value chain? Your competitors might not be doing good in any one of those 5 plus 4 activities. Identify that fact. If your competitor is not good at a second primary activity called operations, you have to excel in operations. And you have to communicate that fact to the consumers. This is the logic of a business person. He need not excel in every activity. When the competitor is not excelling in one activity means you have to excel in that activity and communicate to the audience. Then consumer won't ask about the other activities at all. He will believe in that single statement and he will join. Have you understood this logic? So determine the weaknesses of your competitors, because social media feedbacks are available where there are lacking. They means 5 plus 4 activities. In which activities they are not good at. Please identify it. Now come to the last one. Why we have framed a mathematical equation 4 plus 1 means depending on the information gathered by you regarding competitors, you have to make a final decision. That's why we used a notation called plus 1. That's a decision making step. In the decision making step, you have to identify only one keyword. The story revolves around only one keyword called your competitors will be having certain weaknesses, right? You have to excel in that activity. If your organization itself has certain weaknesses, try to improve them. So weaknesses are classified into 2 types based on the parties. Our own weaknesses and competitor weaknesses. If competitor has weaknesses means try to excel in that activity. If you have certain weaknesses means improve yourself. I've understood that essential plus 1 step. This is the essence of this huge topic called competitive landscape. It's a probable question for case scenario. Be watchful about this question also for your January exams. Now by God's grace, we have finished off the lengthiest topic called as one topic I have left unfortunately is, please refer that in chapter 2. It's very easy. How many steps are there to implement value chain analysis? 2 are there. Is it IA or AI? In the similar manner, I forgot to tell one little topic regarding 5 forces model. There are 3 practical steps to implement 5 forces model. Please watch the question before question preceding 5 forces model. There will be 3 steps in the form of chart. I forgot to tell that. First, identify the number of competitive pressures in the industry. But theoretically, we have 5. Why we have to identify whether there are 4 or 5 means? Take the example of McDonald's. Bargaining power of buyers is 0. You can't ask discount against McDonald's. Have I understood that little topic now? For some business organizations or industries, you have only 4 competitive pressures. You cannot ask discount in a shopping mall or a theater. Have I understood these things? So entertainment industry, only 4 forces are there. So that is the meaning of the first step in that process called identify the number of pressures. Then second one, identify the strength of each pressure on your profits, whether it will decrease your profits or not. Third one, cumulative strength. Have you found those three keywords now? Please highlight those three keywords. It's an important from MCQ viewpoint. As far as my knowledge is concerned, without industry examples, I have covered almost every topic, almost. So please, if you are not good at regular material, if any student unfortunately is not good at their regular material, please read this material provided to yesterday, marathon material. This is an exact replica of this soft copy that is enough to crack examination. If you are good at understanding of the subject, you will analyze the case scenario questions also. I am leaving just 5 to 8% of the topics in every chapter. Have you understood this one? It's very easy to score. I'm talking in a very reasonable, down to earth manner. I cannot say that as in a regular batch. You can attempt 45 to 50 marks if you attend all the classes in a regular batch. Since it's a marathon, I can give you a very normal line. You can attempt at least 35 to 40 marks. That's it. If worst case analysis, you can attempt up to 40 marks. That is my assurance. Have you understood this one? That for 10 marks is left for unexpected questions which were not covered in our marathon sessions. Subject to only one condition, if you have understood all the topics discussed in marathon. Have you understood this one? Look at the fifth length. Since it's the lengthiest chapter, that was one of the reasons to start fifth chapter. That was not the only reason, one of the reason. Right. Now come to the fifth chapter now. How many elements are there in managerial process called SM? First one, in chapter 1, managerial process, you have to prepare vision, mission, you have to prepare a strategy, you have to implement the strategy, you have to evaluate. What do you mean by evaluation? Checking whether you have achieved your objectives or not. If you are not unable to achieve objectives, you have to make some corrective adjustment. This entire SM managerial process is cyclic in nature. We have referred as the first definition of SM. To remember all those words now. Right. How many strategic levels are there? 3 strategic levels are there. Corporate level, business level, and functional level. What strategies will be formulated corporate level? Common sense. Corporate level strategies. Which strategies will be formulated business level? Another common sense. You don't need any coaching for this. Business level studies, and the final one, functional level studies will be prepared at which level? Functional level or department level. Now please focus on this, one of the lengthiest chapters. Chapter number 5 talks about how to implement and how to evaluate strategies. Out of which, first I'll give you one little word. You have to remember this word called SSI. Stands for successful strategy implementation. It needs 3 requirements. It has got 3 requirements now. The entire chapter 5 is based on 3 requirements only. So why we need SSI? Why business organizations need SSI? SSI stands for successful strategy implementation. Then only we can achieve objectives. Have understood that simple reason? So what are the 3 requirements for SSI means? First one, the common word is appropriate. You need appropriate organizational structure. Next one is appropriate corporate culture. CC stands for corporate culture. It doesn't mean core competencies of chapter 3, right? Corporate culture. And the last one is the relevant or appropriate leadership approaches. How many types of leaderships are there from chapter 1 basis? It is the last responsibility of corporate level people. Can you remember that point down? Providing the nature of leadership. If your product falls under stage 1 or stage 4, what leadership style do you want? Transformational. Can you remember all those facts now? Now look at this SSI concept. How many requirements are there for SSI? 3. What is the first one? Organized structure, appropriate corporate culture, thereafter appropriate leadership. To understand this, what do you mean by implementation means? Whatever strategy you have formulated, you have to put that formulated strategy into action. Have you understood the simple meaning of implementation? Now, first we'll tackle the exam-oriented significant topics. Come to the leadership approaches straight away. Then we'll come to the first part of chapter 5. Now, please find that question in the last part of hopefully approaches to leadership style. There are 2 approaches to leadership style called as transformational and transactional. We have already referred to them under the discussion of PLC also. Now we'll have a detailed explanation. Have you found the topic now? Why we are studying leadership first? What are the 3 requirements for SSI? Appropriate organized structure, appropriate corporate culture, and last one is appropriate leadership. Can you explain me? It is possible to you actually right now. What do you mean by appropriate leadership? Stage 1, stage 4, transformational leadership is appropriate. Stage 2, stage 3, which is appropriate leadership approach? Transactional. I have understood the meaning of appropriate now. The same points will be present in that concept also. We have already established a link. Now look at that first question, first topic sequentially. What do you mean by leadership? Maybe MCQ, remote chances. We should not leave that. It's the ability of a person. It's an intangible quality. So what do you mean by leadership? Leadership is also called as strategic leadership. Vision is also called as strategic vision. Same is the case. So what do you mean by strategic leadership means? It's the ability to influence their subordinates. Here others means subordinates. Means captain of an Indian cricket team is trying to deliver his knowledge and experience to the vice captain so that vice captain can become captain in the near future. This is the essence of strategic leadership. A leader will manufacture another leader based on his experience and knowledge. So look at the definition in that dimension now. It is the ability of a person to influence his subordinates. In what direction? So that the subordinate should take decisions on his own. Subordinate should be able to take decisions on his own. That decision should give the organization huge profits in the long term. Have understood one part of the definition of strategic leadership now? It's an intangible quality. It's the ability to influence the subordinates or others so that the subordinate can make a decision, a voluntary decision. That decision should bring some prospects, also known as profits or growth in the long term. At the same time, you have to maintain ideal current ratio. Ideal current ratio in FM is 2:1. You should have the enough amount of working capital also to run the organization today. Who cares about tomorrow's profit if you can't run the organization today? So you have to maintain short-term financial stability also. Sir, what is an example, FM example for short-term financial stability? Maintain ideal current ratio so that you should not go into liquidity problems. Have understood two phases of strategic leadership definition. First one. Inspire the subordinate so that he can make certain decisions. That decision should bring two things now. What is the first thing? Maintain short-term financial stability, ideal current ratio. Thereafter, try to get some profits in the long run. Have understood two aspects of strategic leadership now. Now, please be cautious with these words. I say is very, very particular about these vocabulary in management subjects, whether it is audit, FM or SM. Approaches. He can't use another word. If he wants to raise a question regarding transformational and transactional, he has to use this word called approach. Sir, why you are so focused on that word means because there is another word called roles. Have you observed the distinguishing feature now? In one situation, he uses the vocabulary called approach. In the other case, he is trying to use the word called leadership roles. Two concepts are a bit different. These two are frequently asked questions under leadership concepts. You should be very cautious about this vocabulary first. First, we are trying to discuss which one? Approaches. Approach is also called as, please note this here itself, it is given in the question, hopefully, right? Style. Approach is also called as style. He may use this word. The same word will be used in McKinsey 7S framework. There are 7S in McKinsey 7S framework model in chapter number 5, out of which one S stands for style. Style means leadership approach, transformational, transactional. Have understood those links now? Without knowing the vocabulary, where to use which word, how can we answer the question paper? Now come to the approaches to leadership style. Names already known to you. Inspiring leader. He always has positive energy. He will inspire the subordinates. Any great corporations, founder or CEOs will behave exactly in this manner, starting from Steve Jobs, Tim Cook, etc. Right? Look at this beautiful word. This is an interesting word for you actually now. Turbulent environment, stage 1 and stage 4 at PLC. Please note down the representations now. S1, S4 at PLC. It combined together, it is called as a turbulent environments. You need this style. He will always solve work-related doubts. If subordinate has any doubt related to work, he is an expert in that domain. Intellectual, he will provide intellectual energy or stimulation. He always aims at impossible targets and he gives the organization a bit time, let us say 10, 15, 20 years. They will always go for impossible targets only. Impossible targets is a normal English vocabulary. Look at this technical language. He always sets himself a dream or vision of impossible nature, higher calling. He always promotes innovation only. He cannot become a copycat. Have understood the characteristics of this leadership approach. Approach is also called as a style. How many approaches are there? Leadership. 2. First one being transformational. What is the first keyword? He has some enthusiasm. He's always inspiring. His leadership approach is suitable in what stages of PLC? S1 plus S4, combinedly called as turbulent environments. Turbulent environments. He always solves intelligence or work related doubts. He provides intellectual stimulation or upliftment to his subordinates. He always aims at dream or vision of higher calling. He always promotes innovation throughout the organization. Have you understood all the characteristics of this leadership approach or style? Now come to the easiest one, second one. He is not an innovative person at all, even though there are so many transactional leaders. If you take one of the founder of Microsoft organization, Bill Gates. Bill Gates, while starting his organization, for the first 13 years, he was so innovative. He was an example for the first 13 years for which leadership approach actually? Transformational. Thereafter, he went after some shortcuts. He lost his fame. That's why when you compare Bill Gates and Steve Jobs is the most intelligent person on planet Earth because he's a original thinking person. He's not a copycat at all. In some situations, Microsoft organization has stealed some intellectual rights of Apple, Steve Jobs company. Millions of dollars have been laid as penalty on Microsoft also. That's why he's not so famous. He's a rich person. Thereafter, after 14th year, he was an example for transactional leadership style. He set some targets. He will prepare some project deadlines. He will force his employees to meet those deadlines. Like a school principal. This person will also gain billions of rupees, but his approach is quite different. Now look at this word. In what stages of PLC we require this leadership approach? You know that fact. S2 plus S3. Please note that fact here. S2 plus S3 at PLC, combinedly called as it's a well-settled environment. You don't need innovation at all here. You are a well-settled organization. His main focus will be on controlling the resources. He will ensure that work will be carried out in the predetermined time limit only. He's concerned about deadlines. He is focused on designing systems, also called as 4th. What is 4th in resources? Method of manufacturing, also called as technical word is there, SOP. What is the standard operating procedure? Also called as method of manufacturing. He will design an extraordinary method of manufacturing. Then he will control the employees so that manufacturing should be done as per his plan only. Have you understood this one? This person can also earn some huge money. So what is the first way to define transactional leadership approach now? He will focus more on designing. Please remember this word, systems, called as method of manufacturing or SOPs, and he will control all the resources. He is useful for which environment? Settled environment. Please remember this word. Settled means 2 stages. What are they? S2 plus S3 at what concept? At PLC. He will always convince people, since he is not after innovation, he will convince his employees to work in a better manner. He has to hold so many meetings actually. Number of meetings is more means that organization is led by this leader. Simple evidence. Right. Now come to the next one. He tries to build the existing culture. We haven't discussed yet culture. Right. Now come to the 5th point now. He will try to motivate the employees by announcing rewards. Else he will levy some penalties also, like school kids getting imposition or some other kids nowadays getting reworks. Now have understood the essence of 5th point now. Now come to the last one, rewards or penalties. You can skip the 5th one. It is repeated in 6th. Have understood this boring fellow now? Who is this boring fellow? Transactional leadership. Have understood 2 approaches now. Approach is also called as a style. Now come to the next one. What is the definition of strategic leader? Ability to influence others so that the other person can make voluntary decisions. So those decisions should give some profits for the organization in the long term while maintaining short-term financial stability. Full stop. Have you understood that one? Now come to the next little question, easiest question. Roles. What are the different activities that should be carried out by a strategic leader, also known as strategic manager? First of all, since it's a theory point, have you heard this word skepticism in audit? How many of you are good at audit paper as on today? Else I'll ask the question in another manner. How many of you love audit subject? I did not ask you how many of you understood the audit paper. How many of you love to excel in audit paper? Only one in this big classroom. Only 2 to 3. Right. 3.5. Somebody has raised like this. Right. Now, how many roles are there by strategic manager? Means there are 5 roles. What is the acronym we have to use here? SCEP. Easiest one. S stands for he will have a great eye on every minute work which is happening in the organization. He will watch every corner. If he is not present, at least it will be present, like CC cameras, like some other subordinates of him. But he will get the data, whatever happening in every corner of the organization, including branches. This is called as staying on top of what is happening. S stands for he is observing, he is watching. He is watching everyone here. Oh, he is watching everyone here. Now, K, right, got it. K stands for whenever there is a change in micro or macro, you should liquidate the organization, right? No, please change the strategy. This is called as keeping the firm responsive. Whenever there is a change in micro or macro, please change your strategy. We'll discuss a concept in this session, hopefully, called as a strategic change. How to change the strategies. Have understood 2 reasons now. What is the acronym we are using here? What is the concept we are following right now? Is it approach or roles? Leadership roles of a strategic manager. What is the acronym we have proposed here? SCEP. S stands for he is watching. He is watching. K for keeping the firm responsive whenever there is a change in micro or macro. Right. Now come to the next one as far as acronym is concerned. E for right, exercising. If the top management doesn't behave in an ethical manner, the other people won't behave in the same manner. Have you understood this one? Father cannot ask his son, don't watch mobile phone 1 hour before sleep. After saying this statement to his kid, he is watching 2 hours. Father, can he listen to his father's statement? It's not possible. There is no leadership model, role model at all in that house. This is called as if you want to excel, you have to exercise ethical leadership. First, be honest. Then ask others to be honest. Have you understood this little common sense logic? So, what is the acronym now? S stands for is watching. K for keep the firm responsive to changes in environment. E for be honest first. Exercise ethical leadership at the top management level. P stands for promote a very, very, very unique culture called Sprite wala culture. This is an exchanged definition of Sprite. Bring this here in a permutation combinations chapter, right? Right. Can you remember that? Whenever you watch that Sprite, you have to remember this point to become semi-qualified. So promote a different culture called Esprit de Corps, means a simple English word. Promote the team spirit. Fill the subordinates' mind with some positive energies. Don't shout at them. Have you understood this one? This exactly happened in the recent weeks when Indian cricket team, women's cricket team, became world champions in cricket. Right? The first 3 matches, nobody has expected Indian cricket team, women's team, to reach at least semi-finals. Because Australian team is very, very, very strong in women's cricket also. Nobody has expected Indian team to reach at least semi-finals. Then the first 3 matches, league matches, were failures. They lost first 3 matches. Then you might have heard this coach name. Nowadays, he's a big person actually. Amul Mazumdar. He was a fantastic cricketer. Look at the life of certain intelligent people. He is equal in age with Sachin Tendulkar. He was a classmate to Sachin Tendulkar in Mumbai school. He was a teammate in to Sachin Tendulkar at 14 years. He was about to get a chance in Indian cricket team. Unfortunately, he didn't play at least 1 match for Indian cricket team. He has waited for it for 29 years. Then he lost his patience, but he was not depressed at all. He didn't commit suicide also. Look at the fantastic energies of these intelligent people right now. He waited for so long. He played only Ranji trophies, only domestic matches. He has never won one uniform also, Indian jersey. It was his dream actually. He was getting some reasonable remuneration playing in the domestic matches. Finally, he got a chance to coach the Indian cricket team, women's cricket team. While he accepted that job, being a coach for Indian women's cricket team is not a fantastic job. Nobody treats that as a fantastic job. He accepted it with some humbleness for a reasonable remuneration. Then he inspired all the women athletes in that cricket team. After first 3 losses in the women's championship, he held a 4-hour meeting. He didn't allow the players also after 3rd loss for refreshing purposes also. He denied every player to consume even a cup of juice also after the match, because they will be very exhaustive. They have lost all the energies after the match, since it demands hectic energies. He conducted a counseling session for 4 hours. From this point of time, we have to win every match. We don't care about Australian team also. We have to beat them. Hopefully, we will meet Australia again in semi-finals or finals. We have to take revenge on this powerful team. Then world will recognize women's cricket team. This is the essence of 4-hour speech made by him. Now he is a fantastic, influential person now. Now everybody is focusing on this person right now. He's a fantastic coach now. Ultimately, his dream was realized in some other form. He was awarded 45 crores for leading the team up to the final. And after final win, he was awarded another 55. 100C. That's enough. It is 1/8 of Tendulkar's revenue to his 29-year career. Match fees. So everybody will get their turn in their life, but you have to be a bit patient. Have you understood this? Now come to this part now. Where are we actually before this women's wala thing? Right, where are we actually? Leadership roles under SCEP. Right, S stands for K for keeping the firm responsive to the changes in environment. E for exercise ethical leadership. Team spirit. For team spirit, we have discussed this issue. Right, team spirit means promoting which one? Esprit de corps. Last one, it's known to you. Taking corrective actions. Have understood the leadership concept very clearly. Right, I've explained very, very quickly. Now, I hope this is a self-explanatory question, even though I have included in marathon material. He is responsible for corporate level decisions and business level decisions. Even this is a highly underrated question. Be watchful about this question. He has to decide policies from 7:30 a.m. to evening, possibly 8:45 p.m. This is a policy to conduct classes. They will decide it. Formulating policies is the responsibility of strategic leaders. I hope these people will understand this example in a better manner. Now, he is responsible for great communication in the organization. He is responsible for strategic change. Managing change means strategic change. Change is of 2 types. Please remember this definition. I have to explain this definition under strategic change also. Change here means change in strategies, change in corporate culture. In your syllabus, the word change implies 2 meanings. First one, change in strategy, change in corporate culture. He is the person responsible to do all those 2 things. We'll discuss them in culture also. He has to maintain a favorable working culture in the organization. Every employee should be inspired to work in the organization. He is responsible to maintain a very favorable corporate culture. He has to generate high amounts of profit after tax in a long run. For 1 year, anybody can create profit after tax in 1 year. He is responsible to create a large PATs over a long period of time. Now, please be watchful about this underrated question. It might appear at any point of time. Responsibilities of a strategic leader. Now, please move to the next little concept as culture. What do you mean by SSI? Successful strategy implementation needs how many things? 3 things. What is the first one? Appropriate organized structure. Second one, appropriate corporate culture. Third one, appropriate leadership. We have finished off which little topic now? Leadership. The meaning of strategic leader. The 2 approaches or styles to leadership. Hope you remember all the points now. Right. Thereafter, we move to SCEP wala question. 5 leadership roles of a strategic manager. Then highly underrated question, responsibilities of a strategic leader. Are you good with these concepts now? With this understanding, we are eligible to discuss corporate culture. Find that concept. Page number Is it after leadership or before? Can anybody remind me the definition of values from chapter 1? How people think and behave, especially in situations of dilemma. When there is no CC camera, how will you behave? Funny example. Can you remember that example? True test of character. Right. How people think and behave, especially in situations of a dilemma. Can you remind me half a dozen examples of values also? Can you remember all those funny things now? Now, come to the next one, culture. What do you mean by corporate culture? Why we are studying corporate culture? Since it is one of the prerequisites of SSI. Have understood that logic now? So, please refer the definition of corporate culture. It includes first one, values. We have referred in chapter 1. Second one, their personal beliefs. I'll give you a funny example also. Hopefully, it will be very easily understood by this batch people, especially students sitting in this vast classroom. Right? Let us assume that Reliance Industries Limited, there is a owner to this company, Ambani family, etc. Let us assume that they are pure vegetarians. Can they direct their employees to be strictly vegetarians? Is it proper? This is their belief. This is their belief. This is the finest way to get the concept in your brain in marathon session. Have you understood this one? You can't force your personal beliefs on the employees at different levels, right? Unfortunately, I'm a vegetarian. Now, so what is corporate culture means? Culture includes how many things? Vegetarians, non-veg. Culture includes culture, values, and beliefs. Now come to the next one. Work climate. I'll give a very quick example. Some offices they run from when you step into MNC's post qualification, 9:30 to 7 p.m. This is a regular shift for a qualified chartered accountant. Let us assume that your superior allocated some work number 1, 2, 3 to you after your qualification. You have joined an MNC. Let us assume that you are supposed to finish off all the 3 works by 7 p.m. today itself. Assume that this is in work in progress, work number 3. You have finished off only 2. Then there will be 2 cultures in MNCs. One culture would be your superior will come to you and will express a statement like this. You are working very slowly. Since you are a fresher, I can understand that in a very soft manner. Please go to home, because in our organization we have a beautiful culture called there should be a proper work and personal life balance. Have you understood this one? Instead, he will continue like this. Please move to your house right now. Maximum half an hour extra you can stay in the office. Please go to your house, refresh yourself, come back tomorrow, finish off today's pending work and tomorrow's work in time by 7 p.m. sharp. This is US culture. On the other hand, Indian organizations will have separate culture. Take the same case in the Indian organization, the superior will ask the employee that please forget your kids, forget your spouse if you have only one. Right? Please forget all your personal life. Please finish off this 3rd work. I'm not worried about any point of time. Stay all the night also in the office. Finish off the work. Then if possible, if you have some energy in the midnight, please go to house. Else stay here. Have you understood this culture? These are 2 difference of cultures which is being maintained in different organizations now. These are called as work climates. I have delivered in marathon also 3 beautiful words for corporate culture, if not all the words. It includes values, second one, beliefs, third one, work climate. Be watchful after qualification. Don't join any MNC if they are offering 1.5 lakhs per month. Watch the culture. If you are about to marry. Fine. Come to the next one. Right. Let us assume this fantastic, funny example. Assume that Reliance people, the owners of RIL, Reliance Industries Limited, are pure vegetarians. Being a single employee, after joining Reliance Industries Limited as a qualified chartered accountant, can you change their personal beliefs or attitudes? If they are pure vegetarians, you can't change. That is referred to as its own embedded pattern. They can't be changed. You can't change. Have you understood this fixed mentality of some people? Right. This is called as they will be having their own fixed thoughts in their brain called as they are maintaining its own embedded means deeply injected beliefs. They won't change. A pure vegetarian can't become a non-vegetarian. A great fan of non-vegetarian can't become a pure vegetarian. It's a universal fact. right? Unless their spouse demands, right? Now, come to the next concept now. What do you mean by corporate culture now? What do you mean by corporate culture? Somebody is laughing at that spouse joke actually. Come to the topic now. What do you mean by corporate culture? It includes values, beliefs, and work climate. Three things we have delivered. Is it easy to change the corporate culture? Can you change the mindset of business leaders? It's not possible in this lifetime. Have you understood that one? That's why we use the word called its own embedded patterns. Now look at this one. These are called as an MCQ version. You can refer it as sources of corporate culture. How can you identify the culture in an organization? There are different methods. Here is a summarized points now. You have to observe what the management speaks at the time of purchasing the product. Product includes service also. You have to observe what management speaks at the time of purchasing the product. Product includes service also. And what they're actually practicing on a day-to-day basis. If there is a huge difference, means that business leader is not an ethical person. He has some negative values. He is after profits only. Have you understood that first source of corporate culture? So please try to identify the difference between the words delivered by the management and their actual practices of the top management. Then observe the supervisory practices. Like we said in the recent example itself, 9 to 7, 9:30 to 7. What is their culture if some work is pending? This is called as supervisory practices. How you deal with customers. Are you talking in a very soft manner with your consumers? Are you behaving in a harsh manner? This is a finest example of how to deal with the stakeholders. It depends on the mindset, values, and beliefs of the top management. Last one, I need not explain this point to you. Some organization member, preferably owners, they keep on saying some things about their pastors, that they are great achievers. These stories will be repeated again and again, so that they are trying to inject some points into the consumer brains, even in a forced manner. That is the essence of point number D. Stories that are told, look at this language, stories that are told over and over again, so that they are trying to show to the new consumers that you have to follow my values. Have you understood that slang? These are the 4 different ways to find corporate culture in any organization. Now look at the next set of 2 things now. Right? This is the most awaited question for any examination of CA Intra. He didn't ask any question on corporate culture for the past 8 exams. It's the most awaited question. He can combine these 2 questions as far as my expectation is concerned. This is the most awaited question. Now, why we are studying corporate culture actually? Because of one of the requirements of SSI. What are the 3 requirements? First one, appropriate organized structure, appropriate corporate culture, thereafter appropriate leadership. We finished off leadership styles, approaches, etc. Then we moved to corporate culture. Just now we have identified the definition of corporate culture and some of the sources of finding corporate culture. Have understood up to this point of time? Now please move to the next one. Culture can become a friend or can become an enemy. To whom? For SI concept, strategy implementation. If any organization wants to implement strategies, culture can play 2 roles. Either it can become friend to you. To which aspect? With respect to strategy implementation. Implementation is also called as execution. Have understood 2 roles which can be played by corporate culture now. Either it can act as a friend to you, or it can act as an enemy, or it can become an obstacle for SSI. Now, highlight these keywords. There is nothing in this topic number 25. It's an introductory line. The main topic lies in topic number 25. Now, can we go after 25 now? Topic number 25. Right. How culture promotes, look at this beautiful word, better strategy execution. Synonym for SSI. Which culture you have to maintain to achieve SSI? That is the essence of this topic number 25. Have understood the essence of 25? What type of values, what type of beliefs you have to maintain in an organization to promote SSI? Have understood the logic behind this question? Now look at this one. There are 3 paragraphs, 3 examples are there. Please be watchful about this one. If you have a culture called always you are after innovative products, like Apple organization, they always want to launch innovative products only. If your strategy is to launch innovative products, then you have to maintain appropriate culture. That appropriate culture, in our class we use a word called CEC culture. You have to possess these three qualities if you want to launch an innovative product that we finally remember as a CEC culture. Right? What does first C stands for means? You have to be a creative person. You have to accept. Embracing means accept the new method of manufacturing, accept the new ideas proposed by your teammates. Embracing or accepting change. E stands for embracing change. Which strategy you have selected right now? Your strategy is to launch innovative products. If you want to launch innovative products, then you have to have appropriate culture. What is the name of appropriate culture here? CEC culture. What does first C stand for? You have to be creative. You have to accept, embrace change. And the last C stands for you have to question why you will be having some existing method of manufacturing, right? You would be having some method of manufacturing right now in your factory. You have to question why we are following this existing method of manufacturing. Why can't we find a new method of manufacturing? Means you have to challenge the assumptions. You have to challenge the present status. Sorry. You have to challenge the present status. What do you mean by status quo? Quo means same. You have to challenge the same status. Why we have been manufacturing iPhone or smartphone in the same method of manufacture? It is very useful for CA inter student also. You have to challenge your status actually. Why you have been addicted to some methods of preparation? Why we can't change our method of preparation? Maybe it might become a blocking factor for you to excel in these examinations. Some people have the same habit as 10th class people has. Why can't we change our method of preparation? Maybe we might get big results also. We have to spend some time, at least 5 to 10 minutes on a daily basis to change our method of preparation. We have been habituated to certain patterns of preparation right now. That's why some people can't clear both groups in single examination because they are afraid of the huge load of syllabus. 6 papers. I can't do it. Why you are still believing in that past assumption? Why can't you change method of preparation? Have you understood this one? This is equally applicable for any person, including organizations. Please challenge the present status. Why you should live in the same status for the rest of your life? Why you should be called as a mediocre student in the class? Have you understood this one? This is the culture you have to remember. What is the funny culture we have proposed here? CEC culture. What is your actual strategy? You are trying to launch innovative products. Then only you have to possess which culture? CEC. Now come to the next one. Let us take second example now. What is the first example of strategy in the first point? You are about to launch which products? Innovative products. What is the second example means? You want to deliver an extraordinary customer service. This is your strategy now. What is the second strategy in this point now? You are about to deliver extraordinary customer service. Then you are supposed to possess certain culture. What is that culture means? Look at that first one called as please listen to the customer feedbacks in an honest manner. Improve yourself first. Listen to the customers in an honest manner. Right? You have to believe that some of your subordinates might be having great intelligence. So please give them some freedom to take their own decisions. Only top management need not get better ideas all the time. You have to believe in the intelligence of subordinates. This factor was discussed by us while discussing the functional divisional relationship under network of relationships. If you have that willingness to give away freedom, you have to follow which structure? Functional, divisional. The same pointing is being discussed right now here. What is your target right now? What is your strategy? Excellent customer service. What is the culture you are supposed to possess? Listen to the customers in an honest manner. Encourage your subordinates to take pride in their work. Give them some freedom of decision making. Please give a feel to your subordinates that you are the most valuable person in the organization. Then he will use his best intelligence. If you degrade subordinates means they appear to be working hard. They won't work actually hard. No top management can identify that fact. So what is the essential requirement for you also after qualification means we need remuneration. I'm talking on behalf of you. This is the exact statement you have to deliver with confidence in HR round. I need remuneration, but first of all, remuneration with respect. If you try to degrade me as a person, I won't care you. You have to say that in a very soft manner. Then they will understand that we have to protect him or her in a cautious manner. Because we are working there for the sake of livelihood or remuneration. We are not a slave to anyone. Have you understood this logic? At whatever level you will be working in future, you cannot become a slave. If not company one, there will be 99. Why are you afraid of having salary? There are so many companies. Have subject, be gutsy. That's it. Have you understood this soft suggestion? That is called maintaining self-respect. Without respect, who cares if you get 4 lakhs per month also, if you are a slave to the organization? So that is the summary of a beautiful statement you might have heard in your childhood. Be yourself. That's it. Be yourself. Don't change yourself for the sake of others, be it organization owner or be it spouse. Come to the next one. I have to end serious topic with a comical joke. That's why I'm using those words, not for other sake. Right. What is the next strategy we have discussed right now? If you are about to deliver a customer, superior customer service, what is the culture you are supposed to maintain? First one, listen to the customers. Give a safe situation to your employees, right? Increase pride in their work and allow subordinates to have some decision making on their own. Have you understood these 3 cultures now? Look at the last one. If you want to attract talented employees, then employees should appreciate your vision, mission, the kind of targets you set for your employees. Intelligent people will like challenging targets. If you give intelligent employee lazy target, means he will work for short term only. Have you understood this one? Means as an employee, I'm giving my personal suggestions by God's grace. Please always accept challenging responsibilities, demand more. That's it. Don't be a government servant, right? Minimum work, reasonable salary, a spouse, 2 kids, a small house at the outskirts of Guntur or Hyderabad, a small Maruti car. Who cares that? Have you understood that one? Please accept challenges. Ask your owner, ask your business leader that, please give me only significant works. Why are you providing least significant works? I'm becoming lazy here. Have to talk like this in a very soft words. Have you understood that one? Intensity should be there, but in a very, very soft manner. This psychology, we call it in regular batches, euphemism. What is that ism? Say all the things you want to spell out, but in a very, very soft manner. Have you understood that one? This is a great technique you have to adopt to lead an extraordinary life. Never hurt others. My school teacher said to me, never hurt others, never compromise. Beautiful balance in life. Have you understood that one? If you get this habit, means you'll have only happiness. You can't have headaches. Have understood H2? H2 is an acronym for which concept? Corporate level response. No, it's a suggestion. Right. Now come to the next one. Sundar Pichai, Google. Why he continued in the Google means because he likes the Google vision statement. He likes the objective set for himself at Google organization. He likes the strategies formulated there. He loves the culture, Google culture. That's why he remained in the Google until he becomes CEO. Have you understood that one? I have cut short the story, actual industry example. Why he is remaining in the Google means he was offered CEO job of Microsoft also. He rejected it. Finally, he became CEO of Google itself. Have you understood this one? So if you want to attract talented employees, your vision should be good, objective should be good, strategy formulation should be innovative. Then only you can attract the finest intelligent people. Have understood the essence of 3 paragraphs now? Why we are studying all these paragraphs now? Look at this beautiful concept. How a company's culture can promote SSI. First example, innovative products, CEC culture. Second example, superior customer service. Third one, SEI, strong employee identification. If any intelligent employee works with your organization, he should stay there until he retires. You have to attract them. Have you understood this logic now? If you do all these 3 things in a successful manner, then you are maintaining a proper balance between the corporate culture and strategy. Please draw this diagram graphically. If you want to achieve SSI, you have to implement strategy in a beautiful manner. Culture should support strategy implementation. This is the first link we are discussing right now. There should be an appropriate culture for SSI. If you want to explain this relationship in another manner, then why you are formulating strategies to achieve objectives? Then another way of saying the same concept is maintain appropriate culture to achieve your objectives. Another version of extending the same logic. Now, why you are achieving objectives? Group of objectives is nothing but vision. Okay, we need appropriate culture to achieve vision also. These are the 3 beautiful ways in which you can express this concept. ICA has proposed MCQ on the second point in the first exam of new syllabus. Have understood these logics now. 80% of the students cannot catch these points. They are not reading entire questions also. There are a lot of evidence why we can't get more than 25 or 30 pass percentage for single group at CA Inter. ICA is expecting us to watch every corner of the board material or syllabus, whatever you are preparing. Have understood these three versions now. Please note these three versions if you want them. Now, how many roles are there for culture? How many roles are there for culture? Two. Either as a friend or an enemy. Have you observed the two roles now? What if your culture is not supporting SSI? That culture, enmity culture, is called as technically problem culture. If your culture becomes an obstacle for SSI means, then that culture is called as a problem culture. Have you highlighted that keyword now? Then how to correct the problem culture is the next little topic in the culture concept. How to correct the problem culture. There are so many steps. Hopefully there are 9 steps are there. Please focus on the first 3 steps with a line like this. First one, identify the positive elements, favorable values and unfavorable values or beliefs in your existing culture. What is the first essence of first point? Every organization will be having a culture called as a existing culture. In that existing culture, some aspects, means some values and beliefs might be favorable to you, and some values and beliefs might not be favorable to you. Please identify the 2 different lists. Please talk with the concerned persons as to how to correct these negative aspects in your present culture. Try to implement the recommendations. This is the essence of first 3 points. Please read by yourself the first 3 points very quickly. Identify the positive and negative aspects, favorable and unfavorable values and beliefs in existing culture. Talk with the right persons, come up with the solutions, implement the solutions. I've understood the essence of first 3 points now. How many steps are there to change problem culture now? 9. First set of 3. Positives, negatives, deal with the negatives, correct the negatives. Have understood the essence logically. Now look at the focus on the next set of 3 now. Look at the keyword procedures. It is nothing but your 4th M in 5 M's, method of manufacturing. There might be some defect in your method of manufacturing or method of rendering services. Please try to revise your procedures. Have you understood this one? Some employees, method of manufacturing might be correct. Some employees are not satisfied with the amount of remuneration they are getting. So please try to give them some incentives. Have you understood these 2 aspects now? We are in actually second set of 3 points. What question are we reading right now? How to change problem culture. How many measures are there? There are 9 steps are there. What is the essence of first 3? Identify the positives and negative aspects. Deal with the negative aspects. Correct the negatives. Summary. 4, 5, 6. Revise the method of manufacturing. If employee is not satisfied, please introduce some incentive schemes. Revise the remuneration scale. Last one. If anybody is working in excellent manner, please call him onto the dais. Praise him. He will become a role model for the existing employees. School teacher have done that exercise with so many students in the classroom to motivate the others. This is the essence of 6th one. Please go through the 6th one quickly. Visibly praise and recognize certain employees who has the better qualities. Have understood 6 points now. Now come to the last 3 now. If you ask the existing employees to work hard, they will ask extra salary. Instead of giving extra salary to them, please hire new chartered accountants who can work for 90,000. Let us assume that an existing chartered accountant is drawing a salary of take-home salary of 2 lakhs per month. If you ask him to work hard, he will expect 250. Instead of giving 50 to him, please recruit a fresher for 80. He'll do more. Then try to scold the existing chartered accountant or employee by showing the new employee's performance as a role model thing in a very soft manner. People will do that. Have you understood that one? This is the essence of 7th one. New employees may become role models for the existing employees. Last one, please explain the benefits of changing culture to all the employees. Please explain the benefits of why you are changing the culture. Explain the benefits to all the employees in the organization. That is the essence of 8th point. Last one, instead of getting permission from all the employees, get the permission of union leaders. That is enough. Don't talk with the people, communicate with MLA. That is enough. Have you understood that 9th point now? So please have a quick revision of all these 9 points. How to change problem culture. This is the last topic in corporate culture topics. Have you understood this one? So far we have finished very quickly the lengthiest chapter, 5th chapter. What are the 2 concepts we have covered now? First one, leadership, strategic leadership definition, 2 approaches or styles. Thereafter 5 roles, responsibilities of a strategic leader. In between a question is there, highly underrated question. Thereafter we move to culture definition, right? Sources of corporate culture, 3 to 4 points are there. Thereafter we move to how culture can take roles, either friend role or enemy role, how to change problem culture, right? How culture promotes better SSI. We have discussed essence of 3 paragraphs like strong employee identification, thereafter superior customer service, and the first point is innovative products. Can you remember all those things? Now we have finished off 2 aspects regarding SSI. What are they? Culture and leadership. Now please move to the other topics now. Before touching organization culture, it would be valid for us to touch most important topics now. Come to the strategic change concept. It's one of the significant topics in chapter 5. Can you give me the page number? Point. Right. Now shall we take the next little concept? It is one of the significant topics in chapter number 5. What is that next concept called as? So far we have finished off how many chapters? 1 followed by 2. Then we move to which one? Chapter number 5. Under chapter 5 we have covered off 2 beautiful topics, significant ones. First one is leadership things. Thereafter corporate culture related topics. Now we are, instead of moving to organized structure, we are picking up more significant things for this session because we have 20 minutes more. Next concept is called as a strategic change. Easy concept by any standards if you understood second chapter. How many types of environments are there? What are they? Internal and external. Under external, how many types are there? Micro or macro. Whenever there is a change in customer requirements, is there any compulsion on your part to change the ingredients of the food item or product you are selling? There is a compulsion, right? So what is the essence means? Whenever there is a change in micro or macro, you have to change the strategies. That is the essence of this big topic. Very easy topic actually. Whenever there is a change in micro or whenever there is a change in any element of macro, you are forced to change your strategies. Change of strategies is called as a strategic change. Have understood the background of this concept now? Now look at the technical definition. Easy ones for you now. Change. Whenever there is a change in environmental, he uses the word forces, means elements. Micro or macro elements. Elements are also called as forces or factors or variables. So whenever there is a change in elements of micro or macro, you are forced to change what? You are forced to change strategy. How can you change strategy means? It depends on common sense. Either you can modify the existing strategy or you can come up with a new strategy. Those are 2 things. Have understood the definition of strategic change now? Now the next essence of next topic is it easy to change strategies means? He's saying that it's a complex process. Why it is complex? Can anybody guess now? You have to interpret correctly the impact of 14 changes on your profits. What are 14? 6 from micro and 8 from macro. It's so difficult for any business person to analyze the impact of 14 changes on your profits. Have you understood this one? So it is not an easy process. It is a complex process. Have you highlighted the keywords now? What is definition of strategic change? Whenever there is a change in environment, whether it is micro or macro, you have to modify the existing strategy or you have to altogether formulate a different new strategy. Is it an easy process or complex process? Complex. Now, this is the most significant part now. There are 3 steps. How many steps are there to bring strategic change? There are 3 steps to bring a strategic change. Now look at those 3 steps now. We use in regular classes a funny acronym called, it's not RCB, it is called RCI. Sorry, how many steps are there to bring strategic change now? 3 steps are there. How shall we remember it now? Is it RCB or RCI? RCI, where R stands for, first of all, recognize whether there is any need for strategic change. Means, what does first R stands for? There should be a necessity to change your strategies. So please watch this first subheading very cautiously. What is the subheading? What is the subheading here? Recognize the need for change. Now, please be watchful about this word here. As per your syllabus, change is of two types. I have already mentioned it somewhere else in this session itself. Change means it represents two changes, either change in strategy or change in corporate culture. Please note that point. Change is of two types as per your syllabus. Moreover, he is using only word called strategic change. So what is the implied meaning of strategic change? It implies two changes, change in strategy or change in corporate culture. If you understand this basic classification, these 2 points are very easy. Look at that first step. You have to scan the areas of, have you heard this word? First step out of 9 steps to change problem culture. Identify the positives and negatives beliefs in your existing corporate culture. The same point has been repeated here. Scan the existing corporate culture. Please find out the positives and negatives. Which values and beliefs are favorable for SSI, which are not favorable for SSI. Please prepare 2 different lists, the same point. Have you identified this point? Please refer that. Is it the first point out of 9 to change problem culture? How many types of changes are there as per your syllabus is concerned? First one, change in strategy, change in culture. Point number 1A is talking about change in culture. Point number 1B talks about change in strategy. If you want to change strategy, there should be changes in micro or macro, right? That's why he used the word called environmental scanning. Both internal and externals. Identify the strengths, weakness, opportunities and threats. I've identified 2 points there. How many steps are there to bring strategic change now? RC? Is it RCB or RCI? RCI. R stands for recognize the need for strategic change. What do you mean by change in this point of time? It implies 2 things. First one, change in culture, change in strategy. Now come to the second one. You have to create a peculiar document called shared vision. If you want to bring changes, whether it is change in culture or change in strategy, you have to prepare a huge document called as a shared vision. That concept is not present in your material, but he's asking MCQs on this. Vision is of 2 types. The concept we have learnt in chapter 1 is classified into 2 types. One is called as shared vision and another one is called as vision shared. How many types of visions are there now? 2 types of vision statements are there. One is called as a shared vision and the next one is called as a vision shared. Sir, why we need 2 types of vision statements means, look at this very simple statement. The process in which you are preparing a vision statement, it is different in 2 different methods. Have understood the entire logic now? Right. I'll explain the first one, shared vision. Normally, vision will be prepared by whom? Corporate level people. Can you remember that point? The first point, hopefully under corporate level responsibilities, VMGO. Can you remember all those things? Normally, vision will be prepared by whom? Corporate level people. 95% of the cases. They will prepare the vision statement and they will ask the business level people and functional level people to achieve that vision statement. This is called as, if you watch my hand movement, the vision will be prepared by top level people, corporate level. They will force the other level managers to achieve that vision. This is called as vision prepared by them and asking them to follow it. Shared. Vision shared. Can you observe that hand movement now? On the other hand, look at the other type of vision statement. While preparing vision statement, some top level managements are very friendly in nature. They need some suggestions from business level managers and functional level managers also. They are very friendly and participative in nature. They will invite all the managers called business level managers and functional level managers in the process of creating vision. That is called as a shared vision. Have understood the 2 hand movements now? First one, it will be prepared by top level people and they will ask other people to follow it. This is called as a vision shared. And the next one is, you will invite all the managers to participate in the process of creating vision statement. That is called as a shared vision. Which one is more powerful? Because indirectly, logically, in the second method, you are getting the consent of every manager. You will achieve vision statement. In the first case, it is the personal values of a personal idea of a top level people. It may not be achieved, who knows? Have you understood this difference now? So what is the second step now in steps to initiate strategic change? First one, what is the acronym we are using right now? Is it RCB or RCI? R stands for, how many types of changes are there? What is the first one? Change in culture. Second one, change in strategy. What is the second step in RCI? Create a peculiar document. What is the document called? Shared vision. Why you are preparing shared vision? It is very easy to achieve. You get the consent of all the managers. Have you understood that logic now? Please move to the third one. Institutionalizing means implementing the change. Whether it is a change of culture or a change of strategy, you have to implement the changed culture. So what do you mean by the word institutionalizing? Institutionalizing means implementing the change. Sir, how shall we implement the change means? Here you have to be a bit cautious now. How to implement the change means you have to take the help of another philosopher called Kurt Lewin. So next concept is somewhat related to our concept right now. How many steps are there to bring strategic change now? How many steps are there to bring strategic change? 3 steps. What is the acronym? RCI. R stands for recognize the need for strategic change. How many types of changes are there? 2 changes. First one, change in culture, change in strategy. What does C stand for? Create the document called shared vision. Right? Next, third step, try to implement the change in culture or change in strategy. Implementing, technical word for implementation is institutionalize the change. How will you implement the change in culture means take the help of which philosopher? Kurt Lewin. He has invented a change management model, Kurt Lewin model. Under this model, you have to follow 3 steps in a sequential manner. You cannot change the order of these 3 steps in under Kurt Lewin's change management model or change process. How many steps are there in change management model of Kurt Lewin? There are 3 easiest ones. First one, please highlight this word. Philosopher name, be cautious about his name, Kurt Lewin. He comes only once in entire syllabus of SM. He's not like MP. So how many steps are there in Kurt Lewin change management model or change process? 3 steps are there. You have to follow the order very strictly. Don't change the order of that process. First one is called as unfreezing. Remove all the old culture, values and beliefs. Start with a clean slate. Unfreezing definition is given in second point. It is called removing. Breaking down means removing old attitudes, old values, beliefs. So that you can start with a poetic way of explaining. You can start with a clean slate. Why you are removing the old means it acts as a notice to the employees that something new is about to come into the organization. Have you understood that one? What is the essence behind it means like Narendra Modi launched the demonetization scheme. You should not change the culture in a surprised manner. So changes should not come as a surprise to the employees. You should give a prior notice to them. What is prior notice? What is example of giving prior notice? Removing the old acts as a notice. Have you understood this one? In which step are we in right now? Kurt Lewin's change process. Why we are reading Kurt Lewin change process? Because there are 3 sequential steps in which you have to institutionalize the change. How many changes are there? Change in culture, change in strategy. Who is the author here? Kurt Lewin. What is the model here? Change management model or change process. Now what is the first step in that? Remove the old, called as simply easy one, unfreezing. What is the poetic way of saying it? You have to start with a clean slate. Look at the second one. Be cautious with this second one. This is the trickiest one. After removing the old culture, you have to shift to the new culture. What is the second sequential step in Kurt Lewin's model? After removing the old, called as unfreezing, you have to shift to the new culture. Then you have to raise one simple question. Sir, how shall we move to the new situation means at this point of time, be cautious. You have to take the help of another philosopher called as H.C. Kelman. Have you understood this link now? Cautiously. Which concept have we started actually? Strategic change. Right? What do you mean by strategic change? Whenever there is change in environment, you have to bring up a new strategy or modified strategy. How many steps are there to bring strategic change? 3. What is that? RCI or RCB? RCI. R stands for C for I for. How will you implement the change? Take the help of Kurt Lewin, how many steps are there in his model? 3. Are they sequential or random steps? Sequentially, you have to follow them. What is the first one? Remove the old called as unfreezing. After unfreezing, you have to move to new situation. How to shift to new situation means take the help of another philosopher called as H.C. Kelman. Now, he has proposed 3 mutually exclusive methods. You can use any one method on each employee. These are not sequential in nature actually. How many methods are there under H.C. Kelman policy? 3 are there. Look at those 3 keywords now. Cost inflation index. Likewise, please remember CII. These 3 methods are not sequential in nature. Depending on the situation, depending on the mindset of employee, you can select any one technique. Some employees, they will change to new culture if you sit beside them. Right? Like a school student doing homework. When parents sit alongside only, they will do the homework. This is psychology of certain human beings. Same student will occupy some position in MNC also. So if you want to change employees' mindset, you have to use complaints, announce some rewards or punishments. This is called compliance mechanism. Force them to follow the new culture. It applies to certain employees only, not all the employees. Now look at the second one. Some students will finish off their homework if you give them a classwork notebook. They will watch the method of solving that question. They will repeat that question in assignment problems or homework problems. Means give them some role model. They will change themselves as per the new culture. What is that heading called as? Identification. Give them role model is the keyword. And the last one is, these are a peculiar type of people, most intelligent people. Please announce the title. They will adopt their mindset to the new culture. They have big freedom. They give them freedom to learn and adopt. Don't give them instructions. They will leave the organization. Have understood 3 psychologies now. Depending on the psychology of the employee, you have to select any one method. Have understood this one? Right. Which concept have we referred right now? It's a long concept clubbing 2 topics. Strategic change, RCB or RCI? RCI under I stands for implementation. For implementation, take the help of Kurt Lewin. How many sequential steps are there in Kurt Lewin model? 3. First one, unfreezing. Second one, change to new. How will you change to new situation? Take any other person's help. Who is that another person right here? H.C. Kelman. He has proposed 3 sequential steps. No, 3 random methods. First one, CI is the acronym. Compliance, identification, internationalization, right? Internalization. Now come to the last easiest one called as after implementing, come back to the previous topic called as the easiest one. Make the new culture a permanent thing in the organization. That's called refreezing, consolidating the new culture in the organization. Have you understood this last concept called refreezing now? Have you understood this last concept? Now look at the conclusive statement of this entire big concept called strategic change. Right? It is not a one-time work. It is a continuous process, MCQ worth. Strategic change has to be done continuously. What is the reason? Can you guess the reason behind it? Since environment is continuously changing. Simple logic. Have you understood the concept of strategic change now? We have covered a couple of concepts now. Right, so far, how many topics we have covered in chapter number 5? Starting with SSI, we focused on leadership related concepts like styles or approaches, roles, definition. Thereafter, we moved to corporate culture definition, sources of corporate culture, 2 roles of culture, friendly role or enmity role. Then we have discussed how to change problem culture. In between, a little concept was their most awaited question for your exam, how culture promotes SSI. Innovative products. Can you remember all those things? Thereafter, we move to 9-step wala, how to change problem culture. Afterwards, we move to which concept? Strategic change. How many types of changes are there? How many steps are there to bring strategic change? RCI. I stands for implementing. You have to take the help of whom? Kurt Lewin. How many sequential steps are there? 3. Unfreezing, changing to new, refreezing. How to change to new situation? Take the help of H.C. Kelman. He has proposed 3 different mechanisms depending on the mindset of the employee. Compliance, identification, and have you understood up to this point of time? Do we have 9 points over there? What is the summary of first three? Identify positive and negative areas of existing culture. Find solutions for negative aspects. What is the set of second three? You have to do 2 revisions for CA inter exam and final exam. In the same way, revise policies and procedures. Thereafter, revise incentive schemes if possible. Visibly praise one employee so that the other employees can be motivated. And what is the summary of last three? Hire new people so they will motivate the existing employees. Thereafter, get the support of union leaders. And the last one, of course, 8th one is try to convince the employees by explaining the benefits of new culture. That was the 8th one. 9th one is get the support of supervisors or union leaders. Now we have finished off 2 requirements of SSI, right? Now we have to move to the first requirement called appropriate organized structure. Generally, as far as your syllabus is concerned, organized structures are of 2 types. One is centralized, decentralized, remote chances of asking MCQ on this chart. Only two things are present in centralized structures. What do you mean by centralized? Means the majority of the decisions will be taken by top management. That is the meaning of a centralized organized structure. If some decisions are taken by, major decisions are taken by top management and some other decisions were delegated to the subordinates, that is called as a decentralized structures. Now, hopefully there will be no question as far as my experience is concerned. There can't be a direct 35 mark descriptive questions on these three dotted concepts. Based on past trends. There is no 100% assurance, but 95% there might not be a question on these 3 things. Have you noted those 3 things now? So, an MCQ might be asked on this part now. How many types of centralized structures are there? 2, simple and functional. The remaining structures all belong to decentralized. In this way, you have to remember. Now, please come to the first. Even though it's a marathon, let's have a definition of organized structure. Organized structure means how many works you have to perform. Please highlight this beautiful word, roles. Role means job title, like assistant finance manager, supervisor, production manager, etc. You have to define how many roles are present in your organization. After identifying roles, you have to attach responsibilities to that role. Every production manager has to perform certain activities. By the end of the day, he has to submit reports to his higher authority. So please add that extra word. After roles, you have to add responsibilities. If you are able to define the roles, the number of jobs present in your organization, the responsibilities in every job, in every role in your organization, you are indirectly doing which activity of management means organizing. You might have heard from BCom perspective, there are 5 functions of management like planning, organizing, etc., etc. Out of which second function of management is organizing. Sir, what is the benefit of doing activity called organizing? Means we will get organized structure. Without organized structure, what is the loss to a company? Means if you don't have organized structure, we can't implement strategies at all. That's why they have placed appropriate organized structure as the first requirement of SSI. I'll take everything as BGM. Right. That was a very, very interesting BGM actually. Do you remember that this is marathon? Fine. Now, how many types of centralized structures are there? 2 in all. First one, simple and functional. The rest of the things belong to decentralized. Before going into required organized structures, what is the definition of organized structure? It is the definition of for configuration means defining or estimating or preparing. It's an official preparation of all the vacancies present, roles present in our organization. Thereafter, you have to attach some responsibilities. Thereafter, you have to define the procedure in which you have to perform activities. Let us assume that there is a job called SM faculty in any organization. Then he has to finish off 5 chapters, preferably in an understandable manner to every possible student. That is the expectation of faculty or some other parents or some directors of the organization. These are the responsibilities. Then what is the procedure for an SM faculty in any organization? Means whether they have to follow, right? Masterminds prepared own material. In some other academies, the procedure might differ. They will straight away explain the board materials in the class itself. They will give you the essence. They won't prepare you for question answer format. So every academy is following different procedures to carry out to finish off the syllabus. That is the meaning of this word called procedures. Are they teaching perfectly or not? There will be some mechanisms called feedback forms at the end of every session, at the end of every hour, at the end of every chapter, preferably. These are called governance mechanisms. Whether students are behaving properly in the classroom or not, they have some governance mechanisms like CC cameras. Have you understood these things now? So what are the first things you have to do in defining the organized structure of an organization? First one, you have to identify the roles, thereafter attach responsibilities, identify the procedures. This procedure is nothing but 4th M in resources definition. What is 4th M? Method of manufacturing or method of rendering services. Thereafter, you have to monitor the activities, how they are running in the organization. You have to define which person will be having some authority. Please remember, it is superior will be having authority and subordinate will be having responsibility. If you have to take more number of decisions, then please transfer some delegation power to the subordinates so that minor decisions will be taken by some other subordinates. This is called as a decision making process. You can delegate. Have you understood the brief meaning of organized structure now? What is the definition of organized structure? Roles, formal configuration of roles, responsibilities, thereafter procedures, governance mechanisms, who is having authority, who is having responsibility or accountability. If you define all these things on a sheet of paper, it will be called as organized structure. Sir, what is the benefit of having organized structure? Without that, we can't implement strategies. Forget about SSI. Have understood this definition? Now please quickly move to the exam oriented most significant organized structures, out of which the first one is SBU structure. SBU stands for Strategic Business Unit. It was one other name for business also. Hopefully in chapter 1 we might have heard the other name for business called as a division. In extreme situations, each business will also be called as SBUs. That's why we find these words called businesses or divisions or products or SBUs under BCG matrix also, under portfolio analysis. We'll come across all these words under BCG or portfolio analysis methods also. Now come to the explanation of SBU structure now, right? Let us assume that there is a CA academy. Assume that there is a CA academy. There will be so many competitors. Let us assume that this so-called CA academy has huge reserves and surplus. Fortunately, they have become extremely rich persons. They have decided to acquire all the competitors in the nearby places, in the vicinities. Means you are trying to acquire your competitors, right? Now, originally you have started only one CA academy. Right now, since you are financially very strong, you have decided to acquire the possible competitors in the industry. Now, how many CA academies do you have right now? Apart from your organization, 1 plus 5, 6 organizations you have. All the 6 CA academies right now are operating in the same industry called training industry. This group of 6 CA academies which are operating in the same industry, you cannot use SM 6 times for 6 organizations. Let's group all the 6 businesses into one group called as SBU. That's it. Have you understood this simple meaning now? If you want to use SM subject for all the 6 businesses at 6 different times, it will be very time consuming. Since all the 6 businesses belong to the same industry, you can club them into one single group. Right? That single group is called as a SBU. So SBU definition goes like this. It is a group of related businesses. It is a group of related businesses. Sir, what do you mean by the word related there? Means they belong to the same industry. They belong to the same industry. Have understood the essence of SBU now? Now, look at the keyword, first keyword. If you are having single business, can you use SBU structure? It's not possible. So for what organizations SBU is applicable? Multi-product or multi-business organizations. Now he is explaining the need for SBU organized structure. It is impractical for a big organization with so many businesses to use SM separately. It is so time consuming. This is called the need. Have understood the essence of second point now? Now look at this structure, SBU structure. Here is corporate level. CL stands for corporate level. These people, I'm trying to use different colors now. These people called as 1, 2, 3 and 4. These 4 people, they even though they are placed in the bottom level of the organized structure, they belong to the corporate level. They are called as a corporate staff. These 4 people are called as examples of corporate staff. What is the main role of corporate staff? Means they will assist only CEO in decision making. Means those 4 people also belong to which level? Corporate level. And there is one other level at corporate level called as SP department, strategic planning department. This department primary responsibility is to arrange the businesses into one SBU. So who will decide how many businesses should be present in one SBU? Strategic planning department. Have understood this organized structure now? So how many layers would be there in SBU structure means, look at this first one as you have guessed right now. Corporate level is one level. These people all belong to corporate level, second layer in the organized structure. This is called as the new layer called as SBU level. Under each SBU, there will be related businesses. What do you mean by the word related? They belong to the same industry. Then it comes divisional level. So if I say, ask you a question, how many levels would be there in SBU structure means, you cannot say 4. Some people who have understood very well SM subject, they might think this extra version also called as every division will be having some departments. So some people might write this answer called 4 layers are present in SBU structure. That is not the case as per terminology, only 3. What are those 3 levels? Corporate level, immediately followed by an additional layer called SBU level, and finally it will be called as divisional layer. Have you understood this one? Now come to the meaning of SBU. Now have you understood that simple example, CA Academy is acquiring other competitors? SBU concept. Now look at the definition of SBU. SBU is a group of related businesses. We have already explained it. All the 6 CA academies will be given same treatment. Please remember this keyword. Case scenario means he has to use this word, which is amenable means friendly. Every SBU is friendly to which planning treatment? Composite planning treatment. Why did he use the word composite? Group of 6 businesses are there in the same industry. Have you understood that meaning now? Now come to the second one. You can easily, SBU structure is composed of operating units, means 1 plus 5 academies, right? Each unit represents a separate business. Please remember this phrase. If ICA wants to raise a case scenario question, either he has to use this word or this word. If you find this word means it's an SBU. Please highlight that phrase in the second point under meaning. Now every business will be led by a business level manager, as we have heard in chapter 1, right? Then who will lead the SBU means he is delivering a technical word called head senior executive, or simply known as a senior executive. Please highlight this word. He is responsible for maintaining an SBU. How many CA academies are there in our SBU right now? In our example, original one plus another 4 or 5, right? So look at this one. SBU structure groups similar products or similar businesses into SBUs. It's a known thing. Have you understood that simple example now? Now come to the characteristics now. What are the important characteristics of SBU means? If you are unable to acquire any competitor, then only one CA academy will be present under your group. In that extreme case, SBU possesses SBU contains only one business. If you have that financial ability, if you are acquiring so many competitors in the same industry means, in that case, SBU will be having a group of related businesses. Now you can watch this. We have an evidence in the structure also. Under SBU A in your diagram, there are no further classes, subclassifications, means they are yet to acquire some competitors. Have understood this one? This SBU A followed by SBU C. They are not having any group of businesses under that SBU, means they are yet to acquire competitors. Have understood the diagram now? Now come to the characteristics of SBU. First one, it can be a single business or it can be a group of related businesses. Don't use the word related businesses when you are writing the word called single business. It's not applicable logically. So SBU is either a single business or a group of related businesses which offer scope for, look at this beautiful word, independent planning. Now, shall I use one cautious statement? Now, please listen to this cautious statement. SM can be used by any business organization, right? It's a fundamental logic from chapter 1, right? Now, we are altering that statement a bit now. SM can be used, the entire SM subject. Sir, what do you mean by that? All the techniques present in SM subject can be used for SBU alone now. As if each SBU is a separate organization. Have you understood that imaginary line now? Normally, SM subject will be applicable for whom? For any one business organization. Now, in this point of time, at this point of time, we are saying that entire SM subject can be used for a single SBU, as if that single SBU is a group of big organization. Means, what do you mean by that? Means every business organization will be having corporate level. Every corporate level will be having CEO. Now, look at our inferences now. If each SBU will be having its own CEO. 6 CA academies, 1 CEO. Have you understood that logically? Each SBU will be having its own competitors. Every other logic which is applicable to business, now it is applicable to SBU also. Have understood this one? Sir, what is the need for creating SBUs means? They are financially strong, they are able to acquire competitors, and they found a big opportunity to earn more revenue. In that case, they will go to the concept called SBUs. Have understood that one? Now come to the next one. It will be having its own set of competitors. Separate SM treatment will be there. It has a manager, also known as a senior executive. SBU will be led by whom? Head senior executive, or simply called senior executive, also called as manager. He is responsible for the entire strategic planning of that SBU and the profits, if any, made by SBU. Have understood some of the characteristics of SBU now? Right. Now come to the next one. This is the recently asked question. Hopefully it may not appear in January 2026. What are the benefits or attributes or qualities of an SBU? Easy things. It's a separate business which needs separate SM treatment. Please highlight this beautiful phrase: separate strategic planning. Every SBU will be having separate SM. It will be having its own set of competitors. Every SBU will be having its own strategies. Every SBU will be led by a separate CEO. Tata group of organizations will be having one CEO generally. But for every SBU, there will be another person called a separate CEO for each business. Please highlight this beautiful word. First point need not be explained again. SBU definition repeated. It's a group of related businesses which SM can be used separately from the rest of the businesses in that organization. Have understood some of the characteristics now? If you understand the definition, it will be very, very easy. Now you have to question me one simple logic. Sir, criteria. On what basis SBUs will be created? Based on what logic will you create SBUs means? There should be some similarity between businesses, right? How many kinds of similarities are there? This is the essence of this topic. How many kinds of similarities would be present in an organization means? If any two businesses have one similarity means, place those two businesses under one SBU. Now, how many similarities would be there means? Easy things for us now. If two businesses are using same technology, similar technology, keep them under one SBU. Option number 2. Similar sorts of products or services. If CACMA shares 70% of the common syllabus, then you can club one CACMA academy into one SBU. It's possible. Similar products or services are there, like chapters or overlapping chapters are there. So similarity can be based on technology, or similarity in terms of products or services, similarity in markets, similarity in customers, similarity in a beautiful word called competencies, where we have discussed these competencies. KSF includes resources, competencies. What is the meaning of competencies? It's a business leader's ability to generate profits from the available resources, called 5 M's. Have understood these things now? Please read by yourself very quickly the board material example. Have understood the essence of SBU now? How many types of organization structures would be there? 2 in all. First one, centralized. Second one, decentralized. How many centralized structures are there? 2. Simple, functional. The rest of the things, they belong to decentralized. What are the keywords? At least 1 or 2 keywords in the definition of organized structure. Defining roles, responsibilities, procedure, governance, mechanism, etc., etc. Thereafter, we move to the exam point of view, significant organized structure called SBU. Every SBU will be led by a person called senior executive or a separate CEO. Have understood this one? What is the meaning of SBU? It's a group of related business. In some extreme cases, it may contain single business also. Have understood the essence of SBU now? Now please come to the next big organized structure called as a matrix organized structure. The diagram itself suggests that it is appearing in the form of a matrix. Without industry example, we can't understand it. That's why so many people skip this matrix structure from marathon. Now we'll try it. Now come to the matrix structure now. This is called, assume that any company, you can take big 4 company or any large group of organizations. Right? Let's take E&Y organization. CEO will be there. Under CEO, there will be some corporate staff. Means some people are they might be having huge expertise or expert knowledge in certain department. Those people are called as a vice president of so and so department. These people are examples of they belong to which level? Corporate level, like CEO. Let us assume the case example of E and Y now. This is a large organization which is having so many departments. Since you are a CA student, I am converting that into service sector example. Let's assume that instead of manufacturing, we'll replace that word with accounting department. Thereafter, instead of sales, we will replace with audit. Can we do that replacements now? Thereafter, taxation, legal department, or any other department. Now let's dive into the example very quickly. Let us assume that accounting department has 1000 employees, imaginary numbers, 500 for audit people, in taxation department 300, and HR or legal or whatever department is, let us say 50. Now, what is this company called as E&Y? A big four consulting company. Large MNCs, they will give away their audit works to this E&Y company. Based on that assumption, let us assume that any company, let us say Reliance Industries Limited, you can take any company. Let us assume that what is the first project for E&Y? In our example, Reliance audit, for example. As soon as Reliance order, you have to use here SA 210 terms of engagement. You have to do the negotiations regarding price, the work to be done under that audit works. Have you understood SA 210 now? Right. Let us assume that there are 40 managers under projects department. You have to dedicate one manager here to monitor which work? Reliance audits works, right? In the similar manner, let us assume that 70 accounting department employees will be sent away to finish off which work? RIL work. In the similar manner, let us say imaginary numbers from all these departments. Now, if you club all these members, what is the total number here apart from project leader? Is it 102? It's a group of 102 now. Right? These 102 people are responsible for finishing of which work? RIL works. Right? Since these 102 members, team members, they are coming from different departments. That's why we have to use a technical name for the team of 102 called as a cross-functional task force. In the next question, it is the first heading. So please highlight that heading first, cross-functional task force. Sir, what do you mean by cross-functional means? Because they are coming from different departments. As soon as Reliance audit work is completed, we'll dissolve the team. That's why they are temporary in nature. Task means temporary in nature. Have understood the meaning of that first keyword now? So how can we call one or two team members as cross-functional task force? What do you mean by cross-functional? They belong to different departments. Why the word task force? It is temporary in nature. As soon as Reliance work is done, we'll dissolve the team of 1 or 2. Have understood this explanation right now? Now please come back to the original explanation, right? Let us assume that we have to read two questions in a clubbed manner now. Let us assume that this team of 102, performs the Reliance audit in a magnificent manner. Assume that team chemistry is working in a very good manner. So the E&Y organization, will try to continue the team of 102 for the next audit. Let us say any other audit, Oracle Corporation, another audit. So E&Y company takes a decision to continue what? To continue the same 102 group of team persons to which audit? To the next project called any other audit called Oracle Corporation. Now, in this sense, let us extend that example. Let us assume that the same 102 persons performs the next audit also in a very good manner. Then Oracle Corporation will make a request to the E&Y saying that if you give away the team of 102 for the next 5 to 6 years, we will give away next 5-year audit to you only. Have understood the proposal made by Oracle Corporation? Because team chemistry is good, they are performing audit in excellent manner. So what is the request of Oracle Corporation now? Continue the same team 102. If you continue the same team, I'll give away my next 5-year audit to you also. Have you understood this one? Now, if you watch all the 3 practical situations right now we have to understand this question now. So far I have explained these 3 stages. Now look at the topic number 20 now. I'll write in a columnar manner like this: team, thereafter client. Right? Now, stage 1, you have to be very particular about this word used by ICA. 3 distinct phases. If any organization wants to prepare a 100% matrix structure for them, you have to follow 3 stages gradually. What is the first stage called as we have already introduced to you, cross-functional task force. Here in the phase 1, I am denoting it as P1. In the phase 1, the 1 or 2 team members may excel or may not excel. There is no guarantee at all. So the team is temporary in nature. We don't know in future, we may get Reliance audit or we may not get Reliance audit in future. So the client is also temporary in nature. Have understood those two characteristics of phase 1? Which concept are we studying right now? If you want to develop a full 100% true matrix structure, then how many stages you have to pass on? You have to go through 3 stages, out of which I am trying to explain the characteristics of 3 stages now. What is the essence of first stage? Both the team and the client are temporary in nature. That stage is technically called as cross-functional task force. When will you use this stage means whenever a business organization wants to launch a new product. Then they will activate the stage number 1. Please highlight that beautiful word, new product line. If anybody wants to launch a new product, then they have to activate which stage now? Stage 1 called as a cross-functional task force. How many parties we are discussing right now? 2 parties. One is team and the second one is called as a client. Both the parties are temporary in which stage? In phase number 1. Understood this essence now. Now moving to the second phase now. Second phase. We have sent 1 or 2 team members, the same old team, to which audit actually? Oracle Corporation audit means the team has become somewhat permanent now. So ICA has prescribed a word, beautiful word called, look at this word, cross-functional task force is another name for team of 1 or 2. So he has used a word called, it's not permanent, it is more permanent. The team might continue for future audits also if they work together in a very good manner. So we have to use this word MP here, more permanent. The team has become more permanent now. Now look at the keyword prescribed for client. Semi-permanent, we may or may not get the in future that Oracle Corporation audit. So that's why ICA has used that word called semi-permanent. Have understood the essence of 2 phases now. Please be cautious about that word called, it is not stage. I say will use only one word called phases. Have understood 2 essence of 2 first phases now. What is the first phase? Both team and client are temporary in nature, right? It is an implied meaning in the first subheading. He has not used any such words like that. While coming to the second phase of development of matrix structure, what about the nature of team? It is called more permanent, whereas client is called as is occupying which nature? Semi-permanent. If you move to the third phase, you can guess the words now. Both the team and client will become forever permanent. Have understood the essence followed under 3 phases now. Now I am trying to replace now. In order to easily understand this, I have used this normal English called team and client. But you are not supposed to write these 2 words in examination. Instead of team, you have to use another word. Instead of client, you have to replace with another vocabulary. Now we have to search those vocabularies. Please find them. First one is called as functional structure. Normal language, team, official vocabulary, functional structure. What is the nature of client now? Product structure. You have to replace those keywords into your explanation. Have understood the essence of matrix structure now? If any organization wants to develop a true matrix structure, 100% matrix structure, how many stages you have to build? 3. Can we use the word called stages or phases? Phases. What is the first phase now? For exam's sake, we have to revise these things now. Cross-functional task force. Who is temporary here? Both. Don't use the word team now. Both functional structure and product structure are temporary in nature. What is the second phase called as? Now I am introducing the word right now. Product or brand management. Who is more permanent here? Don't use the word team. Who is more permanent here? Who is semi-permanent here? Right. Now come to the third phase. Both parties will become permanent in nature. Third one is called as 100% work done. You have developed a 100% matrix structure. That's why they have used the word called mature matrix. And one little keyword you have to observe here. Now look at the diagram now. This team of 1 or 2, as we have seen in the diagram, a team of 1 or 2, their answer basically the 70 accounting employees. 70 accounting employees have sent to the first audit, right? Basically they are the employees of accounting department of E&Y, right? Basically they will be having an identity card of which department? Accounting department of E&Y organization. Since they are basically employees of accounting department in E&I, they are primarily responsible for the vice president of accounts. Means who is the first superior to these 70 employees? Accounting department vice president. They have to answer. They are answerable to that person In addition to that, since we are having a separate project leader to monitor the activities of Reliance Audit, they are also answerable to project manager of RIL. Now, if you observe this logic very cleverly, each subordinate is answerable to two superiors now. Each subordinate, out of the 70 members, each employee is answerable to two superiors now. Here we don't use the word superiors. Instead of that, we use the word managers. The vice president of accounting department is technically called as a vertical manager, and the project manager will be called as a horizontal manager. Since each subordinate is answerable to how many managers now? Don't use the word superiors. How many managers? Two managers. So it violates the basic principle. It violates the basic principle of management proposed by Henry Fayol. It is called as a unity of command. Sir, what do you mean by unity of command? One subordinate must be answerable to only one superior if work has to be done in a smooth manner. This is one of the finest principles of management. So, if any organization wants to use matrix structure, they are violating which principle? They are violating principle of unity of command. Have understood that disadvantage also? Right. Now come to the explanation now. Now, if you look at the text now, it will be very easy for us. First one. In what situations we have to use matrix structure? Easy to remember, neither functional. If you can't use functional structure, if you are unable to use divisional structure also, then please go for matrix structure. Matrix structure. Have understood that first one? If you can't use functional, if you can't use divisional, then please go for matrix structure. It is an indirect way of saying that when to use matrix structure. Now come to the technical definition of matrix structure. It's a combination of easy ones. Vertical and horizontal flow of authority and communication. Since they are vertical and horizontal, we use the word called matrix. Authority will be possessed by superiors. Can you understand that one? Now come to the other easy points. These employees, means one or two, will be assigned to one or more projects, which might be temporary or semi-permanent or more permanent, etc. This is a very easy point. Now every subordinate will be having two superiors. This is an MCQ worth point. In 4 sectors, you can use only matrix structure. Please remember it as since you are very familiar with this word in Masterminds organization, right? No homeworks will be there. Only CRDs will be there. Hopefully. HCRD. Please put a tick mark over that last point, 5th point. It's an MCQ word point. CHRD. It is applicable. You can use matrix structure, only matrix structure in 4 sectors. How do you remember that one? Acronym, please. HCRD. H stands for healthcare. Thereafter, watch those 3 alphabets. Now, come to the advantages now. Since you are using SA 210, what is the scope of work to be done for Reliance Audit? Means it will be very clear with the help of SA 210. Project objectives will be very clear. What is the keyword we have used to define objectives in chapter 1? Is it OPC or OPT? Stands for Organization Performance Targets. Now, there are several channels of communication called as vertical channel and horizontal channel, right? If you want to exit from a project, shutting down a single project or a client is relatively easy. Since so many expert people, team of 1 or 2 is there. They are experts in different departments, right? When 2 expert persons or employees work together as a team, they will explore the subject, means generation of new ideas is possible. If 2 dummy candidates work together, means it will be next attempt actually in CA Enter. On the opposite side, if 2 beautiful group discussion, if group discussion is possible between 2 intelligent students, means hopefully they will understand the subject in an in-depth manner. That is possible if wavelength is matching between 2 students. Have you understood this one? As far as my little experience is concerned, so many students will clear CA final exam. Just purely 50%. The 50% reason for their success finally is only group discussions. Since it is analytical in nature, whereas CA Enter expects a simple working knowledge. Learn the concept, reproduce the concept, do some calculations. That is called working knowledge. ICA has used this word in the preface of board material. Whereas when you come to final, means he demands expert knowledge. So group discussions might be necessary. Now come to the disadvantages now. Expensive. Since you have to maintain so many projects, so many teams, it is highly expensive. There might be some communication issues will be there. Complexity due to dual flows of authority and communication. Third one we have already introduced. It violates which principle? It violates the principle of unity of command. Maximum confusion might happen due to which channels? Dual reporting channels, dual lines of authority. Please remember this word. In some cases, there will be a clash between vertical manager and horizontal manager. Which articleship student, your case in future, or which employee should be sent to RIL audit, and which intelligent employee should be sent to Oracle audit. There will be some confusions between the vertical and horizontal manager. This is called as conflicts regarding resource allocation decisions. I've understood the essence of those disadvantages now. Be watchful about this question. I can't exactly predict your paper for January 2026. This has a huge probability. At least a descriptive question, if not a case scenario, because people won't read that because of this little diagram. Because of this diagram, it will be left as a choice. Now, have understood two structures now? Right. This is a formality now. Easy ones. Hopefully a question might appear on this beautiful network structure. A question can't appear in January 2026 on hourglass structure because it was asked in September 2025. Hopefully 95% descriptive can't be asked against hourglass structure. Now in the previous attempt, he has asked disadvantage of network structure. If you take that into consideration, hopefully this might not be asked in your examination. Now come to the essence of network structure. Apple organization, R&D, they will do it on their own. In-house scientific research, section number 35 wala, PGBP. Apple organization, in-house scientific research, because they want to develop extraordinary devices. Rest of the works called manufacturing, it will be transferred to little persons on the planet Earth called Chinese people. Chinese organizations will do manufacturing on behalf of Apple. Smartphones are not manufactured by Apple employees. This is a very menial job. Less intelligence is required. That's why they will transfer all that less intelligent jobs to other persons or other countries. But they will keep themselves the only R&D activity. Every other activity except R&D, sales, marketing, accounting, it will be transferred to other organizations. They will do only the primary activities called R&D because they are worried about their brand image. Have understood the essence of network structure. Now look at the definition. You are doing only one activity. That's why it is called as many activities will be outsourced. Not all, many activities. If all activities are outsourced means why you are living on planet Earth? That might be the question. So it's not all activities, only many activities are outsourced. It is technically called as logically virtual elimination of in-house departments. You are not doing most of the activities. This is the definition of which structure? Network structure. What is the phrase you have to remember logically? This is the only phrase based on which network structure explanation is done here. Many activities will be outsourced. Now look at the couple of meanings given in second point now. Meaning of network organization. Since you are delegating, you are outsourcing every possible activity to different companies in different countries. Look at this network organization. What is the definition of network organization? Any organization using network structure is called as a network organization. I've understood that phrase now. Easy definition. It is a collection of series of independent companies placed in different countries. So it's a series of independent organizations or businesses linked together by through some technology or computers through in an information system. What is the other name for network organization means? Look at that first other name, virtual organization. What is the other name for network structure? Virtual organization. Why he has used the adjective called virtual? Since many activities will be outsourced. Now come to the other essential points. Since works are scattered or spread over the entire planet Earth, he has used a word called the function will, the business will not be located in a single building or a single area because they are spread throughout the planet Earth, scattered around worldwide. Now, since you are outsourcing many of the activities, do you need any permanent employees? So instead of having salaried employees, please hire employees for a specified project only or at least for specified period of time. Let us say 3 months contract employees. Have understood the logic of point number 3b now. Now come to the next one. These are other names for network structure. What is the first name we have introduced? Virtual organization. Why the word virtual? Many activities are outsourced. Another name. It's called a shell company, but it is not defined with respect to Companies Act here. They are doing at least R&D activity. They are not manipulating here. But it is another name for network structure. It's a shell, and the most official word in South India, it is another name called broker. So far we have introduced how many other names for network structure? First one, virtual organization, thereafter companies act wala word, shell, followed by a beautiful word called broker. Have I understood this network structure now? Now, look at the advantages now. In what situations we have to use the network structure? Please be cautious about this word. When the technology is changing in a rapid manner, frequent changes in technology are happening in PESTEL. Macro environment T stands for technological factors. When frequent changes are happening, when new technology is being invented very frequently, why should you take the risk of R&D? Why should you take the risk of manufacturing? Please outsource the activities to another company. They will bear that risk. Pay some money, they will do the work for you. So since there is a frequent changes in technology is a factor among PESTEL in macro. Can you link that word? Since there are frequent changes in technology, environment is called as unstable. When the environment of the organization is unstable, go for network structure. Don't invite headache to you. Have you understood that one? Look at that second one. If you want to launch innovative products, Apple, why they are launching innovative products every year means because they are doing only R&D. Every other activity is outsourced. They have most of the time with them. So if you want to launch innovative products, go for network structure. Look at that next point now. Just now we have explained. This is an extension of this point. Third point is an example of first advantage. Rapid changes in technology. Now look at that last one. It's a beautiful advantage actually, a technical one. Since many activities are outsourced to some other organizations, you will be having maximum amount of idle time. In that idle time, will you watch movies through iBomma or some other thing? You can't watch those movies right now. Have you understood that one? So what you are supposed to do means, please develop your skills. Please develop your skills. Those skills are called as competencies, also known as core competencies. We have to study that concept in chapter 3. So please highlight this one. This is a very vital point for MCQ viewpoint. Fourth one. Have understood these summary of 4 advantages now? Right. Look at these disadvantages. Since many activities are outsourced, it's not easy to control the business activities. No work will be finished off within deadlines. Right. So no controls would be there. Whenever there is a sharing, there will be called synergy benefit. No synergy benefits will be there. And the first disadvantage is you cannot control, you cannot expect the work outsourced within the deadlines fixed by you. So no synergy benefits will be there. No control would be there. If the workers doesn't have reasonable skill, then you can't get the work done in a qualitative manner. Means please remember it as no skill. Even the workers doesn't possess any skill means you are prepared to give some training to the employees. They are not willing to learn the things. They don't have the confidence. Try to remember at least 3 or 4 disadvantages. No control, thereafter no synergy benefits and no skill. Even though they are not having skill, you are trying to impart some training to them. They are not willing to accept the training also. They don't have confidence to launch innovative products. Have you understood the essence of this simple network structure now? So far, I've tried to explain very quickly, of course, which organized structures now. First, we started with SPU stands for. Can you remember the diagram? Right, group of related products. Each SPU will be having its own CEO, competitors, etc. Right, separate planning treatment. Right. Thereafter, we move to a big one called as a matrix structure. How many phases are there to develop a true matrix structure? 3 in all. What's the first one? Cross-functional task force. Second one, product or brand management. Third one, it's a mature matrix. Thereafter, we move to many activities will be outsourced via logic called as a network structure. Can you give me 1 or 2 other names for network structure? First one, virtual organization, shell, and got it. Come to the next easiest one called as a. Have you understood this matrix structure and network structure? Hourglass structure may not be posed in your examination. Look at this question. Since it's asked in the previous exam itself, no possibility, 95%. What is the essential logic? I'll explain in a couple of minutes. Right? ICA is very cautious. They are using these words, especially in this situation. Normally, we don't use these words throughout SM. In some extreme situations, ICA has preferred to use this vocabulary called, instead of corporate level, they are using top management, middle management, and bottom management. Right? Since most of the planning will be done by top management people, strategy implementation will be done by bottom level people. then why should we maintain huge number of employees at middle level? Then they have decided to use a network structure called hourglass structure. So what is the essential idea behind hourglass structure? Means try to drastically reduce the number of employees present at middle level. You can save so much staff salaries or expenditure. Have you understood this one? So this is the essence of the diagram. Now, how many layers will be there or levels will be there? Means in hourglass structure, there will be 3 layers or levels. In this, middle level will be restricted in, constricted or restricted middle level. Means number of employees will be very, very minimum at what level? At middle level. So if you follow this structure, then instead of having maximum number of employees at middle level, you are removing so many middle level managers right now. Who will do their work? Means you have to use automations there. Systems will perform that work. Minimum number of employees will operate the information systems. Information systems will carry out the work of removed middle managers' jobs. Have you understood that one? So information technology is trying to link the top and bottom level people. Means work will be done in a very quick manner. Have you understood this one? Now, once upon a time in the past, when you are not using hourglass structure, you need some intelligent people to work at middle level. Since you are not using information systems or automation, etc., he has used a word called you need some persons with intelligence to work at middle level when you are not using a network structure. But today you need a procedural minds just to operate systems. That's why they have used that word called generalists. Have understood the essence of this? What structure we are discussing right now? Hourglass structure. How many layers will be there in hourglass structure? 3 in all. Which vocabulary we are supposed to use here? Corporate level? No. What is vocabulary? Top level, middle level and bottom level. In which level you are drastically reducing the number of employees? Middle level. Who will perform their work? Information systems. Work will be very quick, right? Now come to the advantage now. Easy by any standards. Expenses will be reduced. Example, staff salary, middle level managed staff salary. Second one, there will be increased responsiveness from the bottom level employees towards the top management. Communication will be very, very quick. QDM is possible. If you want to launch innovative product, it's easy now. Quick decision making is possible since you are going for automation at middle level. Now look at these disadvantages now. We have 2 disadvantages. First one, since the number of employees is very, very low at what level? At middle level. Any person who has been working in the organization at the bottom level, they will be having very few promotional opportunities. That's the first disadvantage. Even if you work very hard also, since you are working at the bottom level, you can't get more number of promotions at all. So that is the first disadvantage. Low promotional opportunities for which kind of employees? For lower level employees. That's the first disadvantage in hourglass structure. Look at the second one. Since you are not getting any promotions, you will be having no energies at all. So it will leads to monotony or boredom. Employees might not be having huge job satisfaction. Motivations would be at very low level. Then how to overcome this demerits? Means please give away some rewards. Try to extract work from employees by giving away some rewards. Have you understood these organized structures now? Right. Now come to the next significant topic in chapter 5 called as strategic controls. How many leadership roles would be there for a strategic leader or a manager? 5. What's the acronym? SCAPE. S stands for K for keeping the firm responsive to business environmental changes. E for exercising ethical leadership, and thereafter P stands for promoting which culture? A funny thing. Esprit de corps, right? And the last one, T stands for taking corrective actions, right? How many steps are there to initiate strategic change? 3 steps are there. It's not RCB. It's called RCI, where R stands for recognize the need for strategic change. C for you have to create that peculiar document. I have used this hand movement. Create a shared vision. Thereafter I stands for institutionalize or implement the change. For that you have to take the help of which philosopher? Kurt Lewin. A sequential 3 steps are there. Remove the world, unfreezing, then change to the new, if you want to change to new culture, you have to take the help of another philosopher called as H.C. Kelman. He has proposed 3 different methods based on the employee mindset. You have to use that. CIA is the acronym. C for compliance, I for, and the last I stands for. Can you remember all those things? After implementing any one of those CIAs, you have to come back to the refreezing concept. This is the entire essence of which big topic? Strategic change. Whenever there is change in environment, you have to change your strategy. That was the essential definition of that concept. Now please come to another significant topic called strategic controls. What is the next topic we are going at? Strategic controls. How many types of strategic controls are there? Means 4 in all. How many types of strategic controls are there? 4 in number. Now, if you watch the diagram, this is the first one we are going to discuss. How many types of strategic controls are there? 4 in number. What's the first one? Premise control. We'll have that definition right now. Second one is called strategic surveillance. Third one is called special alert controls. And the fourth one is called as implementation controls. A chance of MCQ from this diagram will be like this. Which controls? How many controls are there? Strategic controls? 4 in number. Out of which strategic controls will be used only in formulation phase? 2 controls will be used both in formulation and implementation phase. If you watch the bottom half of the diagram, this first half of the diagram is called as formulation stage or phase. The second half of the diagram is called as implementation phase. Now, if you watch the diagram, these 2 controls, the number 1 and number 2 called as premise control and strategic surveillance, these 2 controls will be used in both the phases. That's why they have extended these diagrams till the end. Have understood the logic behind that placement of the diagram. Now, if you come to the other half now, that there are 2 controls called as 3 and 4. Special alert controls and implementation controls. They will be used only at which phase? Implementation phase. Have understood the essence of the diagram? So far we explained just 2 little points under strategic controls. How many are there in number? 4 in number. What is the first one as per this diagram? One is called premise control and the second one is called strategic surveillance. These will be used in how many phases now? Both formulation and implementation. What are the other 2? Special alert controls and implementation. They will be used only in implementation phase. Now look at the quickest explanations of premise control. Premise means assumption. Premise means assumption. Assumption regarding what? Regarding certain elements of micro or macro. The loss making company, unfortunately VA, has estimated that 5G won't come in the near future because they are not having liquid cash also. They are loss making organizations right now. They have estimated that 5G will be introduced in the market hopefully after 8 years, but it came into the industry just after 2 years. They are not ready for that new technology change since they are running into cash crisis. What was their assumption regarding the technology actually? After 8 years or 7 years, new 5G will be introduced into the industry. But when it was introduced right now? Just after 2 years after their expectations. Have you understood this explanation now? So their assumption went wrong, right? If you want to check whether the assumption taken by any organization, what is the assumption? Assumption regarding any element of micro, regarding comics, regarding consumer needs, you might be having some assumptions, right? So if any organization takes an assumption regarding any element of micro or macro at the time of formulating strategies in the past tense. Have you understood the essence of this statement? Every business organization will take certain assumptions. Assumptions regarding which aspects? Regarding any element of either micro or macro at what time? At what point of time? At the time you are formulating strategies in the past. Then you have to check in future, since there are changes will be happening in business environment, right? So you have to check in future. You have to check in future whether the past assumptions made by you are still valid or not in the future. I've understood that logic now. At what point of time you made assumptions regarding environmental elements in the past while formulating strategies. Now you are trying to check whether the past assumptions made by you are still valid or not in the near future, in the future. If you want to achieve this target or objective, you have to use which control? Premise control. Have understood the situation in which you have to use premise control? I'm just skipping some industry examples for quickness. Have understood that logic now? At what time you have taken assumptions? In the past, at the time of formulation of strategies. Regarding what? Regarding elements of micro or macro. Regarding elements of micro or macro. You are trying to check the validity of those past assumptions in the future or on today, whether they are correct or not. Then you have to use which strategic control? Premise control. Because your assumptions might be changed. Your assumptions might be changed in future. What is the reason behind it? Since there are huge changes, continuous changes both in micro and macro. Consumer needs will change, technology will change, government policies or political policies will change. Have understood the essence of that? So look at this beautiful definition now. I say will focus on this first word actually. It's a monitoring. How will you define premise control? Means you are examining, you are trying to monitoring. You are trying to monitor which one actually? Environment, micro or macro. For what purpose? You are trying to verify the validity and accuracy of the premises, assumptions you have taken up at the time of strategy formulation in the past. Have understood that part of the definition now? So what do you mean by premise control now? It's a monitoring of so-and-so environment with what purpose? You are trying to check the validity and accuracy of the past assumptions made by you at the time of formulating strategies. Then he has given us two keywords here. Don't miss these two keywords. It's not a general monitoring. It's not a general monitoring. He has used with purpose two adjectives there. Systematic monitoring and continuous monitoring. Since there will be a continuous changes in micro and macro, you have to use premise control continuously. That's why he has used the word continuous monitoring. Then what is the reason behind systematic monitoring? Means you have to first observe the changes happening in micro followed by macro. There is a strict procedure, right? So that's why it is called as a systematic and continuous monitoring. Why you have to be very cautious with these couple of words means look at the second type of control. This is called general monitoring. There is no specific purpose to use second control actually. Whereas you are having great purpose under usage for using which control? Premise control. What is that great purpose for usage of premise control? You are trying to check the validity of so and so assumptions. Such great purpose was not present behind the usage of strategic surveillance. Have you observed the distinguishing feature between two definitions now, where we have to use the systematic and continuous monitoring under premise control, where we are supposed to use the general monitoring under second one called as strategic surveillance. Do you have any specific purpose for using second strategic control? There was no specific purpose. Then why are you using strategic surveillance? Means if possible to get any useful information which has impact on our strategy. There is no issues with your strategy right now. You are trying to identify or uncover any useful information which might have some impact on your strategy or profits. Have understood this logic now? Now look at this. It is highly unfocused. No specific target at all. What is the keyword you have to use to define it? It is a general monitoring. What is the purpose for usage of this strategic control? You are trying to identify, you are trying to uncover unexpected information in the environment, micro or macro, which has an impact on your strategy. Have understood the essence of second strategic control? How many strategic controls are there in number? 4 in all. In number, 4 in all. What's the first one? Premise control. What do you mean by premise? Assumption. Assumption regarding what? Elements of micro or macro. Do you have any specific purpose for usage of premise control? Yes. What is that purpose? You are trying to verify so and so things regarding assumption. Do you have any specific purpose for second control? No such purpose is there. Then what is the word you have to use there? It's a general monitoring. With what purpose? You are trying to find some unexpected information regarding micro or macro which has a huge impact on your strategy. Have understood this second strategic control? Now quickly move to the third one. Special alert control means these controls will be used only in implementation phase. I have already introduced you with the help of diagram. Right? Next one. Sir, what do you mean by special here? Means you have to use these controls in extreme situations. Examples. One earthquake won't even happen in Brodipet till today. Right? Let's expect one when we are not here. Right? Natural calamities. Those should happen actually if on Sundays when we are not at the campus. Those uncertain events should not happen at the hostel premises. Right? You should be safe. So earthquake should happen at what point of time? On Sundays, afternoons. That is our requirement actually. Have you understood that one? Right. I won't be there. I'll be on an outing. Right. He's expecting an earthquake near my house. We'll be on a Sunday afternoon outing. No issues at all. I'll take you also. Right. Now, what is the third strategic control now? Earthquakes is an example of a natural calamity. Natural calamity is an example of please use this word, unexpected events. COVID, earthquake. Did you miss any academic exams in 2019 or 20? Which class did you miss? Is it 8th or 9th or 10th class? Right. So what is the first example of unexpected event? Natural calamity. Second one, terrorist attacks. Can they happen in Bodipet? Maybe. Right. Unexpected mergers. Zio versus Zio plus Airtel. If they merge, no third competitor will survive in the industry. It's an extreme event. So please highlight these examples. How many examples did I introduce right now for special situations? Unexpected. Natural calamities. Thereafter, terrorist attacks, unexpected mergers or acquisitions. In these particular situations, organization will lose sales. How to recover again original sales means you have to prepare a team of members called as a CMT, crisis management teams. They are supposed to solve this crisis called a heavy drastic decline in sales of the organization. This team is responsible for recovering the normal position for an organization. Have understood the essence of third control now? How many controls are there now? Strategic controls. 4 in number. What's the first one? Premise control. What is the adjective? What type of monitoring you have to do there? Systematic and what is the second type? What is the second control? Strategic surveillance. Which type of monitoring? Is it focused or unfocused? Second one, unfocused. Third one, let's invite them if possible to Brodipet, right? So what are the examples of unexpected events? Natural calamities, etc., etc. Right? Which team you are supposed to generate in that situation? Crisis management team. What is the responsibility of that team? They have to generate, they have to recover the lost sales for the organization. Right? Now come to the last one called as there are of two types. Implementation controls are of two types. Right? How many activities are there in value chain? Is it 9? As per our sessions, it is 5 plus 4. Right? How many activities are there in value chain? 5 plus 4. 5 are called as. You seems to be very strong for the exams. What do you call 4 as? Can I ask one more question even though it is a marathon? How many definitions are there for the word infrastructure, force supporting activity? 4, first 4, thereafter followed by 2. We have defined at least 4. Can you remind me all those 4 words? Planning systems, finance, Laddu wala example in our regular class, quality controls and information systems. Please refer that word since you have exams in January. Those people who are first time attending this marathon session of means if they can follow some certain concepts in this marathon means you are truly intelligent. If you study for 9 months, you have to clear both groups actually. Right. Now come to the, how many activities are there now in value chain? 5 plus 4. What is the fourth supporting activity? Infrastructure. Can you remind me 4 definitions at least? Planning systems followed by finance. Third one, quality control. Fourth one, infrastructure. Why we are revising those things now? Past time. No. What is the first primary activity? What is the third primary activity? What are the couple of acronyms relating to MSD we have used? Now bring that fellow again into the 5th chapter now. MST is so useful. So how many types of implementation controls will be there? 2 in all. How will you remember them? MST and MSR. MST stands for thrust, means you are keeping extra focus on some activities. Then we have to use the word called thrust. 2 activities, 2 essential activities are there in relation to the word called strategy. One is called as a strategy formulation and second one is called as a strategy implementation. How many aspects are closely related to the word called strategy? One, you have to formulate strategies, and the other one is you have to implement the strategies. We identified those two aspects related to strategy now. Now definition goes like this. Look at the definition of MST now. You are checking with the help of MST. You are trying to check two things now. The first one is whether the planned strategy or overall strategy is being implemented as per your plan or not. You are checking the implementation part. Whether the overall strategy is being implemented as per your plan. Second one, if you are not, whether there is any need for readjustments to the strategy. You are checking this one, whether the actual strategy is correct or not. You are trying to validate two issues now related to strategy. What are those two things now? One is whether the strategy formulated by us, is it good or not? The second one is, let us assume that our strategy was very good strategy. Then you have to check which aspect of strategy now. Whether we are implementing the strategy as per our plan or not. If you want to check these two things, then you have to use which control? And the first implementation control called as a MST. MST stands for you are examining strategy related to issues. Monitoring, strategic, thrust. What are those two issues logically? Is your strategy correct? Are you implementing the strategy as per your predetermined plan? Have understood the situations in which you have to use the first implementation control. Now look at the next one called as MSR. MSR stands for milestone reviews. Milestone reviews. There are three examples for milestones as far as your syllabus is concerned. First one is called as event in a logical manner. Let us assume that you want to finish off work number one. Let us assume that you have finished off work number one. Then you have to check. You have to use two additional variables. What are those two variables means? What is our assumption now? Let us assume that we have finished off an event called work number one. After finishing work number one, you have to check two additional things called as have you completed your work number one within the expected time, within the budgeted time? That is the essence called first milestone called time factor. The second one is called like your standard time in direct labor variance. Like your standard time in SH, standard hours in direct labor variance. We are talking about the time factor here. You are checking whether you have finished that work number one within the expected time or not. Right? Now, look at the second aspect now. Let us assume that you have finished off work. Have you finished off the work within the budget estimated by you? Resources. I've understood these two concepts now. How many milestones are there? There are three examples for milestones. You are checking your strategy implementation from three perspectives now. First one is you are checking the completion of event now. Let us assume that the event was not completed at all. Then there is no need for to use other two variables. Have you understood that simple logic? I'm explaining very quickly. What is the first milestone? Event. Let us assume that you have finished off the event. Then only we require the other two variables. Let us assume that on the other hand, the work was not finished at all. Then there is no need to use other two milestones. First finish off the work, then we'll watch them later. Have understood three milestone examples now. What are those things now? First one, logically remember this in this order only. First one, event, thereafter in any order. Time and resource. You might have heard this doctor called as ENT doctor. For the time being, ERT doctor. Any acronym to enhance your memory. Since it's a marathon, I have to be very quick. Have you noted that acronym now? How many examples are there for milestones now? 3 in all. What is the acronym we are going to use here for marathon sessions? ERT. E stands for, logically, first we have to remember that one, event, completion of event. Second one, R stands for, have you finished off within the estimated resources? Last one, time factor. Have you understood the essence of all the 4 types of strategic controls now? So far we have finished off a significant topic, significant portion of the entire 5th chapter. How many topics we have covered? Can we have a recap of all the topic titles at least? First we started with approaches to leadership. Two approaches are there. Please be cautious about this word. This word will be again represented in McKinsey 7S framework also. Approach to leadership is also called as a styles. Like your accounting standard AS. Approach is also called as a style. How many approaches to leaderships are there? 2 in all. One is transformational, PLC related explanations are there. Second one is transactional. Thereafter we move to a little word called definition of strategic leader. Ability to influence others, etc. Short-term financial stability. Can you remember all those things? Thereafter we move to 5 roles of a strategic manager. Just now we have revised. Skipped. After that we move to corporate culture. Culture definition. It includes values, beliefs, etc. Work climate, etc. Thereafter, 3 or 4 sources of how to find organization culture. Sources of corporate culture, what the management speaks and what they actually practice, peer pressure, etc., etc. Thereafter, we move to 2 roles which can be played by corporate culture. Either it can become a friend or an enemy with respect to which aspect? With respect to strategy implementation. If it becomes an enemy, you can't achieve SSI concept, then that culture, enemy culture is called as a problem culture. How to change problem culture means 9 steps are there. We have revised that. After finishing off culture concept, we move to which one? Organized structures. We move to strategic change in between in the previous session. RCB or RCI? RCI, Kurt Lewin. Thereafter, logically move in your mind to HC Kelman. Come back to rephrasing. That's it. Have understood strategic change now. Thereafter, we move to organized structures. Organized structure definition, roles, responsibilities, wala, centralized, decentralized, simple, functional. Rest of the things are called decentralized. We move very quickly to which one? Magnificent topics called SBU. It will be having separate CEO, separate strategic planning. Can you recall all those things? How many layers would be there in an SBU structure? Is it 3 or 4? 3. What's the first one? Corporate level, followed by extra layer called SBU level, and the last one is called as, third one is called as a divisional level. There is no 4th layer as per ICA vocabulary. Be cautious about that one. Thereafter, matrix structure, horizontal manager, vertical manager, 3 distinct phases. First phase, name please. Cross-functional task force. Second one, product or brand management. Third one, it's called wala thing, mature metrics. After that, we move to an easy one called network structure, where the essential logic is only one logic is there. Many activities will be outsourced, at least 2 or 3 other names. Virtual, shell, and the last one. Can you remember all those things? Thereafter, we move to unwanted question for January 2026 called as hourglass structure. Which employees will be eliminated in maximum number? That's why we use 3 vocabularies there. Top, middle, and lower. Constricted middle layer is there. 2 disadvantages for which persons? Lower level people won't get more promotional opportunities. Due to this, they might get some boredom or monotony. They will be dissatisfied. Can you remember all those things now? Thereafter, we move to 4 strategic controls. First one, premise. Second one, these 2 will be used in which phases? Both formulation and the last two. Last one. How many types of implementation controls are there? 2. We took the help of MSD right now. MST and MST stands for MSR for. How many examples are there for milestone? Is it ENT doctor? No. ERT. E stands for R for T for. Easiest concept now. Hopefully you can manage this topic. It's SPMs. SPMs, it's a very easy topic, no need to explain marathon. I'll give a brief idea regarding SPM concept. How an organization is working. If you want to measure the success of an organization, please highlight this beautiful word, effectiveness. You are trying to track or estimate the success, effectiveness of the formulated strategies. Is your strategy giving you success or not? If you want to check this, you have to use which concept? SPM. How far your strategies are successful nowadays. If you want to check this aspect, you have to use which concept? SPM concept. So in a poetic manner, he is explaining it's a summarized progress card, snapshot of organization's performance. Right. How many types of SPMs are there means half a dozen, 5 to 6 SPMs are there. Easy ones from foundation student point of view also. First one, financial measures. Check the revenue growth. Check the ROI ratios. Check the gross profit, net profit, operating profit called EBIT, PAT, etc. These are all examples of financial measures. Second one, are you really satisfying the customer by providing a good product or a valuable coaching? Right? Customer satisfaction measures. Can you retain the foundation student for CA intro also? Do you have that ability? Please check it. Are you successful in that aspect? Customer satisfaction. Can you retain the customers? Are the customers loyal to one beautiful organization? Please check all these elements. This is called a second dimension of SPM called as a customer satisfaction measures. I've understood first 2 kinds of SPMs. Third one, another easy one. What is your market share? For every 100 consumers, how many consumers are preferring your branded products? Please watch the market share. Is it increasing or not? Can you acquire the customers? Can you attract the new customers to your organization with the help of some special advertisements? So how can you acquire customers? Is any existing customer referring any other new customer to any organization? Please watch that. Customer referrals. So how many SPMs have been introduced right now? Easy things. First one, financial measures. Second one, customer satisfaction measures. Third one, market measures. Now come to the other part now. Is your employees having job satisfaction in your organization? Please check it. Employee measures. You are answering as if you are an employee. Employee measures. Please identify the job satisfaction levels of employee. Second one, please measure the labor turnover rates using one of those three methods called replacement method, separation method, flux method. If your labor turnover rate is more when compared to industry's average labor turnover, then you are in trouble. So identify the labor turnover rate. And the last funny word, you'll enjoy this example hopefully. Please find whether all your employees are engaged or at least married. That's not the essence here. What do you mean by employee engagement? Means, are you providing the sufficient amount of work, 8-hour work to every employee? Is there any idle time for your employees? Am I teaching to CA into students or employers actually? They are answering these questions. So last beautiful word is, hopefully you'll get engaged in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. If it crosses 8 years means don't get married. Right. So please, what is the fourth one? Employee measures. Now come to the fifth one. In your entire lifetime, look at this line. In your entire lifetime, have you invented at least one spare part in a big finished good? If not entire finished good, please ask yourself that question. Do you have any innovative capability, or will you bring other products and you will cover up with some other surfaces? Right. Innovation measures. Right. Last one. How much pollution you are generating? Environmental measures. Can you remember all the half a dozen now? Right. How many are there SPMs? Half a dozen are there. What is the first one? Financial measures. Second one, customer satisfaction regarding customers, market. Last, fourth one, employee measures, innovation, environmental measure. Why do you need SPMs? Why do you need SPMs? Look at those 4 reasons now. What is the use of formulating strategies when you can't achieve objectives? What is the use of formulating strategies when you are unable to achieve your objectives? So you are trying to check that goal alignment. What is the first need for SPM? Goal alignment. You are trying to match your formulated strategies with your goals and objectives. Can you achieve your goals or objectives with the existing strategies? If you want to check that, you have to use SPMs. So what is the first need for SPM? Goal alignment. Second one, these are self-explanatory for you. Are you allocating your employees or resources in a proper manner? Third one, are you updating your knowledge or not whenever there is a change in technology? Continuous improvement. You are finally answer whatever strategy you formulate at corporate level, your CEO is still answerable to equity shareholders. That is called external accountability. Have identified 4 reasons now. How many needs are there for usage of SPM now? 4. First one, goal alignment, resource allocation, continuous improvement, and external. If anybody was interested in BTech course after 10th class, somebody might have heard this engineering college, regional engineering college. Topmost intelligence will get an admission to REC colleges. Use that as an acronym, GREC. So how many needs are there for SPMs now? 4 needs are there. Acronym wise, quick acronym, GREC. Don't think in this manner. Girl is present at REC college. No. G stands for goal alignment. R for resource allocation. E for external accountability. And the last one, C for, right. In which situation you have to select which SPM? Based on your situation, you have to select one SPM, right? So what are the basis means? Factors to be considered. Which SPM is appropriate for your organization? That is the question here. Explain the factors to be considered while choosing the appropriate SPM. And the last one is, please remember it as what is the acronym we are supposed to use here? RD cube or R3D, whatever it is. First one, whatever SPM, how many SPMs are there by the way? 6 in all. Which SPM has to be selected by your organization means first it has to be relevant. Assume that you are a startup organization. You have not touched break even also. Can you use financial measures? Do you have any profits? Right. You have not touched break even also. So what is irrelevant for a startup company? Financial measures is irrelevant for a startup organization. Have understood that quick example now? So how many factors you have to keep in mind while choosing appropriate SPM? 4 RD cube. R stands for relevance. Second one, whenever you want to measure financial things like gross profit, you have to get final accounts first. Final accounts has to be prepared and they have to be audited as per 44. Hopefully AB. Can you remember all those things? So data availability should be there. Whatever data available to you, it should be reliable. It should be audited financial statements, data quality, reliability. Whenever you require data, you have to get the data timeliness. Can you remember all those things now? Now come to the chapter number 3 now. Right, how many types of environments are there now? 2 types of environments are there. What is the first one? Internal. What is the second one? External. How many externals are there? Micro and macro, comics, pestle plus demographic plus global. Reasons for globalization. How many are there in number? Is it 7 or 9? What do you mean by 24 by 7? 2 objectives of SM, 4 limitations. What is the first limitation? What is the keyword you have to use to define the demographic environment? It is the study of characteristics of population. Can you remember all those things now? Right. What do you mean by SSI? How many approaches to leaderships are there? Approach is also known as. Whatever concepts we have covered under marathon in chapter 5, they are sufficient to understand the McKinsey 7S framework concept is there. It will become self-explanatory for you based on the topics covered in marathon session itself. Please refer McKinsey 7S framework. It will be self-explanatory in nature to you. Now, how many types of environments are there? First one internal, second one external. Now we have to learn something about internal environment. Right? Now look at the definition of internal environment, maximum MCQ viewpoint. First one, what is the meaning of internal environment means? You have to use this acronym called 3P plus AC. Regular batch students might be familiar with these keywords. Remaining people will be familiar by this session. Right. What is the acronym we have to use to define internal? There won't be descriptive question, maximum MCQ or case scenarios. First P stands for stakeholders. Here they have used the word called people. Broadly, it means stakeholders. Any person who holds a stake in the organization. Stake means either financial or non-financial benefits. So people here represents, please remember one keyword, rest of the thing will be understood by you. People means stakeholder. What environment we are defining right now? Internal environment. What is the acronym? 3P plus AC. First P stands for people, broadly called as stakeholders, starting from equity shareholders up to customers. Right? We'll explain them. Second P stands for process. Method of manufacturing. How many M's are there in resource definition? 5 M's. What is the 4th M? Have we heard this word called, you have to guess the concept now. Even though it's marathon, I'll ask this little question. Revising policies and procedures. Where we heard this? When did we hear this word? Is it under problem culture? 9 steps to change problem culture. Out of which it falls under second set of 3. Revise incentive schemes. Can you remember that one? We're talking about that same procedure called as method of manufacturing or process. So what does first P stand for? It's people, broadly called as stakeholders. Second P stands for the method of manufacturing or procedure or SOPs. Right? Third one, physical infrastructure. Don't get confused with the 4th supporting activity called infrastructure. Here, their infrastructure means minimum 4 definitions are there. What's first one? Just now we have revised it. Planning systems, finance, quality control, followed by information. Can you remember all those things? So what does 3P mean here? People, process, thereafter physical infrastructure. Now look at the last 2 things. A stands for administrative apparatus. It is another name, logically another name for organized structure. Administrative, hopefully you'll remember this symbol also from celebrities. Administrative apparatus. So A stands for administrative apparatus. What is the logical meaning of double A here? It's not Allu Arjun. It's called organizational structure. And the last one I need not explain, corporate culture. So in which environment can we find corporate culture? Internal environment. Have understood all the keywords in the definition of internal environment. Now what is the acronym? First P. First P for stakeholder. Second one. And the last one. A stands for logically organized structure, technically called as administrative apparatus. How many roles, responsibilities, etc. And the last one, it's nothing but corporate culture. Can anybody remind me the keywords to define corporate culture? It includes values, beliefs, work climate, etc., etc. Problem culture, 9 steps. Can you remember all those things? Good. Now come to the next one called as there is a concept, beautiful concept called Mendelev's matrix. What is the main purpose of using this technique called Mendelev's matrix? Means with respect to this group called stakeholders. Mendelev's matrix is somewhat related to stakeholders. Now we have to understand what is the logic behind it. Right? How many strategies would be there normally? Normally, how many strategies would be there? There are three strategic levels, right? Corporate level, business level, and functional level. In chapter number 3, in the fag end of chapter 3, we'll discuss business level strategies. The entire chapter 4 deals with a very logical, simple chapter of corporate level strategies, right? If anybody prepares corporate level strategy, how many corporate level strategies are there in number? Means 4. First one, stability, expansion, retrenchment, and a combination thereof. So how many corporate level strategies would be there? Normally in regular batches, after the chapter 4, we will discuss this concept. Right? How many corporate level strategies are there? 4 in number. Stability, expansion, retrenchment, and combination. How many business level strategies are there? Broadly means 3. First one, cost leadership, differentiation, focus strategy. We'll explain them in this session itself. Right? If any, listen very cautiously to this single statement. Mendelev's matrix will be very, very easy. If any organization formulates corporate level strategy, even though CEO is an intelligent person, he has to get the approval of stakeholders. Normally, we'll hear this logic. CEO will prepare corporate level studies. Corporate level managers will prepare corporate level studies. Since they are intelligent, they are leading the organization. But the actual practice is, whenever you want to formulate a corporate level strategy, let us say, for example, it could be liquidation or it is any form of expansion, you have to get the approval of stakeholders. Means there has to be some meetings with stakeholders. When you are conducting meeting with stakeholders, what is your purpose? You have to get the approval of each party present in the stakeholders. Means this entire process is technically referred to as you are trying to manage stakeholders right now so as to get their approval. So how to manage stakeholders? How to convince stakeholders? If you want to implement one corporate level strategy, for example, liquidation. Let's assume the top management has decided what is the main purpose of using Mendelev's matrix now? You are trying to manage stakeholders. What do you mean by the word called managing stakeholders? You are trying to convince the stakeholders. At what point of time will you use Mendelev's matrix? While formulating strategies, especially corporate level strategy. Now look at this matrix now. Let's take, for example, very easy strategy to understand it, liquidation. You can select any corporate level strategy. For the time being, for convenience, we are using which strategy? Liquidation strategy. If top management wants to liquidate the organization, if corporate level people decides to liquidate the organization, you have to get the approval of all the parties present in stakeholders, right? Now, look at this matrix now. Very easy, very simple logic. Please divide all the stakeholders into 4 groups. That was the essence of Mendelev's matrix. Irrespective of number of parties, please divide all the stakeholders into 4 categories. These categories are given separate names. Now we'll explain them with the help of what is our selected corporate level strategy right here. You can select any strategy. For the time being, we are discussing a liquidation strategy. Right? Please note this word called liquidation strategy. And for example, you take equity shareholders, for example, prime example of stakeholders, equity shareholders, right? Now, you have to understand the axis names first before going into the in-depth analysis of Mendelev's matrix. What is the axis names means? Like in mathematics, we have here x-axis and y-axis. In mathematics, we have 22/7 pi. We'll use that funnily as an acronym called PI. P stands for y-axis, I stands for x-axis. Will you remember the axis names now? Right, how many axes are there in Mendelev's matrix? Mathematics wala, y-axis and x-axis. What is the funny acronym we have to use? pi. P stands for power, I stands for x-axis. Why we are using pi means P represents vertical axis, y-axis. Be cautious with this word. Don't interchange those words. Right? Now come to the, what is the strategy selected by us now? Corporate level example, liquidation. If top management decides to liquidate the organization, first they have to conduct meetings with which party? Equity shareholders. Now what is the nature of equity shareholders? We have to understand. What is the nature means? Here nature is of two types. One is power, second one is interest. Since they have invested their amounts in the organization, they have the highest power to reverse your strategies also. Even if you want to liquidate also, they have to approve it. So they have the highest power. Which party are we talking right now? Equity shareholders. Equity shareholders has a highest power. They can reverse the strategies formulated by top management also in the form of votings, etc., etc. Right? So equity shareholders will be having in terms of a high power. Right? What is their interest? They are expecting huge dividends. They are expecting capital appreciation also. They have high interest. So what are the two characteristics of equity shareholders as an element of stakeholders? They have high power. At the same time, they are having a huge interest, high interest in the organization. Since equity shareholders are having high power and high interest, they are placed in one cell called as key players. Now look at the axis now, ranges from low to high. And the same is the case with x-axis, low to high. Since this person is enjoying high power and high interest, this people is termed as which group they are called as? Key players. Rest of the thing graph can be easily understood by you. Now have I understood that equity shareholders belongs to which category now? Key players category. How many categories are there in Mendelev's matrix? 4 in all. Even though you'll be having 17 or 24 stakeholders, they are finally divided to how many categories? 4. How will you remember axis names now? In the form of a PI. P stands for, is it y-axis or x-axis? P stands for power. I stands for influence. What is the nature of power exhibited by equity shareholders? It is high in nature. What is their expectation? Financial interest. High in nature. That's why they are placed in which group? Key players. Whatever you decide, you have to have negotiations with equity shareholders. They are prominent people. Have understood that one? Now come to the next one called as employees. Take another example of stakeholders. Let us say employees. They are working very hard for the growth of the organization. For their work, they are expecting some remuneration in the forms of salary, etc., etc. Right? Means they have some interest. Employees have certain financial interest because since they are working, they expect some remunerations, right? So they have interest. What about their power? They don't have the power. They don't have highest power to reverse the strategies, decisions made by top managements. Have understood this one? So in which cell can we place employees now? Since they are, what is the nature of employees right now here? They are having high power or low power? Low power. At the same time, they are having high amounts of interest in the form of salary, perquisites, etc., etc. So in which category should we place employee now? Keep. If you are going to liquidate, please give them notice in advance. Let us say 6 months or 9 months notice. They'll search any other organization. Have understood these two categories now? How many categories should we divide stakeholders into broadly? 4 types. What is the y-axis name here? P stands for power. Second one. Both the axes are ranging from low to high. Please remember that near the origin 0, 0, there are present low and low combinations are there. Please be cautious about the axis. Low to high, low to high. Now, equity shareholders belongs to which category? Key player. What is the nature of key players? High power, high interest. Employees belong to which category? Keep informed. What is the nature of power for employees? Low power. Regarding interest, high interest. Have understood those two categories now? Now come to the next one called as government. It could be CBDT or SEBI or whatever it is. They will frame certain policies or provisions. We have to follow them. Else they will levy penalty on us. Have you understood this one? Means in terms of power, does the government have any power to reverse our strategies? If you want to liquidate, go ahead. We are not worried about your organization. While you are a going concern, you have to follow our provisions or rules. That's their requirement. Means are they having high power or high interest? They are not having any interest at all. Means government will be having high interest or low interest. Regarding power, they have the power to enforce certain provisions on us. So government, what are the two natures of government parties right now? High power and low interest. Should we watch the diagram now? Should we place government in which category now? Is it keep satisfied, low priority? The name itself suggests that follow the provisions, keep satisfied. Can you remember that logic now? How many cells are there in a Mendelev's matrix now? Mendelev's matrix. Can I ask one random question now, even though it's a marathon? How many distinct phases are there to develop a 100% matrix structure? 3. First one. Cross-functional task force. Second one. Product or brand management. Beautiful. Third one. What is y-axis under experience curve? Experience curve. Experience curve. Average cost per unit should come down. Is it cost or output? What is x-axis under experience curve? Right. Then what is y-axis under PLC? It should be sales. We are talking about sales graph over there. What is y-axis under PLC? Sales. X-axis under PLC. Time. What is y-axis under Mendelev's matrix? Pi. You have to remember all those things for January, right? Or for whatever attempt is. P stands for power. Equity shareholders belong to which category? Government authorities. Keep satisfied. If you can't satisfy them, at least give them sweet boxes. I hope you understand that. Right. Employees belongs to which category? Now comes the most insignificant party called TV9 fellows. They will come and gather news. They don't have any interest in our organization. They doesn't have any power in the organization. They need breaking news. Have you understood this one? So media people belong to which category? Low priority. Low priority itself suggests that low power and have understood the essence of which matrix? Mendelev's matrix. What is y-axis? Come here. What is x-axis? Y-axis represents power. X-axis. PLC curve y-axis. PLC x-axis. Experience curve x-axis. Very good. You are answering in a very good form. How many limitations are there for SM? How many benefits are there due to SM? How many corporate level studies are there? I am enjoying your response actually. SSI means very good. How many strategic controls are there? What is the first one? Listen to this question cautiously. How many strategic controls will be used only in implementation phase? Is it 2 or 4? What's the first one among them? Is it premise control? No way. Is it strategic surveillance? No way. Third one, earthquake wala, Brodipet earthquake wala. How can you forget that one? Special alert control. Then MS Dhoni comes into the scene. Implementation controls are of how many types? MS and MS. Have you heard this profession called ENT doctor? We don't need him actually. We need another person called ERT. E stands for. Under pi, P stands for. Come here, you have to be very quick. I stands for. Right. What is the example for keep satisfied? Somebody saying that ga. It's not Lady Gaga, government. Right. I stands for. I hope you'll understand these things now. This is the essence we have covered right now. If we cover off the regular batches, not at this tempo, at least 50% of this speed, syllabus will be complete in just 4 months, all the both groups. Half of the students may not understand the syllabus. Right, now come to the, have you understood this topic now? What is the, how will you define internal environment now? Silence is the most dangerous thing on planet Earth. How will you define internal environment? 3P plus AC. Right. Since it's marathon, I'm talking very quickly. Right. Now come to the next little concept known as, what was the old name for CA intern? You're so intelligent people. Right. That's an acronym for strategic drivers. Now come to the next one known as, this is SM actually. Come to SM. How many strategic drivers are there now? 4 in number. What is the acronym? First one, foundation stuff. Second one, 10th class stuff. Customers, I need not explain those things. Third one, have we defined the term called product? Includes, how many drivers are there now? IPCC. Acronyms. I stands for C for customers, self-explanatory. P for products. How many characteristics are there for products? Is it 4 or 5? 5. How should I answer that one? You cannot say like this 5. You have to come up like that. It's called 5. Right. Right now. Right. And the last one, C stands for channels. I won't change. Won't change. No one can change us. Right? Even spouses also. Right. How many types of channels are there now? 3 in number. We have to discuss that one. Now find the topic called channels. Shall we refer that next little topic called channels? Channels are nothing but DS, distribution system, called DS. Right? Channels are called DS, distribution system. How many types of? You don't get idea. Even when I give idea also, you will shout. Right, fine. What is the keyword to define channels? Distribution systems. How many types of channels are there means, listen to this very easy logic. Be cautious about next 2 statements. You'll understand this. There are 3 types of channels, right? One, a person will, one organization will be the manufacturer, right? Now, those manufactured goods, as retail customers like us will visit a shop and will purchase the products over there. So there will be a retail shop. Normally, retail customers will visit which stores? Retail stores. There will purchase the finished good, right? So we have to name him as one type of channel right now. If you want to, if you want goods at retail stores, that goods have to be physically, the manufactured finished goods should be physically transferred to these retail stores. Since the volume of transactions nowadays is very high in number, this physical transfer of goods from manufacturer location to the distributor, wholesaler or retailer will be this physical transfer work will be outsourced to a different organization. Let us assume that ABC organization took up this outsourcing work. Now we have to, this is one type of channel now. Have understood? I am explaining the logics before introducing the names. How many types of channels would be there? 3 in number. The first person is who is responsible for delivering the goods to the customer at retail outlets. We have to name him as one type of channel, and another company is responsible for which work? Physical transfer of goods from which location? Manufacturer's location to the desired location, wholesaler, distributor, retailer's location. We have to allocate a name, one type of channel name to this party. Now please refer those types of channels. Physical transfer means, please remember this alphabet P. Physical transfer. Whichever company is doing physical transfer of goods, it is called as a product channel. Can you identify that link over there? How many types of channels are there now? 3 types of channels are there. First one, company which is responsible for the logistics activity, physical transfer of goods. We can name him as a product channel. Who is responsible for selling actually? It is called as sales channel, retail wala. Have understood 2 channels now. And the last one is called as for heavy equipment like generators we purchase. Some organizations will purchase generators, right? You cannot install them on your own. You and your spouse can't know how to install the heavy machineries. Have you understood that one? So we need some expert technicians to fix that one. So some organizations, since transactions are voluminous in nature nowadays, some organizations will take that work of installation. Even though you purchase Kirloskar company's generator, some other organization will take up that responsibility of installing that heavy machinery called generators. Have you understood this one? That third organization is called as service channels. Means they are useful for which work? Heavy machinery, examples, installation work. Have you understood meanings of 3 channels now? What is one keyword to define channels now? Distribution system. How many types of channels are there? 3 in number. First one, retail shop wala, sales, physical transfer wala. P stands for physical, logistics, product channel, and the person who is responsible for installation work called as a service channel. Can you remember all the 3 now? How many types of strategic drivers are there? 4 in number. What was the acronym there? I for, P for, and first C for customers, last C for channels. Channels are numbered as 3. Sales channel, the product channel, and installation wala, service channel. Have I identified all those 3 channels now? Now come to the next one. This is a very significant topic in entire chapter 3 called as core competencies. Core competencies, 2 people have invented them. One is a famous devotee of Lord Mahavishnu. Right. C.K. Prahlad and Gary. Right. How many people have invented this topic called core competency 2? Who are they? Prahlad and Gary Hamel. Now, this is a very huge topic. I have to explain it in a very quick form now. So please concentrate on this beautiful topic. It's a very probable concept for every examination of CA Inter. Not only January, for every examination, it's a vital topic actually. 3 topics are related here. One is definition or conceptual meaning of core competencies. Then we have to study characteristics and criteria regarding sustainable competitive advantage. These 3 are very vital topics in the first half of 3rd chapter. Now look at this one. First one, please highlight this beautiful word. Core competency, it's a combination of, you cannot call an individual employee's talent as a core competency of an organization. If an individual employee works in a very excellent manner in the organization, you can't consider it as a core competency. Core competency is always a group of skills. So what is the first keyword you have to remember under CC concept? Have we heard this CC somewhere in chapter 1? How many benefits are there due to SM? 7. What is the 7th one? We have identified acronym there, CC plus CA. If you have CCs, you will get competitive advantage. Now we are studying that CC concept right now. CC stands for core competency. What is the first keyword used to define CC? It's not an individual skill or talent. It's a group of skills. Another way to define core competency is combination of skills, also known as a collective learning. All the departments should work hard, should excel to bring out the finest iPhone. So core competency means it's a combination of skills and techniques. It is not an individual skill or not an individual technique. If one department excels in an organization, you can't come up with a magnificent product. Have understood this one? Right. So what are the 2 keywords you have to identify now? You can easily remember it actually. CC stands for core competency, out of which first C is called combination of skills, second C is for collective learning. Can you remember that in a funny manner now? Now look at this. 3rd point is very easy to understand. What do you mean by core competency means? It is called the knowledge. Knowledge means theoretical knowledge. If you put that theoretical knowledge into practice, it is called as skills. So core competency in another manner can be defined as it's the knowledge, it's the theoretical knowledge put into practice. It will be called as skills. And the equipments you need, the facilities like manufacturing facility called factory, the facilities necessary to design and produce significant products. Have you observed the essence of core competency now? Who invented this concept? 2 people, Prahlad and Gary Hamel. What is the first way? CC stands for first C for combination of skills. It cannot be an individual skill. If one faculty works in a very good manner, we can't enhance pass percentage. All the people have to work hard to get best results. So it's a combination of skills and techniques rather than individual skill. Another way of defining it. It's a collective learning. 3rd one. It's nothing but theoretical knowledge plus practical knowledge plus you need some physical facilities to enjoy the work. Can you identify all the 3 definitions of CC now? Now come to the next one called as, assume myself teaching to you right now this subject called SM. It is the intelligent combination of, it's not normal random combination, because CCs will be possessed by those organizations. In those organizations, leaders has to be very, very intelligent persons. The top management of every business organization has to be an expert person. In what aspect means which employee should be assigned to which work, who has to teach advanced accounting, which employee has to be sent to R&D department, which employee should be sent to marketing department. Top management has to do this homework actually. If you can't allocate resources properly, you can't enjoy CCs at all. So look at the next definition. It is an intelligent combination of, here he is using the word called superior integration. If you are good at SM means you can't throw that person to teach economics at foundation. It will be a very bad choice. Have understood this one? How to use the intelligence of your employees, it depends on the intelligence of top management. That's why he is explaining in this context as it is an intelligent combination of. Superior means competitors are unable to imitate that knowledge. Competitors are finding it difficult to imitate your intelligence. That's why it is called as a superior combination of technology you possess, The technology you possess, like your systems, projectors, etc. right now in the classroom, you are using an employee right now here to deliver marathon session. So you can visualize me teaching this class. Physical resource, myself is the example. Here we are using some little bit technology to conduct this marathon session. Technology, human resources, computers we are using, physical. You have to have some intelligence in using those three aspects now. So what do you mean by CC in another way now? It is an intelligent combination, technically called as superior integration. Those ideas can't be imitated by your competitors also. You are extremely intelligent person. So superior integration of three resources. First one, myself teaching marathon class right now. Human resources. I'm using some physical devices here to conduct this session. Thereafter, we are using a little bit technology right now for projector and systems, etc. Can you remember all these three things now? So how many ways did we define right now CC concept? First one, C stands for, it's a combination of so and so things. Second, C stands for collective learning. Who invented these principles, this concept now? Two people, Prahalad and Gary Hamel, right? In normal terms, how will you define CC? It's a theoretical knowledge plus practical knowledge, skills. Thereafter, you need some physical facilities to run the organization like factories, etc. Thereafter, it's an intelligent combination of three resources: employees, human resources, physical resources, and technology. You have to combine these three elements in an unimaginable manner, so that will be called as CC. Every organization nowadays is having intelligent employees, but how can you use the intelligence of your employees? That is called CC. It's an intangible thing. I've understood this one. Every person nowadays is having 5 crores. But can you run the organization? So many people have invested 5 to 10 C and they have liquidated by opening supermarts actually. Like D-Mart or Reliance Fresh is there. So many people have opened up those businesses by investing 1 to 5 crores. So many have been liquidated now. It's not about the capital. It's about core competency. You should know how to use your resources in a very intelligent manner. That intelligence should not be imitated by your competitors. Then only we can call it as a CC. Have you understood this one? If anybody copies my way of teaching SM means, it's not a CC to me. If anybody tries to copy my version of teaching SS means, I will change my version in the next class. This is called survival in the industry. Have you understood that one? Anybody can possess the same SM material or some other material, but you should have some uniqueness, right? This is called superior integration of human resource, physical resources, and the last one, technological resource. Have understood the essence of CC now? I'm not giving industry examples. It's a huge topic, right? Let us assume that how many aspects, how many areas, how many activities are there in value chain analysis now? It's 5 plus 4, right? In the same manner, in how many aspects can you claim that I am having CCs? Some business leaders will say that I am having CCs in 8 activities. Some people will claim that I am having core competencies in 95 activities. But the subject says that there is a ceiling limit for it. The probable allowed range is a very successful business like Apple Corporation. We're not talking about national companies at all. An Apple Corporation, like a company like Apple Corporation, is allowed to say only this statement: they can excel at maximum 5 to 15 areas. If you excel at more than 5 areas means, if you have CCs in 5 activities means, you have to become a heavy MNC. So what is the allowable limit for CCs now? Normally organizations will be having 5 to 15 areas of CCs. For example, if you take an example right now, look at this one, HUL. They are very, very good in marketing and sales. Distribution network is very strong for them. So what is the core competence of HUL means? CCs will be visible in the activities you perform. If you are good at only teaching means, then take this industry as an example. Teaching is your CC. If your material is only very good means, then providing such beautiful materials can be your CC. Some organizations on the other hand might be good at both teaching and materials, means they have 2 CCs now. So whatever activity you do, you can find CCs in those activities. Have you observed that little example? Board metal example, HUL, they are very good at marketing and sales. Means they are having certain core competencies in those activities. Can you find marketing and sales in your primary activity of value chain? Yes, it is 4th primary activity. They are very good at 4th primary activity. Have understood that link now? Now look at the another example, Walmart, supermarkets wala example. What is their CC means? They have that cute intelligence as to how to reduce their operating cost. That is their secret. They will manage the organization with the least possible operating costs. Have you understood this one? Sir, why can't the other organizations, competitors to Walmart can do that? Means they don't have that intelligence. If our imitator can copy that intelligence, we cannot call it as a CC. Have you understood this one? If any competitor imitates our intelligence, means we cannot call it as a core competency. It is a just competence. Have you understood the difference between skill and competence and core competence now? If the competitor is unable to imitate a knowledge, means that is called core competence. Material can be copied by any competitor in the industry. Have you understood this one? So every organization in this industry right now, CA academies for example, they are trying to build their core competencies in terms of team members. Team members. Material can be copied in the next day itself. Have you understood this one? Right. So two board metal examples. Walmart, what is their CC? Least possible operating cost. What is HALCC? They are experts in which department? Fourth primary activity. Have you understood this one? Since you are having some core competencies, you will be having certain benefits also. Since it's not a regular class, I'm not giving detailed industry example here. I'm giving you the logical explanations only. If you have a core competency, let us assume that a knowledge which cannot be imitated by your competitor. You can use that R&D benefit to multiple businesses present in the same organization. Let us assume that you are conducting a huge R&D. You can use that benefit of R&D. Let us assume that you have 3 different businesses under your ownership. You can use that benefit of great R&D for these 3 businesses also. This is called as a core competence based diversification. Diversification means entering into new businesses, right? What do you mean by CC based diversification? Since you are having core competencies in that R&D department, you are using the benefits of R&D for multiple businesses now. Since you are using the R&D benefit to how many businesses? Multiple businesses which belongs to your ownership only. This is called as a CC based diversification. If you do not have that CC, then you cannot take that brave step to enter into different industries. Have you understood that logically? I'm not giving industry example here. Have you understood that one? So what is CC based diversification? Since you are possessing CC, you are gutsy enough to move into different businesses. What is the benefit of having CC based diversification? Means single research, single expenditure you have incurred, single capital expenditure, but you are using that benefit to multiple businesses. Means apportionment will be there. R&D expenditure will be apportioned among different businesses. This is called as it reduces investment. You have incurred only one capital expenditure for R&D, but you are apportioning that capital expenditure among 3 different businesses now. So what is the benefit of achieving CC based diversification? You are reducing your investment. If one business is not successful, the other 2 businesses might give us huge profits. So it reduces risk. I've understood 2 benefits of CC based diversification. What is the essential meaning of diversification? Entering into new businesses. What is this diversification called at this point of time? Due to CC, you are gutsy enough to diversify into different business. Have you understood this logic? What are the 2 benefits of CC based diversification? It reduces the overall risk of the organization. It reduces the investment, R&D investment of all the businesses in your organization. Have understood this essence now? To sum up this beautiful concept, let's recap all the titles at keywords, please. Who invented this? 2 persons, Prahlad and Gary Hamel. How will you define it? C. First C stands for combination of. Second C for collective learning. What is the general way of defining it? Theoretical knowledge plus practical knowledge plus facilities, knowledge, skills, facilities you require. What is the another way? What is the CC example for HUL? Fourth primary activity. What is the CC example for Walmart? Least possible operating cost. Can our competitor easily imitate our CCs? If he can imitate, we can't call it as CC. I've understood this one. What is the maximum allowable limit or range for CCs? You can claim that 5 to 15 is the normal limit. If anybody is saying that we have 18 CCs, means he's not an honest person. Now come to the next one. There is a little concept, related concept to core competences. Sir, how can we practically identify the number of CCs possessed by a business organization? That should be a process, right? That is the next concept. Areas of core competency discussed in the next topic. There are 3 broad areas. How many areas are there? There are 3 different aspects, 3 broad areas in which you can identify the CCs of an organization. How many areas are there? 3. In regular class, we use this acronym. You are watching a chartered accountant, CCA. So what is the acronym? To identify 3 broad areas. Which topic are we referring right now? How to identify the core competencies present in any business organization. We call it technically as 3 broad areas. What was the acronym? CCA. Easiest ones for your standards. First one, differentiate your organization, have some uniqueness when compared to competitors' products in the industry. That is called as C for competitor differentiation. They should not be able to imitate your competencies. Maintain some uniqueness in terms of your products or services. So first T stands for competitor differentiation. Right? Now look at this beautiful word. So many times he has developed a case scenario on this little phrase. How can you say that you are so different from your competitor? If you are so different from your competitor means you are possessing CC, right? How can you say that? Means this is the evidence. You have a unique skill. Competence should be unique, and moreover, it has to satisfy second condition. It should be very, very difficult for your competitors to imitate that skill. Have you understood this first one? So which concept are we referring right now? 3 broad areas to identify core competencies, acronym wise CCA. First C stands for you have to differentiate your organization from your competitors. When can you achieve that? Means you should have unique skill, and that skill should be very, very difficult for your competitors to imitate. Now come to the next C called as, this is a self-explanatory actually. If your product can't give final satisfaction to the consumer, you cannot say that I am having CCs. If you can't enhance past percentage in a magnificent manner, you can't say that I am the great. Have you understood that statement? This is called as customer value. If you can't deliver satisfaction to the customer, you cannot claim that you are having CCs. You are still just a business person. Have you understood this second C now? Which topic are we referring right now? Third time revision. CCA. Broad areas to identify core competence. First C for. When will you say that you are having core competency? Have some unique skill. It should be difficult for your competitor to imitate your intelligence. Second C stands for please deliver some satisfaction to the customer. If you can't deliver satisfaction to the customer, you cannot claim that you are having CCs. Level of consumer satisfaction, we have already learned that value. Value means level of consumer satisfaction as per value channels. Can you link that topic now? Right. Now come to the last one. I have explained you in a very quick manner without taking industry examples. Single R&D, you are using the benefit of single large R&D into multiple businesses, right? This is the essence of capital A called application of skills to different organizations, to different businesses in the same ownership group. Now look at the third one. A stands for application of R&D benefit, single R&D benefit to multiple businesses in our organization. This is called A stands for application of competencies. Whatever research you have done, it must be useful not to single business, to the multiple businesses possessed by you. The single benefit should be applicable to the whole organization. I'll give you a quick parallel example also. If you are good at CA Inter means you have to clear CM Inter tax paper also. This is the true fact in industry. If you are too good at CA Inter syllabus means, I'm not degrading or uplifting any course here. If you are good at CA Inter costing, you have to clear CM Inter costing. If you are good at CA Inter taxation means, CM Inter taxation paper should be easy for you. Have you understood this one? Means one homework done by you, one hard work done by you is giving you dual certifications. This is a logical parallel example for application of competencies. Have you understood this one? Can I give you another example? If a faculty knows how to teach one subject in a very understandable manner, if he learns another paper, he'll do the same thing. Application of competencies. If you don't know how to communicate the subject to students means you can't teach any subject. Have you understood that parallel examples now? So how many broad areas are there for CCs now? 3, acronym wise. First C for. What is the keyword? You have to remember it. Not only unique, it should be difficult to be imitated by competitors. Don't forget that phrase. Second C for please provide some customer value. Third one, single research benefit. If you work hard at CA Inter taxation, you have to clear CM Inter taxation also. If you can't clear CM Inter taxation means even though you feel that you are good at CA Inter taxation, if you are unable to clear CM Inter tax means you are not having CCC in income tax paper. Have you understood that logic now? Now please move to the last conclusion part. Last conclusion part now. All the above 3 conditions should be satisfied. not at least one condition. If you satisfy all the above three conditions, then only you can claim that you are having certain thing called CC. Have I understood that conclusion? Please highlight that phrase, above three conditions, all the above. Have understood this great concept now. In regular class, it would consume at least 1.5 hours minimum. Have understood the essential explanation now. Who invented CC? You and me. No, C.K. Prahlad and Gary Hamel. Next one. Collective learning. Combination. Right? Knowledge. Theoretical, practical, knowledge, skill, facilities, allowable range of CCs. 5 to 15. HUL CC example. Walmart CC example. Did we discuss any diversification called CC based diversification? Has two benefits. It reduces cholesterol. No, it reduces risk. It reduces investments. Can you remember all those things? Three broad areas. CCA, first C for, second C for, and the last one A for. Do you want to satisfy any one conditions or all the three? If you satisfy all the three, you are supposed to possess CCs. Now come to the next big topic called as SCA concept. Maintaining, what do you mean by competitive advantage? Earning above average profits when compared to the profits of the competitors in the industry, right? If you try to maintain competitive advantage for 4, 5, 7, 8 years, that situation is referred to as a sustainable competitive advantage. You are maintaining that leading position in the industry. Have understood one line meaning of SCA concept now? So what do you mean by competitive advantage? Earning above average profits. What do you mean by SCA? Maintaining competitive advantage for longer periods of time. I've identified the meaning of SCA now. Right. Now come to the regarding SCA concept. Regarding SCA concept, there are two vocabularies you have to be very cautious about. Right. If any organization wants to enjoy, please listen to these couple of logics very cautiously. Then topics will be very easy for us. Rest of the topics in chapter 3. First one, characteristics. I'm delivering two keywords now regarding which concept? Regarding sustainable competitive advantage. The first keyword you have to remember is this topic will be present somewhere. I'll explain. Characteristics, and the second one is criteria. The topic number 9 on the screen. So what are the two keywords I'm trying to introduce right now? Regarding sustainable competitive advantage. One is characteristics and the other one is criteria. Now I'll explain the logical sequence of those two, how the two words are related to each other. If any business organization, listen to it very cautiously, if any business organization possesses at least one of those four characteristics, did you hear what I say? Right? If any business organization possesses at least one of those four beautiful qualities or characteristics, then that organization, they can clear any one of the four exams. Exams is the normal word, criteria is the technical word. Now, can you replace that word in your brain now? So what is the final equation now? There are two keywords which are related to sustainable competitive advantage. First one, you should possess characteristics. How many characteristics you are supposed to possess? At least one, if possible 4. If you possess at least one characteristics, then you are eligible to clear at least one examination or at least one criteria. Now coming to the topic, there are 4 characteristics as per your syllabus. Parallelly, there are 4 criteria. Have understood the logical roadmap of these two related concepts now? What are the keywords I have used right now? First one, on one side, characteristics, on the other side, criteria. If you possess at least one characteristic, you can clear at least one exam, officially called as a criteria. If you clear at least one exam or criteria, you are bound to possess, you will possess sustainable competitive advantage. I've understood the logical view of these two concepts now. Now we have to go after first characteristics. Please come to that concept called characteristics. On the screen, topic 12. Have you found that topic now? How many characteristics are there? 4 in number. How many criteria? 4 in number again. How many corporate level strategies are there? 4 in number. Just for right. How many characteristics are there now? 4 in number. How many limitations are there for SM? 4 in number. How many corporate level strategies are there? 4 in number. Now come to the first one called as some organization is claiming that I have huge intelligence. I have huge intelligence. Right? Please highlight these couple of words first. Resources and capabilities. known to us. What is the first way of defining resources? 5M. Second way, collection of tangible and intangible assets. How will you define capabilities, also known as competencies or skills? Ability to use your resources to generate profits. Can you remember all those two definitions? The entire characteristics and criteria concept will be based on these couple of words, resources and competencies. I've understood that first point. Now come to the explanation called imitability. Let us assume that an organization is having certain assets. An organization is possessing certain amount of assets and certain level of capabilities or competencies. Let us extend that example. If these can be imitated by your competitor, if these things, what are the things we are mentioning right now? Resources and competencies possessed by your organization. Let us assume that both the resources and competencies, if they can be easily imitated by one of your competitor. Right? That is the title, meaning of the title called imitability. If the resources and competencies is possessed by you, if they can be easily imitated by one of your competitors, do you have any special advantage in the industry? If it is imitable by them, means you don't have any extra advantage right here. You cannot enjoy sustainable competitive advantage at all. If every faculty teaches in the same manner, there is no sustainable competitive advantage for any faculty in the industry. Have you understood this concept now? So what are the couple of words you have to remember first regarding these two topics, resources and competencies? If they can be easily imitated by one of your competitor, then you cannot enjoy which one? Sustainable competitive advantage. Have you understood that first topic now? So if you want to have that special characteristics, you should be in an unimitable position. Have you understood that logic now? Now come to the next one called as first one, durability. Can you find those couple of words again there? Resources and capabilities. Resources and capabilities. How many characteristics are there now in number? 4. How many criteria are there? 4 in number. These two topics are somewhat related to which concept? Sustainable competitive advantage. What is the first characteristics we have introduced right now? Imitability. If imitability is possible, you don't have any special characteristics. SCA is not possible for you. Have you understood that essence? Now come to the next one called as durability. You have invented a technology, you have invented a new technology, but after 6 months, another technology came into the industry. You don't have any special advantage now. Have understood this one? This is called as durability. How long can you claim that whatever competencies you have right now are still valid or still valid? If new technology appears in the industry, then you will come back to the basic question called step number 0. Have you understood this one? This is called as when the firm's resources and capabilities, they are obsolete. They became obsolete. Obsolete means they are not useful right now. Then you don't have any special characteristics to enjoy sustainable competitive advantage. On the other hand, let us assume that no new technology was introduced into the industry. You can become a leader right now. Have you understood that other side explanation now? Let us assume that no new technology was introduced right now in the industry. You can enjoy that leading position. If new technology appears in the industry, means your old technology will become obsolete. Have you understood that second aspect now? Come to the third one called as transferability. Third one called as transferability. I'll give a very, very quick example. Let us assume that you have invited a faculty to teach income tax at CA Final, for example. Take any industry example without any names. A CA Final Academy has invited an expert DT faculty as a visiting faculty or in some other manner. If that faculty, there is an agreement between that faculty and so CA Academy that the content of that agreement is he has to teach only in that academy. His teaching or his expert knowledge is not available to the rest of the CA academies in India. Then you have a special advantage, right? You can bring a contract in such manner. On the other hand, let us assume that whoever faculty teaching DT at CA Final in one academy, he can be a visiting faculty at any other CA academy in India. That expert knowledge possessed by that huge faculty is available to every competitor nowadays. There is no special advantage to your organization. That's why so many organizations are trying to give away heavy remunerations to block those faculties under their roof. Have you understood that logic? Why they prefer resident faculty means they are not allowing to teach them to the other in other brands. Means they are trying to maintain that sustainability. Have you understood this logic? If a faculty is available to every other CA academy means it is called, technically it is called, that expert is available to every other competitor. In our language it is called transferability. If transferability is there means we can't enjoy any special characteristic. If transferability is not allowed means you have a special characteristic. I've understood the essence of third one now. So how many did I introduce right now? Is it characteristics or criteria? Characteristics. First one in our order. Imitability. If imitability is not there, you have special advantage. If durability is there, you have special advantage. If durability is not there, you don't have any speciality. Third one, if transferability is there, you don't have any extra advantage. If transferability is blocked, you have an advantage. Have you understood this one? And the last one is regarding the intelligence of top management. Everybody is having huge funds nowadays. Does the top management, does the corporate level people have that huge intelligence to generate profits? If top management has the intelligence, let us assume that 500 crores was the initial capital used by organization number one. There is a competitor to him. If organization, CEO of organization one, they have developed 18% per annum return on capital employed. The competitor to this organization, let us further assume that he has generated 29% per annum return on capital employed. Who is more intelligent? Both the companies have used only fixed amount of capital called 500C. Who is more intelligent now? Organization number two has a special characteristic called appropriability. They have the ability to generate more returns now. It's a special identity, right? Have you understood the essence of fourth one? Appropriability means it's the ability of the organization owners to generate. Appropriating means to generate more returns. Everybody is having funds nowadays. Who will occupy the leading position? Who has more ability to generate profits? So please try to hire intelligent people as your managers if you want to enjoy sustainable competitive advantage. Have you understood all these four characteristics or criteria? Criteria. What is the couple of keywords you have to remember under this concept? Resources and competencies. What is the first one we have delivered here? Imitability. Thereafter we move to durability, transferability, and the final one, intelligence regarding managers, appropriability. Now come to the other side called as a criteria. Criteria in normal language is referred to as exams an organization has to clear to enjoy sustainable competitive advantage. Here also there are 4 in number. By any standards, easy. First one, you are claiming that you are having some unique intelligence, right? Competencies or capabilities. When can you call that your skills are so valuable? Means whenever you find an opportunity in the macro environment, you should have the ability to generate more sales and more profit. Now look at this first characteristic criteria called as valuable. You cannot say that I am having some intelligence. Your intelligence should be useful for the organization to generate more turnover. Whenever you find an opportunity to increase your sales, then your capability should be useful to that situation. That's why the first criteria is called as your competency should clear which exam? Valuable exam. What do you mean by valuable? You should be able to encash the opportunities available. Have you understood this one? So how many criteria are there to get that sustainable competitive advantage? 4 in number, out of which the first one, your capabilities or intelligence should be valuable. How can you say that your skill is valuable enough? You have to exploit the opportunities available. Whenever CA president says that, ICA president holds a press conference that we need 40 lakh chartered accountants by 2040 or 2050 means you should encash that opportunity, enhance the MAC admissions, for example. If you don't have enough capabilities, resources to generate, if you don't have much more buildings now, you can't accommodate huge strength. Have you understood this common example, recent example in the industry now? Right. Now, so what is the first criteria? V stands for, don't simply say that I have some competencies. Your competency should be useful for to exploit the opportunities. Now come to the second one called as whatever skills you have, only one or two of the competitors possess those skills. Whatever skills you are possessing right now, only one or two competitors are possessing the same skills. Then it is called as, you have qualified a test called a rare. whatever skills you possess were not possessed by any of the competitors, then it is called as you are a hero or a monopoly, non-substitutable competencies. Whatever intelligence you possess right now, it is not being possessed by any competitor in the industry. Then you have clarified which examination, non-substitutable. If whatever qualities you possess right now, if they are being possessed by any limited competitors, then you have cleared which test now? Rare. Have understood 3 criteria now. What's the first one? Valuable. You should be able to exploit opportunities. Then only we can say that you can achieve SCA concept. Second one, you should clear the exam called rarity. If possible, clear the examination called non-substitutable. Which test is more powerful to qualify? Rarity or non-substitutable? It is, you can occupy the dominant position in the industry. Now come to the last one. Whatever capabilities you have, if any competitor wants to possess those capabilities, it should be very, very costly for him. It should be time consuming. It should be very costly for your competitors, costly to imitate. If you have 5 buildings, a fresher can't install 5 buildings. If you want to enter into that industry, you need more resources. Have understood that simple example? Costly to imitate. Now please sum up all these criteria now. First one, we have used some acronyms also in regular class called as NRV is a capital budgeting method is there. NRV stands for net realizable value in some AS2. Cost or NRV, whichever is low. What does C stand for? N for the prime position, non-substitutability. R for rarity, a reasonable test to qualify. V for ability to exploit opportunities. Please remember this acronym as cost or NRV, whichever is right. I've understood these 2 related concepts now. Now come to the last easiest part of SWOT analysis. Won't appear in your examination 99% to 105%. It was asked in September. Now come to the last part of chapter 3 called as easiest one now. Business level strategies are numbered in 3 in number. The first one, cost leadership. Second one, differentiation. Third one, focus strategy. Very easy topic by any standards. Now shall we take up cost leadership strategy? How many activities are there in value chain? How many activities are there in value chain? Right. Corporate level people gave you 1,000 crores to one business. Right. There is one business. Here is a CEO. He has allocated 1,000 crores to this business number 1. Business number 1. He expects a return of 22% per annum return. How to generate 22% per annum means there are 3 different routes for business level manager. First route is try to decrease the cost. If you reduce the cost of goods sold, GP will be up. GP will get increased. That is the first logic. What is the essence of cost leadership? To the extent possible, try to reduce your expenses. That is the essence of cost leadership strategy. Sir, where to reduce expenses means, if possible, at all the 5+4 activities in value chain. Have understood the essential meaning of cost leadership strategy? Try to reduce expenses to the extent possible. At what aspects? In all the possible 5+4 activities of your value chain. This is the first route of having more profits. If you have more profits means you'll be having above average profits. Earning above average profits is called competitive advantage. If you want to achieve competitive advantage, you have to use any one of the 3 business level strategies. That's why we call business level strategies or also called as competitive strategies or concrete strategies. Can you link that logic now? So what is the first way to define cost leadership strategy now? Beautiful costing word is there. It's a continuous pursuit of vigorous and serious, continuous pursuit of cost reduction. In what areas means? Summarize it like this at 5+4 activities. Try to reduce cost at 5+4 activities. If you do that, you are following which business level strategy? Cost leadership strategy. How many business level strategies are there in number? 3. What's the first one? Cost leadership strategy, right? I'm not explaining that word right now. Here I'll explain at later point of time. If you are following cost leadership strategy means you are trying to satisfy the needs of so and so customers, right? That so and so customers are present in one beautiful market called broad market. Please highlight this word. I'll explain you later. So if you are adopting cost leadership strategy means you are trying to satisfy the needs of which customers? Customers who are present in which market? Broad market, also known as broad mass market. Have understood that first clue now regarding cost leadership. Now if you watch the first few lines of differentiation strategy also, we will find that word broad mass market. So what is the common feature between these two strategies? Whether you select cost leadership strategy or differentiation strategy, you are trying to satisfy whose customer needs? Customers who are present in which market? Simply broad market, or in other words, broad mass market. What do you mean by broad or narrow market? We'll explain at later point of time. Have identified that commonality now? Now, come to the cost leadership strategy. What is the first way to define cost leadership strategy? Reduce the cost reduction at 5+4 activities. If your cost is very low, if your cost per unit is very low when compared to your competitors, you can have least possible MRP. If MRP is very low means you can enjoy more sales. Have understood the first essential quality of a cost leadership strategy. Since you have reduced cost at 5+4 activities, you can charge least possible MRP. Take example McDonald's. They are following cost leadership strategy. If you want to purchase McDonald's products at US market, they are very costly. For Indian market, they are following cost leadership strategy. Have you understood this logic now? So what is the benefit of following cost leadership strategy? You can charge least MRP. Even though you charge least MRP, still you can manage satisfactory profits because the volume of sales is more. Have understood those couple of logics now? So just three keywords to define cost leadership strategy at exam level. First one, cost reduction. It's a very serious pursuit, vigorous pursuit of cost reduction at what activities? At 5+4. What about MRP now? You can charge least MRP. Can you manage still satisfactory profits? What is the reason behind it? Because you are having huge sales now. Have understood those logics now? So this is the prime part in this cost leadership strategy, frequently asked question from ICA viewpoint. In how many situations will cost leadership strategy be successful? What do you mean by the word called effective? When cost leadership strategy will be highly successful? How many situations are there? 4. Can I ask one quick question? 5 forces model. There are how many situations in which bargaining power can be accessed by buyers? 4. How many limitations are there for SM? 4. Corporate level studies are 4 in number. How many cells are there in Mendelev's matrix? 4. This is called 4 series. I've understood that revision very quickly. Now come to the another one. There are 4 situations in which strategy will be highly successful? Cost leadership strategy, easy to understand. First one, buyers have significant bargaining power. They usually go for discount offers. Do you have any offer now? This is the common statement released by customers nowadays. In that country, cost leadership strategy will give you more profits. Have understood that 4th situation now. Come to the first one now. Price sensitive buyers. If you reduce the MRP by 5 rupees means more sales will come to you. This is the psychology of certain customers with limited income. They are called as price sensitive buyers or more in number. Be watchful about this word called many. If the Indian market contains a maximum number of price sensitive buyers, then cost leadership strategy will be a successful one. Have understood that first situation? How many situations are there in cost leadership strategy will be successful? 4 now. What's the first one? That market should contain many which sensitive? Price sensitive buyers. What is the 4th one? Buyers are exercising maximum amount of bargaining power. They're asking huge discounts. Cost leadership will be very, very successful. Come to the leftover points now. You can't bring some uniqueness in your product. You can't bring some unique flavors in your product. There is no way for you to implement differentiation strategy. Please get settled, compromise with the cost leadership strategy. If any student is unable to clear both groups, means he has to clear single group. Parallel logic. If you can't deliver luxurious products, then please go for cost leadership strategy. That is the essence of second situation. There are very, very limited ways to go for differentiation strategy. I've understood that situation also. Now, last one. Buyers nowadays, some buyers at least, they are not worried about brand images. They need a reasonable quality good with least MRP. In that market, cost leadership will be successful. They are not worried about branding. Have you understood those four situations now? Right. So which topic are we introducing right now? Cost leadership strategy. What is the essential meaning? Cost reduction at 5 plus 4. How many situations are there in which cost leadership will be successful? 4. First one, many, price sensitive buyers. No chance of introducing differentiation strategy. Third one, people nowadays, they are not worried about brand images at all. They need reasonable quality with least MRP. Last situation, they are exercising maximum bargaining power. Go for cost leadership. Have you understood that one? What is the basic purpose of cost leadership strategy? Means MRP should be low. Our MRP should be low when compared to our competitors' MRP. That is technically called as underpricing competitors. Please remember that word. I say will use these keywords, our highlight keywords in case scenarios or questions. What is the main object of cost leadership now? To underprice competitors. What do you mean by that phrase now? Our MRP should be very low when compared to competitors' MRP. Now come to the benefits now. The advantages of cost leadership strategy can be easily related to 5 forces model now. How many forces will be there? 5 forces. Can you remind them? Can you remind me now? Buyers on one side, suppliers, rivalry will be there in the central part of the diagram. Thereafter, threat from substitutes is there, and how to block the new entrants. New entrants party is there. You have to understand there are 5 advantages of following cost leadership strategy. Those 5 advantages can be explained with respect to 5 forces. Now look at those headings now. First one, buyers, easiest one. Since you are charging least MRP, no consumer can ask discount. Your MRP is very low when compared to your competitors' MRP. So no consumer will show bargaining power on you. Have you understood that one? So buyers, they can't. Have you observed this expression in regular class? Buyers, they can't bargain against you since you are a cost leader. Your cost is very low in the industry. So what is the funny expression you have to remember now? Buyers, I'm forgetting some funny expressions since it's a marathon. Right? Had it been regular class, we'll have more fun. What is the first advantage? What is the first advantage? Buyers, they can't exercise their bargaining power. That was an exceptional transaction. For fun. Now, come to the next one called as if suppliers increase the price of raw materials. If suppliers increase the prices of raw materials, this is the cost structure of your organization. Right? When you compare the cost structure of your competitors, this is your organization, this is competitors' cost structure. Are you not a cost leader now? Your cost is very low. Have you understood this one? Now, if you can charge even 20 also, it becomes 90. In that situation, if supplier increases price of raw material, let us say 74. What is your MRP? 90. You are charging least MRP in the industry. 4 has been the increase in prices of raw materials. Then you can reduce your profit margin to 60. Even then you can survive. If possible, if you want to enhance maximum sales, do it like this. 80 for 3 months. Festival offer. You'll have more sales. This is a huge advantage. Even if raw material prices has been increased by supplier, you have which capacity? Absorbing capacity. You can reduce your profit margin. Have understood that second advantage now? How many advantages are there for cost leadership strategy? 5 in all. 5 forces wala. First one. Buyers, they can't exercise their bargaining power. Even if suppliers increases the prices of raw materials, you can still manage maximum sales by absorbing the increase in price of raw materials. And the third one is, since your MRP is very low, you can block your enemy called new entrant. He can't maintain that least cost. So it is easy to block new entrants. You can easily convince the manufacturers of substitute products by convincing consumers. You are trying to convert which consumers? You are trying to convince consumers of substitute products. You are telling to them that please consume our main product. Since our MRP is very low, you can still have the same or similar satisfaction like coffee versus tea. Have you understood that one? This is the fourth advantage called substitute wala. Have you understood 4 now? That since your MRP is very low, you need not compete with your competitors. Your MRP is very low. So you are avoiding which war with your competitors? Price war. So please refer all the 5 advantages now. Have understood the essence of cost leadership now? Disadvantages, self-explanatory. If sales decreases, you are out of the industry. Since you are charging least MRP, profit margin is very low. If sales decreases, you will be out of the industry. So if sales decreases, it won't be successful at all. If some competitors imitates your cost reduction techniques, you are out of the industry. Have you understood these 2 disadvantages now? What are the first 2? If competitors try to imitate your cost reduction techniques, you can't have more profits. You are not successful now. Second one, if your sales decreases for some reason, since you are charging least MRP, least margin, you can't generate more profits. It will be highly unsuccessful. Have understood these two things now? Third disadvantage, since you are following cost leadership strategy, you have to reduce all expenses, right? But you can't reduce two expenses in the long run. You can reduce those two expenses in the short run. It is called as AR expenses. One is advertisement expenses. You can reduce it in short term. If you do it in the long run, people will forget your brand. You can reduce R&D expense in the short term, but you can't reduce R&D expenses in the long run. So don't reduce these expenses in the long run, even though you are following cost leadership strategy. If you do that, it's a disadvantage. Have understood some of the disadvantages now? So far we have explained which concept now. First, business level strategy called as a cost leadership. Now move to the next one. How many business level strategies are there? 3 in number. First one. Second one. Different. One simple word, easiest strategy, not being asked many times by say, providing some unique features. Providing some unique features. Uniqueness can be brought in so many aspects. These are the list of things which is self-explanatory for you. Try to say repeatedly to the consumers that you are a huge brand. Try to enhance your brand. If possible, try to deliver some extraordinary design regarding product. These are some of the aspects you can bring a uniqueness in your product. Now be cautious with one phrase regarding differentiation strategy. Uniqueness in the product should be from whose viewpoint? Consumer's viewpoint. Please highlight this beautiful phrase. Uniqueness should be from consumer's viewpoint, not from the organization viewpoint. Since you are delivering unique features, you can charge any amount of MRP. Target people are rich people in broad market. MRPs will be very high if you follow which strategy? Differentiation. If you want to provide unique features, you have to do a careful research regarding the buyer's expectations. Then only you can charge highest MRPs. Cautious research should be done. Have understood this one? Right. This is a very easy concept. Now, look at it will be covered under disadvantage. This is the prime concept from ICS viewpoint. In how many ways can you bring uniqueness in your product? This is called as technically basis of differentiation. Most frequently asked theoretical question here. How many ways are there in which you can implement differentiation strategy? You can bring uniqueness in 3 different ways. What is the first 3? Commonly known as, it's not popcorn wala, just pop. First P stands for try to bring uniqueness in your product features. P stands for innovative products. Ample example, easy things. Which concept are we studying right now? The basis of presenting unique products. POP acronym, P stands for product differentiation. Continuously, repeatedly say that your brand is quite different. Maximize the power of a brand. O stands for organizational differentiation. And the last one, try to differentiate your organization with a different MRP. It can be either too high or it can be, on the other hand, too low. Please watch these couple of words. Either high price or lowest possible price. So how many ways are there to bring differentiation now? 3 ways. What is the acronym we have to use there? P stands for first P. Product differentiation, organization differentiation, maximizing the power of brand. And the last P stands for pricing differentiation. Have understood this one? How to maximize the brand name means, this is a classical industry example. Apple customers have formed into a big large group of customers called as fanboys or fangirls. They will promote the brand actually instead of the company. They are the devotees of that company. I have understood this one. After understanding cost leadership strategy advantages, I hope it will be self-explanatory for you to refer advantages of differentiation strategy. Again, same 5 forces. Please read by yourself very quickly. First one. Buyers can't exercise their bargaining power against you if you are following differentiation strategy, because target people are rich people. They don't ask discounts. So again, the same explanation. Buyers can't use bargaining power. The same logic applies to cost leadership strategy also. Can you remember those logics now? Now come to the next one. Suppliers. The same logic. Your cost is 52. You are charging 28. Your MRP is 80. Right? You are following differentiation strategy. All of a sudden, supplier has increased price by 10 rupees. No issues at all. Increase the MRP. Rich people are trying to buy your product. Have understood that second advantage now? So please remember these two advantages. First one regarding, I have explained only two. First one regarding buyers, they can't exercise bargaining power. Suppliers, even if they increase price, you can easily increase the MRP. What about advantage regarding new entrants? Means they can't deliver the same uniqueness you are delivering right now because they are out of experience. They doesn't have huge experience. So it is tough for new entrants to provide the same quality. Have understood three advantages now following differentiation strategy. What are the three we have explained to you? First one, buyers can't exercise bargaining power. Same concept under cost leadership. Second one, regarding suppliers, if they increase prices, please increase MRP. Rich people are going to buy that product. And the last third disadvantage I have introduced to you is new entrants can't imitate your uniqueness since they are short of experience. Have understood this one? Right, have understood something now under differentiation strategy. Please remember that word uniqueness with respect to whose viewpoint? With respect to consumer's viewpoint. Again, 5 advantages will be there. I have delivered only 3 advantages right now in this session. Now look at the disadvantages of differentiation strategy. If you are trying to provide some unique things now, some competitors will imitate that uniqueness in over a period of time. So imitation is possible. In other ways, he is saying that whatever uniqueness you are providing right now, it is difficult to maintain your uniqueness in a long period of time. Means logically, imitation will be there by whom? By competitors. Have understood this first disadvantage. Second one, if Apple charges, instead of charging 80,000, if Apple unnecessarily charges 1,35,000 for so and so product, means people may switch to Samsung. Even though you are providing unique features, you can't charge extraordinary amount of MRPs, right? So this is the essence of second one. You cannot charge high MRPs even though you are providing unique features in your product. Can you remember 2 disadvantages of differentiation now? Right. How many business level strategies are there now? 3 in all. What's the first one? Cost leadership. What's the second one? Differentiation. How many advantages are there for cost leadership? 5 over there, 5 over here. They resemble which forces name? 5 forces name. Same logic is applicable with respect to buyers. Buyers can't exercise their bargaining power whether under cost leadership or under differentiation. Can you remember all those points now? Right. Now the last business level strategy is focus strategy is trying to target which customers? Customers who are present in narrow market. Cost leadership differentiation targets which customers? Who are present in the broad market. What is the speciality of the customers present in the narrow market? Means they have different requirements. Their needs and preferences are extremely different from the rest of the consumers. I'll give one simple example very quickly to define the meaning of focus strategy, right? Focus strategies are of 2 types. How many types are there? Focus strategies are of 2 types. Let us assume that an organization is trying to sell those products called 1, 2, 3 in all the states of India, throughout all the states of India, right? But they are charging least MRP. We can call this situation as a focus cost leadership strategy. They are selling only 3 products because in the reality, they can sell 6 products actually. What is their actual capacity OPC? They can sell 6 products, but they have decided to sell only 3 products, but in all the states of India. Since they have limited market, they are not focusing on 4, 5, 6 places. They have restricted themselves in terms of geographic location, right? This is one definition of a narrow market. They are not trying to sell all the products. They have restricted themselves to a limited products, but they are selling in entire India. But at what MRPs now? They are charging least MRPs. This is an example of they are focusing on 3 products. They are charging least MRP. That's why it is called as a focus cost leadership. What do you mean by that logical meaning? They are trying to satisfy customers who require only first 3 products. They are ignoring which customers? Customers who demand 4, 5, 6 products. Have they restricted themselves in terms of product? That is the first meaning of focus. Moreover, they are trying to charge with least MRP. That's why it is called as focus cost leadership strategy. You can imagine the situation of focus differentiation now. Focus differentiation, high MRPs. Add high MRPs to the previous example. They are focusing on only 3 products. They are spreading throughout India, but they are charging high MRPs. This is another example of which strategy? Focus differentiation strategy. What do you mean by focus here? They have placed a limit on number of products. I can give you another version also. Look at this one. They are trying to sell all the products now, but they have limited their market to state of Andhra Pradesh only. They are ignoring other states in India. They have restricted themselves in terms of markets now. Their focus is only state of Andhra Pradesh, but they are trying to sell all the products in their menu. This is another example of another definition of a focus or narrow market. Have you understood this one? Have you understood second situation? Right. If in this situation, if you charge least MRP, it is called as focus cost leadership. In this situation, if you charge more MRP, it is called as focus differentiation. Have we identified two definitions of focus strategies now? Either place a limit on the products or place a limit on the places. Have you understood these two different logics? This is the essence of which strategy now? How many types of focus strategies are there? FCL, they are targeting a narrow market. Narrow market means 1 to 3 products only. And they are charging which one? Least possible MRP. They are competing based on price. Have you understood the essence of FCL now? Now please move to the next one called as FD. They are targeting only narrow market, but they are charging high MRP. Only 1 to 3 products, high MRP. Have understood FCL and FD? If time permits, you have please refer. This is my suggestion to you all for January attempt especially. Please refer practical questions regarding FCL and FD. It's very crucial from exam viewpoint. Try to solve all the practical questions. One finest example in your material could be if any organization owner decides to sell only products which are applicable for left-handed people. Focus strategy. They are focusing on little market now. Products which are relevant for left-handers. Have you understood this example? Try to solve all the practical case scenarios regarding FCL and FD. Only questions regarding FCL and FD are tricky in nature. Normal cost leadership, normal differentiation, practical questions will be very easy actually. You have to take extra caution while solving FCL strategies and FD. Please place a tick mark over those two concepts. Have understood this essence now? I'm not going to deal with BCP strategy. It was given in September 2025. Now please move to the, by God's grace, we have to cover. Right, shall we start this chapter now? Last one. Right, the entire chapter 4 deals with corporate level strategies. Right. How many corporate level strategies are there in number? 4. The first one being stability strategy. Right. If I pose a question like this, how many types of strategies are there means you have to ask in turn what is the basis. If you take the basis as levels of the organization, you know this answer. If you take the level as the basis of classification, there are 3 strategies: corporate level, business level, and functional level known to us. If you take the basis as stages of PLC, what does PLC stands for? PLC is also known as BLC, business life cycle. How many stages are there in PLC? Since there are 4 stages, strategies will be classified into 4 types. We have to understand those names in the later part of this chapter. So, if you take the levels as the basis, how many strategies are there? 3 in all. If you take the stages of PLC, how many strategies would be there? 4 in number. We'll deal at some other point of time. No worries about the names. If you take the competition as the basis, strategies are classified only into 2 types. First one is called as competitive strategy. We know the meaning of this one. It is another name for business level strategies. So what is the third basis we have taken up now? Based on competition, how many strategies are there? 2 types. Based on competition, first one, competitive strategy. Second one, 2 companies joining hands together called as collaboration studies, out of which we have to study first one, mergers and acquisitions, and the next one is strategic alliance. Did we hear this word alliance somewhere? At what point of time? Reasons for globalization. Hopefully the last reason, strategic alliance. Can you remember that word now? Right. Now come to the first one. Corporate level studies have another names, possibly MCQ. These are the 3 other names for corporate level studies. GDM, Grand Directional or Master Strategies. Who proposed business level studies? Michael Porter. Who invented value chain analysis? Michael Porter. Who invented 5 forces model? Michael Porter. Right. Now who proposed corporate level studies means couple of fellows are there. Please remember them, whatever the pronunciation is. Now, how many corporate level strategies are there in number? You know that 4 corporate level strategies are there, out of which the first one is called as a stability strategy. One keyword you have to remember: if you decide to follow the same business, strategy means decision making. When you can call strategy as a stability strategy means you have decided to continue the same business. Else, what is another way of defining stability strategy? Please remember this beautiful word: same. Same business, decision to continue same business, decision to continue the same product in the same place, same product market combination. Let us assume that you have 4 departments. Let us say R&D department, manufacturing, sales and accounting department. You are not adding additional department into your organization. You have decided to continue the same number of departments. This is called as you would have decided to maintain the same number of functions. So how many ways are there to define stability strategy now? The keyword is same. The decision to continue the same business, the decision to continue the same product market, decision to continue the same number of departments, and the last way to define stability strategy is you are trying to maintain, decision to maintain the same level of effort regarding finished good output. Last year your output should be 1 lakh units of finished good. You have decided to continue the same 1 lakh units of output for the next future also. Have understood the example of maintaining same level of efforts now. So how many ways are there to define stability strategy now? 4 ways. First one, same business. Next one, same product market. You are trying to maintain maintaining the same number of departments, also called as functions. And the last definition is you have decided to continue the same level of output also. If you take any one of these decisions, the decision can be called as a stability strategy. Have understood this one? The keywords which represent stability strategy is there is no need to redefine your business. It does not involve any redefinition. It does not require, since you are maintaining same strategy, same output, you don't need extra investments. Stability strategy doesn't demand additional investments. You need not redefine any method of manufactures. Risk is very limited in stability strategy. Have understood additional characteristics now. How to trace stability strategy? You don't need extra investment. You need not redefine your method of manufacturing. It does not involve a redefinition. Means you are trying to maintain the same position, right? In a poetic language, it is called as maintaining status quo. Co means same. You are trying to remain in the same position in terms of business, product, market, functions, etc. So what is another way to define the characteristics of stability strategy? You are trying to maintain same status, maintaining status quo. Have understood these things now? Right. Look at this beautiful characteristic of stability strategy called as even though you are following stability strategy, you are expecting some growth there. That growth is identified as modest growth objective. Sir, what is the logic behind it? Means very quickly listen to this. Let us assume it is a trading account. Here is your sales. The sales number is same. You are trying to reduce CGS now. Thereby you can increase gross profit. So what is the main essential logic behind stability strategy? Means you are not trying to increase sales here. You are trying to reduce your cost of goods sold. Have you understood this logic now? Because you have to understand this clearly when you are trying to understand Igrams of matrix, where we get another word called market penetration. So what is main difference between market penetration and stability strategy? Means under stability strategy, you are not trying to enhance your revenue. Instead, you are trying to reduce your cost of goods sold. Try to reduce your cost, thereby enhance your profits. Have understood the essence of stability strategy. So what are the keywords you have to remember now? Same business, same product market, same functions, same level of effort, maintaining status quo. You doesn't need extra investments, right? You need not redefine your method of manufacturing. What about risk? It's not zero. It will be very, very less since you are following the same business. You know how to do the business. So risk is very, very less. What about the nature of growth you are expecting right now? It's not a huge growth. You need little growth. How do you get little growth? By reducing your expenses. If you increase your sales, your growth will be very high. Have understood that logic of stability strategy? The famous question from examination point of view is reasons. How many situations are there in which you have to select stability strategy? It's the most frequent question, frequently asked question. There are five situations. There are five situations in which you have to select a stability strategy. The first one known to you, PLC third stage. Sales has reached peak position. Try to protect the customers. Have stability strategy. Don't go for expansion strategies. Don't open up new branches right now. So when your product reaches third stage of PLC, you have to select a stability strategy. When you want to take less risks, have you identified the characteristics just now I have explained to you? Risk will be very, very limited in stability strategy. I'm turning that word into a separate form now. If you want to take less amount of risk, go for stability strategy. Have understood the explanation from the same concept now? Risk will be very low in which strategy? Stability strategy. If you want to take less amount of risk, go for stability strategy. It is the second situation. Have understood that logic now? How many situations are there in which you have to select stability strategy? Five in all. What's the first one? If your product falls under third stage of PLC, second one. If you want to take less risk, go for stability strategy, and there are no big changes in elements of micro or macro. Don't go for new things. Maintain the same position. So when the environment is relatively stable, sir, what do you mean by relatively stable? There are no big changes either in macro or macro. Continue the same business, continue the same product. When there is no increase in level of difficulty in CA inter question paper, you can continue the same stuff, same material. If you are successful in the past. Have you understood that one? Right? When there are no big changes in micro or macro, that is explained with a beautiful keyword called environment is not stable. It's almost stable, relatively stable. Minimum changes are there. Follow stability strategy. So first three reasons for selecting stability. First one, third stage PLC. Second one, if you want to take less risk, go for stability. Third one, when there are no big changes in micro or macro, go for stability strategy. When the environment itself is saying that don't go for expansion, why should you go for expansion? Starting a CA academy, physical classes in COVID time. It's not suitable for you. It is not advisable to expand right now. COVID season, don't start new academies. Don't start new businesses. Wait for a while. For the most of the industries, it is applicable except from groceries, FMCG goods. They can go for expansion in COVID seasons also. Medical equipments, FMCG products. Right. Have you understood 4 situations now out of 5? What is the first one? Product reaches which stage? Third stage. Second one, if you want to take less risk. Third one, when there are no big changes in micro or macro, go for. Fourth one, that you should not select expansion strategies. In that situation, only go after. Right. If you want to protect your customers, you have already occupied the top spot in the industry. Now you can remind yourself the level of sales you have achieved in third stage of PLC. Sales have touched the top point, peak point. Try to stay there for a while. Consolidate that number 1 position. Is called as a. Have understood 5 situations now? Now come to the next one. How many corporate level strategies are there? 4 in number. First one we have introduced very quickly. Meaning of stability strategy and reasons for adopting a stability strategy. Right? What is the main purpose, logic behind stability strategy? Try to reduce the cost. Thereby you can achieve which growth? High growth or modest growth? Right. Now coming to the expansion strategies. Now look at that chart. Now somewhere you will be having some chart regarding expansion strategies. How many types of expansion strategies are there? Means basically you will be having ID card if possible. I stands for intensification, D for diversification. How many types of expansion strategies are there? First one, intensification. Second one, diversification. Please remember it as I3. There are 3 types of intensification strategies. And 2 types of diversification strategies are there: cautiously related diversification and unrelated diversification. Have we identified the overall classification of expansion strategies now? Broadly, how many types of expansion strategies are there? 2 in number. The first one, intense ID. Please remember this acronym ID. I stands for intensification. How many intensifications are there? 3 in number, called as I3. D is of 2 types. Related diversification. Have you heard this word diversification under CC concept? Core competence based diversification reduces risk investment. Have you heard that? Entering into new businesses. So diversification basically of how many types? 2 types. Related and unrelated. Unrelated we have 3. Now we have to explain the first 3 called as I3 strategies. For that we have to refer I-grams of matrix. Please find that concept. In your regular material, it will be numbered as question number or topic number 10, 9 or 10. But more content is available in last one called as first method of portfolio analysis. Go to that Eiger-Ans of matrix. No. Have you found that? Now come to this concept. Why we are touching this concept means because of intensification strategies. Expand studies are of how many types? Two types. IDI stands for how many types of intensification strategies are there? It's a very easy topic. Now let us ask, there are three types of intensification strategies like this. This is this matrix, Eiger-Ans of matrix. It is also first method of conducting portfolio analysis. But we are explaining this concept with respect to whose viewpoint? I3 wala strategies. How many intensification strategies are there? 3 in number. Now you have to be very cautious here. These are very easy topics if you are good with axis names. Now please remember, it is not a mathematics logic here. It is called as vertical axis and this is called as horizontal axis. It's not like X and Y as in maths. Be cautious about axis names. Concept is very easy. So what is vertical axis here? Basically markets. Vertical axis divided to how many parts right now? New markets and existing markets. In the same manner, horizontal axis is called products. Again classified into two called as existing products and new markets. Be very, very cautious about the placement of these two existings. This is called as imaginary origin here in the management graphs. Near to the origin, you will find a couple of words called existings. Now, are you clear with axis names now? Then logic will be very, very easy. So what is vertical axis now? Markets. What is horizontal axis now? Products. Each axis is divided to how many parts? 2. New and existing. How will you place existing words there? Near the origin. Can you remember all those things now? Let us assume that now look at this word called as a market penetration. What is the basic meaning behind market penetration means? Watch the axis very closely. Very easy topic. You have decided to continue. Let us assume that you are a CA Academy lying at place called GNT. You have decided for the past 4 years, you have been providing CA coaching at different levels at Guntur, for example. In the next 3 years also, you have taken a new decision. That decision is you have decided to continue only CA coaching, that too at only Guntur. What must be the purpose behind that decision means you are trying to strengthen your position in that market. You are trying to increase the number of students per batch. This is called as a market penetration. What are the two decisions you have taken up here? You have decided to continue in the existing markets called GNT. And what is the second decision you have taken up? You have decided to continue the same coaching, CA coaching. You are not adding CMA at all. I've understood this imaginary example. If you take these two decisions, then you are following which strategy actually? I3 strategy, first one called as a market penetration. What is the purpose of market penetration? You are trying to increase your sales in that region. Become strong in GNT, then keep an eye on other places afterwards. I've understood the essence of market penetration now. How many intensification strategies are there now? In all, 3, I3. What's the first one we have taken up? Market penetration. Please remember, have a photographic memory of the diagram first. What is vertical axis? What is vertical axis? Markets divided to how many parts? 2 parts. New and existing. What is what horizontal axis? Products. Existing products and new products. If you decide to continue in the existing market, if you decide to continue the existing products, that strategy is called as a market penetration. Then you have to identify difference between stability strategy and here. Because in stability strategy, we have used the word same business, same markets. We are using the logically same word called existing business, existing markets. The only difference is there you are trying to reduce cost. Here you are trying to reduce sales. You are trying to increase sales. Have understood the difference now? What must be the objective of market penetration? High growth. Have understood this logic now? What is the nature of growth you are trying to achieve under stability strategy? Modest growth. Have understood the difference between these two things? Right? So, what is the axis name? Vertical axis. Markers. How many paths? What are they? New and graph wise. New and existing. What is horizontal axis? How many paths are there? How will you place two existings? Near the corner, near the origin, right? What are the two decisions you have to take if you are to follow market penetration? Existing markets, existing products. I've understood that simple strategy. Now please move to the next one called as market development. Since you are so successful at that place called GNT, now you have taken up two decisions now. You have decided to continue the same CA coaching, but an additional place called Vijayawada or some other place. I've understood this one. This is the essence of which strategy? Market development. You are moving to the new places, but with the same coaching, same product or service. I've understood that difference now. So what are the two decisions you have to take under the strategy called market development? New markets, but you are staying in with the same coaching, existing products. Now you have to remember that graph in the class itself, then it will become very easy for you. Now look at the third one called as product development. Now you are adding new course called CMA or some other things. But you have decided to stay in GNT itself. In the same original location called GNT, Guntur, and you have added up new products, CA with CMA. You understood the essence of product development now. You are adding new services, new products in the same place. Have understood three logics now in a quick view. So how many strategies are there under intensification? Three in all. First one, market penetration. Second one, market development. Third one, what are the two decisions you have to take under market development? Market development, new markets, existing products. Under market penetration, existing markets, existing. What is the essence behind product development? Logic behind market development. Market development, new markets, and I've identified the essence now. Right now, look at that explanations right here. Easiest ones. This is the essence we are trying to cover very quickly. These are the practical methods in which you can implement market penetration. These are the practical methods in which you are going to implement market penetration. I'll explain one or two. You are trying to increase your market share, right? You are trying to increase sales here. That is the first practical method in which penetration can be implemented. If you increase the frequency of usage of a product, or if you try to increase the consumption of a product, please remember these two couple of words. Trying to increase the frequency of usage of product. I can give you this recent example also. We use toothpaste example so and so in regular class. You have new example also. Now ICA is conducting 3 exams once in a year now. Frequency of conducting examinations has been increased. So many academies will have more batches in terms of crash course or some other courses. Have you understood that logic now? This is called as increasing the frequency of usage. Have you understood this one? Right. Please remember at least 3 for this marathon session. How can you implement market penetration? Try to increase the revenue or market share, increase the frequency of usage, or increase the quantity consumed by a consumer. Now come to the next one called as it's easy for you, market development. What is the couple of decisions you have to take under market development? Just now you have understood. Market development means moving to new market with existing products. This is the original definition. Please try to remember changing the dimensions. Supplying mineral water in 500 ml. 1 liter bottles will be there. 500 ml bottles will be there, mineral water. They are trying to change the dimensions of the water bottle. This is another definition of market development. Same quality water will be provided to you, but in different dimensions. Dimensions means length into breadth into height as per school maths. You are trying to change the dimensions. You are trying to change the packing style also. This also falls under market development. Until today, you have been maintaining physical stores now. Now you have decided to move online. Distribution channels. Remember all those definitions for market development. Very quick definition. First one, basic logic, graph wala logic. First one, market development means moving to new markets with existing products. What are the other definitions I have introduced right now? New dimensions or new packing styles. Be cautious with these words. Second one, you have decided to go online from today along with offline. This is another example meaning of market development. Easiest one, product development. What are the two decisions there? Product development, new products, existing markets. You can do in 2 forms now. either product refinement or altogether developing a new product. Product development you can do in two forms now. Modify the existing product or else altogether launch a new product. For this you need three qualities called as you need some skills, you need some capital expenditure, investments, and thereafter you need some technology. Please remember it as a CAT, Commissioner of Income Tax. Have you understood those three keywords now? If you want to implement a product development, how many qualities do you need? New competencies, new investments, and last one being new technology. And last easiest one, diversification, will deal at some other point of time. Have you understood I3s now? What are I3 strategies now? Market penetration, market development, last one, product development. How many expansion strategies are there? Basically, two. ID wala. I stands for intensification. We have covered them very briefly. Now come to the diversification part. How many types of diversification strategies are there? Two in number. First one related, second one unrelated. Now please quickly move to the related diversifications. Now please watch practical questions. I'll give you some concepts. Refer practical questions which will be very easy for you. VID, please place a tick mark over those questions. Vertically integrated diversification means starting some manufacturing of raw material business. Please refer practical questions regarding a few topics under chapter 4. First one, VID. Please refer every practical question present in your material. I say poses only practical questions on this. No direct questions would be there. Theory questions won't be asked at all. First one, VID. Every practical question present in your sources. Next one, HID. Under VID we have two types. Backward VID, forward VID. Very easy for you. Second one, HID. Horizontally integrated diversification. Last one, be very cautious with this question. Concentric diversification. Sharings will be there. Sharing of PTM will be there. That is the keyword we used in regular class also. If two different businesses, diversification means entering into different business, right? If two businesses called old business and new business, they share similar manufacturing process, or if they share similar technology, or if they share same marketing platforms. So please remember this funny acronym called, it's not PTM, sharing of PTM. If two different businesses share same process, share same technology, or same marketing platforms or skills. Have you observed that keyword? Then please find another beautiful keyword under concentric diversification, right? What is loop-like manner? The old and new businesses are connected in a loop-like manner. Please highlight that word. I say we'll use those keywords only when they are framing practical questions on this concentric diversification. So practical questions regarding which concepts? VID two types, HID, concentric diversification. There will be no question on conglomerate diversification at all. Right? Now thereafter, please refer another easy concept called strategic alliance. It's a probable question for your examination. 4 advantages are there. Acronym is ESOP. 4 advantages and 2 disadvantages will be there for a concept called strategic alliance. Right. Where are we actually? VID, HID, thereafter concentric diversification, and the next concept you must refer is strategic alliance, and only one concept for your examination validity is BCG matrix. Cash cows. Allocation of resources is the problem you are going to solve there. Which business needs more investment? Which business needs less investments? You are trying to solve that issue called allocation of resources. How many cells would be there in BCG matrix? 4. Please refer that axis if possible. I try to introduce you axis names at least, then concept will be very easy. What is vertical axis out there? Market growth. Horizontal axis, market share. Based on the ranges of market growth and market share, you have to spread all your 45 businesses into 4 different categories. Can you refer that one? What are the topics you have to refer? First one, VID, forward backward, HID, concentric diversification, strategic alliance, and the last practical question possibility is BCG matrix. Only one expected theory question from my viewpoint is, there is one beautiful strategy called turnaround strategy, right? There are 5 different stages to implement turnaround strategy. That could be a probable question from theory point of view. 5 different stages to implement turnaround strategy. ICA uses the word actionable plan. Actionable plan to implement turnaround strategy. Be cautious with that question. Right, within the time available, did I satisfy these students? Have you understood something in this marathon? Right, God bless you all. Good health and great successful result in the upcoming examinations. Right.